Flower Stealing Master Chapter 1401 to Chapter 1453. Eldest Senior Brother. Yu Lingshan hugged him tightly as if she was worried that he would suddenly run away. Song Qingshu looked embarrassed. He coughed twice and wanted to explain the misunderstanding, but he didn't know where to start. After all, it would be a headache for him if he said it out loud, and it would be awkward for them to interact in the future. After thinking about it, he decided to go with the flow. Hearing his coughing, Yu Lingshan also realized something. She let go of her hand and took a small step back. Her cheeks had a hint of pink. I'm sorry, I was too excited to see eldest senior brother. Ever since eldest senior brother left the Huashan sect, we haven't heard from you anymore. The disciples of the Huashan sect miss you very much. Looking at the innocent and beautiful young girl in front of him, Song Qingshu suddenly had an idea. He just happened to feel a little sorry for Ling Hucheng, so why not help him? With that in mind, Song Qingshu imitated his voice and said, "Little junior sister, did you miss me?" Yu Lingshan was stunned. She didn't expect him to ask that. After all, Ling Hucheng had always been very obedient in front of her. She was afraid that he would offend her. Of course I miss eldest senior brother. Especially this time. If it wasn't for eldest senior brother, I'm afraid I would have. I've been looking for a chance to thank you, but I haven't found the chance." Looking at the young girl's expression in front of him, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. Yu Lingshan might have a good impression of Ling Hucheng, but the relationship between a brother and a sister was more than that between a man and a woman. Her excitement just now was just a normal reaction from a younger sister seeing her older brother. "Fine, I'll help you break through this window paper." As soon as Song Qingshu thought of this, he pulled her into his arms under the young girl's shocked gaze. Before she could react, he lowered his head and kissed her. Yu Lingshan was completely dumbfounded. She didn't expect eldest senior brother to treat her like this. Her limbs were so stiff that she even forgot to resist. Song Qingshu couldn't help but secretly praise the young girl's soft lips. They also had a unique youthful aura. He wondered if Ling Hucheng would blame or thank him if he found out. After all, she was chasing after a girl for him. Yu Lingshan was a virgin and had never experienced such a scene. Under Song Qingshu's skillful teasing, her body quickly softened to the point that it was about to melt into water. Her heart was already beating so fast that it was about to jump out of her throat. How can he treat me like this? How can he treat me like this? Yu Lingshan's mind was already in a mess. Feeling the changes in the girl's body in his arms, Song Qingshu knew that it was about time. If he continued kissing her, something might really happen. Especially when he heard a sound coming from not far away, it seemed like someone was coming over. So, he gently pushed the girl in his arms away, smiled at her, and used his qinggong to jump over the wall, disappearing in front of her. Yu Lingshan stood there in a daze, touching her lips as if her soul had left her body. "Senior sister, what happened?" Lin Pingji's voice came from behind. "Ah?" Yu Lingshan was shocked. She quickly turned around and waved her hands. "No, nothing." She didn't know why she lied, but her instinctive reaction made her bury the matter in her stomach. "Oh, it's windy here. Go back and rest." Lin Pingji didn't think too much about it. Okay. Yu Lingshan could still feel the feeling of her heart beating. She gradually became angry. How could eldest senior brother treat me like this? Ling Hucheng, I really didn't do it to take advantage of her." Song Qingshu, who was walking on the road, muttered to himself. Yu Lingshan has already subconsciously treated the relationship between the two of you as brother and sister. No matter how well you treat her, she will feel that it is natural and will not think of it as a romantic relationship. Now that I have broken this shackle for you, she will not treat you as a brother in the future. After all, how can there be a brother who French kisses his sister? Unknowingly, he arrived at the Prince of Beijing's residence. After handing over the invitation, the gatekeeper welcomed him politely. Along the way, the trees were lush, and the rockery was very unique. The pavilions were even more ingenious. Song Qingshu secretly nodded his head. This style is even better than the Rongguo residence. When will I send someone to inspect it and go back to renovate the Prince of Qi's residence? He didn't have the idea of keeping a low profile. After all, he had transmigrated to this world and possessed such great power. He wasn't a saint, so why should he let himself suffer? After passing through 2 courtyards, there were fewer and fewer male servants. Instead, they were replaced by incomparably delicate servant girls. Many of them would have been sentenced to death within 3 years if they were placed in his era. Tisk, tsk, tsk. The life of these ancient nobles is really more decadent than capitalism. While sighing, Song Qingshu was also secretly puzzled. Looking at the situation of the servant girls in this courtyard, the character of Prince of Beijing was obvious. Why would such a person marry a woman who had been married twice? Although Tang Yuan could be considered dignified and beautiful, she was far from the level of Qin Yuan, who was devastatingly beautiful. She was not worth marrying as a princess consort. Just as he was puzzled, he heard a servant girl's clear voice, "General Wu, we have arrived." Song Qingshu looked up and saw a luxurious and beautiful pavilion standing in front of him. Looking at the signboard with the words "Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion," his expression instantly became extremely strange. One had to know that Qin Keqing had very few appearances in Dream of the Red Chamber. No matter how one looked at it, she was a dignified and gentle young mistress. The reason why everyone knew of her scandalous deeds, other than Jiao de cursing, crawling on the ashes after getting drunk, was largely related to the first draft of Dream of the Red Chamber, Qin Keqing's lewd death in Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. It made people involuntarily associate her with the word lewd. Now that there was Qin Keqing in this world, and now there was a Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, it couldn't be a coincidence, right? At this moment, another beautiful servant girl came up to welcome him. "General Wu, His Highness has been waiting upstairs for a long time." Song Qingshu was depressed in his heart. According to the nobility rank, he was a one-word king, while the other party was just a king. There were still 2 ranks in between, but he actually didn't come out to welcome him personally. However, he also understood that he was currently impersonating Ling Hucheng's identity, so he could only secretly despise him. On the surface, he still had to politely follow the servant girl upstairs. Song Qingshu went upstairs and saw Prince Beijing sitting in the center from afar. There were 2 beauties serving him on his left and right. One was peeling the skin of a grape and sending it to his mouth, while the other was smiling and pouring wine for him. In the room, there was a row of women holding musical instruments and playing music. It could be seen that all of them had extraordinary looks. There was a faint fragrance of cosmetics in the room. Coupled with the extravagant music and the indistinct bodies of the women under the veils, the entire room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. It's really too decadent and extravagant. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. He walked forward and cupped his hands. "Wu Tianda greets Prince Beijing." Zhao Shiqing waved his hand. "General Wu doesn't have to be so courteous. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Please take a seat." A servant girl had already placed a table and a stool not far from him. Before Song Qingshu came, he thought that he would be able to see Tang Yuan today. He might even be able to help her pass a message to Lu Yu, but looking at the situation now, it was most likely impossible. However, Duchess Beijing was making such a mess at home. As Duchess Beijing's wife, where would Tang Yuan put her face? The servant girl had already served wine and delicacies, but Song Qingshu didn't have any intention of eating. Instead, he asked lightly, "I wonder why your highness invited me here this time." Zhao Shiqing didn't get angry. After all, tomorrow was the competition. At this time, it was normal for Wu Tianda to be on guard. Zhao Shiqing immediately laughed and said, "It's nothing much. I have long heard that General's swordsmanship is superb. Last time at Prince Qi's residence, I really can't forget it. Therefore, I specially invited General over." "Your Highness is overpraising me." Song Qingshu also didn't know what the other party was selling. He planned to deal with the myriad of changes by remaining unchanged. Seeing that Wu Tianda didn't say anything else, Zhao Shiqing could only say, "This prince has always admired those martial arts experts. I especially like famous swordsmen. In this aspect, I am almost obsessed. I wonder if General can add some entertainment to the fun and let me feast my eyes." Song Qingshu frowned inwardly. Could it be that they wanted to figure out Wu Tianda's swordsmanship in advance so that they could make targeted arrangements? Although he didn't know the 9 solitary swords, it wasn't difficult for him to imitate the 9 solitary swords with his current attainments in swordsmanship. However, he didn't intend to perform. Instead, he indifferently declined. Tomorrow, I will participate in the competition in front of the palace. At that time I will naturally not hold anything back. Your Highness can carefully taste it at that time. This was the reaction that Wu Tianda should have. Zhao Shiqing seemed to have expected his answer and didn't continue to pester him. Well said. Since that is the case, let's not talk about swordsmanship today. Let's talk about good wine. Song Qingshu was stunned. Good wine? Zhao Shiqing smiled and said, recently, by chance, I obtained a batch of strange wine from a Nanyang merchant. It is said that it is famous wine from many countries thousands of miles away. It is a pity that no one around me knows where these wines come from, and many of them taste a little strange. It is difficult for me to taste the flavor in them. It is like a cow chewing on a peony. I have long heard that General Wu is an expert in wine, and you have served as the general in Xianxia for many years. You often deal with the Xianxia exportation department, so you should be very familiar with the wines from Nanyang. Therefore, I would like to ask General Wu to teach me a thing or two. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, and he began to wonder what Wu Tianda was up to. He deliberately mentioned the general in Xianxia and the Xianxia exportation department. Was he beginning to suspect Wu Tianda's identity? It was very bold of Ling Huchong to pretend to be Wu Tianda. It was not easy to fool the world, so it was not surprising that someone had something on him. If it was proven that there was something wrong with Wu Tianda's identity, Ling Huchong would naturally not be qualified to participate in the contest tomorrow. Then, Jia Shidao's men would win without a fight. Although he was worried, Song Qingshu remained calm and replied calmly, I will participate in the contest tomorrow. It is not appropriate for me to drink today. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Hey. Zhao Shiqing stopped him from continuing. I am not an unreasonable person. I am not asking General Wu Tianda to drink. I just want General Wu Tianda to taste the wine for me. You can spit it out after you taste its name. There is no need to drink it, and you won't get drunk. Song Qingshu frowned and said, Your Highness, you can wait until I finish the competition tomorrow before coming back to taste the wine. Although he couldn't guess what the other party wanted to do, he felt that there was some kind of conspiracy behind it. Instead of dealing with it as it came, it was better to not stand under a collapsing wall. Zhao Shiqing shook his head and said, General Wu, you don't know. Sichuan has just been returned from Mongolia, and it's waiting for the court to hand it over. Once the winner is decided tomorrow, the Sichuan officials you selected will immediately leave the capital the day after tomorrow. How would I have time to invite you to my place to taste wine? I do have time tomorrow night. Zhao Shiqing paused and continued, but the emperor will definitely hold a banquet for you tomorrow night. I can't take you away from the emperor, can I? Song Qingshu smiled and asked curiously, do you think I will definitely win, Your Highness? If I lose tomorrow, I don't have to go to Sichuan the day after tomorrow. I have plenty of time, so I can come to my place to taste wine. Zhao Shiqing looked at him inscrutably and said with a smile, didn't I say before that I'm passionate about swordsmanship? Although I haven't achieved much, I still have a good eye. Although Nan Morong is famous in Jianghu, he can't compare to you in swordsmanship. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment. He didn't know if Zhao Shiqing was really sighing or if he was just trying to bewitch Jia Shidao. While he was still in a daze, Zhao Shiqing clapped his hands, and then a beautiful woman slowly walked out from behind the screen. The woman held a wooden tray in her hands, and on it, there were all kinds of strangely shaped wine pots. However, Song Qingshu had no time to appreciate these strange wine utensils. His attention was completely focused on the woman. Her eyes were as clear as water, her hair was like clouds, and her cheeks were like snow. Just like that, she walked over in a leisurely manner, appearing graceful and delicate, charming and alluring. Song Qingshu was used to seeing beautiful women, so he couldn't take his eyes off a woman. The main reason why he lost his composure was that he had seen the woman not long ago. It was the young lady of the Ningguo mansion, Xianxia. Heaven Fragrance Restaurant, Xianxia. What a coincidence. Thinking of the name on the signboard, Song Qingshu's expression couldn't help but be a little strange. Zhao Shiqing had been paying attention to Song Qingshu's reaction. Seeing him staring fixedly at Xianxia, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. I thought you were really a saint. Since you're moved, then it's easy. Actually, not to mention that the other party was a boorish man, even he himself, who had a distinguished status and who knew how many stunning beauties over the years, was somewhat unable to resist the charm of this young madam of the Ningguo mansion. If it wasn't for the fact that he was apprehensive of the hidden strength of the Jia clan, even if it was a little risky, he would still want to play with this stunning young madam. Unfortunately, what a pity. Today, that bastard got lucky. Zhao Shiqing looked at Song Qingshu with jealousy, but his tone did not reveal any emotion. General Wu, you are used to seeing all kinds of Nanyang goods in Xuanzhou, why don't you help me appraise them? This? Song Qingshu couldn't help but be a little hesitant. At this time, Qin Keqing had already knelt down by his table with all kinds of wine utensils. Her slender white hand poured a cup of wine from one of the wine jugs and brought it in front of him. She said in a soft voice, I hope that General will do me the honor. Looking at her bright and charming face up close and smelling the refreshing sweet fragrance coming from her body, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. It was fortunate that he was used to seeing things. If it was a normal man facing such a scene, he would probably be drunk before he even drank the wine. How should I address you, miss? Even though he already knew her identity, Song Qingshu still deliberately asked. He wanted to see how they were going to cover up this lie. My surname is Qin, my nickname is Keqing. Qin Keqing replied sweetly. Song Qingshu was startled. He didn't expect that she would tell him her real name. However, he immediately understood. This world was different from the future. A woman's name was usually only known by her parents and husband. So they weren't afraid that he would guess Qin Keqing's real identity from a name. General, my hands are already soft, can't you take it? Qin Keqing's eyes moved. Although her tone was reproachful, it sounded like she was acting coquettishly. It was my negligence. Song Qingshu smiled and took the glass of wine from her hand. Halfway through, he touched her delicate hand, and the feeling of her smooth skin made his heart skip a beat. On the other side, Zhao Shiqing also looked greedily at Qin Keqing. He thought that she really was a beauty of the world. Just a few light snorts could make people's hearts skip a beat. General Wu, this Miss Qin is a master that I spent a lot of effort to invite back from Qinhuai River. She can be said to be peerless in both beauty and dance. Zhao Shiqing said with a chuckle, it's a pity that Miss Qin's temper is a bit bad. Ben Wang hasn't had the chance to appreciate her dance. I wonder if General Wu can help me feast my eyes. Wang Yi must be joking. Since Miss Qin doesn't even accept Wang Yi, how can I invite her? Although Song Qingshu spoke politely, he was sneering inside. If he hadn't seen Qin Keqing before, he might really have been fooled by them. General Wu is too humble. Putting aside the fact that Miss Qin has always admired a hero like General, she is also curious about the origins of this wine. If General can help her, I believe she won't be stingy with her dance. Zhao Shiqing said as he turned to Qin Keqing, Miss Qin, don't you think so? Qin Keqing smiled sweetly, Wang Yi is too serious. If Wang Yi gave the order, how would this lowly woman dare to disobey? However, she paused and looked at Song Qingshu, saying slowly, this Jia is indeed very curious about the origins of this wine. If General Wu can really recognize it, there is no harm for this Jia to dance a few more times. Her diction was different from ordinary women. There was a unique rhythm to it. It was very comfortable to listen to and also seemed to have a sense of seduction. Song Qingshu was actually very curious about what methods Prince Beijing and the rest would use to deal with him. He took the opportunity to raise his wine cup and said with a smile, my knowledge is shallow and I'm afraid that I will disappoint Wang Yi and Miss Qin. Finishing, he drained the wine in the cup and closed his eyes, sinking into deep thought. Zhao Shiqing had only let him taste it and was prepared for him to spit it out. Who knew that he would actually swallow the entire cup of wine? He had specially tasted this kind of wine before. It was very strong. A person with an average alcohol tolerance might get drunk after drinking a cup. Song Qingshu slowly opened his eyes. The quality of the wine is crystal clear, colorless and tasteless. It is different from other wine and does not have a hint of stimulating taste. After drinking, there will be a warmth spreading in the throat and stomach. It should be vodka from Luocha country. Zhao Shiqing revealed a strange expression. It was just an excuse for him to let the other party taste the wine. He did not really expect Wu Tianda to recognize it. In reality, he had already learned the origins of these wines from the Nanyang merchant. But who knew that the other party actually recognized it on the first cup? At this moment, Song Qingshu was also very emotional. After he transmigrated to this world, he did not expect that he would actually have the chance to drink those foreign wines from his previous life. A hint of surprise also flashed across Qin Keqing's face, but she quickly concealed it. She said with a smile, "General Wu is indeed knowledgeable." Then this Jia cannot go back on her words. Her face was like a peach blossom, and there was a smile at the corner of her lips. She stood up gracefully, and her dress began to dance. The whole room seemed to suddenly become a little more colorful. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. Even though he knew that she was just putting on an act, he was still deeply attracted by her beautiful dance. Not only was her figure graceful and delicate, but the key thing was that her eyes were always staring at him with affection, making him have the urge to kneel under her pomegranate skirt. Zhao Shicheng swallowed and thought that this woman was really a stunner. Unlike the flirtatious appearance of ordinary women, her charm was hidden. It could be said that she was seductive to the bone. Every frown and smile of hers was natural, and it made people not feel the slightest bit disgusted or defensive. No wonder Jia Shidao directly sent her this time. Obviously, he was afraid that ordinary women wouldn't be able to seduce Wu Tianda and ruin the big event tomorrow. Song Qingshu was also filled with emotion. Fortunately, he had seen too many things, and his willpower had long been extraordinary. Otherwise, his heart might have melted when she kept staring at him with her big watery eyes. "General, please taste this glass of wine again." Before he knew it, Qin Keqing had already laid in his arms, holding another glass of wine in her hand and bringing it to his mouth. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. Although this Qin Keqing was the young mistress of a rich family, when it came to seducing men, he was afraid that many of the top courtesans in the Qinhuai River couldn't compare. He didn't know what kind of drugs the Jia family had given her to make her willing to humiliate herself like this. Since Miss Qin invited me, how could I dare not accept? Song Qingshu held her delicate body with one hand and held her soft hand with the other. He brought the wine to his mouth and drank it in one gulp. Zhao Shicheng, who was not far away, saw this scene, and his eyes were full of jealousy and hatred. This brat really got lucky. As if she had heard what he was thinking, Qin Keqing twisted her small waist and broke free from Song Qingshu's embrace like a light butterfly. She retreated a few steps without a trace, but her eyes were charming and affectionate. "General, have you tasted what wine this is?" Song Qingshu recalled carefully. "This wine is colorless and transparent, and it tastes fresh and refreshing. The most special thing is that it has a fragrant and alluring fragrance. It should be the British gold wine, which is also called gin wine because the fragrance in the wine comes from the gin. General is so amazing. I've always been curious what fragrance is inside, so it's the smell of gin." Qin Keqing blinked her big eyes, which were filled with worship and admiration. Even though he knew that she was acting, Song Qingshu still felt a little smug. "General, try this glass of wine again?" Seeing him drink 2 glasses of wine in a row, a strange look flashed across Qin Keqing's eyes. Song Qingshu smiled and took it and drank it in one gulp. He then frowned. "This wine must be Indian tequila." "Tequila?" Qin Keqing blinked her eyes. "What a beautiful name." Song Qingshu answered, "Although the name is beautiful, this wine is strong, rough and violent. I don't like it very much." Hearing her words, Song Qingshu almost had a nosebleed. Especially her suggestive tone, full of teasing, it was enough to make a man's heart waver. She really is a seductress who can charm people to death. Zhao Shicheng cursed in his heart and couldn't help but feel jealous. He smiled and interrupted the two of them looking at each other. General Wu is indeed someone who has stayed in Quanzhou before, to be able to recognize the name and origin of every wine. I wonder if General knows the remaining wines? Qin Keqing also poured another cup of wine and handed it over. "General, please." Seeing her smiling and talking sweetly, but urging him to drink cup after cup, Song Qingshu secretly sneered. "Since you have bad intentions, there's no need for me to be polite." When receiving the wine cup, Song Qingshu didn't immediately take the wine cup, but intentionally touched her hand. Qin Keqing wanted to withdraw her hand as if she was electrocuted, but the other held it tightly. Her face instantly flushed red, making her even more enchanting. General Qin Keqing looked at him reproachfully, but Song Qingshu pulled her into his embrace. As he hugged her, he started to taste the wine in the cup, amber-colored wine, mixed with the fragrance of flowers, fruit, and also the smell of smoke. This must be Scottish whiskey. This kind of wine is suitable for ambitious men. Only such men can accept so many complex and heavy tastes. Wonderful, wonderful. Zhao Shiqing praised as he applauded. I didn't expect that General Wu is not only skilled in swordsmanship, but also a master of wine. It's really admirable. Prince is too kind. Song Qingshu nodded his head in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, but his other hand tightly hugged the slender waist of the beauty in his embrace, making her unable to stand up. This man is really daring. He actually dares to treat a dancer of Prince Beijing's residence like this. Qin Keqing was secretly annoyed. Although she agreed to use the honey trap, she thought that when dealing with this kind of boorish fellow, just giving him a taste of sweetness would be enough to make him fall head over heels for her. But up till now, she had sacrificed too much more than she had expected. Zhao Shiqing, on the other hand, was secretly delighted. He wasn't afraid of him having desires, but he was afraid that he wouldn't have them. It seemed that the wine was indeed strong enough to make him feel tipsy so quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such a rude thing. Qin Keqing was secretly annoyed. She bit her lips and poured another cup of wine for the man beside her. General, how about trying this wine again? At the same time, he kept cursing in his heart. That person from before had said that the wine was very strong, and when mixed together, the power would multiply. Let's see if you can survive after drinking so many cups of it. However, Song Qingshu did not refuse any of them. He downed the wine in front of him in one gulp. In fact, he had more or less guessed the other party's intention. After transmigrating from the future, how could he not know that it was easy to get drunk when mixed with these wines? However, his current internal energy was profound. The moment the wine entered his body, it was refined by his internal energy, so he naturally didn't have to worry about getting drunk. This wine is mellow and delicious. The fragrance is rich, and the color is crystal clear. Back then, the Dutch merchants transported the wine from France to all parts of the world. Unfortunately, because of the long journey, the wine went bad. Those merchants used the bad wine to distill the grape wine with a higher concentration, and named it brandy, which means burnt wine. Song Qingshu paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, however, I suggest that Prince can store this wine in the oak barrel for 3 years before drinking it. At that time, not only will the fragrance of the wine become even stronger, the color will also become an amber gold, which will serve as a foil to Prince's identity. There's really such a thing? Zhao Shiqing had originally taken out these wines as a pretense, but now, he was gradually intrigued by the other party. Prince will know once you try. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Zhao Shiqing laughed out loud. Then this prince will store the remaining wine in the oak barrel for 3 years. 3 years later, I will taste it with the general. Song Qingshu sneered in his heart. After tomorrow, when I, Wu Tianda, am defeated, how would you even look at this kind of person? General, how about trying this wine again? Qin Keqing took this opportunity to pour another cup of wine and place it in front of him. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were so misty that water was about to seep out. It turned out that during this period of time, Song Qingshu's fingers had been wandering around her body unintentionally. Qin Keqing originally had a romantic personality, adding on his superb technique, in a short while, her entire body melted. Song Qingshu tasted it, and, this wine tastes sweet and fragrant. It should be rum from the Caribbean Sea. Although it's a good wine, drinking it like this is a bit of a waste. Oh, then how should I drink it? Zhao Shiqing instantly became interested. Even Qin Keqing blinked her large watery eyes and looked at him curiously. First use lemon to make juice, then add a few mint leaves, pour in rum and place it in an ice cellar to chill for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. If you drink it in the hot summer, I guarantee that it will penetrate from head to toe and give you an extraordinary feeling. The more Song Qingshu spoke, the more he missed the taste of his previous life. Then I really want to try it. Although it was not the height of summer, Zhao Shiqing impatiently took a jug of rum and left. As he walked, he said to Song Qingshu, General Wu, please help yourself. Prince really loves wine as much as his life. Looking at Zhao Shiqing's departing figure, Qin Keqing could not help but sigh with hidden bitterness. However, Song Qingshu's heart was as clear as a mirror. How was Zhao Shiqing loving wine as much as his life? He was clearly using an excuse to leave to create a chance for the two of them to be alone. In other words, it was also a chance to seduce him. Qin Keqing's ears suddenly twitched as though she had heard something. Her soft body instantly stiffened. The feeling of Song Qingshu hugging her was very obvious. She looked towards the back of a certain wall thoughtfully. It was obvious that someone was using voice transmission to say something to Qin Keqing. Qin Keqing took a deep breath as if she had made up her mind. She suddenly smiled sweetly at him. General Wu, this concubine actually knows of an even more interesting way to drink rum. Does General want to try it? Song Qingshu was startled. Could it be that the people of this world knew of a superior method of mixing wine? Hearing Miss Qin say this, I am really a little curious. Qin Keqing did not reply. Instead, she waved her hand at the surrounding singers, indicating for them to leave first. The singers bowed and left one after another. Could it be that this way of drinking wine requires a man and a woman to be alone? Song Qingshu's finger lightly drew circles on her body as he said with a teasing smile. This concubine's way of drinking is a secret recipe. It cannot be seen by outsiders. Qin Keqing pursed her lips and smiled. Then, she turned around and poured another cup of wine. Do you still want to continue forcing me to drink? Song Qingshu was very curious about what she was up to, so he looked at her calmly. However, out of his expectations, Qin Keqing did not bring the wine in front of him. Instead, she picked up the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Before he had the time to be shocked, Qin Keqing suddenly turned around and kissed him. Ugh! Just as Song Qingshu was about to speak, he felt a sweet and delicious wine flowing into her mouth. So it's this way of drinking. Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. It seemed that even after drinking so much wine, he was still not drunk. She had no choice but to use this method. Song Qingshu was not some kind of pure heart and few desires Taoist priest. Since it was delivered to his doorstep, it would be a waste not to take it. Even though he knew that the other party was using a honey trap, Song Qingshu did not care at all. Anyway, he was not Wu Tianda, and there was no competition tomorrow. Of course, if it was a normal beauty, Song Qingshu might really give it a try. But now, it was such a delicate and graceful beauty. If he was still indifferent, he would not be a man. After the wine, Qin Keqing was about to get up, but who knew that Song Qingshu would not let her. He wrapped his arms around her neck and kissed her back. Feeling the other party break open her teeth and enter, Qin Keqing's eyes widened and she subconsciously wanted to push him away. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu did not give her the chance to regret. Do I really have to sacrifice my innocence today? A trace of fear flashed through Qin Keqing's heart. Although she wasn't a chaste woman in the traditional sense, she wasn't a woman who would let a man touch her body. One must know that after so many years, only her husband had touched her. The reason why she agreed to this mission was firstly to repay the debt of gratitude, and secondly, she had no choice. Of course, the most important reason was that she was confident that with her charm, she would be able to achieve her goal. There was no need for her to take the last step. But the development of the situation was out of her expectations. It was completely out of her control. Why isn't Prince Beijing back yet? Qin Keqing subconsciously wanted to bite her lips, but unfortunately, she could not close her lips. Her body was more sensitive than normal girls, and adding on to the fact that she was naturally charming and affectionate, she was already gasping for breath after being kissed by Song Qingshu. Her entire body was soft as if she had no bones, and her entire weight was hanging on this man. He is also in the prince's residence. Could it be that I am allowed to be humiliated by other men like this? The refined and mature face of her lover flashed past her mind, and Qin Keqing was at a loss. At this moment, in the room next door, Zhao Shiqing said to a man beside him with a smile that was not a smile, "Are you really going to let that Wu guy do that to her?" The man was speechless. After a long while, he replied, "You can't trap the wolf without sacrificing the child." Zhao Shiqing smiled, and the ridicule in his eyes became even more obvious. "You are really willing. As the daughter-in-law of the Jia family, I should always be prepared to sacrifice for the benefit of the family," the man said indifferently. Is it really just a daughter-in-law? Zhao Shiqing sized up the man in front of him and said with a chuckle, according to this prince, you have already slept with this daughter-in-law who is famous throughout the capital. To let your lover go with another man. Hee hee, you are really open-minded. The other man in the room was naturally Jia Zhen. As a prince, Zhao Shiqing naturally did not have any scruples and was not afraid that his words would hurt the other party's face. Jia Zhen's expression changed slightly. After a long while, he said, those who achieve great things do not care about trifles. However, when he thought of Qin Keqing's beautiful appearance, he felt even more sour in his heart. If it were in the past, even if Jia Shidao personally gave the order, he might not have been willing to let Qin Keqing do such a thing. However, not long ago, he was crippled by Luo Bing with a kick, and he could no longer have sex. In the room next door, Zhao Shiqing unnaturally fanned himself and ran to the side to drink a cup of herbal tea to relieve the heat in his body. Only then did he notice that Jia Zhen was still standing by the wall and listening to the movements next door. He couldn't help but secretly despise him. Not only does this fellow like to crawl in the dust, he also likes to eavesdrop. Jia Zhen stood there, his brows furrowed, his fists clenched, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His expression was very rich. On the other side, Qin Keqing's hair was already messy, her eyes blurred, but her heart was filled with sorrow. She knew that Jia Zhen was in the residence, maybe he was just next door. Jia Zhen also knew that she knew all of this, but he still didn't have any intention of stopping her. It was clear what he was thinking. She suddenly felt that it was funny. All along, she had thought that the two of them were true love. It was he who saved her, he was the one who gave her everything. For him, she even married a man she didn't love, risking the world's condemnation to secretly interact with him. But now that she thought about it, she was just a plaything of his, a plaything that could be used to entertain other men at any time, a plaything that could be abandoned at any time. Since you want me to seduce you, then I'll seduce you. Let's see if you will regret it after this. Once this thought rose, she gave up on herself even more. The resistance in her heart instantly disappeared without a trace. Not only did she allow this boorish man in the room to kiss her, she even took the initiative to give him a kiss in return. Song Qingshu originally just wanted to go with the flow and test out the two people next door. Who knew that the other party didn't have any reaction at all, causing him to be in a dilemma. Such a beautiful woman had already melted like water, looking like she was at his mercy. If he retreated, it would make people doubt whether he was a man or not. But if he went in, he didn't know what the other party was up to. He couldn't possibly take out such a beautiful woman to take advantage of him, right? Right at this time, Qin Keqing no longer dodged like before. Instead, she took the initiative to give him a kiss, and her two jade-like arms also rested on his shoulders. Her throat even faintly emitted a sweet and greasy snort. Forget it, who cares what he's up to? Do you think I'll be afraid of him? Song Qingshu's heart warmed. He gently untied the belt on her dress and put her on the ground. Next door, Zhao Shiqing also drank countless cups of tea. When he tried to pour more tea, he found that the water in the teapot was already gone. To hide his embarrassment, he coughed lightly and said, "This Wu Tianda's stamina is quite good." Jia Zhen's eyes were slightly red. He had been restlessly pacing back and forth in the room since a while ago. When he heard what he said, he opened his mouth and subconsciously wanted to answer, but he suddenly realized that he didn't know what to say. Was he supposed to say yes, his stamina is indeed quite good? When he thought about how the soft voice that usually belonged to him now belonged to another man, he felt extremely ket up. His eyes were so gloomy that they were about to drip water. Luo Bing, you bitch. Now, Xiao to say. He. Song now belonged to him. At this moment, Song Qingshu finally understood what the other party was planning. Qin Keqing was born with a seductive bone. Most men who touched her body would lose their virginity in no time. On this basis, she actually cultivated a special kind of seduction technique, which multiplied the power. That scalp-tingling feeling made Song Qingshu's heart tremble. Even he couldn't withstand it, let alone ordinary people. If it was Ling Huchong who attended the banquet tonight, he would have used up most of his yang qi and would be dispirited for the next few days. It would be good if he could use 30% of his abilities in the competition tomorrow. Qin Keqing's shock was no less than his. Usually, she didn't even need to use seduction techniques. She could easily make a man lose his armor with just her body's talent. Now that she used her full strength, the other party was actually fine, but this wasn't what shocked her the most. What shocked her the most was something else, this aura. You're that person that night. Song Qingshu was a little surprised. He couldn't help but sigh at how sharp a woman's senses were sometimes. She clearly didn't see his face, but she still recognized him. Looks like Miss Qin and I are really fated. Oh, that's not right. Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear and said softly, I shouldn't call you Miss Qin. I should call you young Mistress Roan. Ah. When Qin Keqing's identity was suddenly called out, her entire body froze. You. The reason why she agreed to use her beauty trap this time was mainly because the other party didn't know her identity. That was why she was more daring. Now that her true identity was exposed, she instantly felt that she was completely defenseless in front of the other party. Her heart was so nervous that it was about to jump out. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Seeing her frightened and flustered eyes, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a trace of pity. As if feeling the gentleness in the other party's tone, Qin Keqing gradually calmed down. Suddenly feeling the piercing pain from his beard stubble, she instantly thought of something. That's not right, you didn't have this big beard that night. Although she couldn't see anything that night, the two of them were in close contact. Such a big beard couldn't be hidden even if she wanted to. But this warm and wide embrace, as well as the comfortable aura on the other party's body, all of it showed that he was the mysterious person that night. Who exactly are you? Qin Keqing wasn't a stupid person. She suddenly understood that since his beard was fake, then this man wasn't Wu Tianda. Song Qingshu kissed her, then said by her ear, this is our secret. As if feeling something, Qin Keqing frowned, her eyes filled with tears. She glared at him reproachfully, who wants to help you keep a secret? If you expose my identity, it won't do you any good. Song Qingshu paused, then continued to murmur in her ear, could it be that you want to be forced to seduce another man again? Qin Keqing was so embarrassed that she fiercely bit his shoulder. However, the other party's words had spoken from the bottom of her heart. If the Jia clan knew that she had gotten the wrong person this time, then the sacrifice of her innocence this time would be completely meaningless. Instead, she would be detested and despised by them. They might even force her to once again use her honey trap on the real Wu Tianda. When she thought of the scene where she would be reduced to be like a prostitute in a brothel, endless sorrow arose from the bottom of her heart. 2 streams of clear tears involuntarily flowed down. Song Qingshu wiped away her tears and said gently, don't worry. If you and I don't say anything about this, no one will know. But I know it myself. Qin Keqing shouted in her heart. But she also knew that at this point, she could only comfort herself like this. As if she thought of something, Qin Keqing suddenly looked at him with a red face. Did you practice some kind of evil martial arts? Song Qingshu looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. Why do you ask? Qin Keqing opened her mouth, but in the end, she turned her face away and said softly, you know in your heart. I haven't practiced any evil martial arts, Song Qingshu said teasingly, speaking of which, it should be madam who practiced some kind of martial arts. Aya, don't say any more. Qin Keqing hooked her arms around his neck and kissed him again, not thinking about any more troublesome things. At this moment, Jia Zhen, who was next door, was already extremely irritated. She muttered, why isn't it over yet? Did she forget to use that secret technique? He didn't believe that a man could last so long in front of Qin Keqing. He only thought that she didn't use that secret technique on Wu Tianda, and couldn't help but feel jealous. Qin Keqing was his daughter-in-law in name, but he knew that she and Jia Rong were only husband and wife in name, not husband and wife. To some extent, Qin Keqing was actually his wife and concubine. Now that he thought about what was going on next door, how could he not be jealous? Jiao Shiqing smiled and comforted him, brother Jia, calm down. In fact, think about it from another perspective. The longer they fight, the more energy Wu Tianda will use, and the more he will lose in the martial arts competition tomorrow. Isn't that just in line with our original plan? Okay. Jia Zhen could only sigh helplessly, thinking that he had made such a big sacrifice this time, and he didn't know what kind of compensation his uncle would give him. Thinking of Jia Shidao's power and the shocking strength he had hidden in the dark, Jia Zhen gradually became excited. However, she quickly thought of Luo Bing's kick that night, which ended her family line, and she instantly became depressed. Song Qingshu only left when the sky was about to brighten. Qing Keqing's aptitude was extremely good, and with the addition of her cultivation technique, she had refined a rather abundant amount of purine qi overnight. Not only did she not lose any energy, her cultivation had also improved by quite a bit. However, he knew his opponent's evil plan, so he naturally wouldn't show that he was refreshed. He purposely used his power to make his face extremely pale, and when he walked, he deliberately walked like he was floating. As the saying goes, when someone is happy, someone is sad. Hearing that he finally left, the eyes of the two people next door were already full of blood. They didn't sleep much last night, so they were even more exhausted. This B***** really doesn't want to live. He's been tossing and turning all night, and now he's floating. Looking at Song Qingshu's back through the window, Jiazhen gritted his teeth and said. After all, it was his woman that Song Qingshu had tossed and turned last night, so how could he not be angry? Zhao Shiqing patted his shoulder and comforted him. Now it seems that at least the effect is very obvious. Jiazhen snorted coldly, and his face was still a little ugly. He hurriedly ran next door to check. Zhao Shiqing's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly followed. At this time, he might be able to feast his eyes. However, he was soon disappointed, because except for her hair that was still messy, Qing Keqing had already put on a dress. Even so, the lazy and charming style that she revealed at that moment still made him admire her. Keqing, how are you? Jiazhen hurriedly went over to help her. Qing Keqing immediately dodged his hand and looked at him coldly. She did not say anything and walked straight out, but just as she took 2 steps, the strange feeling in her body caused her to involuntarily press down on her skirt. Her beautiful face instantly flushed red, and she endured her embarrassment and walked out shakily. Jiazhen wanted to chase after her, but he didn't know what to say at this time. After thinking about it, he let her calm down first. Jiazhen sighed, this is uncle's opinion. If we directly threaten him, it will be disadvantageous. Maybe Han Xingzhou will use this to attack the result of the competition. Moreover, this method is done without a trace. Even if Han Xingzhou finds out later, he can only blame Wu Tianda for not being able to control himself and not being able to use this as an excuse to attack. As the saying goes, one has to suffer in silence. I see. Jiao Shixian is really far-sighted. I admire you. Zhao Shiqing praised Jiazhen, but he sneered inwardly when he saw Jiazhen's depressed expression. He didn't know who was the one who had to suffer in silence. Jiazhen was not in the mood to continue chatting with him at this time. He cupped his hands and said, I have to go back to report the result to uncle and comfort Keqing. I won't stay here any longer. Goodbye. Take care, Ben Wang won't send you off. Zhao Shiqing shook his head inwardly. A woman was given away by the man she loved to another man. Her heart was already riddled with holes. It wasn't something that could be recovered with just a few words of comfort. Ben Wang, please wait. Jiazhen cupped his hands and hurriedly ran away. Looking at his departing figure, Zhao Shiqing was deep in thought. Suddenly, he heard a faint sigh. Ben Wang, did you harm someone again last night? Zhao Shiqing looked back and saw his wife, Tang Wan, standing not far behind him with a worried expression. He couldn't help but quickly walk over to support her. Why did Madam get up so early? The dew in the garden is heavy and cold. Quickly go back to your room and rest. Tang Wan sighed, you didn't return to your room last night. How could I sleep? I heard from the servants that you were at Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. I knew you had something to do, so I didn't dare to disturb you. Now that you're almost done, I came to take a look. Zhao Shiqing held his wife's hand, his eyes full of tenderness. It's all Ben Wang's fault for making Madam worry. Tang Wan shook her head. Looking in the direction Jiazhen disappeared, she said faintly, Ben Wang, you have a noble status. Outsiders think that you never participate in the court struggles, but as your wife, how can I not know that you are secretly biased towards one side? However, political struggles have always been incomparably treacherous. Why does Wang Ya want to get involved in this vortex? Foreign, don't worry, Ben Wang knows what to do, Zhao Shiqing's eyes flashed. He thought that if he was satisfied with being a Wan Yi, there was naturally no need to participate in the struggles of the court, but if he wanted to go further, they were all descendants of Emperor Taizong, so why should they have different fates? Seeing that Tang Wan still wanted to say something, Zhao Shiqing held her and said, "Madam, let me help you back to the room to rest." Tang Wan opened her mouth but didn't say anything in the end. She just let him help her back. As for Song Qingshu, he soon noticed that someone was tailing him after he came out of the Duke Beijing residence. He couldn't help but sneer secretly. It seemed that the other party had really gone to the extreme. He didn't make a sound and pretended to walk in the direction of the palace. Halfway through, he suddenly sped up and completely shook off the tail of the person tailing him. He then used his lightness skill and hurried to the Han residence, where Han Chuanzhou was already waiting for him. Before Song Qingshu opened his mouth, Han Chuanzhou asked first, what kind of trap was there in the Duke Beijing residence last night? Although Duke Beijing's position was uncertain, his keen sense of smell as a politician made him very sure that it was definitely a trap last night. Song Qingshu frowned, but still answered, last night, Duke Beijing asked me to help taste the wine. Was it drugged in the wine? Han Chuanzhou quickly denied the speculation. No, if it was drugged, it would be easy to leave something behind. Jia Shidao wouldn't be so unwise. Song Qingshu nodded and said, yes, tasting the wine was only one of the tricks. The final trump card was the beauty trap. Then he told him about how they sent a woman who knew how to use the seduction technique. Of course, he hid many details, and naturally didn't reveal Qin Keqing's identity. It was really a vicious trap. If it weren't for you, Qingshu, this time, Tianda would have definitely fallen into the trap. Han Chuanzhou looked very lucky. His essence, qi, and spirit would have been sucked dry by those evil women. He would have lost today's competition, and he wouldn't be able to get even with them afterward. It's all thanks to you. Song Qingshu waved his hand and said, save the pleasantries. Now, shouldn't Jiefu tell me where Huang Rong is? Han Chuanzhou smiled and said slowly, I heard that you have mobilized all kinds of forces to look for her in Linen City, and Jia Shidao has also sent his people to look for her. You have almost turned Linen City upside down, but you still haven't found gang leader Huang. Have you ever wondered why? I've been wondering about this. Is Huang Rong in Jiefu's hands? Song Qingshu looked at him meaningfully. Han Chuanzhou hurriedly waved his hand and said, Qingshu, you overestimate me. Although I have some power, I can't hide from you and Jia Shidao at the same time. Oh? Song Qingshu thought that it was true. If he could really do it so flawlessly, Jia Shidao wouldn't be able to compete with him at all. Then where is she now? Han Chuanzhou didn't answer directly. Instead, he revealed a mysterious smile and said, in fact, the answer is very obvious. In the entire Linen City, if someone can disappear into thin air under the eyes of you, me, and Jia Shidao, then they must be more powerful than us. He paused and didn't finish his words. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up, and he suddenly understood. Han Chuanzhou and Jia Shidao were powerful in the imperial court. In the entire Linen City, who else could be more powerful than them except the emperor? Why didn't I think of that? Song Qingshu slapped his thigh and almost jumped up. In fact, it wasn't his fault. Since he saved Li Yuanji and Qin Yuan, he didn't want to stay in the palace anymore, so he subconsciously ignored this place. Thinking that Huang Rong had been missing for so many days, Song Qingshu was burning with anxiety. He couldn't wait to rescue her immediately. But he soon remembered that it was almost dawn. People in ancient times got up very early. At this time, all the people in the palace might be up. If he wanted to break in at this time, his identity would be exposed if he was careless. Han Chuanzhou seemed to have read his mind. He smiled and said, the competition for the position of commander will be held in the palace today. Qingshu, why don't you go to the palace with me? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. It would be a good idea to enter the imperial palace under the guise of the martial arts competition, especially when everyone's attention would be drawn to the martial arts competition. He could then go and rescue Huang Rong. Do you know where Huang Rong is locked up? Song Qingshu suddenly realized that if she wasn't in the palace, he would have come here for nothing. Han Chuanzhou smiled and said, I can only tell you that going to the palace today to watch the competition for the position of commander should be rewarding. Song Qingshu nodded. When it came to the emperor, a wily old fox like Han Qingzhou would definitely not reveal everything. However, he had already made it clear enough. Since he said this, he must have found out through special channels that Huang Rong was indeed hidden in the imperial palace. Then let's go now. Song Qingshu made an inviting gesture. Han Chuanzhou suddenly looked at him with a strange expression. Qingshu, you have been fighting all night. Don't you need to rest? Song Qingshu shook his head. No problem. Han Chuanzhou suddenly said in an envious tone, it's so good to be young. Although Song Qingshu said it casually, he still took a nap in the sedan on the way to the palace. After all, his body wasn't made of iron. The sedan stopped in front of the palace gate. Song Qingshu found that there were too many people gathered outside the palace. In addition to the officials who were qualified to enter the palace, there were also many low-level officers and Jianghu people waiting outside the gate. Obviously, they wanted to know the results of the competition as soon as possible. Not long after, the palace gate opened, and all the officials came to the court. Song Qingshu was now King Qi, so he was qualified to enter. As for the rest of the people, they weren't so lucky. They were strictly stopped outside the gate by the imperial palace guards. On the way to the throne room, Song Qingshu suddenly saw Murong Fu in the crowd. He seemed to be talking to Jia Sherdao about something. Song Qingshu walked over and said, Jia Shimi. Jia Sherdao looked up and was surprised. He returned the greeting and said, King Qi. The two chatted casually, and Song Qingshu suddenly said to Murong Fu, Prince Murong, long time no see. Long time no see. Looking at the high-spirited man in front of him, Murong Fu couldn't help but feel that the world was unpredictable. A few years ago, he was the famous Nan Murong, and this man was just an abandoned disciple of the Wudong sect with all the meridians in his body broken. But in just a few years, this man had grown to be someone that Murong Fu had to look up to, both in terms of martial arts and power. At that moment, Murong Fu was suddenly full of frustration. He felt that he would never be able to catch up to this man in front of him. However, he quickly came to his senses. He was a descendant of the Yan dynasty, and he had the ambition to restore the country. He was destined to be an emperor in the future. No matter how powerful Song Qingshu was, he was just a king. With this thought, his fighting spirit was instantly ignited. So, he had to defeat that Wu Tianda today and take control of the military in Sichuan. When he went to Sichuan, he would manage it for 2 years, and with Sichuan as the foundation, he would restore the glory of the Yan dynasty. Although Murong Fu didn't say it out loud, Song Qingshu could feel the changes in the atmosphere with his current cultivation. He looked at Murong Fu thoughtfully, then smiled and asked, why didn't I see Miss Wang this time? Miss Wang is familiar with all the martial arts in the world. With her guidance, you will have a higher chance of winning. When Jia Sherdao heard familiar with all the martial arts in the world, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Although it disappeared in a flash, Song Qingshu still caught it. Song Qingshu wasn't surprised at all. Wang Yuyan was only familiar with some common martial arts. She didn't have the chance to see the real top martial arts, and Jia Sherdao, as the master of the Isle of Heroes, naturally wouldn't care about it. Some time ago, my aunt sent a letter to Mantua Villa. My cousin left immediately after receiving the letter. I asked her what was written in the letter, but she didn't tell me. Murong Fu answered with a wry smile. Obviously, he was a little dissatisfied with Wang Yuyan's reservation. However, he had always been a little afraid of his beautiful aunt, so he didn't dare to bully his timid cousin. Compared to Murong Fu, I should thank Wang Yuyan more. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh when he thought of how down and out he had been. If it weren't for Wang Yuyan's knowledge of martial arts, he might have died in some corner. And Icy Snow, she had protected and taken care of him all the way. He hadn't heard from her for a long time, and he didn't know where she was now. As for Murong Fu, he had already repaid his debt, and Murong Fu had helped him several times. If there was another conflict, Song Qingshu didn't want to be merciful. At this time, there was a sudden exclamation from the crowd. Song Qingshu looked up and found that Wu Tianda had also appeared. Maybe Han Xingzhou had sent someone to inform him in advance. At this time, although he still looked handsome, anyone with a little bit of insight could see that his face was pale and his eyes were listless. Strong in appearance, but weak in reality. As expected. Both Jia Sherdao and Murong Fu sneered at the same time. The other officials were also discussing who would win today's martial arts competition. There were those who supported Wu Tianda, and there were also many who supported Murong Fu. Everyone had their reasons, but unfortunately, they could only speculate based on some superficial information. Soon, a group of people came to Xichen Palace. The civil and military officials stood in order. Song Qingshu had a special identity, and now he had the title of King Qi, so he naturally stood in the front. Beside him, in addition to Prince Yi whom Song Qingshu had seen at the dinner that night, there was another prince, the current crown prince, Zhao Guihe. Because he was sent to the south for disaster relief some time ago, Song Qingshu only saw him today. Quietly looking at the future heir to the throne, Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. King Yi, Zhao Guicheng, was handsome and dignified, while this crown prince, Zhao Guihe, was much worse. Although he wasn't wretched, his appearance was ordinary, the kind that you wouldn't recognize if you threw him on the street. In the words of future generations, the crown prince was a kind of quiet and honest man, while King Yi was the kind of tall, rich, and handsome man who was surrounded by stars. Although Song Qingshu was more familiar with King Yi, he didn't know why he liked the honest and ordinary crown prince more. Is this the resentment of an honest man? Thinking of the comments on the internet in his previous life, Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile. Not long after, Zhao Go also came out from the back palace. The court meeting began as usual. With Han Xingzhou's reminder, Song Qingshu had no choice but to come out and give his thanks. After all, he had been conferred the title of Queen of Qi. He had been busy looking for Huang Rong and had not had the time to give his thanks. Zhao Go's face had not been very good. However, Zhao Go's memory of his stubbornness in the palace was still fresh in his mind. So, even though he was extremely displeased, he had not shown it previously. He was afraid that Song Qingshu would be unreasonable. If that happened, he would not be able to extricate himself from the situation. That would really be a laughingstock. Now, seeing Song Qingshu take the initiative to thank him, Zhao Go actually felt a little overjoyed. King Qi need not be so courteous. Today is the day of the martial selection tournament. King Qi, your martial arts are unparalleled, you can be a witness at the side and judge for them when the time comes. Song Qingshu frowned. He wanted to secretly save Huang Rong. If he became a judge, wouldn't it be inconvenient for him to move around? But the other's words were reasonable. It was hard to refuse in front of so many people. He stepped forward and answered, there are many martial art experts in the palace, so naturally there are many judges. Moreover, your majesty is wise and powerful, and your vision is like a torch. When it comes to judging, who can compare to your majesty? Zhao Go didn't expect Song Qingshu to give face like this. For a moment, he was so happy that he forgot to mention the matter of him being a judge. What followed next was the normal court proceedings. Listening to all kinds of reports, Song Qingshu couldn't help but want to yawn. It was really torturous here. If it wasn't to save Huang Rong, he wouldn't be so bored as to attend this kind of court meeting. He wanted to sneak away to find Huang Rong. Unfortunately, he was standing in front of all the officials. He was too conspicuous. He couldn't use his hands to pee like he did in school. He couldn't help but feel torturous. Fortunately, the most important topic of the day was the battle for the position of marshal, so the court meeting ended much earlier than usual. Following that, Zhao Go led the civil and military officials to the Qing palace and began to hold the sacrificial ceremony, to comfort the ancestors that they had recovered the land of Sichuan, and so on. Because there were many people attending the sacrificial ceremony, in addition to the tedious process and lengthy preparation, Song Qingshu finally found a chance to urinate. Naturally, the officials were not allowed to wander around in the palace. A eunuch had already come to lead him there. Along the way, Song Qingshu used the soul-shifting spell to control the eunuch when no one was paying attention. Then, he quietly slipped into the inner palace. Originally, after the incident with Huang Chang, Song Qingshu was quite afraid of running into the inner palace. After all, although his martial arts were high, it was easy to hide from the guards in the palace. It was difficult to hide from Huang Chang. But today, the emperor was at the Qing palace making sacrifices. Huang Chang should be nearby to protect him. In addition, it was broad daylight. At this time, the security in the inner palace was the most lax. Very quickly, Song Qingshu snuck into the inner palace. Following the direction of his memory, he found the palace where Aku was. He found her reading a book in front of the window. He couldn't help but sigh. He had been worried that she had gone to the imperial garden and he had come empty-handed. His figure flashed by, and like lightning, he sealed the acupuncture points of a few palace maids in the room and came behind Aku. Hearing the movement behind her, Aku turned her head in surprise. Seeing the palace maids lying on the ground, she subconsciously covered her mouth and swallowed her scream. "It's you." Aku's voice was filled with pleasant surprise as she subconsciously ran towards him. However, she seemed to have realized something and stopped halfway. A faint blush appeared on her youthful and delicate face, making her even more beautiful and alluring. "Long time no see." Song Qingshu smiled gently. Who knew that when Aku heard his words, she became a little angry. "You still say it? Since the last time you took my mother out of the palace, there has been no news. If I hadn't secretly asked the palace maids and found out that you were still in linen, I would have thought." Speaking to this point, she suddenly blushed and didn't continue. "Thought what?" Song Qingshu was startled and asked curiously. Unable to stand his continuous questioning, Aku had to say, "I thought you took my mother away." It was no wonder that she had such a worry. After all, Qin Yuanyuan used to be the most beautiful woman in the world. Now, her charm was not the slightest bit less than before. There were few men in the world who could resist her charm. It was not surprising that Song Qingshu had the idea to take her away. Song Qingshu was speechless. "In your heart, is my character so untrustworthy?" When he said this, he also felt a little guilty. After all, although he did not take Qin Yuanyuan away, he had already taken her to bed. "Your character is not trustworthy." Aku snorted. "How is my mother now?" "She is all right. She eats well and sleeps well. Now she looks a few years younger." Song Qingshu secretly added a sentence. "There is no lack of my credit. Then I can rest assured." Aku breathed a long sigh of relief. Then she asked some things after Qin Yuanyuan left the palace. Song Qingshu answered them one by one. "By the way, why did you come to the Forbidden Palace now?" Aku looked at the sky outside and said worriedly, "It's broad daylight now. If you're found, you'll be in trouble. It's like this. A friend of mine was captured by the people in the palace." Song Qingshu roughly told her about Huang Rong's capture but did not mention the specific details. "So I specially came to ask you if you found anything unusual in any of the concubines' palaces?" "It's a female friend, right?" Aku asked sourly. She's already married. Her child is about the same age as you. Don't think too much." Song Qingshu answered awkwardly. "Oh." Aku's expression became better. She frowned and recalled as she said, "There doesn't seem to be anything unusual in these concubines' palaces. Think about it carefully. Any clues will do." Song Qingshu frowned. After all, the palace was so big. It was too easy to hide a person. If there were no clues, it was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. "Right." Aku's eyes suddenly lit up. "I remember. Once, because I missed my mother too much, I unknowingly walked to the cold palace where she was last time. In the end, I was stopped when I arrived at the cold palace. They said that I was of noble status and could not go in and be tainted by bad luck. But I clearly went to the cold palace before, and there were no guards." Song Qingshu nodded. "That's right. The easiest place to hide in the entire palace should be the cold palace. Thank you, Aku. I'm going to save her now." "Hey!" Aku hurriedly stopped him. Under his puzzled gaze, she blushed and whispered, "Can you come to see me more often in the future when you're free?" Noticing that his expression had become strange, she hurriedly explained, "Hey, don't think too much. It's because my mother left, and I'm too bored in this palace alone." Song Qingshu smiled slightly. "You don't have to be too sad. Sooner or later, I'll take you out of the palace." "Really?" Aku exclaimed. Her small chest rose and fell rapidly. It was obvious that she was extremely excited at the moment. "Of course it's true." Song Qingshu smiled, waved goodbye to her, and used his qinggong to quickly disappear from her line of sight. "I'll wait for you." Looking at his departing figure, Aka's eyes seemed to bloom with a brilliant light. Her whisper did not escape Song Qingshu's ears. He couldn't help but frown. He faintly felt that something was wrong, but he was in a hurry to save her, so he didn't have time to think about it. The two of them clearly understood this promise to have different meanings. Song Qingshu was only doing it out of friendship, but Aku was filled with the feelings of a young girl. Originally, Song Qingshu was not so dull, but because of his relationship with Qin Yuan, he subconsciously treated Aku as a junior, so he really didn't think in that direction. The reason why this courtyard was special was mainly because there were usually not many people in the cold palace. It could be described as empty, lonely, and cold. However, this small courtyard was filled with guards inside and outside. Although they did not wear the uniform of the palace guards, they wore ordinary clothes. Although they said ordinary, the quality of the clothes was much better than that of ordinary people in the Jianghu. Song Qingshu pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and silently hid in a tree about 100 feet away from the courtyard. He looked down at the courtyard through the dense foliage, searching for a weak spot in the defense line. After all, he only wanted to quietly rescue the people and leave. He didn't want the entire imperial palace to come and capture the assassins. After memorizing the positions of the hidden sentries, Song Qingshu was about to go down the tree when his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a graceful young woman walking out from the inner room to the courtyard outside. That slightly bulging belly was very eye-catching. Who else could it be but Huang Rong? "I finally found you." Song Qingshu was extremely excited, because he knew that if he missed again, he wouldn't be able to endure such a blow. From afar, Huang Rong looked worried, but her face was rosy and her clothes were clean. She obviously hadn't been mistreated. Song Qingshu's heart, which had been on tenterhooks all this time, finally calmed down. Why does Zhao Ge want to catch Huang Rong? After his worries dissipated, Song Qingshu started to think about this problem. In his mind, Zhao Ge and Huang Rong had no conflict of interest at all. Moreover, Zhao Ge was guarding Xianxia and was a pillar of the country. Why would they touch his family? Was it because Guo Jing was on Jia Shidao's side, and Zhao Ge wanted to balance the power of both sides? Song Qingshu's heart jumped. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. After all, Jingzhou was already heavily marked with Jia Shidao's side. If Sichuan fell into the hands of Jia Shidao's people, then 2/3 of the power in the imperial court would be under his control. Zhao Ge, as the emperor, would probably have trouble sleeping. Suddenly, there was a quarrel not far away. Song Qingshu looked up. It was Huang Rong who wanted to walk out of the courtyard, but the guards wouldn't let her. Hey, although these guards look quite capable, with Huang Rong's martial arts, they shouldn't be able to stop her. Song Qingshu looked carefully and noticed that Huang Rong's footsteps were much heavier than usual. She must have sealed her power. Zhao Ge, you better hope that she's fine. If she or the child in her womb is injured. A cold glint flashed through Song Qingshu's eyes, and he snuck over. Huang Rong was stopped and could only return to the room. Because she was pregnant, she was already a little tired, so she could only sit on the bed and sulk. This is so infuriating. Huang Rong was so annoyed that she couldn't help but stomp her feet in anger. Be careful. It won't be good if you hurt the child. A gentle voice rang out from the side. None of your business. Huang Rong answered instinctively. She suddenly realized something and turned her head in disbelief. She saw a face that she loved and hated at the same time. Huang Rong was thinking about how she should face her when Song Qingshu rushed up and hugged her. He murmured affectionately, Rong-er. Huang Rong wanted to push him away, but when she heard the deep emotion in his voice, her heart softened. She put down her hand that was halfway out, and instead hugged his back lightly. The two of them hugged in silence for a while. Huang Rong suddenly pushed him away. Don't hug me so tightly, my stomach. Hearing this, Song Qingshu quickly let go and said apologetically, sorry, I almost forgot. As he spoke, he squatted down and pressed his face against her stomach. Come, let uncle hear if you have any objections. Uncle? Hearing these two words, a strange look flashed across Huang Rong's face, and she couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. Suddenly noticing the movement of Song Qingshu's hand, Huang Rong blushed and slapped his hand away from her stomach. Don't touch him. It's only been a few months. How can he interact with you? After all, she had given birth once. Her experience was far beyond that of a virgin like Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu giggled. I can't help it. I'm too excited. Huang Rong blushed. It's not your child. Why are you so excited? It doesn't matter. It's your child anyway. Song Qingshu suddenly changed his tone. Besides, it's not easy to make them call me father. Hearing his words, Huang Rong's heart beat wildly. What do you mean? Song Qingshu said with a smile, with my friendship with Brother Gua, and the fact that he has saved you several times, I think Brother Gua will definitely not refuse when we agree that the children will recognize me as their godfather after they are born. In your dreams. Huang Rong spat. Originally, she thought that she must ask her husband not to agree in the future. But for some reason, she suddenly felt that this kind of ending seemed to be good. Wait, why did you keep saying words like they and children from the beginning? Huang Rong sensitively noticed the abnormality in his words. Because I know you're pregnant with twins, and it's a boy and a girl. Looking at her slightly bulging belly, Song Qingshu said with delight. Nonsense. How do you know? Huang Rong touched her belly, snorted, and said angrily. Do you want to make a bet? Song Qingshu said with confidence. Let's bet. Seeing his confident look, Huang Rong raised her chin and snorted. It was as if she was no longer the dignified and wise Mrs. Gua, but the little demon girl who was afraid of nothing. The key is, what are we betting on? If I win, when the children are born, they will call me father. Seeing Huang Rong's frown, he hurriedly added, Godfather, Godfather. Huang Rong hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded, okay. But what if you lose? If I lose, you can make any request. Song Qingshu said, patting his chest. Aren't you afraid that I will make things difficult for you? Huang Rong asked curiously. I'm not afraid, because I know I won't lose. Song Qingshu's face exuded a layer of confidence. I hope you remember what you said today. Huang Rong snorted, then lowered her head and gently touched her belly. On one hand, she wanted to win the bet, but on the other hand, she was very excited about the fact that they were a boy and a girl. She couldn't help but feel conflicted. At this time, there was a sudden knock on the door, and a soft voice said, I'm here to bring fruit to Madam. As she spoke, she pushed the door open and was about to enter. Song Qingshu looked up and saw that there was no place to hide. In a hurry, he could only jump onto the bed and conveniently pull the quilt over to cover his body. Huang Rong's reaction was also very fast. She roughly glanced at the quilt, and it was easy to see that there was an extra person under the quilt. She had no choice but to crawl under the quilt and use her body to block the maid's line of sight. When the maid came in and saw Huang Rong lying on the bed, she couldn't help but be shocked. Why did Madam sleep so early? Huang Rong's face turned red. I'm a little tired and want to lie down for a while. Then I will help Madam wash your clothes. The maid said as she walked over. Huang Rong hurriedly said, no need. Right now, she was lying on the bed with her clothes on. It wasn't like she had really taken off her clothes to sleep. If the maid came over, wouldn't everything be exposed? Seeing the maid's puzzled expression, Huang Rong was worried that she would see something strange, so she hurriedly said, help me light some sandalwood. It will help me sleep. Okay. The maid put down the fruit plate in her hand and ran to the side to light the sandalwood. You are living quite comfortably now. You have fruits and a personal maid to serve you. Song Qingshu suddenly came over and said to Huang Rong. Huang Rong was startled and hurriedly pressed his head under the quilt. In the end, she didn't know if the direction of the force was wrong or if he did it on purpose, but Song Qingshu's entire head was buried between her breasts. Her breasts were originally very full, and because she was pregnant, her breasts had nearly doubled in size. With such a bump, Song Qingshu felt as if he had bumped into a ball of cotton, but Huang Rong's entire body trembled and she almost cried out. Madam, are you not feeling well? Do you want me to call for an imperial physician? The sound on the bed alarmed the maid. She turned around and found that Huang Rong's face was much redder than usual. She couldn't help but ask worriedly. No, I just want to rest for a while. After you light the incense, you can go out. Huang Rong forced herself to make her voice sound calm. Yes. The people in the imperial palace were all very good at reading people's expressions. Hearing the trace of impatience in her voice, the maid quickly excused herself. After she saw the maid leave and close the door, Huang Rong angrily lifted the quilt and glared at Song Qingshu, who was completely glued to her body. Hurry and let go. Song Qingshu's expression didn't change as he pulled the quilt back to cover the two of them. He said seriously, in order to prevent someone from suddenly breaking in and causing us to be discovered, it is safer for us to chat like this. Huang Rong looked straight into his eyes and said unhappily, do you think I don't know what you are planning? Song Qingshu was also a hoodlum. Seeing that his act of using his official position for private gain had been exposed, he couldn't help but chuckle. We already have a more intimate relationship. What is this now? Huang Rong's face instantly turned frosty. She sat up on the bed and said, go. I don't want you to save me. It was my bad mouth. You are the grand beggar sex leader. A great person like you shouldn't hold a grudge against me. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and repeatedly begged for mercy. The corner of Huang Rong's mouth rose slightly. You are the Grand Prince of Qi. A commoner girl like me is nothing to you. If you continue to be like this, do you believe that I will kidnap a commoner girl? Song Qingshu deliberately put on a stern face and pretended to be fierce. Huang Rong spat. You are going to be, a prince's woman. You are still so shameless. Song Qingshu teased her for a while. Suddenly, he said seriously, it is getting late. I will take you out now. But we are in the imperial palace. It is easier said than done to get out. Huang Rong said with a worried expression. Song Qingshu was stunned. Do you know that this is the imperial palace? Huang Rong rolled her eyes at him grumpily. I am not stupid. In the entire Linen City, who can kidnap me under the nose of Jia Sherdao, Han Xingzhou, and you accept the people in the imperial palace? As for you, I thought you should have figured it out a few days ago and come to save me, but you didn't come until today. Song Qingshu was fascinated by the charming young woman in front of him. He said, you are the famous female Zhuge in Jianghu. I am not as smart as you. Besides, why do you only blame me and not Brother Gua? Cunning? Song Qingshu was speechless. Am I that bad? Ask yourself, compared to Brother Jing, are you considered sly and cunning? Huang Rong rolled her eyes at him. Song Qingshu sternly said, in terms of being a gentleman and being selfless, I am indeed not as good as Hero Gua. But in terms of expelling the Tartars and restoring China, I am not the least bit inferior to Hero Gua. Huang Rong was stunned by his words. After a long time, she sighed and said, not only is he not bad, Brother Jing is not as good as you in this aspect. This had always been a knot in her heart. She and her husband had been defending Shenyang for so many years, and Gu Jing was so busy that he had almost no time for his family. Although they had repelled the Mongols several times, she knew that if they continued to defend passively, the Mongols would break through Shenyang sooner or later. When that time came, the fate of her family could be imagined. Even though the world called her a female Zhuge, and at the same time she was aware of the gloomy ending, she was still powerless to change it. All she could do was try her best to delay the arrival of that day. Until Song Qingshu suddenly rose to prominence in the past 2 years. In just a few years, he had gained a firm foothold among the major powers and seized nearly half of the country from the Manchurian Qing. He had dealt a huge blow to the arrogance of the grassland empires. If she could get his help, she might really be able to change the tragic fate of her family. Because of this, she was more tolerant of Song Qingshu than most men. Otherwise, she would not be the kind of woman who would get entangled with him because of the accident that night. Of course, there was a premise to all this. After all they had been through, she did not hate him. Otherwise, she would have used the same trick she used on Ouyang-ku. Rong-er, I will be proud to hear you praise me like this. Song Qingshu said humbly, but he could not hide his pride. Stop talking nonsense. Think about how we are going to get out of here. Huang Rong was also speechless. She thought to herself that he could clearly be considered an overlord of a region, but sometimes he was like a child. However, it was precisely because of this childishness that she would sometimes completely let down her guard. Actually, it's not difficult to get out. What's difficult is how to get out without alerting the guards in the palace, Song Qingshu said with a bitter smile. I don't know how many people saw me enter the palace today. If things get out of hand, they'll quickly suspect me. What's more, there's a martial arts competition going on right now. I have to return to the scene. Huang Rong's eyes lit up and she asked happily, Brother Jing is here too? Song Qingshu pursed his lips. Aren't you afraid that I'll be disappointed? Huang Rong pursed her lips into a smile and snorted, I care about my husband. Why are you so disappointed? Song Qingshu was speechless for a moment. He could only answer, Brother Gua didn't come. You went missing, and he has been looking for you like crazy. He has no intention of participating in the competition. Jia Sherdao had to let Gusumurong Fu take his place. Then he roughly explained the whole thing. Huang Rong stomped her feet and couldn't help but say, Brother Jing is so stupid. In her eyes, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as he won the competition, he would barely be able to enter the upper echelons of the southern Song dynasty. He would be able to mobilize resources, and he would be able to do many more things than when he was a commoner in Shenyang. By then, he wouldn't be as powerless as he was in Shenyang. Hirogwa is very affectionate. Don't blame him, Song Qingshu said with a bitter smile. Of course I know that Brother Jing is affectionate. Huang Rong sighed. But this opportunity is too good. It would be a pity to give it up like this. Actually, he has no choice but to give it up. This time, Zhao Guo clearly doesn't want him to win, Song Qingshu explained. Huang Rong's expression darkened. Actually, when I realized that this was the palace, I had already guessed it. I just didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Now, it seems that it's mainly because of the Jia family. Rong you really are a female zhuge. With just this bit of information, you can almost guess the whole thing. Song Qingshu couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. What's the use of being a female zhuge? As the saying goes, it's easy to know the heavens, but it's hard to go against them. Now that the emperor can't tolerate Brother Jing, I suddenly feel that defending Shenyang all these years is inexplicably ridiculous. The more Huang Rong spoke, the angrier she got. She was not a person who was loyal to the emperor, so her tone was naturally full of resentment towards Zhao Guo. Not using people like you can only mean that Zhao Guo is blind. Song Qingshu looked at her affectionately. Why don't you come to the Golden Snake camp? I'll let Brother Gua be the Grand Marshal of the army and let you be his advisor. You can fully display your talents. Feeling the other's passionate gaze, Huang Rong's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively refused. We won't go to your place, isn't that sending sheep to the tiger's mouth? The second half of her sentence was almost inaudible. Song Qingshu sighed. Actually, even if you are willing, Hirogwa may not be willing. His ambition is to help the people. Now, if you ask him to abandon the people of Shenyang City, he probably won't be able to do it. Huang Rong smiled bitterly. That's just his personality. All I can do is support him. Dong dong dong, the faint sound of drums came from afar. Song Qingshu hurriedly said, looks like the competition has already started. We have to hurry and leave. I'll have to trouble you. Here's a set of attendant clothes. You can change into them first. As Prince Qi, he was qualified to bring a few attendants into the palace. He planned to disguise Huang Rong and sneak out of the palace with him later. When entering the palace, everyone is registered. When there's an extra person by your side, how can the palace guards not notice? Huang Rong quickly realized the potential risks. Don't worry. Have you forgotten about the soul transfer method? When the time comes, we can secretly use it on the person who is investigating. He won't stop us. Song Qingshu smiled. Huang Rong nodded secretly. She also knew the soul transfer method. It was no problem for her to confuse an ordinary person. Song Qingshu's martial arts were 10 times better than hers. It should not be a problem for him to deal with a palace guard. Suddenly realizing something, Huang Rong blushed. Go back for a while. Song Qingshu glanced at the clothes in her hand. He smiled and spread his hands. Take a look yourself. Is there any place in the whole room where we can go? After all, this room was used to imprison her. All the irrelevant items had already been taken away. They wanted to see everything as soon as they entered the room. So, they could not go back even if they wanted to. Then turn around. Huang Rong suddenly thought of something. She quickly added, "No, you have to cover your eyes too." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Rong are you serious? We are in danger now. People can break in at any time. Do you want me to cover my eyes at this time? Huang Rong blushed. She realized that this request was indeed a little inappropriate. But if he did not cover his eyes, she would not be at ease. Rong this is urgent. Don't waste time. Song Qingshu then muttered. Besides, it's not like I haven't seen it before. This sentence instantly made Huang Rong frown. Song Qingshu hurriedly turned around. Don't worry. I won't look. You promise not to look back? Huang Rong quietly looked into his eyes. I promise. Song Qingshu raised his hand. He looked like he was swearing. Well, I believe you for the time being. Huang Rong bit her lip. After hesitating for a long time, she finally began to change her clothes. Should I be a gentleman or not? Song Qingshu couldn't help but start an intense psychological struggle when he heard the voice behind him that made him daydream. Ah! At this moment, Huang Rong suddenly exclaimed behind him. What's wrong? Song Qingshu subconsciously turned around. Unexpectedly, what he saw was Huang Rong sitting on the bed, neatly dressed and sneering at him. I know your words are not reliable. Huang Rong glared at him angrily. Song Qingshu felt wronged. I thought something happened to you. Huang Rong said angrily, there are only the two of us in the room. What could happen to me? Didn't you want to take the opportunity to look at me? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. No wonder everyone says that Ronger is smart. Can you not be so scheming? Who told you to have bad intentions? Huang Rong proudly snorted. Turn around. Don't look back this time. Fine. Even if you take off your clothes and seduce me to bed now, I won't look back. Song Qingshu said angrily. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Huang Rong blushed and spat. She carefully looked at him and found that he really had no intention of looking back. Then she began to change her clothes. However, she still did not feel at ease changing behind him. She looked around and finally climbed onto the bed. Her whole body shrunk under the quilt before she began to undress. She wanted to change her clothes under the quilt. Even if he turned his head, he would not be able to see anything. Thinking of this, Huang Rong slightly raised the corner of her mouth, showing a trace of a proud smile. Dr. Li, this way please. At this time, the sound of the door opening suddenly came. The smile on Huang Rong's face instantly froze. Seeing that the person outside was about to come in, Song Qingshu's figure flashed and went back to the quilt again. At this time, Huang Rong had already taken off her clothes, and her whole body was like a smooth mermaid. As soon as Song Qingshu entered the bed, it was inevitable that he would come into contact with her skin. A burst of soft and supple touch came, and at the same time, the bed was filled with a fragrant fragrance that was like orchid and musk. You! Huang Rong's skin instantly floated a layer of rose-like blush. When she was about to lose her temper, the person outside had already come in. She had no choice but to pull the quilt to cover her exposed skin. Only her head was exposed outside the quilt. In this way, it was inevitable that she would have body contact with the other man in the quilt. Especially that bastard did not have any intention of avoiding her. Instead, he became even more aggressive. If she was not afraid of being discovered by the person who came in, she was afraid that she would have already been angry and attacked. Her body seems to be a little uncomfortable. Why don't you take a look at her? If anything happens to the child in her stomach, we will all lose our heads. A timid female voice said. It was obviously the voice of the maid who had just left. As to why the palace maid was so worried about Huang Rong's health, it was easy to understand. Zhao Go probably just didn't want Guo Jing to take up the position in the Sichuan army and didn't want anything to happen. If Huang Rong had a miscarriage because of his actions this time, it would force Guo Jing to rebel. Once the news got out, the royal family's prestige would be gone as well. Because Huang Rong had gone to bed so early just now, and she had said she wasn't feeling well, the more the palace maid thought about it, the more worried she became. If something happened to Huang Rong, she would lose her life. She quickly called for the imperial doctor. Even if she made Huang Rong angry, she couldn't care less. Right now, Huang Rong wasn't just angry, she was also embarrassed. She had tried so hard to defend herself, but she was still taken advantage of. "Madam, please extend your hand for me to take your pulse," the imperial doctor said when he saw Huang Rong's eyes were open. Huang Rong's face reddened. She had just taken off her clothes. If she extended her hand, wouldn't he see her body? The palace maid saw that Huang Rong didn't move and became anxious. She sat on the side of the bed and wanted to lift the blanket to take her hand out. Even though this was a bit rough, Huang Rong was a prisoner. It was okay to offend her a little. Seeing that the maidservant was about to lift the blanket, Huang Rong thought about how she would look naked with Song Qingshu. Her heart instantly leaped into her throat. Luckily, Song Qingshu suddenly jumped out of the blanket. The palace maid and the imperial doctor didn't have time to see anything before they fainted. Song Qingshu moved the two of them to the side so that they wouldn't make a sound if they fell. Only then did he turn around and say apologetically, "I was in a hurry just now, so I hope Rong won't take offense." Huang Rong blushed and sat on the bed with the blanket wrapped around her. Her eyes were full of anger. Was it really in a hurry? Song Qingshu was startled. "What do you mean?" Huang Rong smiled coldly. "Because my inner strength was sealed, my hearing isn't as good as before." "But with your high martial arts, how could you have waited until the two of them walked to the door before you realized?" Song Qingshu's eyebrows twitched, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Rong, you're really smart. I can't even hide this from you." It turned out that he had indeed heard the commotion of the two of them coming over. Originally, he wanted to hide in advance, but he changed his mind at the last moment and wanted to go with the flow. Who knew that Huang Rong would see through him at a glance? Huang Rong's face was full of anger. "Song, you said you wouldn't disturb my life. What are you doing now?" Song Qingshu sighed. "I just wanted to be close to you." "Who told you to be so rude to me?" "I had no choice but to do this." "You." Hearing his words, Huang Rong was furious. She said coldly, "If you are rude to me again, I will tell Brother Jing directly." Song Qingshu held his breath and said, "You won't." In this way, the matter of the Jin kingdom will definitely be exposed. "Rong, you are so smart that you won't do something so impulsive." Huang Rong was expressionless. "It's better than being pestered by you for the rest of my life. I have already let Brother Jing down before, and I don't want to let him down again. What's more, I believe in Brother Jing's character. He will definitely forgive me and protect me for the rest of my life." Song Qingshu stared at her eyes carefully, trying to judge how much of what she said was true. In the end, all he saw was the determination in her eyes. Suddenly, his stubbornness also rushed out. He snorted and said, "Rong, don't force me. At worst, I will take this opportunity to hide you in a place where no one can find you and play imprisonment play for the rest of your life." "You." Huang Rong was so angry that her chest rose and fell rapidly. Although she had never heard of the term imprisonment play, it was not difficult for her to guess the meaning of it with her intelligence. Although the possibility of this was very small, Huang Rong really did not dare to take the risk. She was worried that if Song Qingshu really became hot-blooded and imprisoned her in a secret room, becoming his exclusive slave for the rest of his life, she really could not do anything about it. Seeing that she was a little scared, Song Qingshu snorted and then walked to the side and began to take off the maid's clothes. "You, what are you doing?" Huang Rong was a little confused at this time. She thought that he did not want to rape her while she was unconscious. "What do you think I want to do?" Song Qingshu rolled his eyes and threw the clothes he took off to her. "Put on her clothes." Huang Rong was so scared that she did not react before. Now that she had calmed down, she immediately understood his intention. "But even if I put on her clothes, I will be easily recognized." Huang Rong said worriedly. "I will dress you up a little later, and it should be no problem." Song Qingshu could have made her look exactly like this maid, but she was not one of his people. In addition, she was too smart. Song Qingshu was worried that she would speculate something else after seeing the disguise, so he could only make some conventional disguises for her. Okay then. Huang Rong reached out to take the clothes. A large area of her white skin was instantly exposed to the air. She immediately reacted. Turn around. This time, Song Qingshu did not accommodate her. He walked directly to the bed and picked up the clothes for her. There is not much time. I have been out for so long. I must have aroused the suspicion of someone. I must go back immediately. Hey, let go of me. When the quilt was directly thrown to the side, Huang Rong said angrily and anxiously. Song Qingshu said lightly, don't make trouble. Anyway, I have seen your body from top to bottom. I have touched it and kissed it. Is there a need to be so polite? He already understood that it was not a wise choice to fight with Huang Rong. It was better to use force. Perhaps it would have a miraculous effect. You. Huang Rong almost fainted from anger. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Her resistance was completely useless. In desperation, she could only keep comforting herself. Anyway, I have been seen. It does not seem to matter if I see it again. After a while, Song Qingshu took out a small bronze mirror and placed it in front of her. It's done. Take a look and see if there are any flaws. After saying that, he began to put on the imperial physician's clothes. Looking at the woman in the mirror, Huang Rong's face revealed a trace of astonishment. She didn't think that after being fiddled with by him, she would actually look somewhat similar to the palace maid. Even her slightly bulging belly was covered by his loose clothes. Although she couldn't hide it from the people close to her, at a glance, the chances of her deceiving them were still very high. Looking at Song Qingshu, who had begun to disguise himself as the imperial physician, a complicated look flashed through Huang Rong's eyes. Although this man was a bit annoying at times, he was really skilled. After a while, Song Qingshu also finished his disguise. Then, he took the clothes that Huang Rong had taken off and casually put them on the maid. Then, he stuffed her onto the bed and covered her with a blanket, pretending that Huang Rong was sleeping. As for the imperial physician, Song Qingshu had originally wanted to put him on the bed as well. However, after considering that it might damage the maid's reputation, he finally put him under the bed. In a moment, just lower your head and follow me. Remember to not be serious. Huang Rong's heart trembled. Thinking about the danger that would follow, she became alert. Right now, the most important thing was to safely get out of here. She did not have the time to blame him for what he had just done. Seeing her nervous expression, Song Qingshu smiled and patted her hand. In reality, you don't have to be so worried. With me here, even if we are exposed, I can just take you and kill our way out of the palace. Huang Rong was startled. Suddenly, she felt that the smile of the man in front of her was no longer hateful. Instead, it became even warmer. She suddenly had an urge to deliberately expose her identity and let Song Qingshu take her out of the mountains of knives and seas of fire. That scene would definitely be unforgettable for the rest of her life. However, she quickly extinguished this thought. She knew in her heart that if she was still a young girl and hadn't met Jing Ji, she might really be so willful for once. But now, she was a married woman. Song Qingshu did not know what was going on in Huang Rong's heart. He took a deep breath and first walked out the door. Then, he turned around and imitated the words of the imperial physician. The madam has become ill from worry. In addition, she is pregnant and her body is a bit weak. I will go write a prescription to help with the miscarriage. You can come with me to get the medicine. Huang Rong reacted quickly. She hurriedly lowered her head and imitated the voice of the palace maid. Yes. The nearby guards looked in from the door and saw that Huang Rong was resting on the bed. They did not make things difficult for the two of them. They waved their hands and let them go. Song Qingshu secretly winked at Huang Rong, indicating for her to follow him. Then, he led the way out. Huang Rong's heart jumped to her throat. She was secretly annoyed. This person is really bold. Even at a time like this, he is still so frivolous. The two of them slowly walked out. Seeing that they were about to leave the courtyard, Huang Rong was just about to let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the leader of the guards behind her shouted, "Wait a moment." Huang Rong's hair instantly stood on end. She thought, it's over. Are we going to fail at the last moment? At the same time, she secretly complained, I don't know if that bastard did it on purpose or if he forgot. He didn't remove the restriction on her body. The once dignified beggar clan leader is now powerless. Any strong palace maid can subdue her. The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. This bastard must have done it on purpose. Huang Rong quickly came to her senses. In this way, she could only rely on him. In a dangerous situation, it was easier for her to rely on him and have a good impression of him. What a bastard. What's the matter? Song Qingshu turned around and asked. I didn't call you. The guard didn't even look at him. He walked directly towards Huang Rong. His eyes revealed a trace of fiery desire. Little Chuier, why do I suddenly find that your figure has become better? You walk with 3 steps, and your buttocks shake and shake. Brother's soul almost flew out of his body. His words were echoed by the surrounding guards. That's right. Brother can't control himself just by looking at your back. Hearing the vulgar whistles around her, Huang Rong suddenly felt ashamed and angry. At this time, she suddenly realized that although Song Qingshu was also like this sometimes, this frivolous to her, compared to these vulgar people, she felt much better. Turn around and let brother see. Seeing that Huang Rong was standing in the same spot, the guard was dissatisfied and walked in front of her with large strides. When he saw her appearance, the guard was first startled, then shocked. Although Song Qingshu's rough version of the disguise was somewhat similar, it would not be able to withstand such a close look from an acquaintance. The guard clearly recognized that she was not the palace maid from before. His hand instantly pressed on the saber at his waist, and his mouth subconsciously opened, wanting to call out. At this time, Song Qingshu suddenly blocked in front of Huang Rong and looked at her with a smile. What happened? The guard was startled and a trace of confusion flashed through his eyes. His hand on the hilt of the knife gradually loosened. No, nothing, you can go. Song Qingshu faintly smiled and gave Huang Rong a meaningful look. The two of them walked out of the courtyard one after the other. When they turned into a long corridor, Song Qingshu put his arm around her waist and used his lightness kung fu to quickly move around the palace. Only when they arrived at a relatively safe place did Song Qingshu put down the beauty in his arms. He gently said, Okay, it's all right now. Huang Rong's face was slightly red and she unnaturally brushed the hair that had fallen by her ear. Just now, you used the soul-shifting technique? Yes, I didn't want to have a direct confrontation with those guards, so I could only do this. Song Qingshu shrugged. Huang Rong, on the other hand, was secretly shocked. In that instant, Song Qingshu had controlled the mind of a highly skilled guard. Her great soul transfer technique was like the difference between clouds and mud compared to his. In the future, you are not allowed to use the soul-shifting technique on me. Huang Rong glared at Song Qingshu with an inexplicable fear in her heart. Song Qingshu chuckled. That depends on the situation. If you annoy me, I'll use the soul transfer technique on you and make you love me to death for the rest of your life. You'll become my slave and do shameless things on the bed every day. Why is it getting more and more interesting the more I talk about it? You bastard. Huang Rong angrily grabbed the hairpin on her head and threw it at him. Song Qingshu easily dodged the attack and laughed out loud. All right. Quickly take off the palace maid's clothes. Let's return to the martial arts competition hall. Who knows, the victor might have been decided by now. Huang Rong gritted her teeth. She knew that they were not out of danger yet. She could only follow his instructions and take off the palace maid's clothes, revealing the servant's clothes that she had worn before. Song Qingshu stared at her for a long time. Then, he walked over and tied up her messy hair. He then took out a hat to cover her black hair. This should be enough. Will I be recognized like this? Huang Rong pulled the lower edge of the hat and asked guiltily. Just now, when the other's hand stroked her hair, that touch still made her heart palpitate. Don't worry. Even if Brother Gui came now, he wouldn't be able to recognize you. Song Qingshu smiled. He took her hand and walked in the direction of the martial arts hall. Song Qingshu returned to his original appearance. Because of his distinguished status, the guards didn't dare to stop him. As for the attendants behind him, they naturally wouldn't attract attention. At this time, the competition had already reached its climax. Everyone's attention was attracted, so no one noticed the arrival of Song Qingshu and Huang Rong. After returning to his seat and sitting down, Song Qingshu arranged for Huang Rong to stand behind him. At the same time, he secretly used secret voice sending to say, "I'll have to trouble you to stand here for a while. When the competition is over and the civil and military officials leave the palace, I'll take the opportunity to take you out." N. Huang Rong made an almost imperceptible sound. Although her physical strength had weakened after her pregnancy, Song Qingshu had just released the seal in her body. Now that she had recovered her internal strength, she could stand like this for a while. Seeing that she was fine, Song Qingshu's attention returned to the two who were competing. It could be seen that Morong Fu had already performed beyond his usual level. From time to time, he used the essence of the sword techniques of various sects, and the connection between sword techniques was also natural. Unfortunately, Ling Hucheng's 9 strategies beyond the swords were too amazing. The more extraordinary Morong Fu performed, the more exquisite the 9 strategies beyond the swords became. Some of the spectators who had good eyesight were all amazed by the sword techniques of the two, which were really rare in the world. Han Xingzhou saw that Song Qingshu had come back and greeted him. At this time, seeing that Morong Fu was gradually being forced into a corner, he was even happier. He came over and whispered to Song Qingshu, "Before, I asked Tianda to show weakness to the enemy." At the beginning, Morong Fu's attacks were like a storm, and Jia Sherdao was very happy to see it. Now that Tianda is gradually exerting his strength, you can see that his eyebrows are furrowed like the character Chuan. Ha 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 ha, how satisfying. Hearing that, Song Qingshu looked over to Jia Sherdao and found that his face was indeed as gloomy as water. Beside him, Prince Beijing seemed to be explaining something to him. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh secretly. Han Xingzhou usually looked very calm, but now that he had successfully defeated Jia Sherdao, he was as happy as a child. Han Xingzhou said a few words to Song Qingshu, then sat up straight and began to whisper with other friends around him. Huang Rong took the opportunity to whisper to Song Qingshu, "Humph, if Brother Jing were here, neither of them would be a match for him." That's not necessarily true. Song Qingshu didn't say anything. It shouldn't be a problem for Guo Jing to defeat Morong Fu, but Ling Hucheng's 9 strategies beyond the swords were too amazing. Combined with the Yi Jin Jing and the Absorbing Stars Grand Method, Guo Jing might not be able to defeat him. At that moment, there was an exclamation in the field. It turned out that when Ling Hucheng's and Morong Fu's swords met, Ling Hucheng had used an unexpected angle to knock away his opponent's long sword. He won. Han Xingzhou clapped his hands and laughed. He was about to stand up. Song Qingshu, however, frowned and said, "Not necessarily." Han Xingzhou was stunned and asked subconsciously, "According to our intelligence, Morong Fu is best at swordsmanship. Now that his sword has been knocked away, is he still going to refuse to admit defeat?" Song Qingshu didn't answer. He only pursed his lips and gestured for Han Xingzhou to see for himself. Han Xingzhou looked over with confusion, and his eyes instantly widened. It turned out that after Morong Fu's long sword was knocked away, he didn't look upset at all. Instead, he attacked Ling Hucheng with his palms flying. After Ling Hucheng knocked away his opponent's long sword, he thought the fight was over and subconsciously relaxed a little. He didn't expect that his opponent's palm strength would surge like a stormy sea, and its power was even greater than the sword technique he had used before. In a hurry, he was quite embarrassed. If it weren't for his excellent fighting instincts, he would have been injured several times by his opponent. 18 dragon subduing palms? Huang Rong blurted out, her eyes full of shock. Yes, it is indeed 18 dragon subduing palms. Song Qingshu nodded. Among the 9 strategies beyond the swords, Ling Hucheng was best at the sword-breaking style. Now, facing the 18 dragon subduing palms, which was also a unique skill of Wulin, Ling Hucheng couldn't use it well and gradually fell into a disadvantage. How can he know the unique skills of our beggar gang? Huang Rong was shocked. It must be known that 18 dragon subduing palms and dog beating staff technique were the secret skills of beggar gang that were not passed on to others. Usually, only a few people, such as the sect leader and the elder who taught their skills, knew all the martial arts in the world. Could it be that Gusu's Morong clan really knew all the martial arts in the world as the rumors said? Song Qingshu smiled. I taught him. You taught him? Huang Rong was even more shocked. Song Qingshu didn't say anything. The scene of him teaching Morong Fu 18 dragon subduing palms appeared in his mind. It turned out that when he first transmigrated, his meridians were all broken, and in the end, he was able to change his fate. Morong Fu had helped him a lot. Unfortunately, the two of them gradually took different paths, and they even began to stand against each other. To settle the debt of gratitude they had for each other in the past, Song Qingshu helped Morong Fu multiple times. In the end, he even gave him the manual for 18 dragons subduing palm. When she saw Song Qingshu's unfathomable expression, Huang Rong sighed in her heart. Big brother Jing had learned many ultimate techniques, and Song Qingshu knew the most important ones, 19 manual and 18 dragons subduing palm. But those two martial arts were not Song Qingshu's most important martial arts. From this, it could be seen just how great the difference between them was. Qingshu, do you think Tianda will be okay? Han Zhuozhou had just been laughing at Jia Sherdao, and now it was his turn. He was also worried. After all, the outcome of this battle would affect the two of them too much. After watching for a while, Song Qingshu answered, Morong Fu's chance of winning is to suddenly use 18 dragon subduing palms. Wu Tianda will be caught off guard. It's a pity that he hasn't been able to turn his advantage into a victory. When Wu Tianda recovers, I'm afraid he won't be far from losing. Hearing this, Han Xingzhou let out a sigh of relief. Given Qingshu's martial arts, if he said this, then he must be right. At that moment, Huang Rong was also watching the battle closely. Because she was used to Hong Qigong and Gui Jing's 18 dragon subduing palms, she felt that something was wrong with Morong Fu. His moves were too fast, and he paid too much attention to the finesse of the moves. She had heard her husband say that the essence of the 18 dragon subduing palms was in the palm power, not the moves. The palm power had to be fast and slow, and the palm power had to be fast and slow to be considered great. Morong Fu's pursuit of speed had obviously gone astray. At this moment, when Huang Rong heard Song Qingshu's answer to Han Zhuozhou, she couldn't help but admire his eyesight. It should be known that she had faintly felt that Morong Fu was going to lose because she was too familiar with the 18 subduing dragon palms. However, Song Qingshu was able to make such a decisive judgment. With just one glance. As expected, not long after Song Qingshu had finished speaking, Ling Huchong noticed that Morong Fu's palm technique had begun to repeat itself. He keenly grasped the opening, and the sword in his hand moved like a flying immortal from the heavens, coming from an impossible angle, pressing against Morong Fu's throat. Morong Fu's body instantly froze, and his expression instantly became extremely ugly. Earlier, he had intentionally knocked the sword out of his hand. Now that his vital point was under control, if the opponent's sword had moved an inch further, he would have been bleeding. Even a 3-year-old child could see who had won and who had lost. The outcome has been decided. Please stop. Receiving a signal from Zhao Guo, Ding Dian, who was carrying the imperial weapon, said loudly. Morong Fu did not reply at all. His mind was blank. He thought of all his failures over the years. He had planned to use this chance to turn the tables, but he suffered yet another crushing defeat. After today, everyone would know that he, Gusu Morong Fu, was a general who always lost, and Southern Morong would become a laughingstock in the martial world. The great cause of reviving the country would be a pipe dream. Seeing Morong Fu's grief-stricken expression, Song Qingshu sighed to himself. In this world, the winner takes all. Morong Fu was a top-notch expert in the martial world, and his aptitude for martial arts could be said to be outstanding. But every time he met an opponent, they were all amazing people. He could only sigh at how fate played tricks on him. Next, Zhao Guo announced that he would appoint Qing Song as the Grand Secretary of the Hall of Advisors, as the Prefect of Qingdu Prefecture and the Administrator of Sichuan. He appointed Wu Tianda as the Commander of the Imperial Army stationed in Xing Province, and also the Prefect of Xing Province and the Pacifier of Li Province. He then appointed a series of Sichuan officials. At night, a banquet was held in the palace to entertain the newly appointed Sichuan officials. There was no lack of encouragement from the emperor. Because it was still early, the civil and military officials began to leave the palace one after another. Song Qingshu, along with Huang Rong and a few other attendants, hurried to the palace gate. He was thinking that if the palace gate guards discovered anything unusual, he would have to use the soul transfer spell again. At this moment, a cold voice called out to him, Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu's body froze. He could not help but groan inwardly. Why did he see this lady at this time? Hearing this, he did not stop. Instead, he quickened his pace, trying to blend in with the civil and military officials. Huang Rong secretly glanced behind her. She saw a graceful and indifferent woman in a palace dress looking in their direction. She could not help but say sourly, "Your romantic debt has come knocking on your door." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. What romantic debt? It's more like a romantic disaster. Stop looking, let's go. Huang Rong, however, pouted. We can't leave. Just as she finished speaking, a beautiful figure stood in front of him. Song, am I a tiger? Why do you keep avoiding me? Looking at the fairy-like figure in front of him, Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. However, he put on a smile and said, if tigers in this world are so beautiful, then all men will become hunters. The girl in front of him was naturally the yellow-robed girl, Zhao Luo. Normally, Song Qingshu would be eager to flirt with such a beautiful girl, but Huang Rong was still behind him. Her disguise might be able to fool the guards, but it might not be able to fool the yellow-robed girl. Just as Song Qingshu was worried about exposing something, Huang Rong covered her mouth and ran to the side, retching violently. It turned out that Song Qingshu's words had caused Huang Rong to roll her eyes. She thought that this bastard usually seduced women like this. She didn't know if it was because she was pregnant, but his mushy words made her stomach churn. She couldn't help but run to the side and retch. Looking at Huang Rong's seductive figure, the yellow-robed girl revealed a puzzled expression. Just as Song Qingshu was worrying, Han Xingzhou walked over with a smile, as if inadvertently blocking the yellow-robed girl's line of sight. Qingshu, why are you walking so fast? Didn't we agree to go back and have a drink together? Song Qingshu breathed a sigh of relief inwardly and added, I saw you talking to someone over there just now, so I didn't call you. Han Xingzhou acted as if he had just seen the yellow-robed girl. So the princess is also here. Although her surname was Yang, how could her true identity be hidden from someone like Han Xingzhou? The yellow-robed girl frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, Official Han, I was talking to Song Qingshu. As the daughter of Emperor Huizong of Song, the sister of the current emperor, and the holy maiden of Kanshan Academy, her status had always been aloof. Naturally, she wasn't afraid of offending the prime minister, Han Xingzhou. Han Xingzhou laughed. In that case, I won't disturb your conversation. Qingshu, I'll go back to my residence first and wait for you. After taking 2 steps, he stopped and glared at Song Qingshu's attendants. What are you still doing here? Don't you have any eyesight? The attendants looked at each other in dismay. Huang Rong reacted quickly. She lowered her head and followed after them. The other attendants suddenly realized what was going on and followed after them. Watching the group leave, Song Qingshu was a little worried that Huang Rong would be stopped by the guards at the palace gate. After all, Han Xingzhou didn't know the soul transfer technique. But on second thought, with Han Xingzhou's background in the court, who would dare to investigate him? With this thought, he immediately felt relieved. It seems that you are very familiar with Han Xingzhou. Thinking of Han Xingzhou's ambiguous smile when he left, the yellow-robed girl felt her cheeks become a little hot. It's all right, it's just a friendship we established in Yangzhou. Song Qingshu calmly withdrew his gaze so that she wouldn't see any flaws. Oh. The yellow-robed girl only said it casually to resolve the awkwardness in her heart. She didn't care about their friendship at all. Why didn't I see you during the competition just now? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously replied, I had an upset stomach, so I went out to relieve myself. Really? The yellow-robed girl said with a faint smile, with your cultivation, you are immune to heat and cold. You can go without food for a few days without a problem. Why would your stomach be upset? Song Qingshu replied embarrassedly, people have 3 urgent needs. No matter how good their martial arts are, they can't go against the natural order. The yellow-robed girl didn't believe his nonsense at all. She coldly snorted, I'm afraid it's not the 3 urgent needs. You went to find Imperial concubine Wu. Song Qingshu was stunned. He knew that she had misunderstood. However, it was better than letting her know that he had taken Huang Rong away, so he tacitly agreed. Seeing that he didn't refute, a trace of anger flashed between the yellow-robed girl's brows. Although Imperial Concubine Wu is the most beautiful woman in the world, many of your confidants are not inferior to her at all. Why do you want to ruin your own future? After all, she is an imperial concubine. Once the matter between you and her is exposed, how can the entire Great Song tolerate you? She had always been exceptionally intelligent. From the previous clues and the few words that her master had revealed, it was very easy for her to determine that the relationship between Song Qingshu and Aku was not ordinary. Do I have many confidants who are as beautiful as Imperial Concubine Wu? Let me think. Song Qingshu paused. His eyes suddenly kept glancing at the yellow-robed girl. The yellow-robed girl felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze. She sneered, "Why are you looking at me?" Song Qingshu laughed and said, "I finally thought of a confidant who fits the requirements. That is you, young lady." Although she knew that he was deliberately coaxing her, the yellow-robed girl still couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. However, she quickly reacted and coldly snorted to cover up the fluctuations in her heart. Don't change the subject. Paper can't cover fire. Sooner or later, the matter between you and Imperial Concubine Wu will be known. Take care of yourself. After saying this, she turned around and disappeared into the distance without looking back. Watching her leave, Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile bitterly. But now Huang Rong's matter was more urgent. He would slowly explain to her about Aku later. Worried that Huang Rong would be kidnapped again or that Han Xingzhou would use her as a bargaining chip to threaten him, Song Qingshu could be said to be flying all the way. He almost didn't stop to take a breath to reach the Han mansion. Han Xingzhou had already been waiting for him in the study. At this time, Huang Rong had also changed back into women's clothes and was sitting on the other side of the room. "Rong, are you okay?" Song Qingshu walked quickly to Huang Rong and asked. He originally wanted to call her Rong but he realized that it was not appropriate to call her so intimately in the presence of Han Xingzhou, so he temporarily changed his words. "I'm fine." Huang Rong smiled sweetly. She obviously understood what Song Qingshu was asking her, so she hinted that Han Xingzhou did not make things difficult for her. At this time, Huang Rong was out of trouble. The depression of the past few days was swept away, and she returned to her usual charming and moving appearance. At this time, her sweet smile could really hook people's souls away. "I will take you back immediately," Song Qingshu said in a low voice. He really didn't feel at ease leaving Huang Rong in the Han mansion. After thinking about it, it was best to take care of her himself. Huang Rong blushed and replied in a low voice, "Jing Gij is coming soon." What? Song Qingshu's whole body trembled. The two of them had been separated for so long, and they still hadn't had time to be alone. Thinking of this, he wanted to strangle Han Xingzhou to death. Han Xingzhou seemed to have sensed something and said with a smile, "Chief Huang wanted to see Hirogua, and I couldn't stop him, so I sent someone to invite him over. Looking at the time, I'm afraid he'll be here soon. As the saying goes, speak of the devil." As soon as he finished speaking, a servant came to report, "Prime Minister, Hirogua is here?" "I don't know why official Han is looking for me, Gu Jing strode in and suddenly saw his beautiful wife in the room. For a moment, he couldn't help but be surprised and happy. He excitedly rushed over, "Rong Jing Gij." After being separated from her husband for so long, Huang Rong was also very excited. She couldn't help but stand up to greet him. Just as she was about to throw herself into her husband's arms, her eyes swept over Song Qingshu not far away. She didn't know why, but she forcibly stopped herself and let her husband hold her arm. "Rong am I dreaming?" Gu Jing said in disbelief. "You're not dreaming." Huang Rong's voice was also a bit choked. Seeing her husband's untidy appearance and bloodshot eyes, her heart ached and she pitied him. "Jing Gij, you've worked hard all this time." Seeing the two of them reveal their true feelings, Song Qingshu didn't feel very good. But he quickly laughed at himself. They were a husband and wife who treated each other with respect. Why was he being jealous here? "Rong who caught you? How did you escape?" Gu Jing suddenly asked. This time, it was thanks to Prince Song's help that I was able to escape danger. Huang Rong hesitated and didn't answer the first question. Hearing this, Gu Jing walked in front of Song Qingshu and cupped his hands. I can't thank you enough. From now on, if Brother Song has any errands for me, I won't frown even if I have to go through fire or water. Gu Jing's body had an awe-inspiring righteousness. Song Qingshu secretly felt ashamed and hurriedly supported him. Brother Gua is too serious. This is what I should do. Seeing her husband so grateful to Song Qingshu, Huang Rong felt strange. She hurriedly interrupted the two of them. Also, thank you for your help, Minister Han. Hearing this, Gu Jing looked at his wife in shock. Rong you were taken to the imperial palace? Huang Rong hesitated. Originally, she had wanted to go back and quietly tell him, but now that things had come to this, she had no choice but to tell the truth. Yes, just now, it was Song Qingshu and Minister Han who rescued me from the imperial palace. Why did the emperor take you? Gu Jing was very confused. He had always been loyal to the southern Song dynasty. Who knew this would happen? No matter how generous he was, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Song Qingshu explained, Brother Gua, you don't have to worry too much. According to our speculation, it's probably because you have too much of the mark of Jia Shida's faction. Now that the Jinghu theater of operations is full of his people, the emperor just doesn't want Sichuan to be controlled by him. This was the conclusion that he, Huang Rong, and Han Xingzhou had come to after their analysis. Unfortunately, they did not know that other than this reason, there was an even more important reason for Zhao Go to do this, and that was because Gu Jing was Chai Rong. No, it should be Guo Rong's descendant. Huang Rong looked at her husband worriedly. Brother Jing, Gu Jing let out a long sigh. I see. I thought we did something that the emperor was afraid of. Seeing his open-mindedness, Han Qingzhou asked in surprise, you don't mind at all, Hero Gua? What's there to mind? Gu Jing laughed heartily. Too much power in the court is concentrated in the hands of a powerful official. It's destined to cause chaos in the future. It's not a blessing for the people. If I can prevent it before it happens, my little sacrifice is nothing. Han Qingzhou couldn't help but sigh. I've long heard that Hirogua is righteous and chivalrous for the country and the people. At first, I didn't think so, but now that I've seen it, Hirogua's magnanimity is really admirable. Master Han, you're too kind. Gu Jing hurriedly returned the greeting. The two chatted for a while. Han Qingzhou said again, Hirogua is as broad-minded as the sea, but the emperor. It's inevitable that there are villains around. If gang leader Huang appears next to you and the villains fan the flames, you and your wife will be in danger. At this time, Song Qingshu wanted to hug him and give him a kiss. He was just scolding him for breaking up a couple, but he didn't expect him to give him such a wonderful assist so soon. For the sake of this assist, he would write off the previous matter. Though Han Chuanzhou did not say it clearly, the people present were not stupid. They naturally understood what he meant. Zhao Go had always been narrow-minded. If he knew that Huang Rong had escaped from the palace and returned to Gu Jing's side, it was hard to say that he would not speculate. He had killed Yufei all those years ago, so what was a mere Gu Jing? Huang Rong's mind was as fast as lightning. She instantly understood the key point and nodded. That's right, big brother Jing. I can't appear by your side now, lest I bring danger to you. Originally, she didn't want to go to Song Qingshu's place, but she was worried that her husband would be implicated, so she could only choose the lesser of two evils. Gu Jing snorted, I'm not afraid of danger. If worst comes to worst, we can go back to Xianxia together. Everything under the heavens belongs to the king. Do you think we'll be fine once we return to Xianxia? Huang Rong looked exasperatedly at her husband. Also, even if you're not afraid of danger, you have to think for me and the child in my stomach. I didn't think it through. Gu Jing smiled bitterly and walked in front of Song Qingshu. Brother Song, I haven't thanked you properly and now I have to trouble you again. I can rest assured leaving sister-in-law in your care. Hearing his words, Song Qingshu looked in Huang Rong's direction for some reason and found that she was also looking in his direction. Their gazes met and Huang Rong looked away in a panic. Brother Gua, don't worry. I will take good care of sister-in-law and won't let anyone bully her, Song Qingshu said, patting his chest. Gu Jing didn't understand the meaning behind his words, but Huang Rong instantly understood. She couldn't help but glare at him fiercely. What do you mean you won't let others bully me? Do you think you can bully me openly? Of course, she couldn't say these things out loud and could only sulk. After that, they talked about things to take note of. Time passed unknowingly. Han Xingzhou looked out the window and said, Hirogua, you've been here for a long time. Why don't you go back first to avoid attracting attention? Especially if you leave with Song Qingshu later, you'll be too conspicuous. Although he was reluctant to part with his wife, Gu Jing knew the importance of this. He nodded and said to Huang Rong, take care of yourself. I'll leave first. Huang Rong nodded and her eyes became misty. Jing Ge, you have to be careful. Also, after you leave, you have to pretend that you're still looking for me. Otherwise, the palace will suspect you. Song Qingshu secretly admired Huang Rong's intelligence. He had forgotten about this. He didn't expect her to be so thoughtful in her excitement. After sending Gu Jing off, Han Xingzhou and Song Qingshu talked for a while about the situation in Sichuan. Estimating that it was about time, he said, Hirogua has been gone for a while. You guys shouldn't be so conspicuous if you go out now. Song Qingshu stood up and said, thank you for your help today, Jiefu. Han Xingzhou laughed and said, there's no need to be so polite between us. You should know that you've also helped me a lot. As he said this, he secretly winked at him. Song Qingshu instantly understood that he was talking about him replacing Wu Tianda to go to the Beijing prince's residence. Thinking of Qin Keqing's slightly opened mouth, her heaven-like breaths, and her happy and sweet expression, he couldn't help but be moved. But remembering that Huang Rong was still at the side, he quickly restrained his expression. Huang Rong looked at him suspiciously, a thoughtful expression on her face. Oh, that's right. Later, don't go out directly. I'll have the servants bring the sedan here. You can directly sit in the sedan and return to the prince's residence. This way, no one will know that Chief Huang is also here. The reason why Han Xingzhou was so careful was largely because he was also involved in this matter. He didn't want Huang Rong to be discovered here, lest she invite trouble. This isn't too good, Huang Rong said with an awkward expression. What's not good about it? Han Xingzhou was startled, but seeing her bashful expression, he immediately understood. Oh, so madam is worried that men and women shouldn't be so intimate. Hirogua won't say anything here. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Besides, our Song Qingshu is a gentleman. Huang Rong secretly spat, thinking that Song Qingshu could be considered a gentleman. Even a sow could climb up a tree. Yes. I was thinking too much. Huang Rong wasn't someone who didn't know what was important. She knew that only by sitting in the same sedan with Song Qingshu would they be able to avoid the eyes of all parties. The reason why she deliberately put on an awkward expression was mainly to show Han Xingzhou. After all, she was a married woman and didn't want him to see any trace of her unusual relationship with Song Qingshu. Very quickly, the sedan was brought over. Han Xingzhou first dismissed the servants and then said to Song Qingshu, you too, please. Sister-in-law, please. Song Qingshu extended his hand and bowed. Seeing his mischievous expression, Huang Rong couldn't help but feel angry. Since when did you really think of me as your sister-in-law? However, she couldn't lose her temper in front of Han Xingzhou. She could only purse her lips and walk into the sedan. Then, Song Qingshu cupped his hands to Han Xingzhou and said, goodbye. Han Xingzhou nodded and began to order the servants to come in and carry the sedan. After watching the sedan leave, a person flashed out from the rockery next to him. It was his chief advisor, Su Shirdan. He said, Prime Minister. Han Xingzhou said, Shirdan, I plan to recommend Gu Jing as the deputy commander of the front department. Help me draft the memorial. Su Shirdan was stunned. Gu Jing is on Jia Shidao's side. If we use our own power to push him to such a critical position, won't we be doing our best for him? I recommend him because he is on Jia Shidao's side. Han Xingzhou smiled mysteriously. And the more critical the position, the better. Su Shirdan looked confused, but he suddenly understood. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said, that's brilliant. Jiao Sherdao was displeased that Guojing didn't participate in the competition. It would have been fine if Morong Fu had won, but now that he lost, he will definitely vent his anger on Guojing. Prime Minister, if you recommend Guojing as the deputy commander of the front department, with Jiao Sherdao's suspicious character, he will definitely suspect that Guojing is on your side. Han Xingzhou stroked his beard and said with a complacent smile, I won't have to waste any effort to get a general, so why not? In the sedan that left the Han mansion, Huang Rong pushed the man next to her and whispered, Hey, sit over there. Song Qingshu spread out his hands. While enjoying the warm touch of her body, he explained, the sedan is only so big. How can I sit over there? Huang Rong bit her lip and said, Don't brag that you are King Qi. But you have such a broken sedan. Don't you feel ashamed? As she spoke, she reached out to stop the man next to her from approaching. Song Qingshu said with a smile, You misunderstood me. I didn't use my own clothes when I went out this time. This sedan belongs to Han Xingzhou. Huang Rong also spat and immediately vented her anger on Han Xingzhou. He is a prime minister. How can he have such a sedan? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. You've misunderstood him. He purposely prepared a small palanquin so that the spies from all sides would subconsciously think that I'm the only one in the palanquin. Huang Rong had actually guessed it, but being in such close contact with him in the sedan made her somewhat annoyed. Anyway, I don't think the two of you are good people. When you left, you winked at each other. What secret signals were you sending? Song Qingshu was too embarrassed to talk about Qin Keqing. He could only say perfunctorily, the day before the tournament, Prince Beijing invited Wu Tianda to the mansion for a banquet. I helped him, so Han Xingzhou thanked me. Worried that she would get to the bottom of the matter, Song Qingshu quickly changed the topic. Right, who kidnapped you before? Naturally, it was the experts from the Imperial Palace. Huang Rong said as she recalled. I heard their voices were a bit sharp. It is likely that they were eunuchs from the Imperial Palace. Song Qingshu nodded inwardly. It seemed that Huang Shang and the yellow-robed woman were not involved in this matter. He just didn't know which two eunuchs from the Imperial Palace, then who kidnapped you the first time. Song Qingshu suddenly asked again. Previously, he had asked Reninging and knew that Zhang Rou had brought experts from the loyal army to capture her, Ling Huchong and Yu Lingshan. No matter how he thought about it, the other people in the loyal army did not have the ability to kidnap Huang Rong. His finger was broken? Song Qingshu was deep in thought. In fact, Reninging had told him about it before. At that time, he thought that the famous finger-breaking master in Jianghu was the nine-fingered beggar, Hong Qigong. But Hong Qigong couldn't have kidnapped Huang Rong. How was his martial arts? Huang Rong recalled for a moment and shook her head. His kung fu was very complicated. He had moves from various sects and clans, but his power was greater than those of the disciples from those sects. She began to describe his kung fu as she spoke. As Song Qingshu listened, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I know who he is. Who? Huang Rong opened her eyes wide. She was also curious. Morong Bo. It turned out that Song Qingshu had just thought of an old story. When he was in the Jin kingdom, Morong Bo used joint finger to fight with his sword Qi and hurt his finger. Besides, he knew all kinds of martial arts from all kinds of sects, and he could even surpass his master. It was hard to think of anyone else but the Morong family of Gusu. Isn't Morong Bo dead? Huang Rong was startled. North Chaofeng, South Morong, and most of South Morong's reputation was built by Morong Bo. In Jianghu, he could be considered a grandmaster. When he passed away, he had caused a sensation. He faked his death. Song Qingshu then told her about the Morong family's ambition to revive the Yan kingdom. I see. Huang Rong was very smart. With enough information, she instantly understood everything. He wanted his son, Morong Fu, to be in charge of the military in Sichuan, so he could take the opportunity to rebel and restore the Yan kingdom. But Brother Jing was the first candidate under Jia Sherda's command. So, Morong Bo caught me and forced Brother Jing to give up the competition. Then, Morong Fu would have a chance. Thinking of the result of the competition, Huang Rong showed a happy expression. It's a pity that he used all his tricks, but in the end, he still worked for someone else. Song Qingshu snorted. Although his trick didn't work, I can't let it go that he bullied your sword. Do you want revenge? Hearing his words, Huang Rong's eyes flashed with a strange light. After hesitating for a moment, she finally nodded. Yes. At this moment, she seemed to have regained the demonic spirit of the past, no longer the well-behaved wife and loving mother. All right, I'll take you to him now. Song Qingshu's expression was as dark as still water. This was not the first time he had come into conflict with the Morong clan. This time, he might as well settle everything. Now? Huang Rong was taken aback. What if my identity is revealed in my current appearance? That's true, Song Qingshu muttered to himself for a while. How about this, we return to the Prince of Qi's mansion first. You change into your casual clothes and disguise yourself. We will go together. All right. Huang Rong nodded. Although she looked calm on the surface, she could not suppress the excitement in her heart. It had been many, many years since she had done anything risky. It had been so long that she had forgotten that she was not a traditional woman who followed the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Instead, she was a positive and adventurous little demonic girl. Being together with Jing Gij is blissful, but occasionally taking risks isn't bad. Huang Rong became absent-minded for a moment. Rong your body smells so good. Song Qingshu moved closer to less than an inch away from her face and gently sniffed. You clearly haven't put on any rouge or makeup recently, so why do you still smell so good? There seems to be a milky smell. Huang Rong blushed from his scent and felt uncomfortable all over. She pushed him away. Don't get so close. Song Qingshu giggled and pointed at the wall to the side. I don't have a choice. Huang Rong didn't know what to do with his mischievous expression. She could only say, if you want me to return to the mansion with you, we must agree on 3 rules. 3 rules? Song Qingshu laughed. What kind of rules? There are so many women in your fu. If you continue to treat me like this, they aren't blind. They will naturally see the relationship between us. Huang Rong bit her lips tightly. If other people see through us, how will I be able to live? Song Qingshu smiled. Don't worry, I won't be so inconsiderate. When there are people around, I will definitely be respectful to you. I hope you will do as you say. Huang Rong wanted him to be respectful to her regardless of whether there were people around. But she knew that this was impossible, so she didn't waste her breath. I can't be intimate with you later. Then Rong shouldn't you compensate me now? Song Qingshu moved closer with a face full of saliva. Huang Rong almost fainted from anger. Who wants to be intimate with you? Song Qingshu laughed mischievously and said, this sedan is too crowded. If we sit side by side like this, I'm worried that your stomach will be squeezed and hurt the baby inside. Why don't I carry you? After saying that, he did not wait for her to respond and carried her into his arms without any explanation. You. Song Qingshu was very agile. When Huang Rong reacted, she was already sitting in his arms. Don't get excited. Be careful of the baby. Song Qingshu moved his face closer to hers and said gently. Huang Rong was about to resist, but after hearing this sentence, her body gradually softened. Thinking of the 2 times she was in danger, he saved her. When she saw his excitement at that time, her heart also softened. When we arrive at your house, let me go. Okay. Song Qingshu reached out his hand to hook her chin and slowly kissed her. Huang Rong's eyes showed a trace of confusion and hesitation. She gradually closed her eyes and her eyelashes trembled slightly. Seeing that their lips were about to touch, she suddenly turned her face away. No, we can't do this. Song Qingshu sighed. When I saved you from the Jewel Mountain, didn't we kiss? Why do you refuse now? Don't mention that. Huang Rong's face was hot. It was a matter of life and death. I just happened to. In short, it was just an accident. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. It seems that only when you walk on the edge of life and death can you throw away the shackles of the world and reveal your true feelings inadvertently. Huang Rong was silent. After a long time, she said, between the 2 of us, it was originally a mistake. Since you know it was a mistake, why do you keep making mistakes? When it comes to love, there is no right or wrong. Song Qingshu sighed. Love? Huang Rong raised her head. Her beautiful eyes were as magnificent as gems. Ask yourself honestly. I'm afraid that your love is more interested in my body, right? You always look at things from such a sharp angle. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. I don't deny that your body is very tempting to me, but I believe you should feel my feelings for you. That's nice to hear. Huang Rong spat. Thinking of the anxious expression on his face when he saved her several times, she knew that it was indeed sincere. However, when she thought of him admitting that he was very interested in her body, Huang Rong became angry. Just as she was about to scold him, a strange look suddenly flashed between her brows. She said angrily, "You're pushing me." Ah? Song Qingshu didn't hear it clearly at first. He only came to his senses when she repeated it. He said a little awkwardly, "It's a normal physiological reaction." Who told you to be so charming? If it were any other man holding you, I'm afraid they would do the same. Huang Rong snorted. So it's my fault? If it was an ordinary girl, she would have been too embarrassed to speak. However, she was a married woman after all, and her daughter was already a teenager. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, she could still communicate with him on this issue. My fault, my fault. Song Qingshu hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Soon, the sedan chair fell into silence. The narrow space seemed to be filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Because the sedan chair was carried by people, it was inevitable that it would shake to a certain extent during the movement. Now that the two of them were tightly hugging each other, as the sedan chair shook, their bodies inevitably rubbed against each other. In addition, Song Qingshu was in a physiological state at this time. Huang Rong's face became redder and redder. There seemed to be a layer of water flowing in her eyes. She finally couldn't help but speak, but her voice became a little unnatural. You, put me down. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. Why do you want to come down? Are you uncomfortable holding me like this? Huang Rong opened her mouth and said in a small voice, You promised me 3 rules. But we haven't reached the mansion yet? Song Qingshu said seriously. Aren't you being shameless? Huang Rong said angrily. So what if I am? Song Qingshu decided to just throw in the towel. Huang Rong was about to say something when the sedan chair shook again. This caused her to lose her balance, and she sat heavily in Song Qingshu's arms. She couldn't help but cry out. You! Huang Rong's body stiffened. This situation made her a little speechless. Are you 3 months pregnant? Song Qingshu suddenly asked. What does it have to do with you? Huang Rong said through gritted teeth. Of course it has to do with me. According to scientific research, you can't have sex in the first and last 2 months of pregnancy, Song Qingshu explained. You scoundrel. Hearing his words, Huang Rong was both embarrassed and angry. Seeing Ronger's reaction, it should have been 3 months, Song Qingshu said with a ghost of a smile. Huang Rong turned her face away from his question and ignored him. At the same time, she regretted that the group of servant girls had given her a few sets of clothes at Han Zhozhou's mansion. She shouldn't have chosen this one. Although it was beautiful, the material was too thin. Han Zhozhou was the chief minister of the court, so the clothes in his mansion were naturally made of the best silk. They were extremely light, and the layers of the dress stuck together. Not only did it not expose her, but it was also as thin as a cicada's wings. Normally, Huang Rong would be very satisfied with this set of clothes, but now that she was sitting in Song Qingshu's arms, she wished that the material was as coarse and thick as possible. That way, it would at least have a defensive effect. It was not like now, where she could clearly feel the heat of the other's body. Because they are not you. Song Qingshu said with a smile. Huang Rong was stunned. His ordinary words had hit a soft spot in her heart. She couldn't help but sigh secretly. This bastard was obviously greedy for beauty, but he could make women feel his true feelings. No wonder he had so many outstanding female confidants around him. While she was lost in thought, Song Qingshu had already taken another step forward. Huang Rong's heart swayed, and she subconsciously wanted to scold him. But then she suddenly thought that it didn't seem to be a big deal. After all, they were separated by clothes. Not to mention, she was also enjoying this feeling. As soon as this thought came up, Huang Rong instantly woke up. No, I can't do anything that will let Jing Gij down again. She suddenly stood up and was about to scold him with righteous words. But just as she opened her mouth, the sedan suddenly stopped, and she lost her balance and fell forward. It's over. Huang Rong's face turned pale. When she thought that falling on the ground could very likely lead to a miscarriage, her mother's instinct made her subconsciously fall back. Fortunately, she had a foundation in martial arts, so she was able to overcome the inertia in that instant. But the price was also quite heavy. Because she used up almost all of her strength to fall back, she lost her balance and sat once again in Song Qingshu's arms. At that moment, both of them froze. Song Qingshu revealed a trace of a strange expression. This time, you sat on my own initiative. You can't blame me. Huang Rong's entire face instantly turned red. She wanted to open her mouth to scold him, but at this time, she couldn't say a word. Did I hurt you? Song Qingshu put his hand on her shoulder and asked with a look of concern. Hurt your big head? Huang Rong was really going crazy at this moment. She couldn't wait to raise her hand and slap him, but at this time, she didn't dare to move at all, for fear that it would make her even more embarrassed. What a coincidence. Song Qingshu's eyes glanced at the woman's perky buttocks. He was reminded of a very popular thread on the internet in his previous life that discussed the retarded scenes that often appeared in online novels. One of the threads mentioned that in one of the novels, the company's beautiful secretary was wearing a tight skirt and was about to go to the office to scan some documents. When the male protagonist saw her sexy appearance, his body reacted instinctively. In the end, when she walked past the male protagonist, she accidentally slipped. The male protagonist instinctively reached out to help her up, and the two of them fell together. The beautiful secretary sat on the male protagonist's body, and at that moment, the male protagonist actually entered the secretary's body. At that time, Song Qingshu also ridiculed the author. How did the author think of such a retarded scene? The male character's jeans, the secretary's skirt, and the two of them's underwear. No matter which angle they fell from, there was no way they could have entered each other. However, he never thought that he would actually experience such a similar coincidence when he mocked the author for being retarded. Of course, in this aspect, Song Qingshu knew that he couldn't compare to the amazing male character. After all, there were still a few layers of clothes between them. Even if he thought with his toes, he would know that there could not really be anything between them. However, this was enough to make Huang Rong feel ashamed and resentful. Huang Rong bit her lips tightly to prevent herself from making any embarrassing sounds when she was hit. At this time, she had gradually calmed down. She took a deep breath and was about to question him, but who knew that just as she opened her mouth, Song Qingshu's finger had already pressed on her lips. Shoo, don't speak. Huang Rong was shocked at first, but she immediately reacted. This sedan chair would not suddenly stop for no reason. Something must have happened outside. I've long heard that Prince Song's martial arts are unparalleled and that your name has shaken Jianghu. I've heard of your reputation and come here to see your unparalleled swordsmanship. Suddenly, a voice as cold as ice came from outside. Huang Rong's expression changed. From the sound of the voice, the person was standing 30 feet away from the sedan chair. However, even from such a distance, she could faintly feel the powerful sword qi that sent chills down her spine. It was as if the person standing there was not a person, but an incomparably sharp sword. She couldn't help but look at Song Qingshu worriedly. However, she couldn't see any nervousness or abnormality in his eyes, only calmness like the surface of a lake. Huang Rong couldn't help but secretly admire him. Although this person was a little greedy and lecherous at times, when he was serious, he really had the demeanor of a grandmaster, giving people an inexplicable sense of security. However, a trace of shame and anger flashed in her eyes. She thought to herself, this bastard, let me get up first. Her current situation gave her a sense of crisis, as if an enemy had surrounded the city, and the door could be broken into at any time. At this time, Huang Rong didn't dare to make any strange movements. She knew that the person outside was a master among masters. If he discovered her existence, then she really didn't want to live anymore. She could only continue to endure this embarrassing torment. What? Could it be that Prince Song doesn't dare to compete with me? The cold voice outside sounded again. Song Qingshu chuckled and replied indifferently, "If I accepted anyone who came to challenge me, then wouldn't I be busy to death?" Hearing his words, the servants outside the sedan chair hurriedly tried to negotiate, wanting to drive away the person blocking the way. Unfortunately, as soon as they opened their mouths, there was no sound. Song Qingshu frowned, but still didn't do anything. This was because the other person only sealed the acupoints of the servants and didn't kill them. "Since that's the case, then I'll let you see if I have the qualifications to challenge you." The person was obviously a little impatient. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword flashing with a cold light shot into the sedan chair. Huang Rong couldn't help but turn pale. Although the tip of the sword hadn't touched her body, the sword aura it carried was already faintly piercing her skin. She instinctively wanted to use the dog beating stick technique to try and knock the sword down. Unfortunately, as soon as she raised her hand, she touched empty air. Only then did she realize that the dog beating stick wasn't by her side. And even if she had the dog beating stick in her hand, she didn't have full confidence that she could knock off this irresistible sword. At this time, she suddenly remembered that there was still Song Qingshu. She didn't know why, but staying with him gave her a special sense of security. This sense of security was even greater than Wu Jing's. Is it because his martial arts is higher than Brother Jing's? Huang Rong thought absent-mindedly. Her mind was full of thoughts, but seeing that the sword was about to pierce her, she instinctively buried her face in Song Qingshu's chest. After a long time, there was no movement. Huang Rong raised her head in shock and found that the sword had stopped about a foot in front of her, unable to advance any further. Huang Rong had always known that Song Qingshu's martial arts were very high, but she noticed that he didn't even move his hands to stop the sword that was coming at her. She was still shocked. After the shock, she suddenly realized that she was leaning against his chest like a little bird. As if she had been scalded, she instantly sat up straight. Song Qingshu didn't tease her anymore. Instead, with a serious face, he reached out his hand and the sword shot back at a speed faster than when it came. Huang Rong only saw a blur in front of her and the sword disappeared. She couldn't help but think, if it were me, I would have been hit by the sword before I could even react. The person outside was probably dead. After a while, there was no sound from outside, which confirmed Huang Rong's guess. However, Song Qingshu didn't look happy at all. Instead, he gently placed her on the seat and whispered to her, "Wait for me here. Don't come out." With that, he got off the sedan chair. Before this, Huang Rong had been praying for Song Qingshu to put her down. It would be best if he left the sedan chair. But now that her wish had been fulfilled, she found that she wasn't happy at all. Could it be that I'm afraid that he's in danger? When she got off the sedan chair, Huang Rong saw a swordsman standing a few feet away through the gap in the curtain. It was obvious that he wasn't killed by Song Qingshu's counterattack as she had expected. After Song Qingshu got off the sedan chair, he looked at the man not far away and saw that he was about 40 or 50 years old. There were a few strands of silver hair on his temples, and he had an elegant and calm demeanor. Other than his slightly cold expression, he looked more like a wise man who did not seek fame and fame. He also looked like a famous person who had retired from the world of mortals. However, in Song Qingshu's eyes, he was like a peerless divine sword standing there, exuding a powerful sword aura that made people shiver, revealing an uneasy sharpness. The realm of becoming one with a sword? Song Qingshu muttered to himself. He had seen many sword experts over the years, but the man in front of him gave him the feeling that he was like the sword saint of Mount Hua, Feng Qingyang. But he was even sharper than Feng Qingyang. When Song Qingshu was looking at the man was also looking at him. Seeing that he was casually standing there as if he had become one with heaven and earth, he couldn't help but be surprised. No wonder Prince Song became famous in the world in just a few years. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. After a pause, he looked at the sedan chair behind him thoughtfully and continued, your reputation of being a playboy is just as the rumors say. Huang Rong was peeking through the gap in the curtain. Hearing this, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed and immediately shrank back. She was worried about her gains and losses. Did he recognize me? Song Qingshu frowned slightly. With this man's cultivation, it was not surprising that he had sensed Huang Rong's existence. What surprised him was that he had no information about this man at all. Who are you? With your cultivation, you can't be some nameless person. The man shook his head. I'm not from the Jianghu. You might not have heard of me even if I told you. How would you know if I've heard of you if you don't tell me? Song Qingshu smiled. You claim that you're not from the Jianghu. Looking at your thick, almost tangible killing intent, I'm afraid that only someone from the army could cultivate this. A strange look appeared in the man's eyes. That's right. I'm from the army. My name is Shui. The Shui who's known as the bloody-robed man? Song Qingshu's jaw almost dropped to the ground. How did someone from the ancient dragon sect get involved? The surprise in Shui's eyes deepened. That's right. 20 years ago, I did have this nickname. However, only my comrades in the army knew about it. How did you know? When the Jin Kingdom invaded the south, the southern Song dynasty and the Jin Kingdom engaged in several wars. The small unit that Shui was in was surrounded by 3,000 Jin troops. Everyone thought that they were going to die, but in the end, Shui single-handedly led his comrades to carve out a bloody path. The usually arrogant Jin army was killed until they were terrified. That battle could be said to be a battlefield littered with corpses. When reinforcements finally arrived, they saw Shui standing proudly in the middle of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His clothes were soaked in blood, and thus he was known as the bloody-robed man. Shui and had a high reputation in the army. However, he was low-key by nature and was a member of the Shui clan. Later on, he used his connections to transfer him out of the frontline troops. Just like that, 20 years had passed. His reputation was gradually forgotten, and he was not known by the people of the pugilistic world. It was fortunate that he had met Song Qingshu. If it was someone else, they probably would not know how powerful he was. However, Song Qingshu was different. After all, he had read Gu Long's novel and knew that Shui was definitely comparable to Shimen Shui. In the novel, Chu Liuxiang, who had the best lightness skill in the world, could not dodge his sword in time. Furthermore, Shui had not used his full strength. In fact, Song Qingshu did not know if this Shui was the same person as the one in Gu Long's novel. However, from the move he had just made, this person's cultivation was definitely not below Feng Qingyang of Hua Mountain. Back then, Dongfeng Mushua's martial arts were very high, but after his battle with Feng Qingyang, he was unable to use martial arts for 10 years. With Song Qingshu's current cultivation and judgment, he could make an objective judgment. In terms of the exquisiteness of sword techniques, Feng Qingyang might be superior to Shui. However, in terms of the purity of sword intent, Shui was superior to Feng Qingyang. After all, Feng Qingyang practiced Dugu Qiubai's sword technique, while Shui's sword technique was created by himself. Shui slowly raised the sword in his hand. His eyes were filled with nostalgia and sorrow. I have not used my sword for a long time. However, after meeting you today, I have no choice but to make an exception. Song Qingshu smiled. In that case, I should feel honored. Shui said calmly, it is also my honor to meet an expert like you. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly unsheathed his sword. Even from a distance of several zhang, one could feel the chill of the sword. Song Qingshu furrowed his brow slightly. He wasn't afraid of his opponent, but he felt that fighting with such a top-notch expert for no reason was not worth the effort. Moreover, Huang Rong was still in the palanquin. If she was hurt by the shockwaves of the duel and some accident happened, it would be too late for regrets. However, he also knew that for some people who were obsessed with martial arts, finding an evenly matched opponent was a very exciting thing. It was almost impossible to make the other party give up the idea of fighting. Just as he was about to make his move, a pleasant female voice came from the other side of the street. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Song Qingshu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young girl riding a horse over. Her face was like a silver basin, her eyes were like watery apricots, her lips were red without lipstick, and her eyebrows were green without any makeup. Normally, riding a horse was not the same as being refined, but Song Qingshu could feel a kind of dignified and graceful temperament from this young girl. So it's her. Song Qingshu recognized this beautiful young lady. Previously, when he was conferred the title of Prince of Qi, she had accompanied his father to his residence to congratulate him. The reason why he was able to recognize her at a glance was because she was called Shui Baochai. Shui Erin could not help but frown when he saw her. "What are you doing here?" Shui Baochai pulled on the reins and stopped. Perhaps because she had rushed over, she was panting as she spoke. "Big brother, you can't challenge him." Hearing the way she addressed him, Song Qingshu could not help but be startled. His gaze swept back and forth between her and Shui Erin a few times. He thought to himself that there was a difference of several decades between the two of them, but her father was still vigorous despite his age. However, he quickly recalled Shuiji's appearance. No matter what, he could not be Shui Erin's father. Song Qingshu quickly realized that their relationship was probably similar to that of Jia Zhen and Jia Baoyu. They were clearly older, but they were cousins of the same generation. When Shui Erin heard his sister's words, he coldly snorted. "Why can't I challenge him?" Shui Baochai dismounted. She first glanced at Song Qingshu, giving him an apologetic look. Then, she ran to her brother's side and whispered, "He has already been conferred the title of Prince of Qi. Right now, his status is noble, and the forces under his command cannot be underestimated. There is no need for our Shui clan to provoke such a powerful enemy." Even though her voice was very soft, Song Qingshu could still hear her clearly with his cultivation. He could not help but sigh inwardly. Shui Baochai's persona was still like this, graceful and understanding of the big picture. Everything had been carefully considered. "Is this your idea or your father's?" Shui Erin asked with a frown. "It is my idea. However, if my father was here, he would definitely stop you," Shui Baochai quickly replied. Song Qingshu breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. It was best to avoid this kind of inexplicable fight if possible. Shui Erin sank into silence. Just when everyone thought that he had given up, he suddenly said, "All these years, I have not been able to find anyone who can draw their sword. Now, I have finally found one. Even if your father is here, he will not be able to stop me today." Shui Baochai immediately grew anxious. She knew that if the two of them fought, no matter who won, they would definitely offend a powerful enemy like Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu was highly skilled in martial arts and had a powerful army under his command. His strength far surpassed that of an ordinary prince. It would be unwise to make an enemy out of him. However, she also knew that her brother loved the sword as much as his own life. Now that he had finally found an opponent, it would be very difficult for him to stop. Shui Erin pointed his sword at Song Qingshu from a distance. His entire body's aura was locked onto Song Qingshu, and he was looking for an opportunity to strike. Song Qingshu did not dare to be negligent. After all, the person in front of him was no ordinary expert. If he was not careful, it was possible that he would fail miserably. A cool breeze blew past, and the leaves of a nearby tree fell between the two of them. However, they were instantly sliced into pieces by the seemingly solid sword aura. Shui Erin's eyes narrowed. He turned the sword in his hand and was about to strike. At this moment, a beautiful figure in yellow landed between the two of them. When Shui Erin saw the other party's appearance, he frowned and moved the sword in his hand to the side in the nick of time. Song Qingshu also recognized the identity of the woman. His brows gradually relaxed, and the aura that he had gathered also disappeared without a trace. "General Shui is still as elegant as ever." The woman bowed slightly to Shui Erin. Who else could it be but the yellow-robed woman? "Greetings, princess." Shui Erin cupped his hands in greeting. After many years, princess's martial arts have improved a lot. The yellow-robed woman smiled slightly. "In front of General Shui, how could I dare to say that I have improved?" Shui Erin did not comment. He looked at her thoughtfully. "What brings Princess here this time?" The yellow-robed woman smiled slightly. "Not long ago, the Emperor summoned General to the capital. Today, he heard that General has arrived at Linen and specially sent me to receive you." Shui Erin's eyes narrowed. His gaze swept between the yellow-robed woman and Song Qingshu. The yellow-robed woman continued to look at him with her usual smile. Shui Baochai had always been smooth and slick. Seeing this, she hurriedly walked over and tugged at her brother's arm. "Big brother, since the Emperor has invited us, we should not be late." Shui Erin's brows were tightly furrowed. After a long time, he sheathed his sword and said in a clear voice, "It seems that I have no fate to experience young master's skills today." Song Qingshu smiled slightly. "There will be plenty of time." Very good. Shui Yuan looked at him deeply before turning to leave. His aura gradually retracted, like a divine weapon slowly being sheathed. Shui Baochai hurriedly held the hem of her skirt and bowed to Song Qingshu. I have been impolite today. I will apologize. To the Prince of Qi another day. Finishing, she led her horse and hurriedly chased after Shui Yuan. Seeing the two gradually disappear into the street, Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. You are really careless. Just now, you did not have any defense at all. The yellow-robed woman faintly sighed. Both of you are experts among experts. How can I deal with both of you at the same time? At that critical moment, it was already good enough that I could only defend one side. Song Qingshu's expression changed. It seems that you trust me. The yellow-robed woman's face reddened. However, she quickly concealed it. Of course. I have not seen Shui Yuan for many years and do not have much of a relationship. More than anything else, I am willing to believe that you will not attack me. It was because of this belief that she had completely abandoned the defense of her back and focused all her attention on Shui Yuan. She was afraid that he, who was obsessed with martial arts, would recklessly attack her. Worried that he would continue to say something that would make it difficult for her to answer, the yellow-robed woman hurriedly smiled and changed the topic. Shouldn't you thank me? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. I really have to thank you. Otherwise, it would be really depressing to fight with such an expert for no reason. The yellow-robed woman's lips curled up slightly. Then how do you plan to thank me? How about I treat you to a drink? Song Qingshu said with a smile. Drink? The yellow-robed woman put her hands behind her back and kicked a stone by her feet. That sounds pretty good. How about today? Huang Rong, who was in the palanquin, heard the conversation between the two of them. Her heart instantly jumped to her throat. She thought to herself, this bastard could have picked up a girl at any other time. Why did he have to pick up a girl now? If this girl was really interested, wouldn't her existence be exposed very quickly? Song Qingshu was also shocked. However, he had already mastered the ability to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. He smiled and replied, sure. However, from what you said earlier, it seems that you are bringing Shui Yuan back to see the emperor today. Yes. The yellow-robed woman sighed. It seems that I can only find you for a drink next time. Song Qingshu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, from your conversation just now, why is the emperor in such a hurry to summon experts into the palace? The yellow-robed woman frowned and hesitated for a long while before she said, I shouldn't have said it. But with your current status, you will know sooner or later. The yellow-robed woman paused and continued to say, a few days ago, the daughter of Imperial Censor Xinyan was kidnapped on her way from her hometown, Xianxia Garden to Linen. The emperor was furious and hurriedly summoned the experts of various families to deal with the matter. Song Qingshu couldn't help but remember that when he and Lu Yu went to Shen Garden in Shanin, he also met his ex-wife Tang Wan there. But he still couldn't help but ask curiously, although the position of Imperial Censor is not low, it shouldn't alarm the emperor, right? The yellow-robed woman faintly sighed. Under normal circumstances, it indeed wouldn't alarm the emperor, but this time the matter is special because of the identity of the daughter of the Shen family. She is not only Xinyan's precious daughter, but also the future crown princess candidate. Yesterday, my head was dizzy and I really couldn't keep writing, so I went to bed early. I am extremely sorry for the lack of updates. Crown princess? Song Qingshu was startled and vaguely remembered that he had heard Han Xingzhou mention that the crown prince had reached the marriageable age and the imperial palace was busy selecting young ladies as candidates. No matter if it was officials, scholars, or wealthy merchants, all of them were very active. Any family that had a similar age, talent and beauty would all report it, hoping that the crown princess would end up in their family. After all, she was the crown princess now and in the future, she would be the empress. The entire family would be stained with glory and not only could they enjoy a lifetime of wealth, they could also bring glory to their ancestors and raise the level of the family. But a while ago, Song Qingshu was busy saving Ren Yingying, Huang Rong and the others and did not pay attention to the crown princess selection. Song Qingshu's heart moved and he suddenly thought of something. He asked with a strange expression, what is the name of that young lady Qin? When he was in Shanin, he seemed to have heard of the young lady Chen. She was a famous beauty in the city, but he did not know if it was the same person. The yellow-robed female rolled her eyes at him. Are you always so interested in beautiful women? How can the name of the crown princess be known by a man? Even though she said this, but considering that Song Qingshu had great abilities and might be able to help, she finally told him. Shen Bijuan? Silently reciting the name that the yellow-robed female told him, Song Qingshu's entire person could be said to be in a mess. Just now, there was the world's #1 swordsman Shui from Chulu Xiang, and now there was the world's #1 beauty from Shao 11 Lang. Could it be that his transmigration caused the entire world to be in chaos? You know her? Seeing his reaction, the yellow-robed female asked curiously. I don't know her, I've only heard of her name. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Why was she kidnapped? I feel that as long as it is a beauty, there is nothing you don't know. The yellow-robed female could not help but ridicule. The crown princess selection is very intense. Although young Lady Chen is talented and beautiful, the other competitors are not bad either. So the Shen family thought of a move and let young Lady Chen take the family treasure blade to the crown prince. It was said to be a gift, but in reality, it was to let the emperor, empress, and crown prince personally see young Lady Chen's beauty and talent and win the initiative in the crown princess selection. Who knew that it would be robbed on the way, and now young Lady Shen and that treasured blade have disappeared without a trace. Song Qingshu forced a smile and said, that saber can't be called Deer Cleaver, right? Deer Cleaver? The yellow-robed woman shook her head. I'm not sure about that. I only know that the Chen family has a Mandarin duck saber. It is said that it contains the secret of invincibility in the world. Song Qingshu was taken aback. Why didn't he play his cards according to common sense? Why was it mixed with the plot of the Mandarin duck dagger? However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. It was just changing the name of the saber. The essence was still the same. As for the secret of being invincible in the world, Song Qingshu, who knew the inside story, almost burst out laughing. It seems that you do not agree with the theory that the Yuanyang saber contains the secret of invincibility in the world. The yellow-clothed woman keenly noticed the change in his expression. Invincibility depends on the person. Placing your hopes on a mere saber is too ridiculous, Song Qingshu said with a smile. That's right. The yellow-clothed woman agreed. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. He had seen the Mandarin duck dagger and knew that the secret of invincibility that made people of Wulin fight over it was the 4 words engraved on the Mandarin duck dagger, the benevolent are invincible. Back then, when Song Qingshu saw this ending, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This setting was too much of a scam. What's more, he never believed in the politically correct nonsense that the benevolent are invincible. Was Genghis Khan benevolent? Wasn't he still invincible in the world? However, although we don't believe it, the emperor still attached great importance to it. He specially recruited the masters of the big families to investigate this matter. In name, it was to save young Lady Shen, but in my opinion, it was more to find the Mandarin duck dagger. The yellow-robed female faintly sighed. She was born from the imperial family, so how could she not understand the rules? Young Lady Shen was kidnapped by thieves, and even if she was rescued, the imperial family would not allow such a tainted female to be the crown prince's imperial concubine. Even if she was a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country, even if she was as clean as ice and as clean as jade. As a woman, the yellow-clothed woman sympathized with young Lady Shen's encounter and could not help but say, if it is possible, I hope you can save her. Song Qingshu spread his hands, I am not an immortal, I don't know who kidnapped her. What's more, I haven't even seen young Lady Shen's face, how can I save her? Although he cherished flowers, it was not to the point where he would save anyone. There were so many female confidants around him that he was already too busy. How could he have the mood to provoke new women? What's more, even if he did not have these female confidants, he would not give up what he was doing to save a woman he had never met. That is true. The yellow-clothed woman nodded. She looked at the silhouette of the imperial palace in the distance and sighed faintly, these are troubled times. Not only was young Lady Shen kidnapped, but I heard that something important was lost in the imperial palace not long ago. Something was lost? Both Song Qingshu and Huang Rong, who was in the sedan, felt their hearts jump. What was lost? The yellow-clothed woman shook her head. I am not sure. In short, you have to be careful in this period of time. No, with your martial arts, I don't think anyone can hurt you. So tell the people in your fu to be careful. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Thank you for the reminder. At the same time, he secretly sighed in relief. Zhao Guo must have known that kidnapping Huang Rong was not something that could be done openly and did not let the yellow-clothed woman participate. From her tone, she did not even know that the thing that had been lost in the imperial palace was not something important, but a person. The yellow-clothed woman casually undid the acupuncture points of the guards who had been knocked unconscious by Shui Yi's men. She walked 2 steps forward and said, Since you became the Queen of Qi, I have not visited your fu. Today is a good time to visit your fu. Huang Rong, who was in the sedan, paled. She thought that if the yellow-clothed woman came with her, wouldn't she be exposed very quickly? She touched her face. It was burning hot. Huang Rong did not need to look in a mirror to know how red her face was. In addition, the sedan was so small, the yellow-clothed woman could easily guess what had happened in the sedan. Once she thought of the rumors that would spread in the Jianghu in the future, and Jing Ji's sad and disappointed eyes, Huang Rong's heart jumped to her throat. Song Qingshu was also secretly shocked. He was not afraid of being discovered, but he was worried that Huang Rong would not be able to accept it. So he smiled and made a gesture of invitation. Sure, do you want to sit in the sedan with us? Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. The yellow-clothed woman spat and unconsciously stopped in her tracks. Forget it, I'd better not go to your fu and ask for trouble. I don't want to be treated as an imaginary enemy by your female friends. Song Qingshu laughed and said, Aren't you my confidant? The yellow-clothed woman snorted. Say that to the person in the sedan yourself. She then ignored him and walked away without looking back. Song Qingshu laughed bitterly. The yellow-clothed woman was a top-notch expert. It would be strange if Huang Rong did not notice when her heart suddenly beat so fast. Continue back to the fu. Song Qingshu ordered the sedan bearers and returned to the sedan. It's all because of you that I can't face anyone. Seeing him enter, Huang Rong could not help but pinch him hard. Song Qingshu sucked in a breath of cold air. Rong don't worry. She only knows that there is someone in the sedan and does not know your identity. Perhaps she only thinks that you are my lover. Lover my ass. Huang Rong glared at him fiercely, but her nervousness gradually dissipated. That's right, that yellow-clothed woman even told you those secrets. It seems that she has a good impression of you. Song Qingshu said proudly, Of course. Who asked my charm to be so great? No woman who has seen me has not been subdued by my charm. Huang Rong was so angry that she laughed. How shameless. After being shocked by Shui Yi's bone-chilling sword qi, the sedan no longer had its previous charm. Seeing Huang Rong's frosty expression, Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment. In the end, he did not do anything to her. The two of them chatted along the way and very quickly returned to the Prince of Qi's fu. Because of Song Qingshu's instructions, the sedan did not stop in front of the fu. Instead, it was carried directly into the inner residence. Ren Yingying and Qin Yuanyuan heard the commotion and came out to welcome them. When they saw Song Qingshu, they did not even have time to rejoice before their smiles froze on their faces. This was because after Shui Yi alighted from the sedan, he turned around and opened the door of the sedan. From inside, he walked out holding the hand of an exceptionally beautiful woman. Qin Yuanyuan was shocked. She had always been proud of her beauty, but who would have thought that the women by Song Qingshu's side were all more beautiful than the last? None of them were inferior to her, causing her to begin to doubt her own life. Ren Yingying was even more shocked than her because she had already recognized this graceful and charming woman. She was the #1 lady of the martial world, Huang Rong. Her gaze fell on the hand that Song Qingshu was holding, and Ren Yingying's expression instantly became somewhat disappointed. She was different from other women. Although she was not as generous as Xiao Zhao and Shuang she was still much more generous and graceful than other women. However, this did not mean that she could not be jealous. Not long ago, she had just pledged her love to Song Qingshu. A young woman's heart was sensitive and fragile. First, it was Qin Yuanyuan and Luo Bing, and now there was Huang Rong. She even had an impulse to return to Blackwood Cliff. Compared to Qin Yuanyuan and Ren Yingying, Huang Rong's heart was currently in turmoil. She had originally planned to quietly find a secluded room to stay for a while after returning to the mansion with Song Qingshu. Who knew that she would run into the mistress of the mansion as soon as she got off the sedan? She immediately recognized Miss Ren of Blackwood Cliff. In addition, she had heard about the marriage between Sun Moon Sect and Golden Serpent Camp some time ago, as well as the disturbance at the banquet. She was not at all surprised to see Reninging here. However, as for the other one, even as a woman, Huang Rong was amazed by her beauty. She did not need to raise her hand or move. She simply stood there and displayed the charm of a woman to the fullest. Suddenly, Huang Rong noticed Reninging's gaze. As if she had been scalded, she instantly withdrew her hand, wishing that she could strangle the bastard in front of her. The appearance of characters like Shuiren and Shen Bijuan in Gu Long's book was only a coincidence. It just so happened that the plot of the book needed such people in these families. She was too lazy to think of other names, so she used these familiar names. She could also spoil the plot in advance. In the upcoming plot of Liao, because there was a Xiao 13th Wang in Liao's history, he had a place in history and was also very important in the plot of the book. This name would inevitably cause people to associate it with Xiao 11th Wang, so she simply changed it to Xiao 11th Wang. It just so happened that she could have some interaction with people like Shen Bijuan. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, was calm and unperturbed. He said, gang leader Huang was captured by the experts in the Imperial Palace. We just rescued her from the Imperial Palace, so it's not convenient for her to appear by Hirogua's side now, so she's temporarily staying with us. I see. Ren Yingying and Chen Yuanyuan were relieved. They knew about Huang Rong's disappearance. They were not stupid and quickly realized that Huang Rong couldn't show up in public. After the initial shock, they didn't think too much about it. After all, Huang Rong had a good reputation in the Jianghu. No matter how good Song Qingshu was at seducing her, she wouldn't do it with him. Yingying, take gang leader Huang to change into some casual clothes. We're going out later. Song Qingshu gestured for Ren Yingying to take Huang Rong to the room to change. Where are you going? Ren Yingying asked curiously. From gang leader Huang's description, I know who kidnapped her. Based on my relationship with the couple, I have to help her get back at them. Song Qingshu explained. Will it be dangerous? I'll go with you. Ren Yingying said worriedly. Song Qingshu smiled, don't worry. With my martial arts, there won't be any danger. On the other hand, you're the one who's exhausted. You need to take care of yourself. It's boring staying at home every day. Since you're so good at martial arts, I won't be a burden to you. Ren Yingying pouted slightly. When a girl's heart belonged to someone, she was always eager to be by her lover's side at all times. Ever since they came back from the small thatched cottage, the two of them had been apart more than together, which made her feel a little disappointed. Well. Okay. Song Qingshu noticed the bitterness in her eyes. He thought it was inappropriate for him to take someone else's wife out without his own woman. Ren Yingying's worry turned to joy. Okay, I'll take Mrs. Gua to change first. Song Qingshu hurriedly reminded, since you're going, you should change as well. Okay. Ren Yingying smiled sweetly and held Huang Rong's hand. Mrs. Gua, this way please. Huang Rong smiled, but she felt very strange in her heart. Why did she feel like a concubine coming to meet the wife? Pooh pooh pooh. How could I have such a thought? Huang Rong was secretly shocked. She hurriedly dispelled the distracting thoughts in her mind and followed Ren Yingying to the back hall. Looking at the disappearing figures of the two women, Chen Yuanyuan said with some self-pity, Yingying is smart and good at martial arts. I feel like I'm useless other than this body. There's nothing I can do to help you. Song Qingshu stepped forward and held her hand. Everyone has their own field of expertise. Why do you have to attack your own weakness with others' strengths? Besides, I still need you to help me deal with that matter. Chen Yuanyuan spat, you're too embarrassed to talk about the brothel. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. I'm just worried that I'll stimulate your imagination. Don't worry. After so many years of ups and downs, I'm not that fragile. Chen Yuanyuan snorted softly. During this period, I have some general ideas. As for the rest, I need to meet with your subordinate, Miss He, to discuss it. Song Qingshu nodded. I sent a message to Yi Taizhou some time ago. She will arrive in Linen soon. I'll arrange for you to meet at that time. I hope you keep your promise and don't embarrass those poor women. Qin Yuanyuan sighed faintly. Don't worry. I don't want to hurt your heart for a mere brothel that spies for information. Song Qingshu gently patted the back of her hand. Qin Yuanyuan blushed and subconsciously withdrew her hand. Don't do this. They'll see it later. Song Qingshu smiled and pulled her into his arms. Don't worry. They won't change so fast. Huang Rong followed Ren Yingying to the room. Along the way, she recalled how intimate Ren Yingying was with Song Qingshu just now. She felt a little strange. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, Miss Ren, I have a presumptuous question. I don't know if I should ask. Ren Yingying smiled slightly and replied softly, Mrs. Gua, please ask. Huang Rong then said, last time I saw you at the banquet. She paused and continued with some embarrassment. At that time, it seemed that you wanted to kill Song Qingshu. Why do you two feel a little like glue now? Ren Yingying blushed. At that time, she tried to assassinate Song Qingshu in front of everyone. The point was that she followed him afterward, which was really embarrassing in retrospect. At that time, well, I had some misunderstanding with him. Now the misunderstanding has been solved. Ren Yingying explained ambiguously. For some reason, she didn't want to say in front of Huang Rong that she used to like another man. I see. Huang Rong's thoughts returned to the Gem Mountain. No wonder Song Qingshu rushed to the Six Harmonies Pagoda like a madman. Hearing her talk about the past, Ren Yingying's eyes became more gentle. Yes, fortunately, he came in time. As a woman, how could Huang Rong not understand the meaning behind her eyes? She couldn't help but secretly sigh. Although Song Qingshu had all kinds of shortcomings, he was really good at stealing women's hearts. By this time, Ren Yingying had already given her a set of clean clothes. Huang Rong stopped thinking and began to change. Ren Yingying also found a set of clothes for herself. When she was changing, she glanced to the side and couldn't help but exclaim, Mrs. Gua, you still have such a good figure even though you're pregnant. How enviable. Huang Rong blushed slightly. She had never been praised like this by a woman before. She looked a little embarrassed. Miss Ren, your figure is also very good. When I was young, I couldn't compare to you. Ren Yingying looked at Huang Rong's chest, then lowered her head to look at her own chest. She said with envy, Mrs. Gua, why are you so big? Huang Rong was a little embarrassed. She thought that if she discussed this with Song Qingshu's woman, she might turn around and tell Song Qingshu about it. If she had known this would happen, she would have changed clothes separately. Miss Ren, you will also become bigger after you get married, and even bigger after you're pregnant. After all, Huang Rong was a married woman. She quickly concealed her shyness and said with a smile. This made Ren Yingying a little embarrassed. However, when she thought of the scene when she was pregnant, a strange look bloomed in her eyes. When the two women finished changing and came out, Song Qingshu's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. Great beauties are great beauties. Even after changing into a set of clothes, you still can't hide your natural beauty. Ren Yingying was happy, but she was still a little shy to be praised in front of others. She couldn't help but say, you always speak without thinking. Don't be rude to Mrs. Gua. It's okay. Huang Rong said with a smile. However, she felt extremely strange in her heart. She thought to herself, your man has more than just been rude to me. Song Qingshu looked at her stomach and said with some worry, you've been tossing and turning for so long today. Pregnant. Women can't be tired. Do you want to rest? Huang Rong was startled. She couldn't help but sigh. No wonder there were so many outstanding women who were dead set on Song Qingshu despite his fickleness. In this society where men were superior to women, men who were so considerate and gentle to women were even rarer than rare treasures. Although she still cursed Song Qingshu's actions towards her, Huang Rong felt a trace of warmth in her heart. Thank you, but there's no need. After all, I have martial arts. My energy is better than that of a normal pregnant woman. Since that's the case, let's set off now. Song Qingshu brought the two women and quietly left Prince Qi's mansion. Morongbo was like a dragon whose head and tail were nowhere to be seen. Finding him to settle accounts was really not easy. However, he had always been secretly concerned about the safety of his only son, Morongfu. As long as Morongfu was in danger, he would most likely appear. Song Qingshu already knew where Morongfu was staying. Just a moment ago, he had confirmed his whereabouts with Han Xingzhou. After learning that Morongfu had lost the martial arts competition, Morongbo had left the imperial palace in a daze and returned to his residence. As a result, Song Qingshu's group of 3 headed straight for Morongfu's residence. After walking for a while, Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, "How about I bring you over? This is too slow. If by any chance Morongfu leaves that place, it will be troublesome." Huang Rong and Reninging glanced at each other. Actually, their qinggong was pretty good in Jianghu. However, even at their peak, they were far from being able to catch up to Song Qingshu. Not to mention, one was pregnant and the other was heavily injured. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Reninging didn't mind at all. However, Huang Rong hesitated. The meaning of bring and hug were more or less the same. Reninging being Song Qingshu's woman didn't matter, but her identity, in fact, if it was just her and Song Qingshu, she wouldn't mind. After all, the two of them had been more intimate than that. However, people were strange. When there was a third party, they would have more concerns. Song Qingshu had roughly guessed her thoughts. He put his left hand around Reninging's slender waist and his right hand around Huang Rong. "Don't worry, Madame Gua. I won't hurt the child in your belly." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared into the depths of the street. Huang Rong was stunned, but she quickly realized that he had deliberately said this to resolve her embarrassment and find a reasonable explanation for her hesitation. She looked to the side and saw Reninging snuggling in his arms with a happy face. Huang Rong couldn't help but smile. She had really become a frightened bird. How could others know about the relationship between her and Song Qingshu? It didn't take long for the 3 of them to arrive at Morongfu's residence. From afar, they saw a figure hesitating through the window. Song Qingshu landed lightly and silently on the roof with the 2 women. Huang Rong couldn't help but secretly admire him. No matter what, Morongfu was still a top master in Jianghu. He didn't even notice that Song Qingshu had landed on top of his head with 2 people. This skill was really unfathomable. At this moment, an old voice suddenly came from the house below. "Do you have a son?" The 3 people on the roof were shocked. They gathered their thoughts and listened attentively. They only heard Morongfu's voice answering, "I haven't married yet." "How can I have a son?" The old voice said coldly, "Do you have an ancestor?" Morongfu was very angry and said loudly, "Of course I do. I'm willing to die." "What does it have to do with you? A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Morongfu is a dignified man. I can't stand your rude words." Hearing this, Reninging was secretly shocked. Although this voice was old, it had a disdainful and domineering air to it. In addition, he mentioned Morongjun, Morongku, Morongchue, and Morongda, who were all famous historical figures. Who was this person? She looked at Huang Rong and saw the same expression in her eyes. But she did not know that Huang Rong was even more shocked than she was, because she could tell that this person was the one who kidnapped her. Song Qingshu seemed to understand something. To verify his guess, he carefully lifted the roof tiles and the 3 of them saw the situation in the room. Morongfu's hair was disheveled as he stood in the room. In front of him was a masked elder who stood proudly. A dagger had fallen to the ground beside him. Although the 3 people on the roof had not personally seen what had happened, they could roughly guess what had happened. Morongfu had probably lost the martial contest for the position of commander and had taken his own life after returning. However, he had been saved by the masked elder. The 4 people mentioned by the masked old man were all famous rulers of the Yan kingdom in the past. They had shaken the world with their might and created great achievements. They were Morongfu's ancestors. Morongfu was dizzy and furious, but when he suddenly heard the names of these 4 ancestors, it was as if a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. He thought, many years ago, my late father earnestly told me to make the rejuvenation of the great Yan my lifelong ambition. Today, because of a moment of anger, I have committed suicide. From now on, my Xianbei Murong clan will no longer exist in this generation. I don't even have a son. How can I talk about restoring the country? His back was covered with cold sweat. He knelt on the ground and said, Murong Fu's knowledge is limited. Thanks to Senior's guidance, I will never forget your kindness. The masked old man accepted his kowtow calmly and said, since ancient times, which one of those who achieved great achievements did not go through untold hardships? Emperor Gaozu of Han had Bai Deng pleading for peace, Emperor Gaozu of Tang had the humiliation of surrendering to the Turkic Khaganate. If both of them were like you, they would only be narrow-minded, and narrow-minded people committing suicide. How could they talk about founding a nation? You are not even as good as Go Jian and Han Xian. You are really ignorant. Murong Fu knelt and accepted the lesson. He was frightened and said, this senior seems to know my ambition. He actually compared me with the founders of the Han dynasty and Tang dynasty. He said, Murong Fu knows he is wrong. The masked old man said, get up. Murong Fu kowtowed 3 times and stood up. The masked old man said, your Gusu's Murong clan's inherited martial art is marvelous and profound, it is matchless in the world. It's just that you have not mastered it yet. Look carefully. Stretching out his index finger, he pointed 3 times toward the ceiling. Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed when he felt 2 sharp finger winds coming at him. He grabbed Ren Yingying and Huang Rong's shoulders and dodged them in a flash. After this, Murong Fu, Murong, Fu, and Fu, yelled Ming, Murong Mingyu, said, and Fu, won. The masked old man said loudly, this is the Murong family's joined finger. I learned it from your ancestor, but I only knew a little about it. I don't know how many other wonderful martial arts the Murong clan has. Hee, don't tell me that you, a young man, can create the great name of Gusu's Murong clans paying them back in their own coin? Senior's words are enlightening. May I know Senior's name? How should I address you? Murong Fu asked in admiration. I am only acquainted with the elders of your Murong clan. My name is not needed. The masked old man answered indifferently. He then turned to the side and looked at the door. The 2 of you have come in the middle of the night. Why don't you come in and have a chat? When Huang Rong and Ren Yingying, who were outside the door, heard his words, they looked at Song Qingshu in shock. They had only quickened their breathing a little, and that person had already discovered them. It was clear that his martial arts were great, but they did not expect him to not notice Song Qingshu's existence at all. The great name of Gusu's Murong clans paying them back in their own coin was naturally not created by you, Sir Murong. Since his tracks were exposed, Song Qingshu naturally did not need to hide it. He brought the 2 women inside and said, Old Mr. Murong, you moved unhindered in the world and built up such a great reputation in the past. Why do you have to hide like this now? Why do you not dare to reveal your identity in front of your son? When the masked old man heard Song Qingshu's words, his body trembled. The calmness in his eyes instantly disappeared and was replaced with deep shock and fear. However, at this time, Murong Fu was even more shocked than him. When he heard Song Qingshu's words, he couldn't help but look at the masked old man with joy. Father, is that you? At this time, the masked old man didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he stared at the door. His whole body was on guard as if he was facing a great enemy. Song Qingshu led Ren Yingying and Huang Rong to the door. Before they reached the door, it was as if the door was pushed open by a pair of invisible hands, allowing the 2 sides to finally meet face to face. Murong Bo, we meet again. Song Qingshu said with a light smile. His hands were behind his back, as if his whole body was defenseless. However, the opponent's attack was not launched at all. The masked old man coldly snorted. At this time, there was no need to hide his identity. He took off his mask. Sure enough, it was Murong Bo father. Murong Fu was surprised and happy. He hurriedly went to greet him. At this time, he had a lot of things to say to him. Murong Bo raised his hand to stop him. We can talk about other things later. Let's deal with this great enemy first. Murong Fu was startled. In his impression, his father was a person who thought highly of himself. Moreover, he knew how high his father's martial arts were. He really couldn't imagine that his father would actually say something like joining hands with others. Although Morong Fu had been defeated several times in Jianghu in recent years, he was still a top expert in Jianghu. He was confident that if he joined hands with his father, they could even kill an expert like Xiao Feng. He really couldn't think of anything that could make them, father and son, afraid. However, when he saw Song Qingshu's appearance, he was instantly shaken. It must be known that he had come into contact with Song Qingshu several times. He was very clear on how unfathomable the opposite party was. "Brother Song, may I know why you have come this time?" Seeing his father pull out his swords at the sight of Song Qingshu, Morong Fu was secretly frightened. He hurriedly went forward and tried to ease the atmosphere. After all, he and Song Qingshu had some friendship. Song Qingshu smiled, "Prince Morong, you don't need to worry. This time, I'm not here to look for you, but to look for your father." Morong Fu was speechless. He thought, "Is there any difference between you looking for me and my father? Could it be that I can just stand by and watch?" Morong Bo's face twitched, and he said in a cold voice, "The grudge between us and the Jin Kingdom last time has already been settled. So, what are you doing here this time?" "Settled? I'm afraid not." Song Qingshu looked at his broken finger. "At this time, you must be itching to tear me to pieces to take revenge for your broken finger." "What?" Morong Fu was shocked. In fact, before he and his son met, he had already noticed that Song Qingshu's finger was broken. At that time, he was still surprised about what kind of expert could injure this mysterious expert's finger. He didn't expect that it was actually Song Qingshu. "You can't blame others for your inferior skill." Morong Bo very well hid the resentment in his eyes. "You don't need to rush to show your attitude. This time, I'm not here to settle old debts." Song Qingshu smiled, pointed to Huang Rong beside him, and said, "Madame Gua is my friend. This time, I'm here to stand up for her." Morong Bo's complexion slightly changed. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Is that so?" Song Qingshu's tone had a hint of sarcasm. "Your Excellency is also a well-known figure in Jianghu. Why do you dare to do something but not dare to admit it? If you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext." Morong Bo angrily said, "I wonder how you plan to stand up." Song Qingshu didn't directly answer him. Instead, he turned to Huang Rong and gently asked, "Madame Gua, how do you plan to deal with him?" "This?" Huang Rong was instantly embarrassed. First, Song Qingshu asked her in front of so many people, which made her heart beat several times faster. Second, the other side's question was very difficult to answer. In fact, when she thought that the other side was the one who caused her husband to lose such a good opportunity, she couldn't wait to cut him into 8 pieces. But Morong Bo's fame in Jianghu was illustrious. He was a master-level expert. Not to mention her, even if Jing Gij went to his door, he might not necessarily be able to deal with him. Wanting to kill such a master-level expert was even more impossible. She was already very grateful that Song Qingshu helped her take revenge, so how could she make a request that would make things difficult for him? Before Huang Rong could answer, Morong Bo flew into a rage. "Last time I was defeated by you by half a move. Could it be that you really think that you can defeat me?" After all, he was an expert among experts. He had the pride of a master-level expert. In addition, he was ignored by Song Qingshu in front of his son and was treated like a fish waiting to be slaughtered to please a woman. How could he bear such an insult? As for the last time he lost to Song Qingshu, Morong Bo concluded that it was because he was too arrogant. He thought that his joined finger was invincible, so he went to fight head-on against Song Qingshu's sword chi. If he had fully utilized Morong Bo's specialty of being well-versed in 100 schools of thought and avoided fighting head-on, he might have been able to fight. Moreover, this time, he had his son's help. With the father and son working together, where in the world couldn't they go? Song Qingshu turned his head around. "There's no point in talking too much. We'll only know after we fight." After experiencing this matter, he clearly knew that keeping a top-notch expert who was filled with resentment towards him in the dark was like nurturing a tiger that would invite calamity. So, he might as well use this opportunity to stand up for Huang Rong and completely end this grudge. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Morong Fu and grabbed his vital acupoint. He had made up his mind to instantly kill one of them at the very beginning. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome for the father and son to work together. Morong Fu only felt his vision blur. Before he could react, the other party had already attacked him. He sighed inwardly. My life is over. Fortunately, Morongbo had been ready since just now. He had even fought with Song Qingshu in the Jin Kingdom before, so he knew how terrifying his speed was. Thus, he was on guard from the very beginning. At the critical moment, he blocked the attack for his son, and the two of them were instantly engaged in battle. After all, Morongbo was one of the top-notch experts in Jianghu. In addition, Gusu's Morong family had a long history of learning and had dozens of years of fighting experience. Therefore, he was able to block Song Qingshu with some difficulty. However, at the same time, he complained inwardly. After exchanging a few moves with Song Qingshu, he had already sensed his opponent's killing intent. He knew that he might not be able to have a good ending this time. His initial optimism had completely disappeared. He knew that even if he used all his skills, he would probably be subdued in less than 10 moves. At this time, Song Qingshu was also somewhat depressed. In the original work, the sweeping monk could instantly kill Morongbo, but he had fought with him several times. He was clear that it was impossible for him to instantly kill Morongbo. However, he didn't think that he was worse than the sweeping monk. The main reason was that the sweeping monk had secretly observed Morongbo for decades. He was very clear about Morongbo's martial arts. Naturally, he was also very clear about Morongbo's weaknesses. In addition, at that time, Morongbo was already somewhat possessed by the devil. Therefore, being instantly killed was actually caused by many factors and coincidences. At this time, Morongfu finally reacted. Seeing that his father was faintly at a disadvantage from the very beginning, he hurriedly pulled out his sword and rushed forward. Don't hurt my father. On the other side, Huang Rong was shocked. She had watched the previous martial arts competition. Morongfu was originally a top-notch expert who was only a bit weaker than Xiao Feng. In addition, he had obtained the 18 subduing dragon palms, which greatly increased his strength. In addition, there was also Morongbo, who had been famous for decades. If the father and son joined hands, no matter how high Song Qingshu's martial arts were, he might not be able to resist. Although Renanying and Song Qingshu had not been together for a long time, she had seen him fight many times. At the beginning, she had seen him fight Dongfang Bubi at the Blackwood Cliff. At that time, although his martial arts were very high, it was still within the scope of her understanding. But later, when she saw him again, whether it was during the Golden Snake meeting or when he fooled her into bowing to heaven and earth to get married, his martial arts could be said to be getting higher and higher. She could not even see his back. Especially several times when Song Qingshu carried her with one hand and dealt with a group of enemies with the other hand. That natural and unrestrained way of lifting something heavy as if it was light left an indelible impression on her. No matter how high Morongbo and Morongfu's martial arts were, they could not compare to Shaolin's Xianxia and Fang Zheng's great master, and they could not compare to Wudong's Zhang Sanfeng. Song Qingshu could even deal with those people, so naturally, he could also deal with Morong father and son. Seeing how calm Renanying was, Huang Rong also reacted. It was not like she had never seen Song Qingshu fight before, so why was she so nervous? Could it be that she was worried and confused? At this time, the situation of the battle changed again. Morongbo and Morongfu's martial arts were of the same origin. When the two of them joined hands, their power could be said to have reached the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Even for Song Qingshu, it was somewhat strenuous to deal with them. Seeing that the situation was gradually changing, Morongbo was overjoyed. Surnamed Song, you are young and successful, don't be so frivolous. Is that so? Song Qingshu coldly snorted, and suddenly his figure disappeared into thin air. The next second, he reappeared between the two of them. He pointed his finger at Morongfu and punched Morongbo. Because Song Qingshu had disappeared into thin air, and when he reappeared, he attacked from an impossible angle. Morongfu simply didn't have enough time to react before his acupoint was sealed. Morongbo also turned pale with fright. However, his martial arts were much higher than his son's, so he hastily used revolving star passage technique in an attempt to dissolve Song Qingshu's thunderous punch. Unfortunately, even after using 100% of his revolving star transposition, he was only able to shift the opponent's fist by an inch to the side. He was still punched in the chest. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. It was as if all of his spirit had been consumed in that instant. Song Qingshu's other hand pressed down on the top of his head. Morong Bo's eyes widened. Unfortunately, at this time, his body was in turmoil, as if all his meridians were broken, so he could not summon any internal force to resist. Have mercy! Morong Fu panicked when he saw this. Unfortunately, his acupoints had already been sealed, so he could only open his mouth and shout. Song Qingshu's palm stopped an inch away from Morong Bo's head. He turned around and looked at Morong Fu. Give me a reason? Previously, using conventional fighting methods to deal with Morong father and son was indeed troublesome. Therefore, he had no choice but to increase his speed. As the saying goes, in the world of martial arts, there is nothing that cannot be overcome, but speed is the only thing that cannot be overcome. Morong Bo's cultivation and decades of experience in reading hundreds of schools of thought, in front of an absolute disparity in speed, instantly lost all meaning. That year, when you went to Swallow Dock to seek medical treatment, after all, I also helped you. Looking at this sentiment, can you let my father go? Morong Fu hastily said. Song Qingshu shook his head. These years, I have been lenient to you several times. Not long ago, I even gave you the Beggar Clan's secret 18 dragon subduing palms. That year's sentiment, I have already paid you back more than enough. While speaking, his palm pressed down by an inch, pressing on the top of Morong Bo's head. As long as he exerted his strength, a Grandmaster-level character would die on the spot. Don't. Morong Fu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind and he hastily said, I know the whereabouts of Morong Jingyue. Just as Song Qingshu was about to exert his strength, he suddenly heard this news. He abruptly turned around and looked at him. Really? He couldn't help but care. These years, icy snow had been running around to track down Morong Jingyue. Zhao Min had also been poisoned by his 3-corpse brain divine pill. Seeing that the time for the poison to take effect was getting closer and closer, it could be said that finding Morong Jingyue was an urgent matter. Seeing his expression, Morong Fu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This is related to my father's life, how would I dare to lie? Song Qingshu suddenly frowned. I used so many resources, but I still couldn't find his whereabouts. How could you find him? It had to be known that apart from him, Zhao Min had also used the Mongolian intelligence network, but she had never been able to find any news about Morong Jingyue. Could a declining Morong family be more powerful than the Ruyang Mansion and the Golden Snake Camp? Morong Fu hastily explained. After all, Morong Jingyue is a descendant of the Morong family. I can find his whereabouts through some special methods of the family. Okay, tell me the whereabouts of Morong Jingyue, and I'll let your father go. With a flick of his finger, Song Qingshu unsealed Morong Fu's acupoint. Compared to Morong Bo, Morong Jingyue, a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, was more dangerous. Morong Fu stretched his body to dredge his muscles and bones. Originally, he wanted to help his father up, but seeing that Song Qingshu didn't intend to move his hand away, he knew that Song Qingshu was waiting for his answer, so he didn't dare to be negligent. According to the latest news, Morong Jingyue should be hiding in Shijing, Liao. In the heyday of Liao, there were 5 capitals. Shangjing, Zhongjing, Dongjing, now Liaoyang, Nanjing, now Beijing, and Shijing. However, in this world, the Jin kingdom and the Qing dynasty rose, and Liao lost a large part of its territory. Among the 5 capitals, only Shijing was left, which was later known as Datong. Although Liao had 5 nominal capitals, because of the tradition of Liao, the emperor was patrolling in 4 seasons, and there was a system of 4 seasons, so the capital was not fixed. However, this tradition had been broken now, and a large part of Liao's territory had fallen. Now, the actual control of the territory around Xianxia, and it couldn't be like before, so the capital was gradually fixed in Shijing. Morong Jingyue is in Shijing? Song Qingshu's heart trembled. No wonder he couldn't find him, this area was really empty. Where is he in Shijing? Morong Fu shook his head. I don't know. I just analyzed that he is in Shijing through various kinds of information. As for where he is in Shijing, or what his identity is, it's a mystery. Song Qingshu could actually understand this. After all, Morong Jingyue was more cunning than anyone else, and he was also good at disguise. If it was so easy for Fu to find out everything, he wouldn't be Jingyue. However, knowing that Jingyue was in Shijing was already a big progress. Song Qingshu believed that with his and Zhao Min's power, there would be a way to find him. Prince Song, can you let go of my father? Fu stared at his palm, his heart was hanging in the air. Song Qingshu nodded and retracted his hand, then said with a smile, this time, I had some misunderstanding with old Mr. Murong, but now that the misunderstanding has been solved, we are still friends. Bo almost vomited blood in anger when he heard his words. He thought, you beat me half to death, and then say it was a misunderstanding? We are still friends? He really wanted to loudly scold, I have never seen such a shameless person, however, when he thought of the opposite party's martial arts, he could only swallow his anger. Song Qingshu thought for a moment, and probably felt somewhat embarrassed. He took out a pill from his bosom and placed it on the table. Old Mr. Murong has suffered a little injury, I just happen to have a healing pill here, consider it as an apology for disturbing you this time. Fu glanced at the pill on the table, and his heart jumped. However, he didn't dare to show it on his face, Prince Song is too serious, it's just a misunderstanding. Both sides exchanged a few more polite words, and then Song Qingshu left with Huang Rong and Ren Yingying. When they left the courtyard, Song Qingshu said to Huang Rong with an apologetic look, because Jingyue's whereabouts is very important to me, so I didn't completely help you this time, I'm really sorry. In fact, he could have killed Jingyue after learning his whereabouts, but he didn't do so. After all, everyone should have their own principles. It must be known that even a big villain like Western Poison Ouyang Feng would pay great attention to the style of a great master, and disdain to do some things. It was precisely because of this kind of persistence that determined a person's style and bearing. If a person had no principles, then he was bound to be despised by everyone. Huang Rong hurriedly said, don't say that, I'm already very grateful to you for today's matter. She estimated that even if her husband Guo Jing and father Huang Yaoshi came together, they might not be able to achieve such an effect. After all, the Murong family's Big Dipper technique had shaken the world for many years, it was really too mysterious. Even if they could win, they might not be able to seriously injure Bo. Song Qingshu smiled, speaking of which, Bo has suffered such a serious injury, he shouldn't think about fighting for the next few years. This can also be considered as helping you vent your anger. Thank you. Huang Rong cautiously looked at Ren Yingying on the side. She was always worried that Song Qingshu standing up for her would make her feel that something was wrong. Fortunately, Ren Yingying didn't think too much about it. On the contrary, she worriedly asked, Qingshu, Murong father and son must hate you to the bone. Even if you leave behind a healing panacea, they won't be grateful to you. Instead, it will speed up his recovery. Will they let the tiger return to the mountain? Huang Rong pursed her lips and smiled, Miss Ren, do you really think he would be so kind as to leave a healing panacea to other people? Ah? Ren Yingying was startled at first, but she wasn't stupid. She quickly reacted, is that a fake medicine? Madame Gua is still smart, Song Qingshu gave Huang Rong a thumbs up, making her roll her eyes, in fact, it can't be considered as lying to him. The leopard embryo tendon changing pill is indeed very good for the body in the early stage. Leopard embryo tendon changing pill? Ren Yingying spat, how can you be so bad, what if he really eats it? Don't worry, with Bo's sly and suspicious character, he absolutely won't eat it. Song Qingshu said as if he could foresee the future. At this time, in Fu's residence, Bo crushed the pill into pieces. His complexion was as cold as ice. Fu anxiously said, this medicine, Bo coldly snorted, do you think that brat would be so kind? So that's how it is, Fu nodded as if he had sensed something. He suddenly knelt on the ground, Father, please forgive me. Just now, Father was humiliated, but I couldn't avenge you. Instead, I have to bow and scrape to the enemy. Fu was shocked and said, Father, you are right. I have learned a lot. Bo said in a deep voice, Song Qingshu's martial arts are unfathomable. It is not a matter of a day to find him for revenge, so you don't have to worry. Now, there is another urgent matter. What is it? Fu asked curiously. Bo looked in the direction of the imperial palace and said, this time, I have used all kinds of means and used countless connections to make you a candidate for the competition, But you failed. Morongfu was ashamed when he heard that. I am useless. Morongbo waved his hand and said, it is over, so it is meaningless to talk about it. However, I am not the only one who has used all kinds of means. Jia Sherdao is also determined to get the military power of Sichuan. This time, you have disappointed him, and he will certainly not let you go. Morongfu's face changed slightly. He knew very well how powerful Jia Sherdao was. The Morong family seemed to be glorious, but as long as Jia Sherdao wanted, the Morong family of Gusu would probably be removed from the Jianghu. This time, Jia Sherdao has paid so much, but it was all in vain. He will definitely be angry, and it will be easy for him to vent his anger on you. Morongbo said in a deep voice, you are the only descendant of the Morong family. Nothing can happen to you. Just in case, you must be prepared. How should I prepare? Morongfu had just been enlightened, and he had thought everything through. In order to revive the Yan kingdom, everything could only be possible if he lived well. You will replace Guojing's position. Morongbo's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. When the time comes, you can blame everything on Guojing, saying that he has secretly joined Han Xingzhou, so he deliberately gave up. Morongfu frowned and felt that there were many flaws in this statement. He said, but Jia Sherdao may not believe it. Have you forgotten who came with Song Qingshu just now? Morongbo's eyes showed a hint of resentment. Huang Rong. Morongfu vaguely felt that he had grasped the clue. That's right. Morongbo grinned and said, you can tell Jia Sherdao that Huang Rong has never disappeared. All of this is a game of thief crying thief. It's also that Guojing can justifiably give up. Wonderful. Morongfu couldn't help but clap his hands in praise. He suddenly thought of something and said, but if Guojing is Han Xingzhou's person, why did he forfeit? No matter who wins or loses, he's still Han Xingzhou's person. Morongbo explained, this shows that Han Xingzhou still does not trust Guojing that much. He is worried that when Guojing obtains Sichuan's military power, he will not be able to control it. And in front of so many experts in the palace, Guojing also cannot lose to Wu Tianda on purpose. Therefore, he can only give up as a proof of his allegiance. Morongfu couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said, this explanation is reasonable, and Jia Sherdao will definitely believe it. However, Hirogua is so righteous that he took the blame for me. I always feel that. Morongbo snorted and interrupted him, today, I was seriously injured. Although I was injured by Song Qingshu, in the final analysis, it was because of that slut Huang Rong. Now, we don't have the ability to take revenge on Song Qingshu, so it's reasonable to collect some interest from Huang Rong and her husband. Song Qingshu returned to the house with Huang Rong and Ren Yingying. Huang Rong couldn't help but yawn, and her pretty face was full of exhaustion. Song Qingshu remembered that she was pregnant, and it was easy for her to get tired. Today, she was able to last until now because she had been cultivating the Nine Sutra all these years. Her internal strength had reached a certain level, and her spirit was much better than ordinary women. Mrs. Gua, I will arrange a quiet house for you. You should rest early, said Song Qingshu. I don't want a quiet house. Huang Rong said hurriedly. Seeing the surprised eyes of the other two, she hurriedly said, I actually don't like quiet. I have been locked in the palace for a long time, and I almost got sick because of it. I want someone to talk to me. Miss Ran, I don't know if you mind if I sleep with you? Ren Yingying was stunned at first, and then she smiled and said, of course not. Huang Rong was a legendary woman in Jianghu, and Ren Yingying had always admired her. She would definitely learn a lot if she could have a chance to talk to her closely. That's great. Huang Rong smiled sweetly. In fact, it was just an excuse that she didn't like quiet. She was worried that if she lived in a quiet house, Song Qingshu would come to steal her in the middle of the night, and no one would hear her even if she called for help. However, even if she didn't live in a quiet place, she couldn't rest assured. After all, Song Qingshu's martial arts were too high, and if he really wanted to do something, she couldn't do anything. After all, Huang Rong was famous for her intelligence, and she quickly thought of a solution. Since it was dangerous to live alone, then she would live with someone. In the entire palace, the best person was Ren Yingying. Firstly, she had an engagement with Song Qingshu. How could she tolerate her man doing anything to another woman in front of her? Secondly, after a short time together, Huang Rong had already figured out that Ren Yingying was an extremely reserved and shy woman, and would never accompany Song Qingshu to fool around. Song Qingshu wasn't stupid, and he quickly understood the crux of the matter. He couldn't help but feel angry and amused. Huang Rong was really so guarded against him. Was she really afraid that he would use force on her? Understanding was one thing, and agreeing was another. It was fine if Huang Rong was guarded against him, but why did she pull Ren Yingying along? It wasn't easy for his relationship with Yingying to improve by leaps and bounds, and it was a good opportunity to go further, but it was interrupted by Huang Rong. Yingying, your body and bones are injured, and I have to nourish your meridians every day. It's a little inconvenient. Song Qingshu found a reason to stop her. Ren Yingying pursed her lips and smiled. I'll go to your room to heal during the day, and I'll talk to Sister Huang at night. Huang Rong was like a star in Jianghu, a heroine in the hearts of many women. Ren Yingying was full of excitement at the thought of communicating with her like this. Huang Rong was a little surprised. Miss Ren, in fact, I noticed that your face seemed to be a little gloomy before. It turns out that you are really injured. Song Qingshu was about to explain, but Ren Yingying was afraid that if he said it, Huang Rong would be embarrassed to live with her, so she hurriedly said, Sister Huang, I'll talk to you later. As she spoke, she pushed Song Qingshu out. Get out, Madame Gua and I are going to wash up and go to bed. It's not convenient for a man like you to stay here. Song Qingshu was speechless. He wanted to stay a little longer, but thinking of Ren Yingying's weak body, his heart was full of pity, and he didn't want to make her angry. Although Ren Yingying pushed him with little strength, he still pretended to stagger and was pushed out. Huang Rong saw all this. After Ren Yingying closed the door, she couldn't help but say, Miss Ren, he really cares about you. That's because you haven't seen the time when he bullied me. Ren Yingying pursed her lips and smiled, and her eyes were flowing with happiness. Huang Rong complained in her heart, is he as good as when he bullied me? She was experienced, and it was easy for her to judge that Ren Yingying was still a young girl. She couldn't help but secretly sigh that Song Qingshu, that lecherous man, had always been obedient to her. Thinking about what Song Qingshu had done to her, Huang Rong felt a little disappointed. She had always felt that he truly loved Ren Yingying and was full of desire for her. Bah! Why am I thinking about this? Huang Rong instantly woke up and began to ask about Ren Yingying's body to divert her attention. Ren Yingying then slowly told Huang Rong what had happened that night. Her tone was calm, but it still made Huang Rong's heart skip a beat. After Song Qingshu left Ren Yingying's room, he looked at the sky. It was too late to attend the banquet in the palace, and he had no interest in pretending to be courteous with those people. In addition, he had been running around in a short period of time. Today, he had finally rescued Huang Rong. He was relieved, and suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion. He just wanted to have a good sleep. However, it was a little lonely to sleep alone. Song Qingshu thought for a moment, and his eyebrows moved. He walked in the direction of Qin Yuanyuan's room. 1 monk fetched water, 3 monks had no water to drink. Previously, because of the checks and balances between the women, and their own reservations, Song Qingshu had no water to drink. Now that Ren Yingying was held back by Huang Rong, he could go find the third woman. Qin Yuanyuan was sitting in the room in a daze when she suddenly heard the door open. She saw Song Qingshu pushing the door open and couldn't help but ask in surprise, why are you here? Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh that Qin Yuanyuan was really worthy of being called a femme fatale. Even sitting there in a daze was a beautiful painting. What, I'm not welcome? Qin Yuanyuan went over and smiled, of course not, I'm just curious why you didn't accompany your little madam today. Instead, you came to my place. From your words, are you jealous? Song Qingshu walked forward and held her in his arms. Her soft body was so comfortable that he couldn't help but moan. Who's jealous? Qin Yuanyuan blushed and hurriedly tried to push him away. Don't be like this. If they see us, I won't have the face to see others. During this time, the atmosphere in the Wang Fu could be said to be very strange. Other than Ren Yingying being Song Qingshu's woman, Qin Yuanyuan and Luo Bing had never revealed their relationship with Song Qingshu. Don't worry, right now Yingying and Guofuran are talking all night. They won't find out what happened here. Song Qingshu roughly explained what had happened when he went out. You're really amazing. Jin Yuanyuan's pair of starry eyes bloomed with a charming light. I've been in the south for a long time and know a lot of things in the palace. Not to mention Murong Fu's reputation in Jianghu, his martial arts were qualified to be an imperial weapon. It's just that I don't know why he declined. His father's martial arts must be even higher. The two of them combined couldn't defeat you. Song Qingshu waved his hand. Today, let's not talk about swords and blades, only about wind and moon. Jin Yuanyuan spat, you're always so frivolous. Song Qingshu chuckled and suddenly thought of something. That's right, I didn't have time to tell you just now. Today, I saw Aku in the palace. Hearing the news of her daughter, Jin Yuanyuan instantly grabbed his arm. How has Aku been recently? Is her body alright? Did she encounter any danger? Seeing her nervous expression, Song Qingshu smiled and said, don't worry, she's fine except that she misses you. Hearing Jin Yuanyuan's words, Song Qingshu paused. No way, she looked like she wanted to kill me. Who asked you to trick her into coming to Yanjing City? To a certain extent, her current misfortune is all because of you. Jin Yuanyuan glared at him. Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. I didn't have a choice back then. Jin Yuanyuan couldn't help but think of the first time she met Song Qingshu. She was a high and mighty Wang Fei and he was respectful to her. Who would have thought that one day she would lie under him and enjoy himself? Thinking of all those embarrassing scenes, Jin Yuanyuan's face heated up. But she suddenly thought of her daughter's thoughts and the blush faded. What do you plan to do with Aku? Jin Yuanyuan suddenly blinked her large, watery eyes and looked at him quietly. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Aku is the most favored imperial consort of the southern Song now. I don't need to arrange anything. Most favored? Jin Yuanyuan was a bit angry at Song Qingshu's pretense. It's not like you don't know Aku's situation in the palace. She has the title of imperial consort, but not the real imperial consort. Alone in the palace, she has to face the open and hidden attacks of the other concubines. She has always longed for freedom outside and is waiting for someone to save her. At this point, Song Qingshu could only reply, don't worry. Actually, I promised her before that I would save her from the palace in the future. The reason he didn't save her now was because the impact was too bad. The most favored imperial consort in the palace eloped with someone. Even if Zhao Go wasn't her real husband and didn't have any feelings for her, he would still investigate for the sake of his reputation. Once he was found out, a war was unavoidable. Song Qingshu was usually a bit lustful, but he was very clear-headed at critical moments. How could he start a war for a woman? Secondly, Aku shouldered the responsibility of his father, Wu Sangue, and the Southern Song alliance. Now that Wu Sangue was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position in the war against the Manchurian Qing, if he lost the Southern Song alliance as well, the situation would only get worse. Aku himself did not want to leave at this time and cause his father to fall into a desperate situation. With Aku's current identity, even if you rescue her, I'm afraid she won't be able to show her face in public for the rest of her life. How do you plan to settle her? Jin Yuanyuan was not very satisfied with his answer and continued to ask. How? Song Qingshu pondered for a while and replied, don't worry. When the time comes, I'll find a place where the forces of the Southern Song and Wu Sangue can't reach and settle her down. If she meets someone she likes, I'll prepare a generous dowry for her. I promise that she won't suffer a loss. Jin Yuanyuan faintly sighed. Aku is a Junju, and now she is the imperial concubine. How can she still like an ordinary man? Moreover, which man would dare to marry her? She paused for a moment and looked at Song Qingshu with a faint smile. Besides, are you willing to let her marry another man? Song Qingshu's heart jumped and he said somewhat unnaturally, why wouldn't I be willing? Jin Yuanyuan rolled her eyes at him. Aku's beauty is not below mine. I understand you men very well. How could you be willing to let her fall into the arms of another man? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. You misunderstand. I've always liked to help others achieve their dreams. Help others achieve their dreams? Seeing that he still didn't admit it, Jin Yuanyuan finally became angry. That time, who sneaked into Aku's palace and did those things to the two of us? Thinking of the thing in her mouth when she woke up, the taste was still fresh in Jin Yuanyuan's memory. At that time, she felt very disgusted, but now that her relationship with Song Qingshu had developed to this point, she felt more ashamed and angry when she thought about it. Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. That night, I actually didn't do anything to you. It was Yuanji who wanted to take revenge on the two of you for hurting her so badly before, so she deliberately scared you. After listening to him tell the whole story, Qin Yuanyuan couldn't help but spit. That girl is really mean. She is also a poor person. I hope you don't blame her. Song Qingshu couldn't help but speak up for Li Yuanji. Don't worry. It was us who hurt her first. It's fair to pay back what we did. Some time ago, Qin Yuanyuan lived with Li Yuanji in the cold palace. The grievances between the two women had already disappeared, and they became good friends. Although nothing really happened that night, but Qin Yuanyuan suddenly raised her head, with a trace of inexplicable meaning in her eyes. Haven't you ever thought that something really happened? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly denied it. I'm not a beast. How can I have that kind of dirty thought? As he said this, he secretly cried out in shame. Qin Yuanyuan spat. Bah, it's not like I don't know what you men think. With my and Aka's beauty, who knows how many men in this world want to get us mother and daughter into the same bed? Don't tell me you haven't thought about it. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. I did have such a thought, but it was only a fleeting thing. The reason why people are different from beasts is that people have propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. Qin Yuanyuan reached out and pressed her hand on his lips. Her eyes suddenly revealed a hint of shyness. What if I don't mind? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, and his voice became a little hoarse. What did you say? Qin Yuanyuan let go of his hand and slowly walked to the window. Looking at the moon in the sky, she said rather sadly, I've been homeless all my life and experienced many hardships. I don't want Aku to repeat my fate. But now the world is in chaos, and the countries are fighting. The situation is worse than the end of the Ming dynasty. Aku has beauty that can cause the downfall of countries, but she doesn't have the ability to protect herself. If Zhao Go was a normal man, being an imperial concubine in the southern Song dynasty would be a good ending. But Aku is fated to not be able to stay in the palace forever. When the new emperor ascends to the throne, Aku will not have an heir to rely on. I don't know how pitiful her ending will be. Actually, although this ending is a little pitiful, she can at least enjoy at least 10 years of glory and wealth. But now that the countries in the north are eyeing her, and the southern Song dynasty has always been weak, the pitiful ending of those imperial concubines during the Jingkong rebellion is still fresh in our minds. I don't want Aku to suffer that kind of pitiful fate in the future. Qin Yuanyuan suddenly turned around. That's why I want to find a strong man to protect her. I've thought about it, and you're the most suitable candidate. In addition, Aku has feelings for you. There's no better choice than this. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. With our current relationship, how can I have anything to do with Aku? Why not? Qin Yuanyuan looked at him quietly. Anyway, other people don't know about our relationship. When the time comes, I will quietly retreat behind the scenes and let Aku become your woman on the surface. But I don't want to lose you. Song Qingshu hurriedly grabbed her hand. Qin Yuanyuan's face blushed and she said timidly, I didn't forbid you from coming to find me, as long as no one finds out. Ah? Song Qingshu was instantly overjoyed. Qin Yuanyuan continued, but you must give Aku a status equal to that of the ninth princess, Miss Ren, and the others. This? Song Qingshu hesitated. Putting aside the fact that Aku had once been an imperial concubine of the southern Song, she was Wu Songgui's daughter. Ajiu probably could not tolerate her. I know this is very difficult, but I know you will think of a way. Qin Yuanyuan paused, her expression suddenly showing a hint of shyness. To make up for all the trouble this has caused you, when the time comes, I can serve you with Aku. Is that true? Song Qingshu instantly became spirited. Thinking of that incomparably erotic scene, his entire heart beat twice as fast. Okay, no matter how difficult it is, I will definitely think of a way. Bah, you bastard, you really have been thinking of getting us mother and daughter on the same bed. Qin Yuanyuan's expression instantly changed. Her eyes were filled with anger, and there was no trace of shyness from before. Ah? Not expecting Qin Yuanyuan to change her attitude so quickly, Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment. "You bastard, get out." Qin Yuanyuan picked up a pillow from the side and kept hitting him while pushing him out. When the door was closed, Song Qingshu finally reacted. It turned out that Qin Yuanyuan had been testing him on purpose. As soon as he thought of that incomparably alluring proposal, he instantly lost his mind and let down his guard. "You can't play like this. You are enforcing the law by entrapment." Song Qingshu shouted through the door. "Who asked you to have such a dirty mind in your heart? Get out." Qin Yuanyuan had always spoken very softly, but at this time she was obviously really angry. Song Qingshu knew that she was now angry. No matter what he said, it would only add fuel to the fire. He had to smile bitterly and said, "I did have evil thoughts about this matter. Calm down first, I won't disturb you." The response to him was the sound of a teacup breaking on the door. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and had to turn around and leave. When returning to his room, Song Qingshu had to sigh that Qin Yuanyuan really deserved to be the first of the 8 beauties in Qinhuai. Her acting was so good that those Oscar winners and Best Actress in the previous life were far inferior to her. Her expression and tone just now were simply from the heart, or he would not be so easily fooled. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked in the direction of Qin Yuanyuan's room. "What you said just now was really just a simple test." After this incident, several people in Prince Qi's mansion couldn't sleep, but in the entire Linen City, they were not the only ones who couldn't sleep. In the Jia's mansion, Jia Sherdao looked at the beautiful young woman kneeling on the ground with a gloomy face and said, "Before, you reported that Wu Tianda was exhausted, but why is he still lively today?" He had just returned from the Imperial Palace after attending a banquet, and the smile he had in the Imperial Palace was instantly replaced by frost. He immediately summoned the relevant people to start questioning. The beautiful young woman was naturally Qin Keqing. She had always been afraid of the unpredictable master of the Jia's mansion. Kneeling there, she trembled all over and said, "I don't know what happened. Last night, he and I were entangled all night." Thinking of that mysterious man, that feeling that she had never felt before, Qin Keqing's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Next to her, Jiazhen felt sorry for her and couldn't help but speak for her. "Uncle, Keqing didn't lie. Is it possible that the internal energy that Wu Tianda practiced is a little special?" Jia Sherdao frowned and murmured to himself with some uncertainty, "Today, Wu Tianda's qi seemed to be a little bit like the Shaolin's muscle-bone strengthening scripture. North Chaofeng, South Morong." Jia Sherdao's eyes were cold. "Has Morong Fu come?" Liaoing Zhong, the chief counselor standing next to him, answered, "My lord, Morong Fu has been waiting in the side hall for a long time. Let him come." Jia Sherdao snorted. Seeing Qin Keqing kneeling on the ground, he waved his hand impatiently. "You can leave now. Haven't you embarrassed yourselves enough?" "Yes." Jiazhen felt like he had been pardoned. He took Qin Keqing and left. As soon as the two of them left, Morong Fu walked into the study. Seeing Jia Sherdao's gloomy face, his heart skipped a beat. He hurried forward and saluted. "Morong Fu greets you, Lord Jia." After Song Qingshu and the others left, he was about to heal his father when the Jias sent someone to call him over. Morong Fu didn't dare to delay, so he hurried over. Because Jia Sherdao was still at the palace banquet, he had to wait in the side hall. The longer he waited, the more nervous he became. Jia Sherdao didn't seem to hear him. He drank his tea and treated Morong Fu, who was bowing in front of him, as if he didn't exist. Because Jia Sherdao didn't answer, Morong Fu couldn't stand up. He could only keep bowing. The tiredness wasn't the main reason. The main reason was that he was embarrassed. Soon, he was angry. Morong Fu was a famous figure in Jianghu. He was a guest of honor wherever he went. He had never been humiliated like this. If it were before, he might have left. However, he had been defeated by Wu Tianda and Song Qingshu one after another today, so he was no longer arrogant. Coupled with his father's persuasion, he knew that temporary humiliation was nothing for the revival of the Yan kingdom. So, he still bowed respectfully. Jia Sherdao's face looked better. Liaoing Zhong, who was standing on the side, immediately came to ease the atmosphere. "My lord, Prince Morong is here." "Oh." Jia Sherdao acted as if he had just seen Morong Fu. "It's Prince Morong. Have a seat." Hearing the sarcasm in his tone, Morongfu hurriedly declined, I didn't do anything to deserve a reward. Morongfu doesn't have the face to sit. Jia Dao sneered and said, at least you know your place. Morongfu's heart had long since calmed down. He turned a deaf ear to his sarcasm and maintained a respectful posture. Prince Morong, you've disappointed me this time, Jia Dao snorted. Morongfu's heart skipped a beat. The interrogation had begun. He hurriedly said, I have failed to live up to your expectations. I really deserve to die. You deserve death. Jia Dao slammed the table hard. If it weren't for Wang Ziding, do you think you would still be standing here alive? Wang Ziding's two biological sisters were married to Jia Dao, and the other was married to Shuiji. As for his third uncle's cousins, one married Li Qing Luo, and the other married Morong Bo, speaking of which, the Morong family was not only related to the Wang family by marriage, but also to the Jia family. Morongfu's body stiffened. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Don't thank me too early. I haven't said I'll let you go yet. Jia Dao stood up. The great Morongfu of Gusu can't even defeat a man who has lost his body to alcohol and women. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have replaced Guijing with you. Morongfu suddenly hesitated and said, I have something about Guijing, and I don't know if I should tell you. Jia Dao frowned and said, speak. Did Guijing put on a show with Han Xingzhou and the others? Morongfu told him the story his father had taught him. Jia Dao didn't feel anything strange when he learned that Huang Rong was with Song Qingshu. It turned out that Zhao Go had kidnapped Huang Rong in order to hide it from everyone. In the palace, only Huang Chang, Zhao Go, the two eunuchs, and a few other people knew the inside story. Jia Dao didn't know that Huang Rong had been kidnapped by the emperor. Now that he learned that she was with Song Qingshu, he suddenly realized why he couldn't find any information even after using so many resources. Okay, I got it. Jia Dao didn't say anything about what Morongfu said. You can leave now. Yes. Morongfu secretly let out a sigh of relief, but he was stopped by Jia Dao after a few steps. Wait. Jia Dao hesitated and said, although you lost the competition this time and didn't get the military power in Sichuan, I got you a position as the military transport envoy. Go back and pack your things, and get ready to go to Sichuan. Morongfu was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. The transport envoy was in charge of the money and food of a road. The concept of a road in the Song dynasty was similar to that of a province, and he also had the power to evaluate officials and so on. He was like the highest officer of a road. The military transport envoy didn't have that much power, and he was only responsible for the money and food needed by the army. But even so, it was still a position with real power. Morongfu had been in the southern Song dynasty for many years, so he naturally knew about the official system. He also knew that Jia Dao had lost the military power in Sichuan, so he had to find another way to install his trusted subordinates. Jia Dao waved his hand and said, you can leave now. Someone will tell you the details. Yes. Morongfu was so happy that his steps were lighter when he left. After Morongfu left, Jia Dao asked, what do you think of Morongfu's words? Liao Yingzhong said in a low voice, Morongfu is trying to shift the blame to others. Jia Dao snorted and said, he is indeed shifting the blame, but what he said is not unreasonable. Liao Yingzhong frowned and said, but I don't think Guijing is a two-faced person. You can't judge a book by its cover. Jia Dao sighed and said, do you know what Han Xingzhou said to the emperor at the palace banquet? What did he say? Liao Yingzhong thought it must have something to do with Guijing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked like that. Jia Dao sneered and said, Han Xingzhou recommended Guijing to the emperor as the deputy inspector of the front department. Humph, Guijing, Han Xingzhou. Really? Liao Yingzhong was shocked. If that was the case, it would be very serious. Why would I lie to you? Jia Dao narrowed his eyes and said with dissatisfaction. I wouldn't dare. Liao Yingzhong realized that he had said the wrong thing. He hurriedly asked, did the emperor agree? Jia Dao shook his head and said, the emperor has been very obedient to Han Xingzhou, but for some reason, the emperor rejected his request this time. Instead, he appointed him as the commander of Zhenjiang to prepare for the northern expedition. No matter how powerful Jia Shidao's intelligence network was, he didn't know that Guojing was the descendant of Guorong of the later Zhou dynasty. How could Zhao Guo trust him to be the deputy inspector of the front department? What if Guojing followed Zhao Kuangyin's example and rebelled? Wouldn't that be the end of the world? Guojing is such a traitor. Liao Yingzhong hesitated and couldn't help but say, but Guojing doesn't look like someone who can design such a complicated plot. This plan might not have been Guojing's idea. Jia Shidao snorted and said, don't forget that he has a good wife named Zhuge. Liao Yingzhong nodded and said, that makes sense. Jia Shidao walked to the window and looked at the stars in the sky. After a long time, he said, I won't let anyone who betrays me have a good ending. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped. Liao Yingzhong was shocked. She knew that he wanted to kill her, so she didn't dare to say another word. The next morning, Song Qingxu woke up with sleepy eyes. It turned out that Lin Pingji and Yu Lingshan had come to say goodbye to him. Last time at the banquet, Lin Ruhai introduced him to Lin Pingji. Knowing the relationship between Lin Pingji and Song Qingxu, Lin Ruhai no longer looked down on this distant relative and quickly used his connections to get him a job. Because Sichuan had just been taken back, they urgently needed a large number of officials. So, even though Lin Pingji didn't have an official title, he still took the opportunity to get a job. Pingji, you have to take revenge in Sichuan, but don't let hatred blind your eyes. A real man is born in a chaotic world, and he should carry a 3-foot sword to accomplish great deeds. Compared to taking revenge, I believe that the ancestors of the Lin family hope that you can do well and bring honor to your ancestors, Song Qingxu advised. Lin Pingji bowed respectfully and said, thank you for your advice, brother Song. Song Qingxu sighed secretly. Although Lin Pingji's tone was respectful, it was obvious that he didn't listen to what Song Qingxu had said. At that moment, all he could think about was revenge. Looking at Yu Lingshan, Song Qingxu said, Lingshan, take care of Pingji. Don't let him do anything impulsive. Yu Lingshan bowed and said sweetly, brother Song, I will. Looking at her rosy lips, Song Qingxu couldn't help but recall the soft touch, and his heart couldn't help but flutter. But he quickly calmed down and began to think, Ling Hu Chong, I've done what I can. As for whether Yu Lingshan chooses you or Lin Pingji, it's up to you. I can't keep helping you without principles. Lin Pingji is also a pitiful person. In fact, sometimes he also thought about a problem. Was this unfair to Lin Pingji? Later, he gradually thought it through. Because of his involvement, Lin Pingji's ending was definitely better than the tragic one in the original. On the contrary, Ling Hu Chang's ending was much less happy. So, he more or less wanted to make it up to him. What Lin Pingji wanted most was revenge. He gave him martial arts manuals and gave him connections in the official circles. Ling Hu Chong wanted Yu Lingshan the most, so he could play the matchmaker. Hopefully, all three of them would have a good ending. Not long after Lin Pingji and Yu Lingshan left, Guojing came to visit. Huang Rong heard the news and came out of the inner chamber to welcome him. Fortunately, Song Qingxu dismissed his servants in time, so her whereabouts were not exposed. Guojing said with a wry smile, Rong brother Song, I'm actually here to say goodbye to you. Both Huang Rong and Song Qingxu were taken aback. What happened? I was appointed as the commander of Zhenjiang by the imperial court. Today, I'm leaving for Zhenjiang to prepare for the northern expedition against the Jin kingdom. Guojing told them what happened at the palace banquet last night. Song Qingxu was secretly shocked. He thought it would not be long before the southern Song dynasty started the northern expedition. He had to return to the Jin kingdom as soon as possible to prepare. Huang Rong said hurriedly, then I'll go with you. Guojing shook his head. No. First, you just ran away from the palace. If you show up in front of me, it's hard to say how the emperor will react. Second, Zhenjiang is busy with military affairs and it's dangerous. You're pregnant and need to rest. You can't take risks there. Huang Rong actually knew these things, but she was still worried when she heard it. But I can't stay with brother Song all the time. Guojing was delighted, that's great. Peach Blossom Island is quiet and safe. Rong you can stay there and rest. The Peach Blossom Island was located in the vast ocean, and there were all kinds of Chiman Duanjia mechanisms on the island. Not to mention ordinary people, even experts of the 5 uniques could easily get trapped on the island if they did not have a map of the Peach Blossom Island's mechanisms. Letting Huang Rong return to Peach Blossom Island was the best of both worlds. Huang Rong's eyes also brightened. Given the current situation, it was clearly inconvenient for her to return to Xianxia. Peach Blossom Island was the place where she had grown up, and it was also the place where she was happiest. Compared to staying in the Prince of Cheese mansion, where she had to live in constant fear, Peach Blossom Island was much better. It would be best if she could send a messenger pigeon to inform her father to return. With the Eastern heretic Huang Yasher's protection, regardless of whether it was a thief or Song Qingshu, none of them would dare to act recklessly. Seeing their reactions, Song Qingshu smiled. Then it's decided. Now that the Southern Song dynasty's northern expedition was imminent, he had to return to the Jin kingdom as soon as possible to take charge of the overall situation. Otherwise, if the Southern Song dynasty's troops were unstoppable, his hard work in the Jin kingdom would be in vain. Now that he was leaving Linen, he was worried about leaving Huang Rong here, so he simply took her with him. Anyway, Linen was not far from Peach Blossom Island. When he returned from Peach Blossom Island, he could pass by Yangzhou to arrange things there. Sorry to trouble you, Brother Song, Guo Jing said apologetically. Obviously, he was about to leave for Zhenjiang, but he had to let someone else escort his wife, which made him very embarrassed. Song Qingshu smiled. It's nothing, Brother Guo, you don't have to worry about it. Every time Huang Rong saw her husband thank Song Qingshu, she would be very upset. But she couldn't tell her husband, so she changed the topic. Brother Jing, I heard you say that Han Xingzhou recommended you to be the deputy commander of the Front Palace Department. Jia Sherdao must have heard about it. Will he hate you because of this? Do you want to go to him and explain? Guo Jing shook his head. I didn't do anything wrong to him. Why should I be afraid of him? Besides, I serve my country wholeheartedly. I'm not Jia Sherdao's private minister. What's there to explain? After so many years, Huang Rong had long known that her husband would stick to something he had made up his mind to the end. In addition, she thought that her husband was highly skilled in martial arts and had a good reputation. Even if Jia Sherdao was displeased, he wouldn't dare to do anything, so she didn't insist anymore. Prince Song, we still have some private things to say between us husband and wife. Can you please leave for a moment? Huang Rong suddenly looked at Song Qingshu with a burning gaze. Of course, no problem. Although Song Qingshu was smiling, he was very depressed in his heart. Huang Rong must have done it on purpose, but what could he do even if he knew that she did it on purpose? The couple was talking, so what reason did he have to stay here? Song Qingshu came to the back garden and suddenly heard a pleasant voice. Who made you unhappy? Looking back, he saw Ren Yingying standing not too far away, smiling at him like a flower. Under the morning sun, she was more beautiful than all the flowers in the garden. My Yingying is still the best. Song Qingshu walked over and pulled her into his arms. He sighed inwardly at how meticulous she was. She could even see through the depression in his heart. Being held in his arms, Ren Yingying suddenly became shy and hurriedly pushed him away. Don't do this. Someone else saw us. Who would do that? Song Qingshu said with dissatisfaction. What's more, you're my legitimate wife. So what if someone saw us? Let me go. There really was someone. Ren Yingying's face became redder and redder. There was no one. Song Qingshu chuckled. Ren Yingying was very shy and reserved, and he liked to see her being so shy. Sister. Sister Yuan, Ren Yingying suddenly said awkwardly. Song Qingshu was shocked. He turned around and saw a beautiful woman standing at the corner of the corridor, looking at them with a faint smile. Who else could it be but Qin Yuan? I'm sorry to disturb you. You can continue. Qin Yuan said and turned to leave. Song Qingshu couldn't help feeling awkward. He had actually heard someone coming, but he subconsciously thought it was a maid. He didn't know it was Qin Yuan. Thinking about how he had angered her yesterday, he couldn't help feeling a little guilty after meeting her face to face. What if she complained to Ren Yingying and told her about his evil thoughts? Wouldn't his heroic image collapse with a bang? But on second thought, in Ren Yingying's mind, His image wasn't even close to being wise and mighty, right? Ren Yingying was embarrassed to be seen by Qin Yuanyuan. She didn't know where she got the strength from, but she pushed Song Qingshu away and ran over to grab Qin Yuanyuan's hand with a red face. "Sister Yuanyuan, I have something to talk to you about." Finishing, she didn't look back at Song Qingshu and disappeared at the end of the corridor with Qin Yuanyuan. Song Qingshu stayed in place with a stunned expression. 3 monks without water to eat. This problem would only get worse in the future. He had to think of a solution. "Reporting to Your Highness, Minister Han has sent someone to invite Your Highness to the Fu for a chat." A maid ran over from the distance and reported. Understood. Song Qingshu thought about how Huang Rong and Guo Jing were chatting and Ren Yingying was with Qin Yuanyuan. It would be depressing to stay in the Fu. It would be better to go to Han Kaizhou's for some fresh air. They quickly arrived at Han Fu. Song Qingshu cupped his hands in greeting. "What business does your husband have with me? Can't I look for you if there's no business?" Han Kaizhou smiled. "Someone sent me some good tea and asked you to come have a taste. It must be very expensive to be called good tea by your fiancé." If this was his previous life, Song Qingshu might have been very interested in these tea leaves that had a price but no supply. But now, he only tasted a mouthful before putting it down. "Your fiancé didn't call me here just to drink tea, right? It seems that nothing can be hidden from you." Han Kaizhou smiled slightly. "I presume that Qingshu has heard that the court is preparing for a northern expedition." "That's right." Song Qingshu nodded, but his heart was a little heavy. Although he knew that according to history, Han Kaizhou's northern expedition against the Jin would end in failure, who knew if this chaotic world would continue to develop according to history. He had to be ready to deal with the southern Song's northern expedition. The Jin kingdom is strong and prosperous. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to succeed in the northern expedition alone. So, we need Qingshu's Golden Snake Battalion to help us, Han Kaizhou said. Song Qingshu thought, here it comes. But he didn't show it on his face. The Golden Snake Battalion has few soldiers. In a war between the Jin kingdom and the Song kingdom, our strength is far inferior. Han Kaizhou laughed. Qingshu, you are too modest. Didn't your Golden Snake Battalion annihilate the 100,000-strong Manchurian army? Also, Qingshu, you can rest assured that we will be the main force attacking the Jin kingdom this time. Your Golden Snake Battalion only needs to attack from the east to the west and coordinate with the flanks. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Because of the last war with the Manchurian Qing, we are like fire and water. We have to guard against the Manchurian Qing army at all times. I'm afraid we don't have much strength left to attack the Jin kingdom. You can rest assured about this, Qingshu. Now Pingxi Wangwu Sangue has allied with our Song kingdom and is now fighting with the Manchurian Qing. The Manchurian Qing are exhausted and have no energy to attack the Jin kingdom, Han Kaizhou explained with a smile. Seeing that Song Qingshu still had doubts, Han Kaizhou continued, I can also tell you that there is actually another force attacking the Jin kingdom this time. Song Qingshu instantly understood. Liao? The Mongols were now focusing on the western expedition. Xixia had always been neutral and had a good relationship with the Jin kingdom. Tubo and Dali were too far away to help. So, only Liao was left. You are really smart, Qingshu. Han Kaizhou stood up and walked to the window, looking into the distance to the north. This time, our 3 forces will join forces and destroy the Jin kingdom to avenge the humiliation of Jin Kong. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. If he had heard of the southern Song dynasty attacking the Jin kingdom in his previous life, he would have raised both hands and feet in favor of it. But now that the Jin kingdom was in his pocket, he naturally had a different attitude. Liao. Song Qingshu also looked to the north. In fact, he had a plan to deal with the southern Song dynasty's northern expedition. But if Liao attacked from the north, it would be a bit tricky. Seeing that Song Qingshu was silent, Han Kaizhou thought that he had not made up his mind. He could not help but say, Qingshu, you have been conferred the title of Prince of Qi and can be said to be a very high official. But the emperor has not betrothed you and the 2 little princesses. You should know why. Of course I know. Song Qingshu sighed. In fact, Zhao Huaner and Zhao Yuanyuan were both bargaining chips in the hands of the southern Song dynasty. they forced him to work for them. Only after the crusade against the Jin kingdom was successful would the emperor decree the marriage. Han Kaizhou nodded and said, since ancient times, there has never been a precedent of two princesses marrying the same son-in-law. Only if you make a great contribution to the imperial court can you shut the mouths of the people in the world. I know. When the time comes, the Golden Snake Battalion will cooperate with the imperial court to send troops. Thinking of Zhao Huan and Zhao Yuanyuan's frightened eyes, Song Qingshu felt pity for them. At the same time, he secretly blamed himself. He had been in Linen for so long, but he had not visited them even once. He did not know how sad they were. As for the Golden Snake Battalion sending troops, it would be easy for them to do the work. Han Kaizhou did not know what he was thinking. He was overjoyed and said, with your help, Qingshu, there is no need to worry about failure. Ha 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 ha. Seeing his high-spirited and excited look, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. Han Kaizhou was too optimistic about the northern expedition. In history, before the northern expedition, he was also full of ambition. As a result, after the northern expedition, he was hindered by the political enemies of the imperial court. Coupled with the strength of the Jin kingdom, it did not take long for the northern expedition to end in failure. Han Kaizhou was also killed by his political enemies. In the end, he was recorded as a traitor in the history books. Of course, Song Qingshu could not tell him all this. Until he left the Han mansion, his heart was still quite heavy. Well, although I will also ruin the success of your northern expedition, in any case, we are friends. In the end, I will save your life. Song Qingshu secretly thought. At this time, suddenly a delicate maidservant trotted over. She first bowed and then said, young master, my lady wants to see you. Who is your lady? Song Qingshu asked curiously. The maidservant looked around and said with some embarrassment, my lady's identity is special, so it is not convenient to say. You will know when you see her. The maidservant led him through many twists and turns, which made Song Qingshu wonder if it was a trap waiting for him. However, they did not go to remote alleys along the way. Presumably, no one would be stupid enough to set a trap in a crowded place. After a while, Song Qingshu followed the maidservant to a tea house by the river. There was a small bridge over the flowing water, and willow trees. It could be considered quiet and elegant. Young master, madam is waiting for you in the private room upstairs. The maidservant continued to make a gesture of invitation. Song Qingshu became more and more curious. However, he was not blinded by beauty. He did not go up directly. Instead, he stood where he was and quietly sensed the surrounding environment. When he did not find any ambush after extending his chi for dozens of feet, he smiled at the maidservant and followed. The maidservant led him to a private room upstairs by the river. Young master, please. Song Qingshu nodded and pushed the door open. He saw an elegant, dignified, and quiet young woman sitting by the window in a daze. When she heard the noise, she turned around and saw him with a hint of surprise on her face. Prince Song Qingshu had already recognized her as Li Wan, the eldest young mistress of the Jia family. He could not help but smile bitterly. Madam is really mysterious. Li Wan slightly bent her knees and bowed. There was a trace of apology in her eyes. My identity is inconvenient. Young master, please forgive me for troubling you to specially come here. I understand. How can it be considered a hardship to be able to see a beauty like madam? Song Qingshu smiled. Li Wan was not only the young mistress of a big family, but she was now living at home in her youth. Naturally, there would be people who would make all kinds of malicious speculations and gossip. In order to reduce these things, she had to be careful in her words and actions. Therefore, she did not dare to look for him in public. She could only use this method to invite him to a secluded place. When Li Wan heard his words, she could not help but blush. She thought that he was a young man. How could he be so rash to say such words to a person who lived at home? However, when he noticed that the other party's expression was normal, without the slightest hint of lust, he realized that this was a different kind of praise. He couldn't help but laugh inwardly. No wonder many of the nobles in the capital privately called him the bandit leader. He really didn't care about these nobles' etiquette at all. If the young master in the capital had been rude to her on a normal day, she would have left in a huff. But today, she had a strange feeling. Maybe it was because of the sincerity in his tone. The reason why I invited young master over this time is to ask. Before Li Wan could finish, she was stopped by Song Qingshu. I've come such a long way to see madam. Don't I have a cup of tea to drink? Li Wan slapped her forehead, pursed her lips, and said with a smile, this concubine has been rude. She had already sent the maidservant outside, so she might as well personally pour tea for Song Qingshu. Thank you, madam. Taking the teacup from her hand and looking at her wrist that was whiter than porcelain, Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. It was a pity that she was born in this era where etiquette prevailed. It was likely that she would not be able to pursue her own happiness like those women of later generations. A few days ago, young master said that there was news of my eldest sister. Li Wan asked hesitantly after sitting down again. At the same time, she looked nervously at the other party, afraid that the other party would say that he did not know. Because in this short period of time, Song Qingshu had been constantly distracted by various matters, he had not fulfilled his promise to tell the Li family about their missing eldest miss. The father and daughter of the Li family had even begun to suspect that he was deliberately finding an excuse to fool them in order to get the Li family's help. Now that Song Qingshu had been promoted to Prince of Qi, his status was noble. Even if he went back on his word, the Li family could do nothing about it. As a result, Li Wan had been deliberately addressing him as young master, not Prince of Qi, in order to draw the two parties closer. This was my oversight, Song Qingshu said apologetically. I have been busy recently and have not had the time to pay a visit. I have caused madam to personally come to find me. I am truly sorry. Young master is too polite. Sensing his sincerity, Li Wan's tense nerves finally relaxed slightly. I am only guessing about your eldest sister. Although I feel that I am 70 to 80% certain, there is a possibility that you will rejoice for nothing. As a result, madam must be mentally prepared, Song Qingshu said. Li Wan nodded. This servant understands. Eldest sister has already been missing for 20-some years. We have also searched for 20-some years. In the end, we had already given up. This time, we were fortunate enough to obtain news of eldest sister from young master. As a result, regardless of whether or not eldest sister is found, young master is a great benefactor of our Li family. As she spoke, Li Wan stood up and bowed. Song Qingshu hastily grabbed her arm, helping her up. Madam speaks too seriously. Li Wan retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. A trace of redness appeared on her white cheeks. She stood there somewhat uneasily. Song Qingshu could not help but sigh that he was a little impulsive. In this era, ladies from respectable families had probably never had physical contact with other men except for their husbands. Yet, he had rashly helped her up, but then he thought about it. Anyway, in those TV dramas, when men were injured, the male lead would inject internal energy into them through their clothes to heal them. When women were injured, the male lead would take off their clothes to heal them. This was called upholding the glorious tradition of the predecessors. I wonder if eldest sister is doing well now. Li Wan came back to her senses. She tucked her scattered hair behind her ears, showing off the gentleness and charm of a woman. You can say yes or no. Looking at Li Wan's surprised expression, Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Last time I chatted with you, based on her age and appearance, I guessed that your missing eldest sister should be Li Macho. Li Macho? Li Wan's face was blank. Obviously, she was very unfamiliar with this name. She also has a nickname, Scarlet Serpent Fairy. Song Qingshu explained. But he quickly reacted. Madam is a lady from a respectable family. You must have never heard of these names in Jianghu. Li Wan looked worried. Although I haven't heard of it, I think eldest sister is not living well. Song Qingshu asked curiously, why do you think so? Li Wan faintly sighed. Her voice was still very gentle. A woman with the word Scarlet Serpent in her nickname obviously represents killing and hatred. But I believe that eldest sister is a kind person. Unless something big happened that caused her personality to change so much, Song Qingshu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, Madam is really smart, just from a nickname you can deduce so much. Back then, when Li Macho was young, she fell in love with a man called Lu Zhanyuan, He then told her about Li Macho's life over the years. That Lu guy is really hateful. Li Wan bit her lips and said angrily. But she had a gentle temperament. Even when she was angry, she was not scary at all. Heartless and fickle. Hateful indeed. In Song Qingshu's view of values, it did not matter if you provoked a girl, but you could not be irresponsible. So in his view, Duan Jingchen, who flirted everywhere but was not responsible, was much scum than the stud Wei Xiaobao. Wei Xiaobao may be despicable, or maybe he only lusted after those women's beauty but did not love them. But he made appropriate arrangements for each woman. Unlike Duan Jingchen, who caused so many orphans and widows to wander and lose their homes. But it is a bit too much for eldest sister to vent her anger on others and kill innocent people. Li Wan suddenly changed the topic. Although her voice was gentle, it was very firm. No wonder you are the daughter of the Imperial College Chancellor. You are well educated and able to distinguish right from wrong. Song Qingshu could not help but praise. Li Wan's heart beat faster. She was not used to being directly praised by a man. She hurriedly said, "Where is eldest sister now?" "She is working for me now," Song Qingshu explained. "I arranged for her to help me at the headquarters of the Sun Moon sect. She should not have time to come to Linen for the time being." "Ah?" Li Wan suddenly looked disappointed. Song Qingshu replied, "I have been busy recently with the Southern Song Dynasty's northern expedition against the Jin Kingdom. I can't spare any time now. When I am free, I will find someone to replace your eldest sister's work and ask her to come to Linen to meet you." "Really?" Li Wan blinked her eyes, which were full of excitement. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. "Don't worry, madam. We are on the same side. Why would I lie to you?" Li Wan blushed and muttered in a low voice, "Who is on the same side as you?" Even though her voice was very soft, Song Qingshu was able to hear her clearly. He couldn't help but laugh. "Li Macho calls me brother-in-law, so I am also your brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law?" Li Wan looked at him with a strange expression. "Well, Li Macho has a senior sister in her sect. She is my confidante," Song Qingshu explained. Li Wan pursed her lips and smiled. "I have long heard that young master is handsome and charming and is very popular with women. Today I know that the rumors are true." Song Qingshu could not help but tease her. "Does madam like me?" Li Wan's expression changed. She suddenly stood up and said, "Young master, please behave yourself." It was too late for Song Qingshu to regret. He was too used to flirting with her, but Li Wan had been a widow for many years. She cared about her reputation and integrity the most. How could she withstand this kind of flirting? "I was rude." Song Qingshu looked embarrassed. Li Wan declined to comment and lightly said, "Today, I have obtained the answer I wanted from young master. I will take my leave now." Finished speaking, she ignored the other party's attempts to persuade her to stay and walked straight out of the door, gradually leaving with her maid. Watching her slender back disappear, Song Qingshu picked up the tea on the table and drank it in one gulp. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Young master, why are you so discouraged? How can such a chaste woman withstand young master's dirty tricks?" At this time, a flirtatious laughter came from outside the door. Song Qingshu looked up. Soon a woman appeared at the door. She had phoenix eyes, long eyebrows, and a smile. She was about 22 or 23 years old. Her eyes were bright and she was very beautiful. She had already taken off the Miao family's conspicuous decorations and changed into Han clothes. But the thing that did not change was her jade-like white complexion. "How did you know I was here?" The woman in front of him was He Tai Shou. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, "Don't talk nonsense. It is not a big deal if I have a bad reputation, but my wife has been a widow for many years. Her reputation cannot stand up to rumors." Hugging her warm and plump body, he could not help but sigh at her courage and passion. He Taizo hooked her arm around his neck and gently blew a breath of hot air into his ear. "Oh, long time no see. You have become a gentleman?" Song Qingshu was speechless. "I have always been a gentleman." He Taizo was amused by him and laughed. "If you are a gentleman, then there would be no beasts in this world. Long time no see. Is this how you insult me?" Song Qingshu pretended to be angry. "How am I insulting you? I am obviously praising you." He Taizhou moved her head over and kissed his cheek. Praising me as a beast? Song Qingshu's face darkened. Because I like beasts. He Taizhou moved closer to his ear and whispered, I want it here. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He Taizhou came from the Miao family. In addition, she was a bit flirtatious to begin with. Therefore, she was much more enthusiastic than the average Han woman. Don't you find it interesting here? He Tieshou's expression was extremely charming. Song Qingshu swallowed his saliva and looked around. Even though it was a private room, there were people passing by from time to time. Moreover, looking out the window, he could faintly see boats coming and going on the river. There is no need to be in such a hurry. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. This world was so conservative. Here, it would be a bit shocking. But now that he had been conferred the title of Prince Qi, if he were to be targeted because of this, he would also lose face. No hurry? He Taizhou bit her lips and glared at him. Ever since you provoked me, you have not been intimate with me. I am also a normal young woman. If I do not have enough to eat at home, believe it or not, I will go out and find wild food to eat. Song Qingshu almost spat out the tea in his mouth. This woman was too valiant. No wonder she was the Five Poisons sect leader who was famous for her flirtatious looks in the pugilistic world. Don't you dare. However, Song Qingshu suddenly thought of her last sentence and couldn't help but angrily say. That will depend on your performance. He Taizhou stretched out a jade finger and lightly poked his chest, smiling foolishly. Being provoked to this point, Song Qingshu couldn't bear it anymore. In addition, he hadn't vented the evil fire provoked by Qin Yuanyuan last night, so he directly lifted the hem of her skirt. You seem to be much stronger than the first time. He Taizhou caressed his cheek with her seductive eyes. Recalling the trip to the Five Venom sect, Song Qingshu's expression became gloomy. I was heavily injured that time, okay? He Taizhou tenderly snorted. Wasn't I injured at that time? Otherwise, how could I have let you off so easily? Song Qingshu immediately couldn't take it anymore. What do you mean let me off so easily? That time, you were the one who pushed me down, okay? Moreover, I also helped you detoxify the poison. He Tieshou's entire body leaned on his body. Her breath smelled like orchids. You're a big man, so don't be so stingy. Then, I'll help you relieve the heat. Hearing the sweet and greasy breath coming from her throat, Song Qingshu couldn't help but silently curse her as a vixen. About 2 hours later, He Tieshou's entire body was limp in Song Qingshu's embrace. Her entire body was drenched in fragrant sweat, but her expression was full of satisfaction. Song Qingshu helped her tidy up her clothes as he grumbled, You were too bold just now. You didn't even know to control your voice. I was so happy that I couldn't help it. He Taizhou hooked her arms around his neck. Her originally flirtatious and charming face became even more vibrant. You couldn't help it. You practically attracted the attention of the entire tea house. Song Qingshu said in a bad mood. With his martial arts, how could he not hear that there were already many people gathered outside the door to eavesdrop? Fortunately, this private room was relatively well sealed, so they wouldn't be exposed. You don't mean what you say. When you heard that there were people outside, didn't you become even more excited? He Tieshou's finger lightly drew a circle on his chest. In an instant, she saw through his little thoughts. Song Qingshu's old face heated up. He hastily coughed twice. Nonsense. He Taizhou tenderly smiled. Since you don't like it, then I'll just go and kill those people outside. She had been born in the Five Poison cult since she was young. She had long developed a vicious and merciless temperament. Song Qingshu was startled. You can't. After all, after the baptism of the concept of equality in later generations, it was impossible for him to treat human life as grass. Then what should we do? If we go out together like this, I can't afford to lose that person. He Taizhou was bold and enthusiastic just now. But now, she was a little shy. Song Qingshu smiled. That's easy. After he finished speaking, he picked her up and flew out of the window. His qigong was very good. Seeing that they were about to fall into the river, he tiptoed, and the two of them returned to the shore as light as a swallow. After the two of them left, the The people outside the private room who were listening to the commotion began to discuss spiritedly. Who booked this private room? Just now, I think I saw a beautiful and dignified madam go in. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect that someone who looks so dignified and refined on the outside to be so coquettish when she screams. I can't help but feel a ball of fire in my heart now. I also saw that madam just now. She seems to be the eldest young mistress of the Jiao residence. I've seen her before. Are you sure? How could I be wrong about such a beautiful woman like the young mistress of the Jiao residence? But I heard that her husband is already dead. She's now a widow. Heh, heh, heh. How could a woman endure being a widow in her youth? She must have secretly come outside to meet a man. Shu, do you want to die? She's the young mistress of the Jiao residence. Yes, yes, yes. The group of people instantly realized the hidden danger and hurriedly scattered like birds and beasts. If Li Wan knew that he had been misunderstood by these people to this extent, he would probably die of anger. Naturally, Song Qingshu was also unaware of all this. Otherwise, he would definitely not have let them off so easily. He and He Taizo chatted as they walked. Not long after, they returned to the Qi residence. This prince's residence is really imposing. It is much more imposing than the Five Venoms sect, He Taizo praised. Do you like it? If you like it, you can stay here in the future, Song Qingshu said with a smile. He Taizo curled his lips and said, I don't want to. It's so much better for me to be free outside. I don't want to stay in the prince's residence and fight with those women of yours. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, Ying and the others aren't that kind of people. That's because you don't understand women. He Taizo shook his head. Seeing that he still wanted to say more, he hurriedly changed the topic. Besides, eldest Miss Ren is still my superior in theory. I don't have the confidence to fight with her over a man. It's better to be more free outside. Fine, as you wish. Seeing that she had already made up her mind, Song Qingshu did not continue to persuade her. He Taizo smiled and said, Now you understand why I want to pester you outside, to cause trouble, right? The scene of causing trouble appeared in his mind. Song Qingshu's heart swayed and he asked, Why? He Taizo pursed his lips and smiled, because it's not good to steal under eldest Miss Ren's nose. Finished speaking, he did not wait for him and walked straight into the inner residence. Knowing that Song Qingshu had returned with He Taizo, Ren Ying had already come out to greet them. After this period of recuperation, other than her still pale complexion, her spirit had mostly recovered. Subordinate He Taizo pays his respects to Saintess. Seeing Ren Ying, He Taizo immediately bowed. The Five Venoms sect was a subordinate of the Sun Moon sect. In the Sun Moon sect, Ren Ying was second only to one but above tens of thousands, so it was only natural for He Taizo to pay his respects to her. Ren Ying hurriedly went forward and helped her up. Sect leader He, please get up. From now on, we're all sisters, so there's no need to talk about the sect's rules. She had already heard Song Qingshu mention He Taizo before and knew that she was now helping him deal with the matters of the brothel and building a secret intelligence network. The two women chatted for a while, and Song Qingshu introduced He Taizo. This is elder sister Yuan, whom I mentioned in the letter. When the time comes, she will help you solve some of the bottlenecks you've encountered. Even though Qin Yuan's beauty was known throughout the world, seeing her with her own eyes, she realized that rumors were not enough to describe her beauty. Greetings, elder sister Yuan. Hello, younger sister He. Qin Yuan smiled gently, looking very charming. Unlike the inexperienced Ren Ying, who was experienced, she quickly noticed the remaining flush on the other's face. Looking at their expressions, she could more or less guess what was going on. What a lecher. Qin Yuan secretly spat. Where do you plan to live next, younger sister He? Qin Yuan suddenly asked. He Taizo replied, I bought a shop in Linen City, and I plan to live there. Ren Ying frowned slightly, you can live here. Everything is ready here. He Taizo shook his head with a smile, the branch in Linen needs to be opened as soon as possible. There are still a lot of things waiting for me to deal with. Today, I've specially come to visit the sage nun and elder sister Yuan. I'll return to the shop in a while. So urgent? Ren Ying was a little disappointed. Even though she didn't have a personal relationship with He Taizhou, he was still considered half a member of the Sun Moon sect, which made her feel a long-lost sense of intimacy. There's no other way. There are too many things to do. He Taizhou smiled bitterly. At this time, Qin Yuanyuan suddenly said, "How about this, I'll go over and help you. I'll live with you, and there will be a lot of plans that need to be discussed together." "Thank you, elder sister Yuanyuan, but..." He Taizhou glanced at Song Qingshu. "I'm afraid that some people won't be willing to part with you." Before Song Qingshu could say anything, Qin Yuanyuan said in a resolute tone, "I'll make my own decisions. There's no need to ask others." Ren Yingying and He Taizhou instantly looked at the two of them with strange expressions. Song Qingshu secretly smiled bitterly. He knew that after what happened last night, Qin Yuanyuan had a knot in her heart, and she needed to calm down. He couldn't force her. Moreover, looking at the faint fighting spirit in her eyes, she might have the idea of starting a career. After all, she had been a vase for so many years, and she would subconsciously want to get rid of that title. "Well, you two go back and discuss the next plan. While I'm still here, I'll help you with some official formalities," Song Qingshu said. Song Qingshu nodded. "Yes, the Imperial Court is going on a northern expedition. Now that the Golden Snake Camp and the Southern Song Dynasty have formed an alliance, I have to go back to lead the Golden Snake Camp and cooperate with them." Ren Yingying hurriedly said, "Then I will come back with you." Song Qingshu shook his head. "The Southern Song Dynasty is in urgent need of manpower. I still need you to stay here and help me manage the overall situation. Next, Prince Chi's mansion, the Beggar Gang, and even the White Lotus cult will need you to organize them." "You are giving me such an important task?" Ren Yingying said with a guilty conscience. "I am afraid that I will ruin your plan." Song Qingshu smiled. "Don't worry. Luo Bing will help you. Next, I will transfer Lu Guining here to help. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can ask Ding Dian with the Imperial Equipment and Madame Wang of Mantua Villa for help." "Madame Wang?" Ren Yingying's ears pricked up when she heard the words Madame Wang. Song Qingshu had to admit that women were very sensitive. Suddenly, he noticed that Qin Yuanyuan and He Taizhou were looking at him. He hurriedly smiled and said, "I will tell you when I am free. By the way, where is Madame Gua?" After sending Hero Gua away, Madame Gua was very disappointed. "She is pregnant and easily tired, so she went back to her room to rest," Ren Yingying answered. "While Madame Gua is here, you can ask her about the Beggar Gang. Next, you will need to completely control the Beggar Gang in Jiangnan." Song Qingshu had been busy with all kinds of things. Although the Beggar Gang now listened to his command, in fact, he only controlled Chen Yuliang. This kind of control was very fragile. Only by arranging his trusted subordinates in the middle and lower levels of the Beggar Gang could he completely control the Beggar Gang. "Okay, I will go and ask Madame Gua now." Ren Yingying turned around and left somewhat sullenly. Song Qingshu noticed the disappointment in her eyes. He wanted to explain, but he hesitated and swallowed his words. "Young master, you made Miss Ren angry. Shouldn't you go and comfort her?" He Taizhou said gloatingly. "Yingying isn't that petty. You don't have to look like you want the world to be in chaos." Song Qingshu glared at her. "Let's talk about the brothel now." "You keep saying brothel. It sounds weird. The scholars in Jiangnan love to be cultured, so a good name is necessary," Qin Yuanyuan said. "That makes sense. Young master, you are a peerless genius. Why don't you give it a name?" He Taizhou said with a smile. His eyes revealed a trace of craftiness. Qin Yuanyuan frowned and said, "There is no shortage of talents in linen. Each and every one of them has very high standards. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for ordinary names to enter their eyes." From his words, it was obvious that he did not think highly of Song Qingshu. Although his martial arts were formidable and he could be considered a famous general in battle, no one had ever heard of him having any literary talent. "It's just a name. Is it so difficult?" Song Qingshu snorted. "Let's call this shop in Lin and Heavenly World. You want to make things difficult for me? Those names in Dongguan in the future are more talented than the other. Any one of them will be able to blind you." "Heavenly World?" The two girls stared blankly. Both of them silently recited the name. Qin Yuanyuan took the lead and said, "This name has some elegance. I didn't expect young master to have such talent." As she spoke, her eyes were no longer as angry as before. Instead, they softened somewhat. He Taizhou had originally wanted to deliberately tease him. However, he had no choice but to admit that this name was very good. "I have already solved the most important part of the name. The following details will be for you two to discuss. While I am still here, I will help you two get through the joints of the government. This will prevent you two from being made difficult." After giving his instructions, Song Qingshu left, letting them familiarize themselves with each other and discuss. After leaving the residence, Song Qingshu originally intended to pay a visit to the relevant officials. However, just as he was about to leave the residence, he suddenly realized that he was now the Grand Prince of Qi. Why would he need to personally pay a visit to those insignificant officials? As a result, he dispatched his subordinates with invitations, inviting the officials of Linen and the musical house to come to the Prince of Qi's residence. Over the next few days, Song Qingshu was busy meeting with the various officials, introducing He Taizhou to them and asking them to take care of him. Those officials naturally readily agreed. It must be known that the Prince of Qi was in the limelight these days. To be able to establish a relationship with the Prince of Qi through this channel was all they could wish for. They did not expect that the boss behind this brothel was the Prince of Qi. After all, in the mainstream view, the esteemed Prince of Qi had no need to be involved in this kind of thing. They only believed that Song Qingshu was doing this on a whim to gain He Taizhou's favor. After all, He Taizhou was flirtatious and charming. It was difficult for others not to think in that direction. In addition to building a bridge for the brothel, Song Qingshu also summoned a group of high-ranking members of the Jiangnan beggar sect, including Chen Yuliang, and introduced Reninging to them. On the surface, they naturally agreed to listen to Reninging's instructions. However, regardless of whether it was Song Qingshu or Reninging, they both knew that this was just lip service. In the end, it still depended on Reninging's methods. Because of the construction of this celestial world, He Taizhou became busier and busier. Qin Yuanyuan also officially decided to move out of the Prince of Qi's residence. As he saw her off, Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and asked, "Is Madam still angry at me?" Qin Yuanyuan smiled faintly and replied, "Angry about what?" Seeing her expression, Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and replied, "As expected, she is still angry." Only then did Qin Yuanyuan retract her smile. "Who told you to have such filthy thoughts?" Song Qingshu calmly looked at her until her eyes began to evade his gaze. Only then did he say, "Whether it was me who had such thoughts or Madam who had secretly thought about it, everyone should be clear." Qin Yuanyuan's expression changed. "I don't know what you are talking about." Song Qingshu smiled and did not continue speaking. Instead, he changed the topic. "It is also good that Madam has moved out. It can be considered that you have your own career to strive for. It is better than staying in the residence all day doing nothing. However, there is one thing that Madam should pay attention to. Your identity is very sensitive. As such, it is better to leave the matters of public appearances to He Taizhou. You can just hide behind the scenes." "I know." Qin Yuanyuan did not have any objections. She had already done too many public appearances in the first half of her life. Now that she had washed away her past glory, she only wanted to live a quiet life. Song Qingshu suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh, right. Before I leave, I will arrange for Aku to meet with you. You should be prepared." "Really?" Qin Yuanyuan was both surprised and delighted. She subconsciously grabbed his arm. "Of course. When have I ever lied to you?" Song Qingshu nodded his head. "I will be leaving Linen soon. The date of my return has not been set. Since I have brought you out of the imperial palace, I cannot let you, mother and daughter, be separated forever." "Thank you." Qin Yuanyuan pursed her lips as if she was about to cry. During this period of time, she somewhat missed her daughter. "Hold on a little longer. When I return to Linen next time, I should be able to rescue Aku and let you, mother and daughter, reunite." When Song Qingshu said this, he was in high spirits. It was as if he had great confidence in the future. Qin Yuanyuan looked at him quietly. In the first half of her life, she had met countless powerful men. Not to mention those world-famous talents, just Chongzhen, Wu Sangue, Li Zicheng, and recently, Zhao Guo. No matter who they were the kind of people who could shake the world with a stomp of their feet. However, the feeling that Song Qingshu gave her was completely different. He showed off his ability but did not have the slightest feeling of piercing. Seeing that she had been staring at him, Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. He said, "What? You can't help but fall in love with me and plan to repay me with your body?" Bah! Qin Yuanyuan spat. She thought, did I not promise my body to you? Although I feel that you are a little boastful, in order to let mother and daughter reunite, I would rather believe that you can do it. After saying this, she left with a red face. Looking at her receding figure, Song Qingshu secretly thought, next, I should make some things clear with Ren Yingying. When he came to the inner house, Ren Yingying and Huang Rong were talking about something. Song Qingshu deliberately coughed at the door. Only then did the two women stop talking and look at the door. Mrs. Gua, I have something to say to Yingying. Can you leave for a while? Song Qingshu said with a smile. Okay. Huang Rong was a little stunned. She thought that he was looking for her, but it turned out that he was looking for Ren Yingying. She was relaxed but also a little disappointed. However, the husband and wife wanted to talk about something private, so it was not good for her to stay here. After Huang Rong left, Song Qingshu closed the door. Ren Yingying's face became hot. She said, "Why did you close the door?" If it was only the two of them, she would not mind. However, it felt a little strange to close the door after sending Huang Rong away. Ren Yingying had always been shy, so she was afraid that Huang Rong would make fun of her. I have something to say to you. It is a serious matter, so we have to be careful. Song Qingshu explained while releasing his qi to make sure that there was no one within a radius of 10 feet. Seeing his serious expression, Ren Yingying did not dare to be negligent. What do you want to say? Let's talk under the covers. Song Qingshu pointed to the bed. Ah? Ren Yingying's face instantly turned red, and there was a trace of rebuke in her eyes. The main thing is that it is not easy for people outside to hear us talking under the covers. Song Qingshu explained. Only then did Ren Yingying realize that she had misunderstood him. In fact, after getting along with Song Qingshu for a period of time, she did not mind having some intimate actions with him. After all, the two of them had seen each other openly before. After the two of them shrunk under the covers, Song Qingshu could not help sighing, it smells so good. Ren Yingying exclaimed, oh, you took the wrong quilt. This is Madame Gua's bed. It must be her body fragrance. Song Qingshu could not help but feel a little surprised. No wonder it smelled so familiar. Fortunately, Ren Yingying did not suspect the relationship between them. Instead, she paid attention to what he had just said. Qingshu, what do you want to say to me? Here's the thing. On the surface, I left Linen this time to go back to the Golden Snake Camp to cooperate with the Southern Song Dynasty's northern expedition. In fact, it is not. Song Qingshu explained. Ren Yingying covered her mouth and laughed, I know. You are going to send Madame Gua back to Peach Blossom Island. Why do you have to say it so solemnly? I will not be jealous. Ahem. Song Qingshu almost choked. I am not talking about that. Oh? Ren Yingying also gradually stopped smiling. After I send Madame Gua, I will not go back to the Golden Snake Camp. I will go to the Jin Kingdom. In fact, Song Qingshu also hesitated for a long time. But thinking that Ren Yingying's heart had already belonged to him, there was no need to hide many things from her. After all, she had to be responsible for the forces in the Southern Song Dynasty. If she did not know some things, it was easy to make some wrong decisions. Why are you going to the Jin Kingdom? Ren Yingying's big eyes were full of confusion. Ren Yingying was calm at first, but the more she listened, the more shocked she became. She had to cover her mouth tightly to prevent herself from crying out. You said that Tang Quebian, the powerful minister of the Jin Kingdom, is your disguise? Ren Yingying was still in a daze. Not only Tang Quebian, but also the current emperor of the Jin Kingdom. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Emperor? Ren Yingying suddenly felt that her brain was not enough to process this. How could it be possible? Why is it impossible? Who asked your man to be so capable? Song Qingshu said proudly. But. Ren Yingying hesitated for a long time before she thought of the key problem. You have been running around Lin all this time. What about the Jin Kingdom? I have arranged several people to disguise as Emperor Jin and Tang Qibian. With them, the Jin Kingdom can still run as usual. Song Qingshu explained. Ren Yingying frowned and said worriedly, but, this is a serious matter. Are those people reliable? You know how tempting it is to be in charge of a country. What if those people unite to kick you out? Song Qingshu smiled and looked at her quietly with his hand on her shoulder. Do you think I can trust you? Ren Yingying blushed and turned her face away unnaturally. Of course. Then I trust them too. Song Qingshu could not help thinking that he had been away from the Jin Kingdom for so long. He wondered how Gabai and Tajkis were doing. Ren Yingying was stunned. When she noticed the tenderness in his eyes, she could not help but say sourly, so she is your confidant. Song Qingshu took her into his arms and rubbed her smooth and delicate face. You are also my confidant. Ren Yingying suddenly said, by the way, I have long heard that Princess Gabai, Tang Qibian's wife, is the most beautiful woman in the Jin Kingdom. Since you have disguised as Tang Qibian, does she know? Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. She knows. She is now pretending to be the emperor of the Jin Kingdom. Why would she help you willingly? Ren Yingying was halfway through her words when she suddenly realized something. You won't even let go of someone's wife. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, it's not what you think. A lot of things happened between me and Gabai. We went through a lot of storms and finally saw the rainbow. Okay, I know you two are true love, okay? Ren Yingying couldn't help but snort. Even though she knew from the beginning that he had many female friends around him, the names that popped up one after another still made her feel very complicated at the moment. Yingying, are you jealous? Song Qingshu hugged her soft body and said pitifully. He thought of the heroines in the original novel. Which one of them wasn't a proud daughter of the heavens who didn't deserve a perfect love? But now, because of his existence, they had no choice but to share their love with other women. If I have to be jealous of this, then wouldn't I be jealous for the rest of my life? Ren Yingying sighed faintly. She was a smart and wise woman. From the beginning, she knew that there were other women around her lover. If she had to be jealous of every one of them, how could she be busy? Looking at Ren Yingying's slightly disappointed expression, Song Qingshu decided not to tell her about the arrangement of the Manchu Qing dynasty for the time being. On the one hand, he was worried that she couldn't accept too much information in a short time. On the other hand, Dongfang Muxue was in charge of the Manchu Qing dynasty. After all, Ren Yingying's father and daughter had a deep hatred with Dongfang Muxue. He could only take it slowly. You have to work hard in linen for the next period of time. Song Qingshu said apologetically. It's good that I can share your worries. What's more, you have found so many people to help me. Ren Yingying's lips hung a slight smile. Don't take those people lightly. Except for Ding Dian's trustworthy character, you have to be on guard against others, especially Chen Yuliang. He is a poisonous snake. If you are not careful, you will be bitten by him. Song Qingshu couldn't help reminding her. Then, do I also have to be on guard against Sister Luo Bing and Madame Wang? Ren Yingying put on a mischievous smile. Song Qingshu instantly felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. But for her safety, he continued, of course, they are more trustworthy than Chen Yuliang. But when women get together, it's hard to guarantee that they won't have any ulterior motives. Even though they won't harm me, it's not necessarily the case for you. Ren Yingying nodded with a thoughtful expression. Looks like Madame Wang is also your lover? Even though Song Qingshu was very thick-skinned, he still felt a little diffident when he faced the young girl's pure gaze. He instinctively explained, Li Qingluo and I are both enemies and friends. On the surface, she is Madame Wang of Mantua Villa, but in the dark, she is the White Lotus cult's madam. Since I saved her a few times in the past and helped her clear the injustice of my aunt and uncle, our relationship is still quite good. Marshal Yu Fei, huh? Ren Yingying could not help but praise him. Even though I hated you before, when I heard that you cleared Marshal Yu's name, I still admire you a lot. Since you admire me, then why did you come to assassinate me? When he felt her soft waist, Song Qingshu could not help but tickle her. Hee hee. Ren Yingying laughed coquettishly while she dodged him. It's your fault for being so annoying before. So, you don't hate me anymore? Song Qingshu moved closer, and their faces were less than 3 inches away from each other. They were so close to each other that they could even feel each other's breathing. Ren Yingying's eyelashes fluttered a little. She bit her lip and snorted. You're still annoying. As he sensed the young girl's soft body and her gentle gaze, Song Qingshu felt happiness fill his chest. Yingying, I suddenly feel that I'm so happy that it's a little unreal. Dummy. Ren Yingying smiled sweetly, and she suddenly put on a bashful expression. Don't leave tonight. What? Song Qingshu looked at her in disbelief. Her white, jade-like face was stained with a trace of red because of shyness, making her look even more charming and moving. Forget it if you didn't hear it. Ren Yingying turned her face away and snorted. She hesitated for a moment, and then repeated herself. Don't leave tonight. Why did you? Song Qingshu could not help but feel puzzled. Ren Yingying, who was usually shy and introverted, why was she so proactive today? Ren Yingying turned her face and gently stroked the man's cheek. You told me such an important secret, and even gave me such an important position as the leader of the Jiangnan forces. You trust me so much, so I naturally have to respond in kind. Although Ren Yingying was not as sharp as Zhao Min and Huang Rong, she was actually a very wise and intelligent woman. She also had a clear sense of propriety. Song Qingshu had told her the secret that concerned his life. It could be said that he did not guard against her at all. However, the current relationship between her and Song Qingshu did not seem to be enough to repay this trust. Having been the holy maiden of Sun Moon sect for so many years, she was clear about the rules of the ruler. If a key position was given to a confidant, she must have the means to control the confidant. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu did not have the means to control her. Although he did not mention it out of pity, she was not the kind of little girl who did not understand anything, so she took the initiative to bring it up. Song Qingshu frowned. Yingying, you don't have to do this. We know each other and love each other. I am willing to trust you unconditionally. You don't have to feel any burden, and you don't have to do this. I don't want our pure love to be mixed with any impurities. Ren Yingying's eyes were like a pool of spring water. Do you think I am the kind of woman who would sacrifice love because I am touched? The reason why I am willing to do this, is because I like you. Yingying listening to the young girl's deep and affectionate confession, the softest part of Song Qingshu's heart was touched. Song Qingshu Ren Yingying wrapped her arms around his neck. Thinking of all the things they had experienced together, her eyes were full of tenderness and sweetness. Song Qingshu could not hold it in anymore. He lowered his head and kissed her. When he touched her sweet and soft lips, there was a loud bang in his head. It was as if his whole body was about to explode from happiness. Ren Yingying also let out a soft moan. Her whole body became softer and softer as if it was about to melt. Under the dim light of the candles in the room, Ren Yingying's white jade-like body seemed to emit a soft light. Song Qingshu was a little stunned. Yingying, you are so beautiful. The skin on Ren Yingying's face was so white that it was almost transparent. There was a faint blush on her face. Dummy, it's not like you haven't seen it before. It's not the same. Song Qingshu shook his head. In the past, I used despicable means to see it. Today, you willingly took off your clothes. Ren Yingying blushed and spat. You also know that you used to be despicable. Who asked Ling Huchong to enter your heart first? I had to find another way. Song Qingshu could not help but say. Ren Yingying's slender hand gently pressed on his lips. Don't mention other people at this time. I'm so excited that I'm muddle-headed. Song Qingshu stopped talking and kissed her gently. No matter how bold Ren Yingying was tonight, she was still an inexperienced girl. How could she withstand the man's frivolous means? Soon, she was panting, and her white jade-like skin was dyed with a delicate layer of bright red. She was exceptionally charming. I'm here? Song Qingshu gently kissed her earlobe and asked with a slight hint of inquiry. Ren Yingying did not answer him. Instead, she completely opened her body and mind to welcome his arrival. As the saying goes, a gentle face like jade, a shy face like a fairy. She was bright and beautiful. Her hands were as white as snow. Her neck was pink like a flower. When one saw her talent, one would know that she was beautiful. When one saw her graceful body, one would gradually feel that she was beautiful. The vegetation was fragrant, the clouds and water covered. Tender leaves and flowers, the fragrant wind lingered. Her beauty could topple a country, and her thoughts were entranced. Who could solve this kind of ecstasy? Meanwhile, Huang Rong had been wandering in the courtyard for a long time. She gradually became tired. She reckoned that Song Qingshu and Reninging should have finished talking after such a long time, so she decided to go back to take a look. These two are too shameless. A thought popped into Huang Rong's mind. The thought of Reninging, who was usually reserved and arrogant, making such a shameful sound at this moment made her feel incredulous. She couldn't help but want to gossip. Although reason told her to leave as soon as possible, she still moved closer and pressed her ear against the door to eavesdrop on what was going on inside. "What's wrong?" Reninging asked lazily when she sensed the man's strangeness. "Nothing." Song Qingshu smiled and looked thoughtfully in the direction of the door. Huang Rong tiptoed carefully, but how could she hide it from him? He hesitated for a moment and didn't tell Reninging the truth. After all, Reninging was a prideful person. If she knew about this, she might drive him out of shame and anger. That wouldn't be worth it. After standing outside the door for a while, Huang Rong felt that her mouth and tongue were extremely dry. Her body seemed to be covered in fragrant sweat, and her close-fitting clothes had become a little sticky, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. These two are really... Although she couldn't see what was going on inside, she could totally imagine the embarrassing scene from the soul-stirring sounds that came from inside. She wanted to leave subconsciously, but then she realized that she couldn't move her legs. She had been standing for a while and was sweating all over, and her legs were weak. Reninging suddenly stiffened and said to Song Qingshu with shame and anger, "There's someone outside." After all, she was the holy nun of the Sun Moon sect, and her martial arts were similar to the elders of the Sun Moon sect. How could she not notice that Huang Rong was panicking and breathing heavily? Song Qingshu knew that he couldn't hide it, so he nodded and played dumb. "There seems to be someone outside." Reninging's face flushed with shame and anger. She bit her red lips and said, "Go kill the person outside." "Huh?" Song Qingshu was shocked. "You don't have to be so dramatic." Only then did he remember that although Reninging was usually a considerate girl, she was the little princess of the Sun Moon sect. How could she not have some princess syndrome? Moreover, she grew up in a place like the Sun Moon sect. She wouldn't hesitate at all to break an arm or a leg and exile someone who really offended her. Such a shameful thing was heard by others. "Do you want me to live in the future? If you don't go, I'll go kill them myself." Reninging bit her lips, feeling so wronged that she was about to cry. "But the person outside is Mrs. Gua." Now, Song Qingshu had to tell the truth. "Madame Gua?" Reninging exclaimed and covered her mouth. She must have waited outside for too long and decided to come back to check on the situation. Who knew she would bump into us? Song Qingshu was afraid that she would be so embarrassed and angry that she really wanted to kill Huang Rong. If that happened, things would not end well. How can she be like this? Reninging was embarrassed and annoyed. After all, if it was an ordinary person, she could just kill them. However, she couldn't kill Huang Rong. Not to mention that she had always admired this heroine. These days Huang Rong had given her unreservedly advice about the Jiangnan beggar clan. The two of them were like best friends. Okay, I'll drive her away, okay?" Song Qingshu wiped away the tears on her cheeks and said with pity. "No." Reninging hurriedly pulled him. Seeing his puzzled expression, she blushed and whispered, "It's shameful enough. If it's revealed, it won't be good for anyone. How can I get along with her in the future? It's better to pretend that I don't know." Song Qingshu was stunned. Only then did he realize that Reninging was actually a girl with a very high EQ. In the original work, during the sword competition at Mount Song, Ling Hucheng was infatuated with his junior sister. Later, he realized that this might hurt Reninging. He tried to explain to her, but Reninging pretended not to see what had just happened. Thus, the awkwardness and embarrassment disappeared. Figuring out Ren Yingying's thoughts, Song Qingshu no longer forced her. Well. Okay. What? What are you doing? Ren Yingying suddenly blushed and pushed his chest tightly, as if she wanted to push him away from her. Song Qingshu was stunned. Didn't you say that you don't know she is outside? I didn't ask you to continue like that. Ren Yingying's face was so red that water was about to drip out. Song Qingshu looked depressed. Then I'd better drive her away. As he said that, he pretended to get up. Don't. Ren Yingying was startled and hurriedly pulled him. Don't go out. Are you going to interrupt our wedding night just because of her? Song Qingshu said with a reluctant expression. Then you can continue. Ren Yingying hesitated for a moment, and her voice was as low as a mosquito. Song Qingshu was instantly overjoyed. That's great. Seeing his excited look, Ren Yingying became more and more shy. Don't make such a big noise. Okay. Under the candlelight, Song Qingshu saw her bright eyes and blushing cheeks. He knew that she was obviously embarrassed, but she endured it for him. He only felt more pity for her and became more gentle. Because of the existence of Huang Rong outside, Ren Yingying's red little mouth opened seductively, but no sound came out. The next morning, Ren Yingying came out after washing up and happened to bump into Huang Rong in the yard. She said guiltily, "Good morning, Madame Gua." Good morning. Huang Rong saw a trace of extremely lazy charm between her eyebrows, and she couldn't help but think of the noise she heard last night. Her face also inadvertently blushed. Seeing her strange expression at this time, how could Ren Yingying not know what she was thinking about? She secretly spat. She was obviously a fairy concubine, but she did things so disorderly and actually came to eavesdrop. I don't know when she left last night. At first, Ren Yingying's attention was still on the outside, for fear of being heard by Huang Rong outside last night. But later, she unconsciously let go and had no time to care whether there was anyone outside or not. Thinking of the situation last night, she couldn't help but blush. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of her, Huang Rong secretly sighed. Miss Ren is really beautiful. No wonder that little lecher was so fascinated by her. Just at this time, Ren Yingying raised her head. The eyes of the two women met and instantly moved away at the same time. Feeling the awkwardness in the air, Huang Rong hurriedly changed the topic in order to cover up the uneasiness in her heart. By the way, why didn't I see Song Qingshu? As soon as she said it, she regretted it. Didn't this mean that she already knew that Song Qingshu lived here last night? She didn't expect that she, who had always been careful, would make such a mistake. Ren Yingying obviously thought the same as her. While she was secretly embarrassed, she could only bite the bullet and pretend that nothing had happened. Qingshu went to the palace to meet the emperor. Huang Rong just asked casually. Hearing her answer, she became curious. Why did he meet the emperor? He is going to leave Linen soon, so he has to say goodbye to the emperor. What's more, he wants to take this opportunity to meet the two little princesses. Ren Yingying knew about the marriage between the Golden Snake Camp and the Southern Song dynasty. Although she was not very happy about the relationship between Song Qingshu and the two princesses, she did not care much. Just like in the original work, although she had always been very generous and even saved Yu Lingshan, she regarded Yu Lingshan as a rival in love. If Ling Huchong chose Yu Lingshan in the end, she would not hesitate to turn around and leave. Similarly, for Yilin, she did not mind that Ling Huchong married her. In the final analysis, Ling Huchong had true feelings for Yu Lingshan and just pitied Yilin. In fact, there was another thing that Song Qingshu went to the palace this time, but Ren Yingying hesitated for a moment. Although they were now on good terms with Huang Rong, she was an outsider after all, so she did not tell her. I see. Thinking that she would soon return to Peach Blossom Island with Song Qingshu, Huang Rong also had a somewhat complicated expression. Sister Ren, I will soon leave Linen. Let me take this opportunity to talk to you about the beggar gang. She knew that Song Qingshu wanted to touch the power of the beggar gang in Jiangnan. Although she was not very willing, it was better for the beggar gang to be controlled by Song Qingshu than to fall into the hands of that despicable villain, Qin Yuliang. Although that person was a bit lecherous, He had been fighting against the Northern Grassland Empire for the Han people all these years, so he could be said to have no loss. Thank you, Sister Huang. After last night's intimate contact, Ren Yingying completely regarded Song Qingshu as her husband and regarded his career as her own. Speaking of Song Qingshu entering the palace to bid farewell to Xiao Go was naturally overjoyed. Ever since the other came to Linen, he could be said to be in the limelight. Thinking of the scene where all the guards in the palace knelt before him, he could not sleep. Following the fall of Ma Qichen and Zhang Jun, the political balance that had been painstakingly built over these years was completely broken. The more Xiao Go thought about it, the more he felt that he was a god of plague. Now that he heard that he was leaving, he almost wanted to drink 3 big cups of wine to his heart's content. In addition, this time his return was to mobilize the Golden Snake Camp to cooperate with the Southern Song's northern expedition. Xiao Go could be said to be overjoyed. So when Song Qingshu asked to see the princesses, he also changed his attitude and readily agreed, allowing him to enter the palace to visit the 2 princesses on the day he left Linen. Song Qingshu secretly cursed. That damn eunuch Xiao Go, he couldn't have sex with him, but he was jealous that he could marry 2 princesses and enjoy the bliss of having 2 wives. He probably felt unbalanced and wanted to make things difficult for him at this juncture. Of course, he just happened to need some time to prepare. Xiao Go's making things difficult helped him instead. After coming out of the imperial study, Song Qingshu found a secluded place and transferred the soul of the accompanying little eunuch. He then quietly snuck into the chambers of the imperial palace. Aku was in the imperial garden in a daze out of boredom when she suddenly heard a few muffled groans behind her. She turned around and saw that the accompanying palace maid had already fainted on the ground. She was so frightened that she could not help but heave a sigh of relief. She lightly patted her chest. So it's you. Otherwise, would there still be a rapist in the palace? Song Qingshu could not help but tease her. Not serious, Aku spat. She thought, aren't you just a rapist? She hesitated for a moment but did not say this out loud in the end. Really? Hearing that there was a chance to see her mother again, Aku was both surprised and happy. Song Qingshu nodded with a smile. Otherwise, why would I come to the palace to tell you? Was it a joke? After the initial excitement, Aku finally calmed down a bit. Wouldn't it be dangerous for you to bring my mother into the palace? Her appearance is so outstanding, what if someone recognizes her? Song Qingshu explained, don't worry, I will disguise her before entering the palace. I guarantee no one will recognize her. Brother Song, you are too amazing. Aku's worry finally turned to joy. She happily ran over and hugged him. Standing on her tiptoes, she kissed him on the cheek. After the kiss, she suddenly realized something and quickly said, I'm going back first. Then she ran away with a red face. Song Qingshu touched the place on his face where she had just kissed him. For a moment, he was dazed. It seemed that Aku had been pushed too hard by the boring life in the palace, otherwise a little girl like her would not be so bold and proactive. Thinking of his relationship with Chen Yuan, Song Qingshu's heart couldn't help but sway. He had never claimed to be a virtuous person. As a man, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of that stimulating and bold idea, but he wasn't an animal. His reason finally made him suppress that tempting and dark idea. I don't know how to explain it to Aku in the future. Thinking that Aku would one day find out about his relationship with Chen Yuan, Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. As he was in a daze, his heart suddenly shook. Song Qingshu suddenly turned around. A figure in a black cloak had appeared out of nowhere on the fake mountain not far away. Why is it you again? Song Qingshu's face was gloomy. It really was an unlucky year. Why did he have to run into this fiend every time? The person in front of him was naturally the unfathomable Huang Chang, who was hiding in the Southern Song Imperial Palace. I should be asking you that. Huang Chang's ethereal voice came from the cloak. You are a Wang Yi, why do you run to the Empress Consort's palace every few days? What is going on? Song Qingshu was quite straightforward. He answered with a grin, I just met the Emperor. I accidentally got lost on my way out and ended up here. Aya, who asked the Imperial Palace to be so big? Huang Chang's gaze fell on the unconscious palace maid and he sneered, lost? It was obvious that he did not believe his nonsense at all. However, it was clear that he was not interested in talking about this. He snorted and changed the topic. Is Huang Rong with you? Song Qingshu was shocked, but his face was full of doubt. Didn't Huang Rong disappear a long time ago? Huang Chang snorted coldly. There is no need to play the fool in front of me. In the entire world, only you have the ability to rescue her from the heavily guarded imperial palace without anyone noticing. Song Qingshu laughed and said, "Thank you for your praise, but from your tone, it seems that Huang Rong was captured by you and brought to the imperial palace? No wonder we couldn't find it even after searching the entire Linen city." Huang Chang calmly looked at him until the smile on his face disappeared. Only then did he say, "Brat, if you continue to play like this, sooner or later you will cause a great disaster." Song Qingshu indifferently said, "There is no need for senior to worry about this. Since there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." Finished speaking, he turned and left. Huang Chang's figure swayed slightly. In the end, he gave up on making a move. Song Qingshu returned to the Prince of Qi's residence with a grave expression. As soon as he arrived home, he called Huang Rong and Ren Yingying into a secret room and told them what had just happened. What? The imperial palace is already suspecting that elder sister Huang is with you? Ren Yingying asked in surprise. After spending the past few days together, coupled with Huang Rong's generosity in giving her information about the beggar sect, the relationship between the two women had naturally become more and more harmonious. They had long since agreed to address each other as sisters. Song Qingshu nodded his head. It seems that we will have to leave as soon as possible. Tomorrow, after visiting the princess in the imperial palace, I will leave Linen City with Madame Gua. So soon? Although she had long known that she would have to part ways with her sweetheart, Ren Yingying could not help but reveal a disappointed expression. Last night, they had just consummated the deed of husband and wife with each other. Naturally, she was filled with reluctance. Huang Rong, on the other hand, had an apologetic expression on her face. It's all my fault. Seeing Ren Yingying's expression, how could she not understand the feeling of a newlywed wife leaving her husband? Ren Yingying forced a smile. Qingshu was going to leave anyway. It is not elder sister Huang's fault. The two women began to comfort each other. Only then did Song Qingshu continue. Because I promised to let elder sister Yuan and her mother meet, I am going to go pick her up and disguise her. Tomorrow, I will use the opportunity of meeting the princess to bring her into the imperial palace. Won't this be too risky? Huang Rong asked somewhat worriedly. Song Qingshu shook his head. Don't worry. I am confident that no one will recognize her. Didn't I bring you out of the imperial palace in the past? Hearing him say this, Huang Rong relaxed slightly. As for Ren Yingying, when the two of them had been intimate last night, she had already learned of the other's disguise. Naturally, she was even less worried. Compared to this, I am more worried about Madame's safety. Song Qingshu looked at Huang Rong and said, because I am going to pick up Qin Yuan. I am worried that while I am away, the imperial palace will send people to kidnap you and bring you back. Ren Yingying frowned. That should not be the case. The Prince of Qi's household can be considered to be heavily guarded. The emperor will not brazenly send troops over. It should not be difficult to guard against a few experts from the imperial palace. Song Qingshu smiled wryly. What if Huang Chang personally makes a move? Ren Yingying and Huang Rong fell silent. They had both heard of Huang Chang's great name, especially Huang Rong. The Nining manual that Xi and Guojing cultivated had been written by Huang Chang. This manual had been desperately fought over by the 5 uniques of the Central Plains. From this, it could be seen just how unfathomable Huang Chang was. That is why I intend to keep Madame by my side. This way, no one in the world will be able to kidnap you from my side. Song Qingshu stood there calmly, but his entire person exuded a disdainful aura. Ren Yingying's eyes were filled with tenderness, but Huang Rong blushed upon hearing this. She felt as if she were his woman. She hurriedly said, Qingshu, have you ever considered whether Huang Chang deliberately appeared in order to alert the enemy and cause you to make a mistake in your panic? Song Qingshu was taken aback. He could not help but say with admiration, Madame is truly worthy of being called a female Zhuge. You have thought of everything so thoroughly. The possibility that you speak of does indeed exist. After a pause, Song Qingshu continued, but if I leave you alone, I will not feel at ease. Seeing that he was caught between a rock and a hard place, Ren Yingying smiled and said, what is so difficult about that? Sister Huang and I will accompany you to find Sister Yuan Yuan. She did not propose to go with them out of jealousy. After all, she did not know the relationship between Song Qingshu and Huang Rong. She was only worried that Huang Rong, a married woman, would be embarrassed if she went out alone with her man. Thus, she proposed to accompany her. Huang Rong was, after all, worried that she would once again fall into the hands of the enemy. She still had lingering fears from the previous two encounters. Originally, she was worried that if she went with Song Qingshu, she would have to face the enemy's claws of Lushan again. Now that Ren Yingying was accompanying them, there was no need to worry about this problem. Then it's settled. We will go together to fetch Sister Yuan Yuan. Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying were like glue. He was indeed somewhat reluctant to part with her. He could only spend as much time as possible with her before he left. Song Qingshu quickly ordered the servants to find a carriage. After the three of them got on the carriage, they found that it was a problem where to sit. Of course, Song Qingshu wanted to sit in the middle and hug the women on his left and right, but he could only think about it. Neither Ren Yingying nor Huang Rong would agree. For Huang Rong, as long as she was not next to Song Qingshu, she could relax. Ren Yingying was the opposite. She, who was in love, could not wait to be with her lover all the time. Soon, the seats were determined. Song Qingshu sat on the far left, Ren Yingying sat in the middle, and Huang Rong sat on the right. Although the carriage was not small, it was still a little crowded with 3 people sitting in it. After sitting down, Song Qingshu quietly held Ren Yingying's small hand. Ren Yingying blushed and subconsciously wanted to withdraw her hand. However, how could he let go? After trying a few times, Ren Yingying gave up. In order to cover up the embarrassment in her heart, Ren Yingying hurriedly turned her head to talk to Huang Rong. It just so happened that Huang Rong was a little absent-minded, so the two women chatted like this. Looking at the crystal-clear earlobes of the woman beside him and the faint fragrance on her slender white neck, Song Qingshu suddenly felt very warm. The air was filled with 2 different fragrances. One was as elegant as orchids, while the other was as fragrant as roses. The 2 fragrances intertwined with each other, but surprisingly, they were in harmony. Song Qingshu wished that he could continue on this path forever. However, things don't always go as one wishes. The carriage didn't travel for long before it suddenly stopped. Ren Yingying and Huang Rong sensed that someone was blocking the road outside. They turned around at the same time and looked at Song Qingshu worriedly. Song Qingshu patted Ren Yingying's small hand to signal her to be at ease. He carefully lifted the corner of the curtain and walked out. Why is it you? Looking at the bright yellow figure in front of him, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be startled. Why can't it be me? The yellow-robed woman gave a dissatisfied snort. Seeing her frosty face, Song Qingshu didn't know how he had offended her. He could only smile bitterly and say, "May I ask why Miss is blocking my carriage? Can't I find you if there's nothing?" She couldn't help but be angry. That time in the imperial palace, when Song Qingshu went to the sky to pray for rain, she was too shocked and wanted to ask how he did it. In the end, she accidentally kissed him. This matter made her feel shy and regretful. If it was any other time, with her personality, she would not have done such an impulsive and bold thing. However, the scene that night was too shocking, and it made her impulsive in the heat of the moment. That matter had already made her embarrassed, but after that night, Song Qingshu didn't ask about her at all, as if nothing had happened. This made her even more depressed. Of course. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. The yellow-robed woman then said, "I just heard Master mention that you are about to leave Linen, but you have never mentioned this to me. I can only come to say goodbye to you." Who made us friends? When she said the word friends, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. Song Qingshu's heart shivered. What he was worried about had really come. It seemed that the yellow-robed woman was deliberately sent by Huang Chang to be the vanguard. He looked around, trying to find where Huang Chang was hiding. Unfortunately, there were all kinds of shops everywhere and he couldn't find any trace of him. Seeing the yellow-robed woman walking to the carriage, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly stood in front of her and said, This is not convenient today. How about another day? You will leave Linen another day. Where can I find you? The yellow-robed woman rolled her eyes at him. Seeing that he had been standing in front of her, she couldn't help but exclaim, Is there any shameful secret in your carriage? As she said this, she glanced at the carriage. Song Qingshu said with a guilty conscience, What secret can I have? It's not like you don't know that I'm a righteous person. The yellow-robed woman didn't listen to his nonsense. She pushed his hand away and walked straight to the carriage. Song Qingshu secretly complained. Did he really have to stop her by force? Just as he was in a dilemma, a jade-white hand slowly lifted the curtain in front of the carriage, revealing a peerlessly beautiful face. Is this the Miss Yan that Qingshu often mentions? The yellow-robed woman stopped in surprise. Why did such a beautiful girl suddenly appear? You are? I am Qingshu's wife. My name is Reningying. The girl smiled faintly. So you are Miss Ren of the Sun Moon sect. The yellow-robed woman looked a little strange. Some time ago, the holy nun of the Sun Moon sect tried to assassinate Song Qingshu, but in the end, it was a conflict between the husband and wife. This matter caused a stir in Linen City. She also heard about it, but she didn't expect to suddenly meet under such circumstances. Sister, you seem to have something to say to Qingshu? Why don't you sit in the carriage together? We sisters can also get close. Reningying invited with a sweet smile. The yellow-robed woman's face turned red in an instant. She waved her hand hesitantly and said, No need. In fact, there is nothing important. I won't disturb you too. After that, she left like fleeing without waiting for the other party to answer. Looking at the yellow-robed woman's disappearing figure, Reningying was stunned. Why did she run away? Huang Rong chuckled beside her, You look like a wife. Of course, she ran away because she felt guilty. Reningying blushed. In fact, she had expected that the yellow-robed woman would be too embarrassed to come up, so she deliberately invited her. Song Qingshu laughed and went back into the carriage. Ying, you're smart. Otherwise, if she sees Madame Gua in the carriage, we'll be in big trouble. Huang Rong pursed her lips and smiled. Miss Ren may look weak on the surface, but deep down, she is very transparent. Reningying blushed and went over to tickle her. Sister Huang, you're making fun of me too. Looking at the scene of the two girls fighting, Song Qingshu felt that it was exceptionally pleasing to the eye. As if noticing his playful gaze, the two girls gradually stopped fighting. Song Qingshu coughed lightly to dispel the awkwardness. The yellow-robed woman must have been used by her master, Huang Chang. I wonder if Huang Chang has any other tricks up his sleeves. Huang Rong suddenly frowned and said, The reason why the emperor captured me was because he was worried that brother Jing would win the martial arts contest. But now that the contest for the position of commander is over, and the dust has settled, the military power of Sichuan has fallen into Wu Tianda's hands. Does Huang Chang still need to keep pestering me? Song Qingshu was startled. Now that you mention it, it seems to make sense. Reningying said, as the saying goes, it's better to believe in something than not. Moreover, Xiao Guo seems to be somewhat afraid of Qingshu. He might use this as an excuse to cause trouble for Qingshu. In short, it's never wrong to be careful. Huang Rong nodded in agreement. Yes, your worry is not unreasonable. Anyway, we'll leave Linen tomorrow. It's not a big deal to be careful on the last day. Song Qingshu said in a low voice. In the end, the three of them agreed to act according to the original plan. Soon, they arrived at Hitiesho's celestial world. Because Song Qingshu had specially informed the officials of Linen, a series of procedures were completed very quickly. In just a few days, it had begun to take shape. It looked like it would officially open for business soon. After talking with He Taizhou, she already knew that Song Qingshu was about to leave, so she wasn't too surprised. Because Reningying was accompanying them, she couldn't show that she had a special relationship with Song Qingshu. She chatted casually for a while and then went to do her own things. Qin Yuanyuan was a little surprised to see Song Qingshu. She had thought that he had come to steal a woman, but when she saw Reningying accompanying him, she realized that she was wrong. Sister Yuanyuan, last time I mentioned that I wanted you and your daughter to meet again before I left. I'm going to the palace tomorrow. You can come with me then. Song Qingshu directly stated his purpose of coming. Really? Qin Yuanyuan was surprised and nervous. She was surprised that she had the opportunity to see Aku again. She was nervous that the palace was heavily guarded. If her identity was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Song Qingshu was speechless. Sister Yuanyuan, can't you have some constructive reaction? Do you think I will lie to you? Sister Yuanyuan, ignore him. This person can be so annoying sometimes. Ren Yingying stepped forward and held Qin Yuanyuan's arm. This time we came to take you back and prepare for tomorrow's event. Qin Yuanyuan moved out to hide from Song Qingshu. Now that Ren Yingying was here, she naturally didn't have to worry anymore. Moreover, in order to see her daughter, hiding from Song Qingshu was secondary. Soon, Qin Yuanyuan packed up her clothes and followed them out. After getting on the carriage, she couldn't help but be surprised when she saw Huang Rong. Ren Yingying was meticulous. Seeing that, she explained what had happened before. Qin Yuanyuan then understood that Huang Rong might have been targeted by Huang Chang. That person is really annoying. Qin Yuanyuan had also almost died under Huang Chang's palm. Thus, they had a common enemy. Sometimes, women were just that strange. Just because of a common topic, they would quickly go from being a little distant at the beginning to being very close. Listening to the women chatter, Song Qingshu was enjoying it. The carriage was already a little crowded, but now that there was one more person, it became even more crowded. Song Qingshu felt as if he had returned to his previous life, when he was squeezed into the subway during the morning rush hour. The only difference was that back then, the people around him were all sweaty men. Now, the people around him were all fragrant beauties. One moment, he would hold Ren Yingying's small hand. The next moment, he would touch Qin Yuanyuan's waist. Occasionally, he would even touch Huang Rong. Song Qingshu really felt as if he was in heaven. The three women's cheeks quickly turned red. However, for some reason, they all pretended as if nothing had happened and continued chatting. This caused Song Qingshu to almost laugh out loud. Unfortunately, happy times always passed so quickly. The carriage quickly returned to the Prince of Qi's residence. After getting off, Huang Rong and Qin Yuanyuan simultaneously returned to their rooms, leaving Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying looking at each other in dismay. Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. Why are they running away? Ren Yingying blushed and spat, who asked you to touch me in the carriage? They must have seen it. In order to not embarrass us, they naturally left. So it's like that. Song Qingshu secretly cursed. In reality, the two women were also worried that their actions had been seen by someone else. It could also be that they knew that you were about to leave and purposely gave us some time to be alone. Ren Yingying's pale cheeks, due to her injuries, were now bright red. The two older sisters are really good people. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. If you knew the true relationship between your man and the two of them, let's see if you would still be so optimistic. However, thinking that they were about to separate, Song Qingshu also began to feel sad. He gently pulled the young woman in front of him into his arms. Yingying, you'll have to work hard. It's not hard. Ren Yingying shook her head. The ninth princess, and Zhou. Older sister Zhou have to do even more things. It's even more tiring. Thinking that Zhou Zhirua was his first wife, she felt somewhat sad. Right, there's also Princess Gobai of the Jin Kingdom. Ren Yingying suddenly thought of something and could not help but lightly snort. When did my Yingying become a little vinegar jar? Song Qingshu grinned and scratched the tip of her nose. Ren Yingying's face heated up and she hurriedly pushed him away. Don't do it in the courtyard. Older sister Huang and older sister Yuanyuan can see. Song Qingshu reacted quickly and took advantage of the situation to continue, then let's go back to the room. Ah? Ren Yingying was stunned. Before she could react, she had been pulled into the room by Song Qingshu. Her dazed look added a little cuteness. The two had just established a relationship. Naturally, they were like glue, like touching honey. They hugged each other and whispered sweet nothings for a long time. Song Qingshu seemed to have found the feeling of his first love in his previous life. Just hugging her soft body made him feel extremely satisfied, and he did not rush to make any requests. Feeling his gentleness, Ren Yingying became more and more moved. She thought that he was so lustful, but she did not expect that she had misunderstood him. Thinking of this, the love in her heart became stronger. Song Qingshu did not expect that Luxiaowi would have such a miraculous effect this time. At this time, he was more worried about another problem. Yingying, after this period of time, I have given you qi to heal your injury. Now your injury has stabilized. After I leave Lin En, you must practice the everlasting youth skill that I taught you every day. This martial art can make people stay young forever. It must be good for your lost lifespan. What's more, all the descendants of the Xiaoyao sect live a long life. They must have unique internal skills in terms of lifespan. I will practice every day. Thinking of the energy Song Qingshu had spent on her during this time, Ren Yingying was extremely moved and blurted out, I still want to stay with you forever. Hearing the girl's such affectionate words, Song Qingshu could not bear it anymore. He lowered his head and kissed the delicate red lips in front of him. After a long while, Ren Yingying finally pushed the man away and said softly, actually, I've gotten a lot better during this period of time. Previously, I often felt as if my whole body was floating, as if a gust of wind would blow me over. In particular, there was a kind of bone-chilling coldness, but today, my whole body feels warm. Song Qingshu looked strange. Is it because you were intimate with me last night? Does that thing have the effect of replenishing lifespan? Ren Yingying did not react at first. Suddenly, she finally understood the meaning of his words. She was so shy that she almost strangled him. You bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? The next morning, Song Qingshu woke up and finished Qin Yuanyuan's makeup. Huang Rong and Ren Yingying, who were watching from the side, were amazed. Of course, in order to keep the disguise a secret, Song Qingshu only disguised Qin Yuanyuan and did not completely disguise her as someone else. Originally, Song Qingshu was worried that Huang Chang would take advantage of his absence and planned to take Huang Rong with him to the imperial palace. At that time, he would also put her on makeup and bring her with him. However, Huang Rong and Ren Yingying both rejected this idea. In their view, Huang Rong was pregnant. Even if she could hide her appearance from ordinary people, she could not hide from Huang Chang. Moreover, the imperial palace was Huang Chang's territory. Taking her there would be the danger of walking right into a trap. After a night's rest, Huang Rong's thoughts were much clearer. She analyzed that Huang Chang was not among the imperial palace experts who tried to capture her. Especially when the yellow-robed woman appeared yesterday, Huang Chang still did not come, which proved that he did not often leave the imperial palace. Moreover, because he practiced the Nining manual, she did not believe that the person who wrote such a secret manual would disregard his status and bully the weak. Even if the imperial palace really wanted to capture her, at most they would send those experts from last time. As long as she stayed in Prince Qi's mansion, those people would not be able to do anything to her in broad daylight. Song Qingshu thought about it and felt that her analysis was very reasonable. Then, he sent some more beggar sect experts from Qin Yuliang to protect Prince Qi's mansion and told Ren Yingying to stay close to Huang Rong. After all, the entire city of Linen now knew that Ren Yingying was the nominal princess of Qi and would not easily touch her. With Ren Yingying protecting Huang Rong, the other side would be afraid to take action. After arranging everything, Song Qingshu took Qin Yuanyuan in the direction of the imperial palace. On the way, Qin Yuanyuan wanted to say something but hesitated. Song Qingshu could not help laughing and said, Sister Yuanyuan, what do you want to say? Nothing, Qin Yuanyuan sighed faintly. It's just that I suddenly have a strange feeling when I think that you are about to leave Linen. Do you suddenly feel insecure? Song Qingshu asked. Qin Yuanyuan was stunned. After a long time, she nodded and said, yes, that's what I mean. Song Qingshu said with a smile, you have no one to rely on in Linen now, so it's normal to have this kind of feeling. Don't worry, He Taiho will protect you at that time. If you have any problems, you can go to Yingying. I have told her to take care of you often. Qin Yuanyuan's expression was somewhat indifferent. I understand. Song Qingshu's mind was so penetrating that he quickly guessed her thoughts. The relationship between the same sex was not as natural as that between the opposite sex. Don't worry, I'll come back as soon as I finish my business. Qin Yuanyuan looked at him quietly. Aku and I will wait for you. Hearing her words, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be startled. Qin Yuanyuan instantly realized that her words were ambiguous. She couldn't help but blush as she said, I meant waiting for you to come back and save Aku. Song Qingshu's lips curled into a smile. I didn't misunderstand. Why are you so anxious? Qin Yuanyuan couldn't help but say, you're so annoying. The two chatted along the way and soon arrived at the imperial palace. Now that Song Qingshu was Prince Qi, he was qualified to bring attendants into the palace. Moreover, Qin Yuanyuan was a woman, so the palace guards wouldn't make things difficult for her. The identity that Song Qingshu arranged for Qin Yuanyuan was to bring gifts. After all, as Prince Qi, it was impossible for him to bring gifts himself. The two were led by a eunuch all the way to the chambers of the two princesses in the imperial harem. Zhao Huaner and Zhao Yuanyuan had been waiting in the palace with their heads raised. Seeing him, they stood up excitedly. Ahem, princesses, please pay attention to the royal etiquette. An old nanny on the side coughed, and the two princesses abruptly stopped their movements. Seeing the two princesses' aggrieved expressions, Song Qingshu frowned. This nanny was really controlling. However, she, as a servant, dared to treat princesses like this. Clearly, she was relying on her master's power. It seems that Zhao Go doesn't treat those poor sisters well. While Song Qingshu was deep in thought, the nanny interrupted him. As the saying goes, men and women should be different. Prince Qi, please don't come any closer. Startled, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be inwardly angry. Although the emperor hadn't officially issued an edict to bestow the two princesses to him, everyone in Linen knew of the relationship between the two. Sooner or later, they would be married. For this nanny to obstruct him like this, it was likely that she was used to acting like a tyrant. I want to speak with the two princesses. All of you withdraw first, Song Qingshu said indifferently. The other palace maids in the room looked at each other in dismay. Subconsciously, they cast inquiring gazes at the old nanny. The old nanny smiled insincerely and said, reporting to Prince Qi, the emperor specially arranged for this old servant to take care of the two princesses. This old servant doesn't dare to leave her post. Eh? Song Qingshu's face darkened. In an instant, an icy atmosphere filled the room. The palace maids all kept quiet out of fear. On the contrary, the old nanny didn't show the slightest hint of fear. Just as they were in a deadlock, a pleasant voice suddenly came from outside. What happened? Qin Yuanyuan, who was following behind Song Qingshu, trembled. If she hadn't been afraid of exposing her identity, she might have immediately turned her head away. Greetings to concubine Wu. A group of palace maids in the room knelt down and saluted, including the old nanny. Only then did Song Qingshu turn around. Aku was still as stunning as ever, and with her palace dress as a foil, she looked even more noble. Greetings, your ladyship. Seeing him, Aku's eyes curved like crescent moons, full of smiles. Prince Qi, you don't have to be so polite. Then her eyes fell on Qin Yuanyuan. Although her appearance was disguised, she still recognized her at a glance. If it were a few years ago, perhaps Aku would have run over excitedly. However, she had been in the southern Song imperial palace for a long time and had experienced so many things. No matter how she thought about it, she naturally looked away and walked straight over to hold the two princesses' hands. I have recently obtained a few new toys, and I specially brought them for you to play with. Thank you, Your Highness. Zhao Huaner and Zhao Yuanyuan looked at each other and hurriedly returned the greeting. You and I are sisters-in-law. There is no need to be so polite. Aku hurriedly held the two princesses and said with a smile. After chatting for a while, Aku suddenly thought of something. Aya, this consort had forgotten that today is the day the Prince of Qi will visit you too. I won't disturb you two anymore. As she stood up, she waved to the old nanny. I rarely come here. Nanny Rong, can you show me around? Nanny Rong? Song Qingshu had a strange expression. He thought that all nannies with the surname Rong were so annoying. This? The old nanny looked hesitant. Aku's face instantly darkened. Why? Can't I call you? This old servant doesn't dare. Nanny Rong no longer had the insolence from before. She hurriedly ran to the front to lead the way. Concubine Wu was now the most favored person in the palace. Nanny Rong did not dare to offend her. If concubine Wu ordered someone to kill her, the emperor would probably not care. As they passed by Song Qingshu suddenly said, "Nanny, have you been having nightmares every night recently?" No. The old nanny thought that she had eaten and slept soundly. How could she have had nightmares? However, when she raised her head and met Song Qingshu's eyes, her mind suddenly went blank. She nodded mechanically. "Yes, I have nightmares often." "Then you must treat the two princesses better in the future. Otherwise, you will have nightmares for the rest of your life." Song Qingshu wrapped his voice with his inner force and sent it only to her ears. As a result, the palace maids beside them did not know what was going on. At this moment, Aku was standing beside her mother. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and said, "Come with me. Let them talk." "Yes." How could Chen Yuanyuan refuse? She was so excited that her voice trembled. The old nanny finally could not stand it anymore. "Your Highness, His Majesty has ordered me," Aku directly interrupted her. "I will bear the responsibility if anything happens." "Yes." Noticing the impatient look in her eyes, the old nanny hurriedly shut her mouth. Aku left with the group of people. Soon, only Song Qingshu, Zhao Huer, and Zhao Yuanyuan were left in the room. Zhao Huer and Zhao Yuanyuan no longer had any scruples. They immediately threw themselves into his arms. "Big brother Song, Huer, Yuanyuan." Song Qingshu hugged the two girls' soft bodies. He felt a little guilty. After rescuing them from the Jin kingdom, he had never come to see them again. He had even gone in and out of the palace so many times. At the end of the day, he still lacked enough love for them. They had only been together in the dangerous environment of the Jin kingdom by chance. Song Qingshu understood all of this. However, he was not stupid enough to let go of them to find his true love. After all, this world was different from the future. To a certain extent, he had already been intimate with them. Why would they look for other men? He had always despised Duan Jingchuan's behavior of abandoning his close female friends after sleeping with them. In comparison, he admired Wei Xiaobao's attitude of not having true love but being responsible to the end. "It's all my fault. I should have come to see you earlier." Song Qingshu hugged the two girls and said apologetically. Zhao Huer pouted and said with some bitterness, "I really want to see that Xiaolong Nu. I want to see how beautiful she is. She made you give up your life for her." Zhao Yuanyuan hurriedly pulled on her sleeve. Huer, Song Qingshu instantly understood. Zhao Go was about to bestow a marriage, but Xiaolong Nu appeared out of nowhere. In order to save her, Song Qingshu had to temporarily give up the betrothal. Although the two girls were not present, they had more or less heard the news. It was inevitable that they felt a little uncomfortable. "Your brother will not betroth you to me so easily." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "He has always used you as a bargaining chip to force me to cooperate with the imperial court to attack the Jin kingdom. Even without Xiaolong Nu, he would have found other reasons to refuse the betrothal. Ninth brother is so annoying." Zhao Huer stamped her feet and said with some dissatisfaction, "In the past, when we were locked up in the Jin kingdom, he did not come to save us. Now that we have finally escaped, he is guarding us left and right." "Huer, be careful with your words." Zhao Yuanyuan hurriedly covered her mouth. Zhao Yuanyuan felt the same way. Yes, all the sisters who came back from the Jin kingdom have an old nanny by their side. They even asked us not to say anything. Are they afraid that what happened in the Jin kingdom will get out and embarrass the Zhao family? This development was not out of Song Qingshu's expectations. Zhao Go must have done everything he could to cover up the scandal of the royal ladies in the Jin kingdom. After all, imperial concubines, princesses, and titled ladies were like slaves there. No one could accept it. In history, Zhao Go's birth mother, Empress Dowager Wei, was humiliated in the Jin kingdom. Rumor had it that she slept with a princess to serve a high official of the Jin kingdom. Later, the Jin and the Song dynasty negotiated peace, and Empress Dowager Wei was released. Empress Dowager Wei was very secretive about what happened in the Jin kingdom. Later, that princess also escaped from the Jin kingdom. She thought that she had finally escaped, but because she was an insider of the scandal, Empress Dowager Wei killed her, saying that she was pretending to be a princess. So it seemed that Zhao Go had the intention of keeping an eye on the princesses who returned from the south by sending vicious nannies. Touching the two princesses' heads, Song Qingshu comforted them. Don't worry. From now on, that nanny won't make things difficult for you. Why? Zhao Huaner asked directly. Brother Song, although you are Prince Qi, she is under the orders of ninth brother. I'm afraid she won't care about you. Song Qingshu smiled. Of course, I can't use the name of Prince Qi to suppress her. But I used magic on her. The two princesses were not from the martial world and did not know about the soul-shifting spell. So it was better to use a name that they were familiar with. Brother Song, you are amazing. Zhao Huaner was pleasantly surprised. Beside her, Zhao Yuanyuan could not hide her excitement. They did not doubt Song Qingshu's words. After going through so much, in their eyes, their lover could do anything. He was like an immortal. Following that, Song Qingshu chatted with the two princesses about some of the things that had happened during this period of time. He listened to the two women pour out their hearts, and he also told them about the various things that had happened after their return. After comforting them for a while, Song Qingshu took out some toys that he had carefully selected from outside the palace and gave them to the two girls. They grew up in the Jin Kingdom's laundry yard and were now almost under house arrest in the palace. They had never seen the outside world, so they felt that these toys were extremely novel. It would be great if we could live freely outside. Zhao Yuanyuan looked out of the palace, her voice full of envy. Hearing her words, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel sad. The two women were originally noble, but unfortunately, their lives were full of misfortune. Now, their lives weren't even as happy as ordinary girls. Let it go. Sooner or later, I will take you out of the palace. At that time, there won't be so many rules, and there won't be so many restrictions. You will be able to travel the world freely. Big brother Song, to be able to meet you in this life is really our greatest fortune. Zhao Yuanyuan nestled her body in his arms and said with deep emotion. That's right. If it weren't for your dazzling appearance, we would still be in the laundry yard, struggling in the endless darkness. Zhao Huaner was also reminded of her sad memories. Moreover, you would have brought us out of this cage-like palace. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, then said to the two girls, but I have a lot of things on my hands now. Taking you out of the palace is not something that can be done in a day. Zhao Yuanyuan smiled sweetly. We can wait. We were able to persevere in a place like the laundry yard, so this little bit of suffering is nothing. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. Although the two girls looked weak, the events of the Jin Kingdom had tempered them to be much stronger than ordinary women. In the future, you can spend more time with concubine Wu. She is my, good friend. If you have any difficulties, feel free to look for her. Big brother Song, you are so amazing. Even concubine Wu is your friend. Zhao Huaner cried out in surprise. She is now the most favored concubine in the palace. How do you know her? Seeing the surprised look in the two girls' eyes, Song Qingshu felt a little guilty. Before concubine Wu entered the palace, I interacted with her and even helped her. The two girls did not think much of it. After all, only a few people knew that Zhao Go was impotent. This is great. With concubine Wu's help, let's see if those nannies dare to make things difficult for us. Just like that, the three of them chatted about all sorts of things. The meeting time passed quickly. Eunuchs and palace maids came to urge them a few times. Only then did Song Qingshu have to bid farewell to the two little princesses. Zhao Huaner and Zhao Yuanyuan were young girls after all. Very soon, their eyes were filled with tears. Song Qingshu's heart softened. He thought that after he finished dealing with the matters in the north, he would bring them out as soon as possible. When they came out, they bumped into Aku. With his sharp eyes, Song Qingshu noticed that both her and Qin Yuanyuan's eyes were slightly red. It was obvious that the mother and daughter were also sad about the impending separation. Your Highness, it's time to return to the palace, a palace maid reminded Aku from behind. Aku had no choice but to say to Song Qingshu, I heard that the King of Qi is going to lead an army to attack the Jin Kingdom. I wish the King of Qi a safe journey. Thank you, Your Highness. Song Qingshu hurriedly returned the gesture. Aku took the opportunity to whisper to him, take good care of my mother. Don't worry. Take good care of yourself too. When I return, I will take you out of the palace, Song Qingshu replied. Aka's crystal-clear earlobes were instantly dyed red. In a barely audible voice, she said, I will wait for you. With that, she left shyly, occasionally turning back to look at her mother. Qin Yuanyuan also stared at her unblinkingly. It was obvious that her emotions were stirring. Even her body was trembling slightly. Only when Aka's figure disappeared around the corner of the corridor did Song Qingshu walk over to support Qin Yuanyuan. Sister Yuanyuan, let's go. Qin Yuanyuan was somewhat absent-minded. Only by allowing him to support her did she not fall. The two of them walked like this for a while. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded, "The King of Qi is truly protective of the fairer sex." Qin Yuanyuan trembled. Finally regaining her wits, she hurriedly pushed Song Qingshu away. She straightened her body, an extremely awkward expression on her face. Song Qingshu turned his head to look at the yellow-robed figure. He could not help but smile bitterly. Miss Yang is truly mysterious these days. The yellow-robed woman lightly snorted. She slowly walked over, her gaze constantly examining Qin Yuanyuan. Seeing her graceful figure, she could not help but reveal a look of surprise. When she clearly saw her appearance, she could not help but exclaim in surprise. Worried that she would see through his disguise, Song Qingshu hurriedly said to Qin Yuanyuan, "Wait for me outside." Qin Yuanyuan reacted quickly. Yes, with that, she lowered her head and walked out. The yellow-robed woman came to Song Qingshu's side. Watching his departing figure, she could not help but say, "You always have beauties by your side. Even a mere maid has such a graceful figure. It's just that her appearance seems a little ordinary." Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. "Look at what you're saying. No matter how graceful a maid's figure is, she cannot compare to you." The yellow-robed woman blushed and spat, "Nonsense." Worried that her attention was still on Qin Yuanyuan, Song Qingshu hurriedly diverted her attention. "Didn't you say yesterday that you had something to say to me? Why did you run off afterwards?" The yellow-robed woman could not help but roll her eyes. "You still have the nerve to say that? Yesterday, your wife was there. Wouldn't I be looking for trouble by going into the carriage?" Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. "Could it be that you feel a little guilty after seeing your wife?" The yellow-robed woman's expression turned cold. Is this kind of joke interesting? She already had a cold temperament. Now, it was one disaster after another. Song Qingshu felt as if the temperature in the air had dropped by a few degrees. Angry women age faster. The yellow-robed woman snorted. "You don't have to worry about that." She paused and muttered in a low voice, "What's more, Miss Ren is not a wife. Amaze Zhou Jirua and the 9th princess of the former Ming dynasty, which one of them is willing to be a concubine?" Song Qingshu was shocked. "What are you talking about?" "Nothing." The yellow-robed woman's face turned slightly red. She hurriedly said, "Yesterday, I came to find you mainly to say goodbye. I learned that you were coming to the palace today, so I deliberately waited for you here. After today, I do not know when we will meet again." Suddenly, Song Qingshu also felt a little sad. Today's world was different from the future. There were high-speed trains and planes. Once an ordinary person was separated by 1,000 miles, let alone a few years, they might not see each other again in a lifetime. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary person now. Whether it was riding a horse or taking a boat, he had enough money to pay. Moreover, he had superb qigong. At worst, he could run on 2 legs. Of course, there were many things to do in the north this time. It would take at least a year and a half to finish everything. "Well, I have seen you off. You can go." Before Song Qingshu could speak, the yellow-robed woman suddenly spoke. Then, she turned around and floated away. Song Qingshu was stunned. "You came to say goodbye to me, but you left without saying anything?" The yellow-robed woman's figure paused. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "The grass will be green next spring, right?" Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He, who came from the future, was extremely sensitive to the word green. He thought that this sentence was strange and did not know what she meant. He could only casually answer, "I don't like green." "That's right, I saw Huer and Yuanyuan today. They seem to be in a difficult situation in the palace. When you have free time, remember to take care of them. Song Qingshu hastily added. The yellow-robed woman coldly snorted. Her voice grew colder and colder. I know. Finished speaking, she did not pause and quickly disappeared. Only Song Qingshu was left with a stunned expression. He did not know how he had offended her. You really have beauties by your side no matter where you go. Qin Yuanyuan walked over and said with a smile that was not a smile. Of course, Song Qingshu said confidently. I am too good of a person. Naturally, I am liked by others. You really have no shame. Qin Yuanyuan jokingly scolded. Even though she was in disguise to hide her heavenly beauty, she was still extremely charming. Song Qingshu brought Qin Yuanyuan back to the Prince of Qi's residence. Ren Yingying and Huang Rong were already sitting in the carriage waiting for him. Seeing his stunned expression, Ren Yingying smiled and said, if your husband wants to go far away, as his wife, I should send him off. Song Qingshu was so touched that he held her hand. Ren Yingying seemed to have been electrocuted and withdrew her hand. Somewhat guiltily, she glanced at Huang Rong. She saw that Huang Rong had her eyes closed and was pretending to sleep, as if she had not seen what had happened. Ren Yingying's icy mind naturally understood that Huang Rong was deliberately not embarrassing her. She could not help but feel even more embarrassed. She unhappily glared at the culprit. Song Qingshu couldn't help but think this way. For someone from the future, the word green was too glaring. He immediately thought of a line on the internet in the future, falling in love with a wild horse that's out of control, the top of your head is a green grassland. As soon as Song Qingshu said this, the two women in the carriage looked strange. Ren Yingying looked at him and asked, did a girl say this to you just now? Although he didn't know what it meant, his instinct told him that it was not a good thing to admit it at this time. He shook his head like a rattle and hurriedly denied, no, no. Huang Rong laughed and said, Qingshu, you don't have to lie. This poem is from Wang Wei's Farewell in the Mountain. The spring grass is green next year, but the prince's grandson will not return. You are now Prince of Qi. If the prince doesn't refer to you, who does he refer to? He misses you and wants you to come back soon. Song Qingshu suddenly understood. No wonder the girl in yellow showed a sour face just now. It turned out that he didn't understand what she meant. He came from the future, so he might know some history and have seen more things. But his attainments in ancient poetry were really not as good as the people in this world. It was no wonder that he didn't understand. Now I know what it means to be uneducated is terrible. Song Qingshu regretted it too late. Suddenly he saw the two women in the carriage looking at him with a faint smile. He couldn't help but blush. He coughed twice and said, this is just a friend, an ordinary friend. Really? Ren Yingying thought for a while and sighed secretly. But she didn't get to the bottom of it. Huang Rong saw her attitude and had to admire that she was really a generous woman. But which woman wanted this kind of generosity? The time of gathering was always short, and the time of parting would come eventually. After the carriage went out of the city gate, Song Qingshu wouldn't let Ren Yingying see him. He said, you haven't recovered yet. Besides, linen looks calm on the surface, but in fact, it is full of danger. I really don't trust you to see me off. But Ren Yingying frowned slightly, but I can't bear to part with you. Now that they were about to part, she was so excited that she couldn't care less about Huang Rong. Song Qingshu pulled her into his embrace and comforted her, Yingying, I promise you that I'll rush back to see you after I'm done with my matters. You must remember to practice the everlasting youth skill that I imparted to you in linen. I don't want you to have exhausted your lifespan and passed away when I come back. Ren Yingying couldn't help but laugh through her tears. She couldn't help but hit his chest. How can it be so fast? It's fine as long as you're smiling. Don't make our parting so sad. Song Qingshu wiped away the tears on her cheeks. You're crying like a kitten. Huang Rong listened to the two of them being lovey-dovey, and she got goosebumps all over her body. Only then did Ren Yingying remember that there was someone next to her. She blushed and pushed him away. Well, remember to take care of Sister Huang on the way. Song Qingshu glanced at Huang Rong and said with a smile, don't worry. I'll take good care of her. Huang Rong's heart skipped a beat. She didn't know whether it was her illusion or something else. She seemed to hear that the tone of the word take care was a little strange. She couldn't help but think of some conjectures that made her heart beat faster. I'll also take good care of the intelligence network here in Linen. I'll show you the results when you come back next time. Ren Yingying forced a smile and deliberately cheered herself up. The intelligence network is secondary. The most important thing is your body. Don't get tired. Song Qingshu said as he wanted to hug her again. Ren Yingying hurriedly pushed him away with a red face. Take care of yourself. Ren Yingying stepped back a few steps and waved at him with red eyes. Song Qingshu knew that it was getting late. If he continued to dawdle, he might make her feel more uncomfortable. So he hardened his heart and jumped into the carriage again. He ordered, "Let's go." After the carriage had left for a long time, Song Qingshu looked back through the window. He could still faintly see a beautiful figure standing at the gate of the city. Alas! Song Qingshu couldn't help sighing. He finally understood why there were so many farewell poems in ancient times. This kind of separation scene really made people's emotions ferment to the extreme. Reluctant to leave? Huang Rong asked with a playful face. I'm a little reluctant to leave. Song Qingshu lay on the seat, and he seemed to have lost his spirit in an instant. In fact, you don't have to leave so early. You can stay in Linen for a few more days. Huang Rong couldn't help but give him an idea. Song Qingshu sat up straight in an instant and glared at her angrily. Madam, it's not kind of you. It's obvious that I left so early to send you away. You still make sarcastic remarks. Huang Rong's face was slightly red. It's not like I don't have long legs. Can't I walk by myself? Song Qingshu shook his head. I lost you twice in a row. I don't want to have a third time. That kind of suffering is really uncomfortable. Thinking of his nervous look when he found her in the gemstone mountain, Huang Rong's heart softened. Her eyes became soft. Thank you. Song Qingshu smiled. There is no need to say thank you to me. Huang Rong's heart jumped. She always felt that he seemed to be a family member with her. She glanced at him quietly and saw that he was looking out of the window with lonely eyes. Obviously, he was still sad about being separated from Ren Yingying. This bastard looks quite elegant when he is sad. Huang Rong looked at him and suddenly felt a little confused. She hurriedly looked away. In this way, one person was sad, and the other was thinking nonsense in the carriage. Soon they fell into a tacit silence. After driving for a long time, Song Qingshu suddenly sat up straight. His originally sleepy eyes suddenly opened, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. What's wrong? Song Qingshu's reaction alarmed Huang Rong, who couldn't help but ask curiously. There are people in the woods in front. Song Qingshu replied in a deep voice. Huang Rong hurriedly listened attentively. Unfortunately, it was too far away. She could only hear the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves and nothing else. However, she did not doubt his judgment at all. Will they come for us? Huang Rong asked nervously. Song Qingshu thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't think so. Although it is a distance from Linen, it is not remote. How can they set up an ambush here? As for who they are, we will know when we go and have a look. Huang Rong frowned and said, Isn't it too risky? With me by your side, the world is so big, even if it is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, you don't have to be afraid. Song Qingshu said lightly, but there was a sense of disdain in his tone. Huang Rong knew that he was telling the truth. Sometimes she had to admit that a competent man really had a different kind of charm. Song Qingshu ordered his men to drive the carriage in the direction of the woods where there were people. After a while, he said, Stop here and see the situation. Those who were good at fighting had no illustrious achievements. In fact, Song Qingshu also understood that the wisest thing to do was to leave. If he came over, it was easy to get into trouble. However, perhaps he was bold because of his skills, or because of the experience of playing RPG games in his previous life. He knew that the most terrible thing was not what happened, but that time passed unknowingly when nothing happened. Only by triggering more things could there be more opportunities. Although today's world was not a game, the principle was still the same. Song Qingshu lifted a corner of the curtain of the carriage and saw that in an open space dozens of feet away, a group of people wearing red uniforms and ferocious iron masks had surrounded a carriage. The design of the carriage was much more elegant than the one Song Qingshu was riding in. The thin white gauze curtain fluttered in the wind, and he could faintly see a woman sitting inside. Unfortunately, it was separated by layers of gauze, so he could not see the appearance of the person inside. There were also more than 10 people scattered around the carriage, looking at these people in red with vigilance. Even from a distance, one could see the tense atmosphere in the air. It could be said that a fight could break out at any moment. "Oh, I didn't expect it to be an old acquaintance." Seeing the people around the carriage, Song Qingshu could not help but chuckle. At this time, Huang Rong also came over, and after seeing those people clearly, she could not help but say, "The 4 great evildoers have done all kinds of evil, and you are actually friends with them? Old acquaintances are not necessarily friends." Song Qingshu smiled and suddenly noticed that Huang Rong's face was already very close to his. Looking at her tender face, which was like a young girl's, he suddenly felt a little tempted and wanted to go up and kiss her. However, he was worried that he would annoy her, so he did not kiss her in the end. Huang Rong did not notice anything unusual and said, "It seems that they are people from Xixia's Class 1 hall, but I don't know who these people in red who surrounded them are. This place is not far from Linen, so they must be people from the southern Song dynasty. Look at their clothes, they are a bit like the legendary Imperial City Guards." Song Qingshu replied in a deep voice. The Qing dynasty had the sticking department, the Ming dynasty had the embroidered uniform guards, the Liao dynasty had the secret service, and the Jin dynasty had the washing house. The southern Song dynasty also had its own spy agency, the Imperial City Guards. The Imperial City Guards were divided into 2 types of people. One type was called the personal attendants, who were in charge of the Imperial City Guards. For example, the Imperial City Guards were in charge of the various gates of the Imperial City Guards. There were 5 lines of defense in the Imperial City Guards, which were usually directly distributed by the Imperial City Guards and the guards in front of the palace. The reason for this arrangement was to allow the Imperial City Guards and the guards in front of the palace to check and balance each other and prevent abnormal movements. The other type was called the personal attendants, also known as the inspectors. This was the second function of the Imperial City Guards, a secret spy agency. Its predecessor was the Wushu department set up by the Taizu Emperor, and it was renamed the Imperial City Guards during the reign of Emperor Taizong of Song. These inspectors went from the brothels to the ministers of the government to gather information. At the beginning, there were only a few dozen of them, but at the peak, there were more than 7,000 of them. Their main role was in 4 aspects. First, to monitor the army. Usually, there were spies from the Imperial City Guards and the garrison army in the capital and even the guards in front of the palace. They recorded the daily activities and reported them in detail, and when necessary, they would take emergency measures. For example, during the Renzong period, the soldier Sang De and the others got drunk and said some disrespectful words. They were immediately arrested by the Imperial City Guards and sent to Kaifeng Mansion, where they were soon executed. Second, to spy on the discussions among the people. During the Song Shenzong reform, the court was in turmoil, and there were many people who slandered the court. The Imperial City Guards were everywhere, and anyone who heard someone talking about the court was immediately arrested. Tens of thousands of people were imprisoned because of this. Third, to spy on the activities of the officials. There were many officials in this area. From the relatives of the emperor to the warehouses of the various departments, there were fixed people in charge of monitoring them. Sometimes, the emperor would even assign some temporary tasks. For example, during the reign of Emperor Taizong, he suspected that the granary officials in the suburbs of the capital were cheating, so he sent people from the Imperial City Guards to infiltrate the granary in disguise. Sure enough, there was corruption. Fourth, to guard against enemy countries. The Song dynasty was weak. During the northern Song dynasty, it had diplomatic relations with western Xia, Liao, and during the southern Song dynasty, it had a lot of mutual spying. The Imperial City Guards were responsible for this aspect of security. In the Song dynasty, when officials went to Liao or Jin, they would be accompanied by officials from the Imperial City Guards. When envoys from Liao or Jin came to the Song dynasty, the imperial city guards would also participate in the reception. According to the records, during the Zhen dynasty, the imperial city guards discovered that a merchant was a spy from Liao and arrested him. The reason why Song Qingshu knew so clearly was because of the intelligence network of the Qing kingdom and the Jin kingdom. While recalling the information from the imperial city guards, Huang Rong suddenly said in surprise, "The leader of the imperial city guards is actually a woman." Song Qingshu's attention was attracted by the four villains, and the people of the imperial city guards were all wearing masks, so he didn't notice for a moment. Hearing this, he looked carefully and saw that the leader of the imperial city guards was a graceful woman with long hair fluttering behind her. Even though she was tightly wrapped in the clothes of a secret agent, it didn't hide her own charm. Judging from the woman's figure, she should be a young girl. As the saying goes, young women tend to be plump and graceful, while young girls are more slender and youthful. Song Qingshu vaguely felt that he should know this person, but he couldn't think of any girl he knew who was related to the Imperial City Department. "Miss, what do you mean?" Duan Yanqing's signature ventriloquism sounded. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, and it could scare children into not crying in the middle of the night. The girl said, "A few days ago, the young lady of the Imperial Censor Xinyan's family was kidnapped. We, the Imperial City Department, were ordered to investigate. We heard that the notorious pervert Yunzhong he appeared near Linen City, accompanied by a girl. We suspect that the young lady of the Shin family was kidnapped by him. At this time, Yunzhong he was looking at the girl's figure with a greedy face. His eyes swept up and down in an extremely wretched manner." Hearing her words, he couldn't help but laugh. "Little sister, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Noticing his wretched and disgusting look, the girl's eyes showed disgust. She instantly drew out the soft sword from her waist and said coldly, "Who is your little sister?" "She is the one who agrees." Yunzhonghe's smile made even Song Qingshu, who was far away, want to punch him. The girl who bore the brunt was naturally more anxious. She raised her hand and several silver needles flew in front of Yunzhonghe. Yunzhonghe's smile stiffened, but it was too late for him to dodge. Song Qingshu uttered a sound of surprise. This girl's acupuncture technique was also ingenious. In recent years, apart from Dongfang Muxue, this girl was the only one who could use needles so well. Ding, 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 Duan Yanqing withdrew the wrought iron staff in front of Yunzhonghe, which still had 3 trembling silver needles stuck in it. He said, "Fourth brother, don't be rude." Yunzhonghe had just recovered from the shock. He didn't dare to say anything at this time. Duan Yanqing said to the girl, "Miss, it is said that the young lady of the Shin family is the candidate for the crown prince's wife. No matter how lustful my fourth brother is, he wouldn't dare to be so audacious. I hope you can investigate this." The girl snorted coldly. "The people of Shisha's Class 1 Hall have always been the enemy of the great Song. I think the disappearance of the young lady of the Shin family is likely to be your doing." Duan Yanqing said indifferently, "Do you have any proof for what Miss said?" "Evidence?" The girl pointed at the carriage beside them. "Who's the woman inside?" Duan Yanqing answered, "She is not the young lady of the Shin family." "Yes or no?" "We'll know once we check," the young girl said as she walked towards the carriage. Duan Yanqing stepped forward and stood in front of her. "Please forgive me. My companion doesn't like to see outsiders. I think the young miss of the Shin family is hidden inside." The girl was furious. She raised her hand, and the secret agents of the Imperial City Department raised their crossbows and aimed at Duan Yanqing and the others. Duan Yanqing's facial expression was unsightly. The Western Xia and the Song dynasty had been at war for many years. Duan Yanqing naturally understood that although the Song dynasty was weak, their crossbow technology was too powerful. Over the past few decades, the Western Xia people had suffered a lot from the crossbows of the Song dynasty. Not to mention the Western Xia, even the Jurchen cavalry that swept across the Central Plains a few years ago was shot down by the crossbows of the Song dynasty in Sichuan and Xianxia. At such a close distance, if these secret agents aimed their crossbows at them, most of them would die on the spot if they pulled the trigger. It's really outrageous. It's always us 4 villains who wrongly accuse others. How can we be wrongly accused by others? Boss, don't talk nonsense with her. Let me break this little girl's neck." At this time, the straightforward and reckless southern sea crocodile deity Yu Laosan suddenly couldn't help but go crazy. Yu Laosan, don't be impulsive. Boss knows what to do. Yi Ernyang hurriedly stopped him. How many times have I told you that I am Yu Laosan, not Yu Laosan? The southern sea crocodile deity glared at Yi Ernyang angrily. As long as I am still here, you will always be the third. Yi Ernyang snorted coldly. What did you say? The southern sea crocodile deity was furious. I will twist your head off and see who is the second. Saying this, he pulled out the crocodile scissors on his back and attacked Yi Ernyang. Do you think I am afraid of you? Yi Ernyang took out the willow blades and instantly fought with him. Yun Zhonghe, who was at the side, shook his head repeatedly. Yu Laosan, oh Yu Laosan, you really can't change your ways. You're always fighting with second sister for a spot. Second sister, let me help you. As he spoke, he waved his iron claw and steel staff and joined the battle. Seeing the three of them fighting fiercely, the people of the Imperial City Department looked at each other and subconsciously lowered the crossbows in their hands. They all went to consult their leaders. In the distance, Huang Rong frowned. I am afraid we have fallen into a trap. At this time, the young girl was also alarmed. She exclaimed, be careful. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Ernyang, Yu Laosan, and Yun Zhonghe suddenly attacked at the same time. A large number of hidden weapons were shot out, and the secret agents with crossbows were hit. In an instant, a row of them fell. Then, the three of them led the experts of the Class 1 Hall under their command to rush into the secret agent formation of the Imperial City Department during the chaos and fought with many secret agents. In this way, the remaining archers of the Imperial City Department could not distinguish between friend and foe, and did not dare to shoot randomly. Yun Zhonghe, I will settle the score with you later for scolding me just now. Yu Laosan did not forget what had happened just now. Yun Zhonghe smiled embarrassedly. What did I scold you for? Oh, I said that you can't change your habits. Isn't this a trick of injuring yourself for everyone's safety? Why are you so stingy? Yu Laosan was so angry that he stomped his feet. I swear I will definitely twist your neck. Yun Zhonghe stroked his mustache and smiled wickedly. I am afraid you don't have that ability. The young girl wanted to rush over to help, but Duan Yanqing did not give her the chance. He waved his Damascus iron staff to stop her, and the two sides instantly fought. What time is it now, and you are still quarreling here? Do you have any respect for me? Seeing that their boss was angry, Yu Laosan and Yun Zhonghe closed their mouths. In the distance, Song Qingshu secretly laughed. This Yu Laosan is really straightforward. No wonder so many readers think that this evil man is a little cute. Huang Rong could not help but say, Qingshu, do you want to go and help? The people of the Imperial City Department have suffered heavy losses. Song Qingshu shook his head indifferently. Although the people of the Imperial City Department have lost the initiative, this is, after all, their home ground. They have many people, and it will be difficult for the people of the Class 1 Hall of the Western Xia to take advantage of them. Do you think my lady can defeat Duan Yanqing? After all, Huang Rong was from the Song dynasty, and with Duan Yanqing's fierce reputation, she naturally put herself on the side of the Imperial City Department. After all, the lady is young, and her internal energy is certainly not as good as Duan Yanqing's. However, her swordsmanship is exquisite. Obviously, she has been taught by a famous teacher since she was a child. It is not impossible for her to fight. Song Qingshu commented, still thinking about the identity of the young girl. As soon as he finished speaking, the young girl suddenly flicked her finger, and a silver needle shot toward Duan Yanqing's eyes. Duan Yanqing did not dare to be careless, and hurriedly retreated, raising his Damascus iron staff to defend. The young girl took advantage of this time to leap into the air. With a wave of her sleeves, a large number of silver needles poured out like a torrential rain of pear flowers. Instantly, more than half of the experts of the Western Xia side fell. Even Yi Ernyang, Yu Laosan, and Yun Zhonghe were hit by several silver needles. But the young girl did not stop at all. She twisted her waist, and with a beautiful somersault in the air, she landed directly on the carriage. She lifted the white gauze outside and stretched out her hand to grab inside. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the carriage. It was a slender hand. In the distance, Huang Rong could not help but exclaim, the owner of this pair of hands must be very beautiful. Song Qingshu casually added, it's also very dangerous. The slender hand waved her sleeves, and the young girl of the Imperial Guard suddenly felt her legs go numb. With a muffled groan, she half knelt on the ground. She was shocked and hurriedly brandished her sword to stab inside. At this moment, the fair hand moved again, and gently patted the chest of the other party. The young girl of the Imperial Guard hastily raised her hand to protect her chest. Who knew that her waist would suddenly go numb, followed by a heavy blow on her back? She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. She did not know when the beautiful hand had already clasped her neck, and then a delicate and melodious voice rang out, all of you stop, or I will kill her. The rest of the secret agents of the Imperial Guard had just noticed the situation here, and they were all shocked. This young girl's identity was special, and if anything were to happen to her, they would not be able to bear the consequences. In the distance, Huang Rong had a strange expression. Another young girl, and she must be an extremely beautiful one. Song Qingshu nodded. With such a beautiful pair of hands and such a pleasant voice, it would be a mistake of the heavens if she was not beautiful. That's right, just now, the young girl of the Imperial Guard had clearly blocked the other party's attack, so why did she suddenly fall for it? Huang Rong could not help but ask. She had seen the entire process clearly, and even if it were her, she would not have been able to do better. She really could not understand why she had suddenly lost. As Song Qingshu watched the situation in the distance, he slowly replied, looking at the situation just now, it seems that the palm force of the person in the carriage did not move in a straight line, but curved and curved, striking the young girl of the Imperial Guard in the waist, causing her to lose her balance, and then struck her back with a heavy blow. Palm force can be curved? When Huang Rong thought of the angle from which the person had exerted force, she could not help but be shocked. If palm force could be curved at any time, then it would be impossible to defend against it. When one's martial arts reach a certain level, it is not difficult to control the direction of one's palm force. However, that person is young and might not have reached this level, so it can only be that her palm technique is rather amazing. Coincidentally, I seem to have seen a similar palm technique before. Song Qingshu remembered the scene when Li Qingluo had fought against Daoist Baisu and sect master Vajra. White Rainbow Palm Force, from Western Xia. Song Qingshu had a contemplative expression. Things were becoming more and more interesting. Release her, the people of the Imperial Guard shouted angrily. The person in the carriage chuckled softly, and her voice was incredibly delicate. Do you think that I will release her in this situation? If the secret agents of the Imperial Guard are all at your level, then I will be very disappointed. The four evil men led the remaining Class 1 Hall members to retreat near the carriage. At that moment, with a hostage in their hands, they did not need to worry about arrows. Don't worry about me. Kill them all on the spot. Even though her vitals were seized, the young girl still shouted without a care for her own safety. The secret agents of the Imperial Guard looked at each other, but in the end they did not shoot. The person in the carriage chuckled softly again. Looks like your status is not low. I want to see what you look like. As she spoke, she took off the savage mask on her face. Even though there was quite a distance between them, with Song Qingshu's level of cultivation, it was not difficult for him. Even though there was blood at the corner of the young girl's mouth, it could not hide her beautiful appearance. Her usually dignified and graceful temperament was now as cold as frost. Song Qingshu was stunned. How could it be her? This image was a little against the setting. Could it be that she was trying to make a contrast? Everyone could guess who this young girl from the Imperial Guard was, and they could also guess who the young girl in the carriage was. The answer would be revealed tomorrow. Today's 10,000-word update was completed. Song Qingshu could not help but be shocked. Even though he had only met her twice, he could tell that she was a graceful, gentle, and graceful young lady from a wealthy family. But now, she did not look like her usual gentle and quiet self. Now, she was cold and handsome. She exuded a dangerous and dark presence, which was far different from her usual image. You know her? Noticing Song Qingshu's reaction, Huang Rong could not help but ask. To a certain extent, I know her. She is the young lady of the Shui family, Song Qingshu explained with a bitter smile. I remember now. Last time, when you were promoted to King of Qi, her father brought her along. Huang Rong cried out in surprise and looked carefully. Her temperament is completely different. It's as if she has become a different person. If you did not say it, I would not have recognized her. The Imperial Department is investigating the young lady of the Shen family. Song Qingshu remembered that last time Shui Yi's man blocked the road, the yellow-clothed woman came to pass the decree of the palace and let them into the palace. He originally thought that he was the only one to enter the palace. He did not expect that Shui Baochai would also come with him. Should we save her? Huang Rong could not help but ask. Even though Zhao Guo had set Guijing up, she still saw herself as a Song citizen. Besides, she had a good impression of Shui Baochai. When she thought about how Yunzhong he had a bad reputation and how he would not survive if he fell into his hands, she could not help but want to help. Song Qingshu shook his head. There is no need for us. Someone will naturally do it. Huang Rong was puzzled. Suddenly, a white-robed swordsman descended from the sky. With her eyesight, she could not even see him clearly. He rushed towards the white carriage like a bolt of lightning. The Class 1 Hall elites guarding the outermost area did not even have time to react. A bloody line instantly appeared on their necks, and they all fell to the ground. With the obstruction from outside, the four villains finally reacted. They raised their weapons and went up. A cold light flashed. Yi Ernyang's willow leaf blades were stabbed into the tree beside her. Yu Laosan's crocodile beak scissors were stuck in the ground and trembled. The top of Yunzhong He's iron claw staff was cut off, and only a bare staff was left. One by one, the three of them were wounded. Yunzhong He's injury was the most serious. Because his weapon had been cut off, there was a deep wound between his chest and right arm. If he hadn't rushed to the carriage, he would have been cut in half. Duan Yanqing shouted loudly. His cultivation was, after all, far higher than the other three fiends. Using the solitary solar finger, he struck the tip of his opponent's sword with his wrought steel staff. Duan Yanqing grinned maliciously. While his right hand was blocking the opponent's sword, his other hand used the solitary young finger to poke Duan Yanqing's body. This was a time-tested move that had killed countless heroes of the Jianghu. The white-clothed swordsman snorted coldly. With a flick of his wrist, the shuriken in his hand spun rapidly. Duan Yanqing only felt that the web between his thumb and forefinger was shaken, and he could no longer hold on to the Damascus iron staff in his hand. Feeling the bone-chilling sword chi, he could no longer care about his image and rolled down the carriage. When he regained his balance, he found that the web between his thumb and forefinger had split open and was dripping with blood. He could not help but be shocked. However, he remembered that there was something more important. He didn't have time to tend to his wound and nervously looked in the direction of the carriage. At this moment, the white-clothed swordsman had already stopped. The tip of his sword was pointed at the woman in the carriage. The reason why he had stopped was because the other party was holding Shui Baochai's neck and standing in front of him. If the white-clothed swordsman's sword were to advance another half an inch, Shui Baochai would most likely die. This person's sword technique is so sharp. In the distance, Huang Rong was shocked. She could be considered a well-known figure in Jianghu and had seen countless masters, but the only ones with such a high level of swordsmanship were probably the sheep-raising girl and Song Qingshu, who she had seen at the Golden Snake Convention. It's not just fierce. To a certain extent, it can be said to be unparalleled in the world. Song Qingshu exclaimed in admiration. The sword techniques of the experts in the Jianghu were either light, cunning, or bold. However, this person's sword technique was completely meant for killing. No one else could compare to him in this aspect. Who on earth is this person? Huang Rong was even more shocked. With Song Qingshu's martial arts skills, there were very few people in the world who could receive such praise from him. How could he be a nameless person? Song Qingshu chuckled and said, "Have you forgotten what happened in the carriage last time?" Huang Rong's face turned red when she recalled the scene in the carriage. She said angrily, "Why are you talking about that now?" Song Qingshu was stunned. Seeing her rolling her eyes and blushing cheeks, he understood that she had misunderstood. He couldn't help but smile and said, "I'm talking about someone who stopped our carriage on the street and wanted to have a sword match with me." "Ah!" Huang Rong exclaimed. She wished there was a hole in the ground to hide in. She hurriedly used words to divert her embarrassment. So it's Shuiyi's man. At this moment, there was also movement from the Xianxia carriage. As expected of someone who crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Your sword technique does indeed contain matchless killing intent. The girl's delicate voice rose from the carriage again. She did not seem to be nervous at all. A hint of surprise appeared on Shuiyi's face, which was as cold as ice. You know me? The girl chuckled softly. The Imperial City Department is in charge of gathering information from within and outside the country. Class 1 Hall is also in charge of something similar. How can we not pay attention to a powerful person who killed a Jurchen army of 1,000 by himself? In the distance, Song Qingshu nodded. As expected of someone from Xixia's Class 1 Hall. I just don't know whether she's the person I guessed. Someone from Class 1 Hall? Huang Rong frowned. In truth, Beggar's Sect and Class 1 Hall of Xianxia had plenty of dealings with each other before, but as the Jurchens rose to power and the Mongolians invaded the south, Xianxia was no longer connected to southern Song. The hatred between the two sides gradually faded away. Shuiyi's gaze fell on the girl's hand on his sister's neck. He estimated in his heart whether he could subdue her before she hurt his sister. Unfortunately, the result was not optimistic. In recent years, our great Song has never had any dealings with Xianxia. Why did you come to Linen to stir up trouble? Shuiyi had no choice but to calm her down and wait for an opportunity. It was your Imperial City Department who stirred up trouble first. We were just enjoying ourselves here, but you suddenly sent people to surround us. Who is stirring up trouble? The girl snorted softly. The Class 1 Hall of Xianxia has sent out all their experts. You said you wanted to go sightseeing in Linen. Do you think we are 3-year-old children? Shuiyi sneered. Yes, we did come to Linen for something. Although our two countries did not have much contact in the past few years, we were no longer connected to each other. Now that Mongolia has returned Sichuan to you, and at the same time, they have also returned some of the land that they had occupied in the past to Xianxia. From now on, our two countries will be connected to each other, the girl said with a smile. So what? Shuiyi said in a deep voice. So what? The girl's voice suddenly turned cold. Our great Xia kingdom and your Song dynasty have been at war for almost 100 years. You have forgotten, but our great Xia kingdom has not. That year, your Song dynasty's western army was closing in step by step. Seeing that our Xia dynasty was about to perish, fortunately, the Jurchens suddenly rose up and attacked Bianjing. Only then did we have a chance to recuperate and get a breather. The lesson from the past is still fresh in our minds. Now that you have regained Sichuan, how can we not be cautious? So, you are really here to cause trouble? Shuiyi spun the sword in his hand as if he was going to attack at any time. The girl's hand that was strangling Shui Baochai's neck tightened instantly. She used her body to block almost all the attack routes of the other party. We are not here to cause trouble. We just came to investigate the information of those officials in Sichuan. Unfortunately, we got the worst result. The one in charge of the military power in Sichuan is the descendant of the Wu family of the Western Army. In the distance, Huang Rong suddenly said softly, something is wrong. Song Qingshu was stunned. What is wrong? Huang Rong frowned. There is no need for the girl from Class 1 Hall to reveal so much information to the people of the Imperial Department. No matter how I look at it, something is wrong. Could it be that they are stalling for time? Song Qingshu nodded and agreed with Huang Rong's judgment. However, he could not understand why they were stalling for time. After all, this was Southern Song's home ground. Reinforcements could arrive at any moment. The longer this dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for Southern Song. So, you kidnapped the candidate for the crown princess? Shuiyi snorted coldly. The girl in the carriage chuckled. I told you so much because I wanted to tell you that we are here to investigate. Right now, the officials in Sichuan have already been confirmed and will take office. There is no meaning for us to stay here. We are about to leave. What reason do we have to kidnap the young lady of the Shin family? We will talk about whether you kidnapped her or not when we return to the Imperial Department. Shui waved his hand, and the secret agents of the Imperial Department took a step forward and surrounded the remaining people from Western Xia. The Imperial Department is still so domineering. Are you not afraid that I will be nervous and lose control of my actions? Are you not afraid that I will let your pitiful little sister die? The girl in the carriage was still smiling as if she was not worried about the situation in front of her. Shui Baochai snorted coldly. The moment I joined the Imperial Department, I am already prepared to sacrifice myself. Big brother, you don't have to worry about me. Capture all these people. Shui nodded and looked at the girl in the carriage with a sharp gaze. Let her go, and I will consider letting you leave safely. The girl in the carriage clearly did not believe him. We are all adults. What is the point of coaxing a 3-year-old? Shui said calmly, you have no choice. Even if you don't let her go, none of you will be able to leave. If you let her go, there is still a chance. So, you can only choose to believe me. Is that so? I think there is another choice. There was an inexplicable meaning in the girl's voice. Shui's heart froze. What choice? Can't I just kill all of you? The girl giggled. Shui seemed to have heard a big joke. He was so angry that he laughed. If Baochai was not in your hands, I would have killed all of you with my sword. The girl in the carriage smiled tenderly. That's right. In terms of martial arts, we are indeed not as good as you. However, it is not necessary to use martial arts to kill people in this world. What do you mean? Shui had a bad feeling. Huang Rong's body went limp, and she fell to the side. She was pregnant, and if she accidentally fell, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, Song Qingshu reacted quickly and caught her at the critical moment. He asked anxiously, what's wrong? I don't know either. Huang Rong wanted to shake her head, but she did not even have the strength to do so. I just feel weak. At that moment, clanking sounds came from beside them. The guards who came with them had fallen to the ground. Song Qingshu frowned and looked into the distance. He saw that the secret agents of the Imperial City Department had fallen to the ground as well. Only Shuiren was still holding on by force. Sorrowful wind softening. Song Qingshu immediately reacted. This was Western Xia's Class 1 Hall's most powerful poison. It was colorless and tasteless. By the time you realized it, you would have already been poisoned. Once you were poisoned, you would be powerless, and you would be at the mercy of others. Song Qingshu gasped in amazement. This poison was truly powerful. It drifted with the wind, and even Huang Rong and the others, who were far away, were poisoned. Sorrowful wind softening. Shuiren squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. It was clear that he had also thought of Class 1 Hall's legendary poison. I have to say, you people from the Imperial City Department have really fallen. You only remembered our Class 1 Hall's sorrowful wind softening at this moment. The girl finally walked out of the carriage. Her long dress fluttered in the wind, making her look graceful. It was a pity that her face was still covered by a veil, and she did not show her true face. However, her limpid eyes were enough to show how beautiful she was under the veil. Shuiren suddenly thrust his sword at her. However, due to the effects of the poison, his sword technique was no longer as sharp as before. The girl flicked her sleeves and knocked the long sword from his hand. Cold sleeve acupuncture point. Good, very good. The breath that Shuiren had gathered finally dissipated. He fell to the ground dejectedly and could no longer get up. Big brother! Seeing him fall, Shui Baochai screamed. Ever since she could remember, this big brother of hers had always been an invincible existence. She didn't expect him to fall today. She was sad and worried. The Western Xia woman placed her hands behind her back and paced back and forth. She could not help but have a smug look appear on her face. Do you know why I revealed so much information about Class 1 Hall to you just now? 1. It's because I wanted to wait for Sorrowful Wind Softener to take effect, and 2. It's because I know that none of you will be able to leave this place alive. It's fine even if I told you about it. After all, dead people keep secrets. I, Shui, have traversed the world. I never thought that I would fall at the hands of a little girl. Shui knew that he would not be able to escape today. His voice was filled with resentment and helplessness. In the distance, Song Qingshu sighed in his heart. Forget about Shui, even he and Icy Snow had fallen prey to sorrowful wind softener when they were in the cottage outside Kaifeng City. This poison was truly impossible to guard against. At that time, he had obtained the antidote for sorrowful wind softener from the 4 great villains, but after a series of events, he no longer had the antidote with him. Fortunately, he had been poisoned by Golden Ripple Flower, and once he used Supreme Mystery Scripture to get rid of that incurable poison, he suddenly realized that he was now immune to all poisons. He did not know whether it was because of Supreme Mystery Scripture or because Xiaolong Nu had fed him Ouyang Feng's Rhinoceros Dragon Pill. Age does not determine one's ambitions. Why doesn't the famous Shuiren know this? The girl laughed coldly and ordered her subordinates. Take Shui and his sister away. Kill the rest. In the distance, Song Qingshu's heart trembled when he heard this. This girl's voice was delicate and sweet. He did not expect her to have such a ruthless heart. She did not even frown when she killed so many people. All right. I have long since taken a fancy to this girl. No one is allowed to snatch her from me. Although Yun Zhonghe's wounds were still bleeding, he did not change his lecherous nature. The Western Xia girl laughed. I can't give her to you now. It won't be too late to give her to you after we bring her back to Elite Hall for interrogation. All right. Looking at Shui Baochai's supple, jade-like skin, Yun Zhonghe rubbed his hands and almost drooled. If you dare touch her, I will make sure you die a horrible death. Shui's voice was as cold as ice. His entire person was like a beast choosing its prey to devour. If it was any other time, I might be afraid of you. Now that you have been hit by the sorrowful wind softener, you are like a toothless tiger. Who are you trying to scare? Yun Zhonghe said disdainfully. Shuiren snorted coldly. Suddenly, his aura started to surge again. Fortunately, the young lady from the Western Xia Empire was prepared for this. She instantly went over and sealed his acupoints. Sir, why do you have to do this? Even if you manage to save your sister by burning all your power, you will still turn from a top-notch expert into a useless person. I don't need your hypocrisy. Shui's eyes grew colder. Unfortunately, he was a step too slow. Otherwise, he would have used all his energy to kill Yun Zhonghe. Don't worry about me, big brother. Thinking of the miserable fate she would face if she was captured and brought to Western Xia, Shui Baochai instantly made up her mind to bite her tongue and commit suicide. Unfortunately, the girl gently flicked her finger, and her mouth went numb. She did not even have the strength to bite her tongue. At this moment, Shui Baochai was in complete despair. Her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. As a secret agent, she had long been prepared to die. She had even anticipated that her innocence would be tarnished. However, when the time came, she discovered that she was not as strong as she had imagined. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. From this angle, she happened to see the carriage in the distance. Because she had seen it once before, she instantly recognized the symbol of the Prince of Qi. She hurriedly called out, "Please save me, Prince of Qi." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present turned their heads. Because the two sides had been in a deadlock, no one had the time to pay attention to Song Qingshu and his entourage, who were several dozen zhang away. Because Huang Rong had fainted, Song Qingshu had already brought her back to the carriage. No one had seen them. At this moment, since they had been discovered, there was naturally no need to hide. He helped Huang Rong into the carriage and said, "You rest here for a while. I will help you find the antidote. Be careful." Huang Rong could not help but remind him. After all, the bodyguards accompanying them had been poisoned, and the Western Xia side had the advantage in numbers. "Don't worry." Song Qingshu revealed a warm smile. Then, he got off the carriage and walked toward the center of the battlefield. Regardless of whether it was the people from Western Xia's Class 1 Hall or the Southern Song's Imperial City Department, they had clearly seen him standing several dozen zhang away. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of them. All of them felt a chill in their hearts. Looking at the graceful and alluring young woman before him, Song Qingshu slowly said, "My companions and subordinates were implicated by Miss Sorrowful Wind Softening. Please grant me the antidote." At this moment, the 4 great fiends finally saw the appearance of the person who had arrived. When they discovered that it was Song Qingshu, the four of them simultaneously took a few steps back, their faces filled with shock. They could not help but react in such a manner. They had dealt with Song Qingshu many times and knew that the current him was not someone they could afford to provoke. When the young woman from Western Xia noticed the reactions of Duan Yanqing and the others, she could not help but be secretly shocked. It should be known that the four great fiends had always been rude and unreasonable. Among the experts of Class 1 Hall, they were also famous for their arrogance. She did not expect that they would be so afraid of the other party at this moment. It could be seen that this kind of fear was deeply rooted in their bones. Although her heart was heavy, the young woman from Western Xia did not show any reaction on her face. Instead, she asked, "So, Your Excellency is Song Qingshu, whose name has shaken the world in recent years?" "I dare not say that my name has shaken the world. It is me." Song Qingshu stretched out his hand and made a suction force. Shui Baochai, who was beside him, seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand and flew toward him. The young woman from Western Xia was shocked. She hurriedly flew into the air and grabbed one of Shui Baochai's feet. She wanted to drag her back, but she did not expect that a huge force would come from her hand. She staggered and was involuntarily pulled toward Shui Baochai. Song Qingshu gently held Shui Baochai's slender waist with one hand and protected her behind him. Then, he stretched out his other hand to grab the young woman from Western Xia, who had lost her balance and fallen toward him. There was no lack of experts among the people present, but most of them did not see clearly how Song Qingshu had made his move. They only saw him raise his hand and put it on the shoulder of the young woman from Western Xia the next moment. "Princess!" The people of Western Xia's Class 1 Hall turned pale with fright. If anything happened to this young woman, they would be dead once they returned to their country. The young woman from Western Xia was also somewhat surprised. She did not expect that her shoulder would be restrained so quickly. However, she reacted quickly. She tapped the ground with the tip of her toes and displayed a very ingenious set of footwork. She forcibly escaped 10 feet away. "Wave-like subtle steps, princess?" Song Qingshu did not chase after her. A trace of a playful smile appeared on his face. At this moment, the young woman from Western Xia suddenly felt that her arm had become numb. She turned her head and found that because she had forcibly escaped from under Yi Shiwen's hand, half of her sleeve had been torn off. Her smooth and round shoulder was exposed to the air. Even though her face was covered with a veil, one could still see the blush on her face. Yi Ernyang hurriedly took a piece of clothing and draped it over her body. The young woman wrapped herself in the clothing and glared fiercely at Song Qingshu. Lecher! If it had been someone else, she would have already rushed over and taken his life. However, Song Qingshu's reputation was well known. Moreover, his move just now had really shocked her. She was afraid of him and did not dare to rush over rashly. Song Qingshu looked at the half of the sleeve in his hand that still had the lingering fragrance of the young woman's body. He said in a bad mood, "Who asked the quality of your Western Xia clothes to be so poor? You can tear it with a gentle pull. If you are not happy, I can buy 8 or 10 more pieces for you." "You!" The young woman from Western Xia was almost angered to death. However, she quickly regained her composure and said coldly, "I did not expect that the famous Song Qingshu is actually a frivolous person with a flirtatious tongue." Song Qingshu did not care at all. He said, "Miss, I am afraid that you seldom come to the Central Plains. Half of my reputation is that I am a lustful person. Isn't it normal for me to behave like this? Moreover, as far as I know, the women of Western Xia are much more open-minded than the women of Great Song. Isn't it just showing your arm? Is it really necessary?" This was also the most unpleasant thing for Song Qingshu after he came to this world. Women often showed their arm or their pajamas. He obviously did not see anything, but they made it seem as if they had lost their virginity. He really should let them see those bikinis in the future. The young woman from Western Xia almost choked to death by his words. She said, "How dare you compare me with ordinary women?" It was only then that Song Qingshu came back to his senses. He said, "By the way, I haven't had the time to ask for your name. I heard them call you princess. I wonder which princess of Western Xia you are." Although he had a guess in his heart, there were more than 10 princesses in the royal family of Western Xia. He was still not sure of her identity. Originally, Xue Baochai was very embarrassed when she was hugged by a man. However, the other party was her savior, so she couldn't say anything. Moreover, Song Qingshu had been talking to the Xianxia woman, so she couldn't find a chance to let him put her down. Who knew that the Xianxia woman would call out to her first? However, Song Qingshu's face was much thicker than hers. He didn't care at all and said, "Princess's grieving wind softener is too powerful. My friend was poisoned and couldn't stand still, so I could only support her." This reasonable explanation made Xue Baochai feel much better. However, she couldn't help but have a strange expression when she looked at the two's tightly clinging bodies. Now, it was more appropriate to say that they were hugging each other. After all, she was a top-secret agent of the Imperial City Department. Although she was a little embarrassed, she didn't yell like other women to affect Song Qingshu. She just silently endured this kind of embarrassment alone. Young Master Song is indeed as romantic as the rumors say. Even the women of the Imperial City Department are your friends, the princess of the Western Xia country said with a smile. But, it's reasonable. This girl is so beautiful. If I were a man, I would also want to be her friend. By this time, Xue Baochai had already recovered. Hearing these words, she retorted sarcastically, looking at the princess's figure, even though she is masked, she is definitely a 1 in 10,000 great beauty. She will definitely become a good friend of the Prince of Qi. The Xianxia princess didn't expect that she would counterattack and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Song Qingshu secretly laughed. Xue Baochai was really a very penetrating person. She was soft on the outside but hard on the inside. How could she be confused by a few words of the other party? Princess hasn't answered my question. Song Qingshu took the opportunity to say. The Xianxia princess smiled faintly. It is rumored that Prince Song is an immortal in the human world. He knows everything about astronomy and geography. How can he not know my name? Even if the princess didn't say it, I can guess a thing or two. Song Qingshu looked at her long and enchanting eyes and confidently said, "You must be the Silver Stream princess that all the young heroes from the various countries want to marry." Upon hearing his words, the members of Western Xia's Class 1 Hall all looked at the girl in shock. When the girl saw that their reactions had already exposed her identity, she realized that there was no need for her to deliberately hide it anymore. Not bad. Young master, you have a good eye. Song Qingshu clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Back when the Xianxia country was looking for a bride, all the princes and grandsons of all the countries in the world were rubbing their shoulders and rubbing their palms together, wanting to marry the beauty. I wonder what kind of expression they would have if they found out that the one they wanted to marry was a dangerous female spy." The Silver Stream princess was naturally the Mengu that Xuzhu yearned for day and night in the original work. She also made countless readers fantasize about her. Song Qingshu had to admit that Li Qiushui's genes were really heaven-defying. Her daughter, Li Qingluo, and her granddaughter, Wang Yuyan, were not to mention, but her granddaughter was the graceful and beautiful girl in front of him. He didn't know whether it was because of the butterfly effect caused by his participation or the influence of this chaotic world, but in the original work, Mengu fell in love with the man who ruined her chastity after having sex with a strange man several times in the ice cellar. She even racked her brains to set up a marriage contest to find the man. No matter how one looked at it, she seemed to be suffering from Schroeder-Moore syndrome, and a severe one at that. In this world, Mengu, who had been conquered by a man in bed, had become a high-level figure in the Class 1 hall. Whether it was her martial arts or her character, she was completely different from the woman in his impression. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Princess Yinchuan didn't get angry at all. Instead, she looked at him with shining eyes and said, "I wonder if the famous Golden Snake King is among the princes and grandsons who want to marry me?" Xue Baochai spat in her heart and thought, this woman from the plains is really, really bold and straightforward. Song Qingshu shook his head and said, "It's a pity that I already have a wife at home. Of course, if you don't mind being a concubine, I don't mind taking you in as my concubine." "How dare you? Bastard!" The remaining Class 1 Hall elites cursed loudly, but this did not include the 4 great villains. They had suffered under Song Qingshu's hands before, and when they heard their companions' curses, they could not help but curse in their hearts. However, it was already too late for them to stop Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu's expression turned cold. He just let out a casual snort, and the Western Xia people who had been cursing Song Qingshu started bleeding from their ears and noses. All of them fell to the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Shui, who had been observing the situation in the distance, felt his heart tremble. A normal snort actually had such great lethality? This proved that Song Qingshu had deliberately controlled the target of his qi. Hence, even though the Western Xia people who were cursing Song Qingshu were heavily injured, the people beside them were not affected at all. Princess Xianxia glanced at her subordinates, whose life and death were unknown. She frowned slightly, but did not say anything. "Princess, you won't blame me, right?" Song Qingshu said with a faint smile. Princess Xianxia's voice was very cold. She said, "You don't have good judgment. You shouldn't have interrupted when you shouldn't have. You deserve to die." "Princess, you are indeed reasonable," Song Qingshu said with a smile. "Well, I have wasted so much time with you. Give me the antidote." After saying that, he stretched out his hand in front of her as if it was a very natural thing to do. Princess Xianxia did not take out the antidote. Instead, she smiled faintly and said, "If it is to save your friend, I will naturally do it. However, are these secret agents of the Imperial Department also your friend?" Song Qingshu looked at the Shui people and shook his head slowly. He said, "Not only are they not friends, but they are also enemies to some extent. Not to mention that the Shui people wanted to compete with him. The Shui family was a loyal ally of Jia Sherdao, which meant that they were not on the same side. If that is the case, then let me help you get rid of these enemies," Princess Xianxia said with a smile, but the content of her words was extremely cruel. Song Qingshu continued to shake his head. "Even though Shui is not my friend, he is a true swordsman. If he dies on the battlefield or in a fair duel, I will not say a single word. However, dying at the hands of vile people after being plotted against and poisoned is not the ending a true swordsman should have." Shui people raised his eyebrows. He actually did not expect that Song Qingshu would save him. After all, the two of them were not friends, and they had a grudge against each other. However, when he heard what Song Qingshu said, he suddenly felt like a close friend. Song Qingshu then looked at Shui Baochai, who was in his arms. He said, "Moreover, I have been friends with Miss Shui for a long time. How could I let her fall into the hands of the alien race and be humiliated?" Shui Baochai was the top secret agent trained by the Imperial City Department. She usually presented herself as a lady from a rich family. Not only was she gentle and graceful, but she was also very knowledgeable. She was the dream lover of many princes. Because of this relationship, she could find out some secrets of the big families that were not known to outsiders. Sometimes, she did not know which side was the real her, the well-educated and polite lady from the Shui family, or the cold secret agent of the Imperial City. Because she had been pretending for so long, once she returned to being a secret agent, she would become cold and ruthless. But when she heard Song Qingshu say that he had been with her for a long time, she didn't know why, but she seemed to have become the Miss Shui from a respectable family again. Her heart pounded. "I've only met him twice, and we haven't spoken more than 3 words. Why would he?" She could not help but have such a reaction. Now, all kinds of legends about Song Qingshu had been spread all over the streets, and sometimes even sounded like fairy tales. He was not only handsome, but also highly skilled in martial arts. Moreover, he was the Prince of Qi, who was second only to the Emperor. For ordinary women, he had too many dreamy halos and was like a male god. Fortunately, Shui Baochai was born into a rich family and had a firm mind. If it were an ordinary woman, she would have taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Shui, who was not far away, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Born in the Shui family, coupled with his position in the Imperial City Department, he naturally knew more news. Not to mention the young lady of Linen City and the 2 princesses who were likely to be betrothed by the emperor, Song Qingshu still had many women in the Golden Snake camp. How could he rest assured that his sister would be involved with such a person? "When I recover my power, I must have a good fight with him and warn him to stay away from my sister." Shui Yi's eyes seemed to be burning with a thick flame. Princess Xianxia was also surprised to hear Song Qingshu's words. A trace of contempt flashed in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it. "Haha, young master is really romantic." Song Qingshu was taken aback. Only then did he realize that his words had caused them to misunderstand. What he meant by having a close relationship was only because of the image and dream of the Red Chamber. It did not mean that they had been in love with each other for a long time. Unfortunately, there was no way to explain this. Was he going to tell these people about Dream of the Red Chamber? Since there was no way to explain, then there was no need to explain. Song Qingshu looked directly at her and said, "Princess, are you not going to give us the antidote?" Princess Yinchuan shook her head. "If young master only wants the antidote for your companions, I will naturally give it to you. If you want the antidote for the people of the Imperial City Department, and I give it to them, will we still be alive after they cure the poison? If you give me the antidote, I can guarantee that you will be able to leave safely." Song Qingshu was not lying. Whether it was because of Li Qingluo or for the future, there was no need to leave her here for Southern Song. Unfortunately, Princess Yinchuan had stayed in Elite Hall for too long and was used to deceiving others. She subconsciously rejected his suggestion. Compared to trusting others, people like us are more used to controlling our own fate. Song Qingshu said calmly, "Since Princess is not giving it to me, then I will take it myself." After saying that, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Yun Zhonghe, who was not far away. Although Yun Zhonghe was only a second or third-rate expert in Jianghu, his Qinggong was definitely first-rate. Unfortunately, he didn't even have time to react in front of Song Qingshu's movements before he was subdued. Song Qingshu grabbed him and returned to their original spot. At this moment, Shui Baochai was on the verge of collapse, and he grabbed her waist again. All of this happened in a flash. The Xixia people did not have time to react, and Yun Zhonghe was already kneeling in front of Song Qingshu. "Give me the antidote." Song Qingshu naturally did not need to be polite to a perverted thief like Yun Zhonghe. He exerted force in his hand, and he was in so much pain that beads of sweat seeped out. "No. No." Some time ago, the princess reorganized Class 1 Hall and took control of Sorrowful Wind Softener and Dispel Medicine. Cloud Crane could not hold back his pain, and he told Happy everything like he was spilling beans from a bamboo tube. Song Qingshu was startled, and then he could not help laughing. "You are confident." Princess Yinchuan replied indifferently, "How can I take charge of the first hall if I am not confident?" Song Qingshu was puzzled, "But you are obviously no match for me." Princess Yinchuan pursed her lips and smiled, "So we need to change the method of competition. You are a famous hero, so you can't bully a nameless girl like me, right?" "A nameless girl," Song Qingshu pointed to the secret agents of the Imperial City Department. "I'm afraid they don't think so. They are them, and you are not my young master. They can't even compare to a finger of yours. In front of them, I may be a she-devil, but in front of you, I am just an ordinary girl. This is not contradictory." Princess Yinchuan said lightly. Song Qingshu nodded. "Although I know you are deliberately flattering me, I have always been a person who has tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Tell me, how do you want to compete? As long as it is not too much, I can consider it." Now that the Southern Song dynasty was preparing for a northern expedition, the Jin kingdom would be the first to bear the brunt. If the Southern Song dynasty sent another army from Sichuan to attack the Jin kingdom, they would be exhausted. So he let the Xixia princess go, and it would be good for her to help control Sichuan. "I heard that you are the #1 expert in the world. I am definitely no match for you in a serious competition, so." Princess Yinchuan took out a small porcelain bottle from her waist. "This is the antidote for the Sorrowful Wind Softening Poison. Now I will put it here." As she spoke, she placed the small porcelain bottle into the pocket in front of her chest. She then pursed her lips and smiled. "If young master can obtain the antidote without touching my body, I will concede defeat. If you can't, or if you touch my body, then it will be considered as young master's loss and you must let us leave safely. How about it?" Looking at her towering breasts, Shui Baochai could not help but scold, "Shameless. You put it in that place. How can you get the porcelain bottle without touching it?" Princess Yinchuan turned around, and her eyes were like crescent moons. "Miss Shui, are you jealous?" Shui Baochai blushed and spat. "Why would I be jealous? I just can't stand you deliberately making things difficult for others." Since she's not jealous, it's obvious that she feels sorry for young Master Song. Princess Yinchuan looked at the two of them with a smile that was not a smile. "This matter is naturally impossible for ordinary people, but for a man like young Master Song who constantly creates miracles, it's probably nothing. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Princess, you don't have to flatter me. What #1 expert in the world? You're just putting me on fire. If this gets out, who knows how many people will come looking for trouble with me. Princess Yinchuan said, I am not considerate enough, but in Princess, Song Qingshu sneered inwardly. This woman has a honeyed mouth and a dagger in her heart. 8 out of 10 words coming out of her mouth are probably false. Princess, have you ever thought about this? You're such an outstanding beauty, and you're carrying the antidote in front of your chest. If you accidentally touch something that you shouldn't touch, even if I lose, I'll still win, and even if you win, you'll still lose, Song Qingshu said lightly. Princess Yinchuan did not take it seriously. Young master should know about the marriage selection in Xianxia. Although it has been temporarily delayed because of the Mongolian expedition to the west, it will be held again sooner or later. Moreover, the Mongolian 5th prince has already announced that he is determined to marry me, and the princes and grandsons of other countries also want to marry me. If they know that you have disrespected me, you will become the target of public criticism. Young master is so smart, you will not make such a mistake. Song Qingshu was startled. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Princess is really far-sighted. You have taken all these into consideration. No wonder you dared to bet with me in Wuji. Princess Yinchuan faintly sighed. I have heard that Prince of Qi, Song Qingshu, is a hero who has dominated the world. It's a pity that you have made all kinds of excuses today. It's really unheroic. Song Qingshu said with a smile, although I know that Princess is trying to provoke me, this bet is so interesting. How can I not participate? Hearing his words, Shui Baochai became anxious. Prince of Qi, you must not be provoked by this demoness. Song Qingshu showed a faint smile. Don't worry, I have a sense of propriety. Then, he helped her to sit down under a tree. Seeing his confident smile, Shui Baochai was startled. Suddenly, she thought that this man in front of her could even climb up to the sky to pray for rain. What was the problem of a princess of Xianxia? Thinking of this, she gave up the idea of persuading him again. Song Qingshu straightened his body and looked at Princess Yinchuan calmly. Princess, are you ready? Princess Yinchuan's heart shuddered, and she subconsciously took a step back. She was on full alert. Although she believed that it was almost impossible for her to lose by relying on her wave-like subtle steps and this clever bet, she didn't dare to be careless because of Song Qingshu's reputation. Song Qingshu quietly sized her up, as if he was looking for a flaw in her. In fact, there was a very simple way to get the antidote without touching her. That was to use the soul transfer technique to make her obediently take out the antidote. But now, under the watchful eyes of so many people, and the two sides were the intelligence agencies of 2 different countries. If he used the soul transfer technique, it would soon be known by countless people. Then, his trump card would no longer be a trump card. Naturally, he wouldn't expose his trump card for the sake of a temporary dispute. Even if he didn't use the soul transfer technique, he might still win this bet. Looking at the graceful girl not far from him, Song Qingshu already had a plan. Young master, why aren't you moving? Princess Yinchuan couldn't help but provoke him after being on guard for a long time. She knew that when a person was angry, it was easy for him to make a mistake. Once he made a mistake, her chances of winning would be the highest. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Princess can't wait. I'm afraid that if I move, you won't be able to bear it. Princess Yinchuan chuckled. If you don't move, how will you know whether I can bear it or not? At this moment, a snicker suddenly came from the side. Princess Yinchuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw that regardless of whether it was the people from the Imperial City Department or the people from Class 1 Hall, their expressions were very strange. They looked like they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. It was clear that they were having a hard time holding back their laughter. Princess Yinchuan was a smart person. After thinking about it for a while, she realized what was going on. Even if she had a firm will, she couldn't help but blush. At this moment, Song Qingshu moved. Everyone felt their eyes blur, and he already appeared in front of Princess Yinchuan. He extended his hand toward her chest. Although she knew that she would lose if he touched her chest, her woman's instinct still made her raise her hand subconsciously to protect her chest. At the same time, she used the wave-like subtle steps to increase the distance between them. Shui, who was standing on the side, narrowed his eyes. Song Qingshu's speed was not beyond his expectation. On the contrary, this princess of Xixia's footwork was very magical. He didn't know how she moved, but she was already 5 feet away from him in the blink of an eye. Shui Baochai also furrowed her brows. Just now, she was a little unconvinced when she was restrained by her opponent. She thought that it was because of her opponent's sneak attack. But now, it seemed that if her opponent used this magical footwork, she would be hit even if she focused all her attention to guard against it. Princess, good job. Your wave-like subtle steps is better than my teacher's. The 4 evildoers were afraid of Song Qingshu's martial arts. Only the South Sea crocodile deity was cheering him on from the side. The teacher he mentioned was obviously Duan Yu. However, his voice stopped abruptly when he had just shouted. It was because Song Qingshu had simply taken a step forward and returned to Princess Yinchuan's side. No matter how the princess used the wave-like subtle steps, he was like her shadow. She couldn't get rid of him no matter how hard she tried. How is this possible? Princess Yinchuan was extremely shocked. She had been successful in every endeavor since she had learned the wave-like subtle steps. She felt that this was the most magical lightness skill in the world. But today, she couldn't get rid of this man at all. She didn't know that this wasn't the first time that Song Qingshu had dealt with the wave-like subtle steps. Moreover, he had also learned the wave-like subtle steps now. So, he knew its advantages and disadvantages like the back of his hand. Song Qingshu seized the opportunity. He stretched out his hand and clamped her waistband. Then, he took advantage of the opportunity to pull it into his hand. Because Princess Yinchuan's attention was focused on her chest, she didn't expect that her opponent would create a diversion. By the time she reacted, her waistband had already been pulled by him. Princess Yinchuan cried out in alarm. She hastily grabbed her clothes for fear that they would fall off. She glared at Song Qingshu, who was standing not far away. She was ashamed and angry at the same time. I didn't expect that the famous Song Qingshu is actually a lecher with a dirty trick. Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders. He wasn't angry at all. Princess, you didn't allow me to touch your body. But, you didn't forbid me to touch your clothes. If I want to get the antidote, I have no choice but to use this method. Even the 4 evildoers couldn't stand it anymore. They thought, this guy's way of doing things is quite similar to our style. But, why are we called the 4 evildoers, while he is a world-famous hero? Is this really a world that only cares about appearances? Yunzhong he was glaring at Princess Yinchuan even though he was seriously injured. He had long coveted this beautiful and mysterious princess. Unfortunately, he hadn't dared to act recklessly because he was intimidated by her martial arts and power. So, he wanted to seize this opportunity to take a look at her body. Yunzhong, I will dig out your eyeballs if you dare to look at me again, Princess Yinchuan said in a cold voice. It seemed as if she had eyes on the back of her head. We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare. The rest of the Xixiao warriors glared at him. Yunzhong didn't dare to act rashly. He hastily turned around and closed his eyes. Although beauty was important, his life was more important. Princess Yinchuan's face turned red and white. She stared at Song Qingshu and said, Fine, I don't believe that you dare to take off my clothes. Even Shui and the others wrinkled their brows as they heard her words. This demoness was hateful. But, Song Qingshu's behavior was too impulsive. He didn't have the demeanor of an expert. Shui Baochai's small face was also flushed as she looked at his back. She thought, he is indeed a romantic and unruly man as described in the information. But, this trick is too evil. Princess Yinchuan had a strange look on her face. Why did his words sound so awkward? What did he mean by not knowing how to do it in front of so many people? Did he know how to do it in private? I hope Gongzi is not a despicable person who goes back on his words. She had no other choice but to believe him. However, because her belt was torn off, although her dress didn't fall down, Princess Yinchuan was still worried. She clutched her dress tightly in front of her chest. She thought that she was no match for him in terms of martial arts. Now that she couldn't even get rid of him using wave-like subtle steps, it didn't make much difference whether she defended or not. It was better to protect her chest with both hands. No matter how powerful his martial arts were, it was almost impossible for him to take out the antidote without touching her. "Princess, are you ready? Then I'm coming again." Song Qingshu smiled mischievously. Princess Yinchuan's face turned red, and she couldn't help but spit. Shameless, however, she didn't dare to let down her guard. She was distracted just now, and her belt was instantly untied. If she was distracted again, she was worried that her clothes would be torn off. Song Qingshu came to her side as fast as lightning. She didn't even see him clearly before she felt a pain in her wrist. When she realized, her hands were tied behind her back with her belt. "You broke the rules." Princess Yinchuan had been taught by the old princess since she was a child, so she was very confident in her martial arts. But this time, she didn't expect that she couldn't resist at all in front of Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu stood not far away and smiled gently. "How did I break the rules? I didn't touch your body from the beginning to the end. If you don't believe me, you can ask your subordinates." Duan Yanqing and others blushed and lowered their heads. They were too embarrassed to say that they didn't see his movements clearly just now. In fact, Princess Yinchuan knew that he didn't touch her. She just shouted subconsciously. Now that she came back to her senses, she couldn't help but say angrily, "So what if you tied my hands? If you have the ability, take out the antidote without touching me." As she spoke, she puffed out her chest provocatively. Earlier on, she had purposely hidden the antidote in the most private part of her body and had even used. It was stuck there. Even if she used her hands to search for it, she might not be able to take it out in a short period of time. What kind of ability did she have to take it out? Song Qingshu rubbed his chin. Her shrewish look was indeed a little tricky, but he had already thought of a solution. He walked to Shui Baochai and said softly, "Miss Shui, can you do me a favor?" Shui Baochai could almost feel his breath at such a close distance. She blushed and said, "Of course I can, but I'm poisoned now and can't muster any strength. I'm afraid I can't help you much." Seeing this, Princess Yinchuan hurriedly shouted, "Hey, you're not allowed to find someone else to take it, not even a woman. As long as you touch my body, you lose." "Don't worry, I won't find anyone to help me get it." Song Qingshu smiled at her, then said to Shui Baochai, "Miss Shui, I want to borrow something from you, but I don't know if you'll let me. As long as I have it, I will naturally agree to it." Shui Baochai didn't think too much of it. She just felt that this demoness was too arrogant and would be very happy to see her suffer. Song Qingshu's expression suddenly became a little strange, "But the thing you want to borrow might be a little difficult for you." Shui Baochai pursed her lips and smiled. "Prince Qi doesn't need to be polite. I'm currently poisoned and can't help much. If I can help you, not to mention one thing, I can even borrow 10 things without a problem." "Very well." Song Qingshu paused, then bowed to her. "I want to borrow Miss Belt." "Ah?" Shui Baochai's smile instantly froze on her face. She didn't expect that the other would want to borrow such a thing. This was a woman's private thing, how could she give it to a man? But she had spoken too confidently and didn't know how to refuse, her pretty face turning red. Song. Seeing that he was being rude to his precious little sister, Shui couldn't help but have a frosty expression, his eyes full of anger. If not for the fact that he was poisoned, he would have already raised his sword and attacked. Princess Yinchuan was also startled, then laughed, as expected. Hearing about someone is not as good as meeting them in person. Prince Song is truly a romantic. Even at this time, he still wants to take liberties with other people's girls. Song Qingshu also knew that this kind of request could easily be misunderstood and hurriedly explained to Shui Baochai, "Song Mao didn't mean to offend you, I just need Miss Belt." He then leaned over and whispered a few words in her ear. Although Shui Baochai was a secret agent, she was still a young girl. She had never been in such close contact with a man. She was so shy that even her earlobes were a little red. However, she finally understood the other party's words and was somewhat distracted. "Oh, okay, but right now I don't have the strength to take it down for you," Shui Baochai said with a red face. "Miss, do you mind if I do it?" Song Qingshu asked with a smile. Shui Baochai thought, "Of course I mind. It's embarrassing to have a man take off my belt in front of so many people." But for some reason, she actually said, You can take it yourself." Once she said that, regardless of whether it was the people from the Imperial City Department or Class 1 Hall, they were all stunned. The people from the Imperial City Department thought, is this still the usual cold leader? The people from Class 1 Hall, especially Yun Zhonghe, thought, why is he a romantic, but when it's my turn, I'm called a perverted thief. Baochai. Shui was angry and anxious. Princess Yinchuan clicked her tongue and wanted to see the world in chaos. As expected of the romantic Prince Song, he managed to capture a beautiful girl's heart so quickly. Shui Baochai opened her mouth, but she did not know how to explain. Fortunately, at that moment, Song Qingshu helped her out. Princess, why are you so anxious? He might be able to capture your heart soon. Princess Yinchuan's smile froze on her face, and she snorted coldly. Dream on. You'll only know after you try. Song Qingshu smiled and put his hand on Shui Baochai's belt. Miss Shui, please excuse me. Shui Baochai did not know how to answer him. Should she excuse him or not? She did not know how to answer him, so she turned around and pretended that she did not see anything. Song Qingshu's hand was very gentle. He gently untied the bow on her belt and slowly pulled it out. Shui Baochai was, after all, a girl, and she had imagined many romantic scenes in the past. In fact, she even imagined her husband taking off her belt on their wedding night, but she did not expect that the first time her belt was taken off by a man would be in this kind of situation. Noticing that Shui Baochai's crystal-clear cheeks were stained with a layer of blush, and her eyelashes were also trembling slightly, Song Qingshu secretly sighed. She was indeed a shy and pure girl. When the belt was taken off, it was still warm, and there seemed to be a faint fragrance. Song Qingshu hurriedly gathered his thoughts and stood up. He smiled at Princess Yinchuan and said, Princess, I'm coming. You must not fall in love with me. Princess Yinchuan curled her lips, and her expression was very disdainful. Delusional confidence. Song Qingshu did not say anything else, and slowly walked towards her. He walked very slowly, and there seemed to be a unique rhythm when his feet landed on the ground. Princess Yinchuan did not take it seriously at first, but she gradually panicked. If you touch me, you will lose. You don't need to remind me, I won't touch you. As soon as Song Qingshu's voice fell, the belt in his hand seemed to turn into a silver snake, and instantly wrapped around her legs. Princess Yinchuan did not know what was going on, and Song Qingshu had already jumped over a tree branch with the belt in his hand. She suddenly felt dizzy. Princess Yinchuan finally reacted, and found that she was hanging upside down in the air, and her whole body was swaying slightly. Song Qingshu, you bastard. Song Qingshu smiled and said, hitting is a sign of affection, and scolding is a sign of love. Princess, have you already fallen a little? Fall into the enemy's hands, my ass. Thinking about being hung upside down in the air in front of so many people, Princess Yinchuan felt that she had lost all her face, and she wanted to tear him into 1,000 pieces. Who told you not to let me touch you, and you also want me to take out the antidote? I had no choice but to do this. Speaking of which, it is the princess who shot herself in the foot. Song Qingshu smiled and stood in front of her. You bastard, quickly put me down. How could Princess Yinchuan not understand what the opposite party was planning? She became angry and anxious. Song Qingshu suddenly sighed, Princess, this is your fault. You should thank me, but I didn't expect that you would bite the hand that fed you and scold me. It seems that you can't be a good person. Princess Yinchuan was so angry that she laughed, you treat me like this, and I should thank you? Of course. Song Qingshu pointed at the hem of her skirt, and said, of course, you should thank me. If I hadn't thoughtfully tied the belt to the hem of your skirt, I'm afraid that all the men present here would have had a feast for their eyes at this moment. They would have been able to appreciate the scenery under the skirt of the Princess of Xianxia. Even if the hem of her skirt was turned upside down, and she was still wearing her undergarments, they wouldn't be able to see anything. However, according to the values of this world, this was a very serious and immoral thing. Princess Yinchuan was startled. She reacted at this moment. Her current posture. She couldn't help but shudder when she thought of the scene where the hem of her skirt was turned upside down. She felt a little grateful to the opposite party for a moment. But, she quickly came back to her senses. All of this was caused by him. So, how could she express her gratitude? Huh? Why hasn't the antidote come out yet? Song Qingshu was startled. It was obviously different from what he had expected. Princess Yinchuan came back to her senses, and said with a complacent smile, "Humph, this princess has hidden it very well. Your wishful thinking has failed. No matter how tight your posture is, how tight can it be?" Song Qingshu smiled, and casually flicked his sleeve. Princess Yinchuan felt a gentle push coming from her body, and her whole body started to sway in the air involuntarily. "What are you doing?" Princess Yinchuan panicked a little. Being hung upside down was already very uncomfortable. But, being swung around like this made her feel dizzy, and she was seeing stars. "Since you have hidden it so. Well, of course, I'm going to shake out the antidote," Song Qingshu said in a matter-of-fact manner. Princess Yinchuan was angry and anxious. She hurriedly scolded Duan Yanqing and the others at the side. "What are you doing there? Quickly come and save me." Although Duan Yanqing and others were afraid of Song Qingshu's martial arts points, they still needed to make a living in Class 1 hall in the future. If they continued to stand by and do nothing, they might not have a good time after they returned to Xianxia. They had no choice but to call their companions to surround Song Qingshu. At the same time, they said with a sad face, "Prince Song, please don't make things difficult for us." Song Qingshu snorted lightly, "I'm just playing with your princess. If anyone dares to come over, don't blame me for being rude to your princess." Duan Yanqing and others didn't want to come over. Now that they had a dignified excuse, they stopped and said, "Let's talk it over. Don't make things difficult for our princess." Song Qingshu smiled faintly and said, "I'm not making things difficult for her. I just made a bet with her." Princess Yinchuan closed her mouth. She was half angry and half embarrassed. After all, she was the one who proposed the bet. Now that she was in such a difficult situation, it was really embarrassing. "Are you still not going to take out the antidote?" Song Qingshu said with a teasing smile. Princess Yinchuan turned her face away. She was very stubborn and couldn't bring herself to admit defeat. "Since you don't want to say it, I'll swing again." After Song Qingshu finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve, and Princess Yinchuan involuntarily swung in the air again. "I won't give it to you." Although Princess Yinchuan was already dizzy from swinging, she still clenched her teeth and persevered with the stubbornness in her heart. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her face. It turned out that because she was hanging upside down, the veil on her face could no longer hold and suddenly fell down. Song Qingshu was stunned. Princess Yinchuan was very beautiful, but that alone would not have caused him to be stunned. After all, he had seen many stunning beauties in the world over the years. The reason why he was so surprised was because he could see that she was obviously a young girl, but when her facial features were put together, there was a trace of natural charm. She was much more seductive than the top courtesans on the Qinhuai River. Song Qingshu didn't know whether this charm came from her long and charming eyes or her smiling lips. Song Qingshu thought that Li Qingluo and Wang Yuyan looked similar to Li Qiushui since Duan Yu was so obsessed with the fairy sister, but they lacked the flirtatious aura of Li Qiushui. Princess Yinchuan's appearance was not very similar to Li Qingluo and Wang Yuyan, so it was obvious that she didn't inherit Li Qiushui's appearance, but inherited her charm completely. Princess Yinchuan was even more surprised than him at this time. It should be noted that the Xixia people had been saying that she was a peerless beauty that could cause the downfall of a state and a city. But, very few people had seen her appearance. And, none of the men had seen her appearance. But, Song Qingshu had seen her appearance clearly. So, how could she not be surprised and angry? Fortunately, her back was facing the crowd at this time, so she was not seen by others. But without the veil, she always felt that she suddenly lost a sense of security. She immediately said anxiously, "Quickly cover me up." Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "You don't look ugly, why are you afraid of others seeing you?" "You don't understand, my appearance can't be seen by others." Seeing that he was indifferent, Princess Yinchuan was so anxious that she almost cried. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows, and revealed a trace of a strange smile. "What, did you also make a vow that you will either kill or marry the first man who sees your appearance?" Princess Yinchuan blushed, bit her lips, and said nothing. Song Qingshu continued to tease, "If that's the case, then I will reluctantly accept you as my 108th concubine." Princess Yinchuan couldn't bear it anymore. "Song Qingshu, you are despicable. Dirty. Shameless. You're a total jerk. The people of the Western Xia's Class 1 hall looked at each other. They had never seen this princess lose her composure like this. These years, Princess Xianxia had been in charge of the Class 1 hall, and her methods were brilliant. She was so mature and experienced that people completely didn't realize that she was just a young girl. Okay, I will cover you up. If you scold me again, I will put a gag in your mouth. Song Qingshu was speechless when he was scolded by a little girl in such a sweet voice in front of so many people. His threat was really effective. Princess Xianxia thought that she was already in a difficult situation, if her mouth was also stuffed. She shuddered at the thought of that scene. Seeing that she finally calmed down, Song Qingshu breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the veil on the ground, and walked over. Don't move, I will cover you up. Princess Xianxia changed into a quiet girl, and when the other party put on the veil for her, her eyelashes trembled, and it was obvious that she was very nervous. Hurry up and thank me. Not only do you not remember the old enmity, you also return good for evil, Song Qingshu said with a somewhat pleased smile as he finished putting on the veil for her. Thank. Before Princess Xianxia could finish her words, a crafty glint suddenly flashed through her phoenix eyes. Twisting her waist, her entire body bumped into his hand. When he saw the strange glint in her eyes, Song Qingshu realized that something was wrong. Unfortunately, he was one step too late. He was in the middle of putting on the veil for her, and his hand was too close to her face. Even if he wanted to dodge, he couldn't. Even though it was only a moment of contact, both sides understood that in that moment, they had touched. You lost. The gloominess in Princess Xianxuan's eyes was swept away, replaced by a smile of a crafty scheme succeeding. Song Qingshu looked at his own hand, which still seemed to feel the smooth touch of the other party's face. For a long time, he was speechless. The people of the Imperial City Department cursed her shamelessness. Even the gentle Xue Baochai couldn't help but say angrily, "You witch, you have no conscience. Prince Ji helped you out of goodwill, but you return kindness with ingratitude. What difference is there between you and a wolf in Zhongshan?" A trace of anger flashed through Princess Xianxuan's eyes, but she still snorted coldly, "Why would I bother to explain so many reasons to you on the battlefield? A loss is a loss. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss." Xue Baochai still wanted to say something, but Song Qingshu stopped her. "Many thanks to Miss Xue for speaking up for me. However, Princess Xianxuan's words are reasonable. A loss is a loss. You shouldn't look for excuses." While saying this, he looked at Princess Xianxuan calmly and said, "Princess is smart and quick-witted. Song Mao is full of admiration. In fact, with his cultivation, he could have dodged if he really wanted to. However, at that moment, he thought of many things. He needed the help of Western Xia to restrain Sichuan. So, Princess Xianxuan and her party couldn't be detained by the Imperial City Department. That way, the Southern Song dynasty would have hostages in their hands, and the Western Xia would not dare to do anything to Sichuan. However, he was now Prince Qi of the Southern Song dynasty in name. At this time, he obviously had control over the people of Class 1 Hall. If he let them go directly, it would be difficult for him to explain to the other parties in Linen. Therefore, he had been trying to figure out a way to let the Xixia people leave without arousing suspicion from the people of the Imperial City Department. Unfortunately, he didn't have any clue. So, he happened to discover Princess Xianxuan's little trick. So, he took advantage of the situation and let her have her way. Princess Xianxuan didn't know all this. When she heard Song Qingshu's praise, she couldn't help but raise her chin and snort proudly, "Of course. Put me down." He didn't know if it was because of the shaking just now, or because she was too pleased with herself, but when she twisted her body, a small porcelain bottle suddenly fell from her chest. Song Qingshu's eyes were sharp, and he quickly grabbed it. Song Qingshu held it in his hand. There was still the girl's body temperature on it. Unfortunately, he didn't have the leisure to appreciate it. He directly took off the cork and smelled it. "Thank you for the antidote, Your Highness." He had seen the antidote of grieving wind softener before, so he could naturally distinguish between the real and the fake. Princess Xianxuan was very annoyed. When she noticed his frowning expression when he smelled the bottle, she was even more dissatisfied. "Is the bottle that fell from my chest so smelly?" Song Qingshu was startled. Isn't the antidote of grieving wind softener stinky? Princess Yinchuan realized that she had misunderstood. She said angrily, put me down. Song Qingshu nodded and shook Shui Baochai's belt. He skillfully undid the bindings on her feet, and Princess Yinchuan instantly fell to the ground. Ah! Princess Yinchuan might be a female spy from Class 1 Hall, but she was still a girl. When she saw that her face was about to come into contact with the ground, she couldn't help but scream in fear. Fortunately, Song Qingshu gently supported her by the waist, and she turned her body upside down. The moment she found her footing, Princess Yinchuan fiercely bumped into Song Qingshu's chest. You must have done it on purpose. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. Miss Shui was right. You really are a person who bites the hand that feeds you. Princess Yinchuan's face heated up, and she turned around. Untie me. Her hands had just been bound by Song Qingshu. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to embarrass herself by asking her subordinates to untie her. Of course, it was impossible for her to ask for help from the Imperial Guards. In the end, she decided to ask for help from Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu smiled and untied her hands. Why don't you give me this belt as a souvenir? Princess Yinchuan snatched it. In your dreams. She tidied up her clothes and returned to the carriage. Since I won the bet just now, you shouldn't have any objections to leaving now, right? After returning to the carriage, Princess Yinchuan seemed to have returned to the calm leader of the special agents. Of course. Princess, please go ahead. Song Qingshu gestured for her to leave. King Qi, you can't let the tiger return to the mountain, the Imperial Guards cried out in alarm. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Song Mao has always been a man of his words. Since he said that he would let them go after she won the competition, he will let them go. Since he had already said this, the Imperial Guards couldn't say anything else. Suddenly, Princess Yinchuan's voice came from the carriage. I suddenly realized that you are quite an interesting person. When you go to Xianxia in the future, you can look for me. Song Qingshu nodded slightly. There will definitely be a chance to see you again. I'll be waiting. The people of Class 1 Hall quickly crowded around the carriage and left, leaving only the sound of laughter in the air. Only then did Song Qingshu turn around and say to Shui Baochai and her sister, I will first go and cure my companion's poison, then come back to save you. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he returned to his carriage. He brought the antidote to the tip of Huang Rong's nose. Because the antidote was too smelly and she was already nauseous because of her pregnancy, she couldn't help but retch at the sight of the carriage. Song Qingshu gently patted her back and handed her the water bottle. Madam, I have made you wait for a long time. Huang Rong gradually recovered her strength, and there was a hint of playfulness in her eyes. You were in the mood to tease a little girl, so naturally, you don't remember an old woman like me. I'm really sorry. Chongqing is filled with evil wind today. The wind is too terrifying. It makes it seem like the end of the world. The 4 floor-to-ceiling windows in my house are all broken, and the whole living room is full of glass. My son's hand is also scratched. Fortunately, it's not serious, and it didn't fall and hit anyone. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Looking at Huang Rong's resentful look, Song Qingshu was instantly embarrassed. What are you talking about? Only one person has the antidote. It took me a lot of effort to get it from her. Really? Huang Rong glanced at him with a faint smile. She did not directly expose his lie. Instead, she gestured to the thing in his hand. Some people are still holding the girl's belt in their hands. Only then did Song Qingshu realize that he had brought Shui Baochai's belt here. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. I was in a hurry to give you the antidote and forgot to return it to her. Hurry up and return it to her. She must be very flustered in a group of men without a belt. Huang Rong's eyes were full of smiles. Although this man flirted with girls everywhere, he remembered to give her the antidote first, which made her a little happy. Then you should take a rest here. Song Qingshu also realized that he was a little unkind. He hurriedly detoxified the accompanying guards and then hurried to the open space. Sorry to keep Miss Shui waiting. Returning to Shui Baochai's side, Song Qingshu took out the antidote and let her smell it. Because he felt a little sorry in his heart, he always wanted to do something to make up for it. Suddenly, he saw the belt in his hand and subconsciously blurted out, "Let me tie the belt for you." Then he leaned over to tie the belt for her. Shui Baochai was a little annoyed by the smell of the antidote, but when she saw him so close, her whole body suddenly stiffened. Song Qingshu could smell the faint fragrance on the girl's body even though she was so close to him, but he didn't think too much about it. His mind was focused on the group of people from the western Xia country. He had given them so much time, and he hoped that they could escape the pursuit of the Imperial City Department. I'll do it myself. Shui Baochai finally couldn't help but speak. More than 10 years of subtle education had taught her to accept a man to tie the belt for her. Song Qingshu was stunned and found that her face had already turned as red as an apple. He finally came to his senses. Her poison had been detoxified, so she did not need him to tie the belt for her. He was thick-skinned enough to not show the slightest hint of shame. Instead, he stood up naturally and said, "Then I'll go and cure your big brother and the others." "Yes." Shui Baochai lowered her head, not daring to look into his eyes. Only then did Song Qingshu bring the antidote to Shui Yiren. He noticed that there seemed to be a fire burning in Shui Yiren's eyes. Song Qingshu was worried that staying with Shui Yiren for too long would cause problems, so he placed the antidote at the tip of Shui Yiren's nose and sniffed it. Then, he simply left the antidote with Shui Yiren. "Go and cure the people in the Imperial City Department yourself." After he finished speaking, he walked towards his carriage without looking back. He found that his guards were gradually recovering. Just as he was about to give the order to continue their journey, there was suddenly the sound of clothes flapping in the air. Song Qingshu turned his head and saw that Shui Yi was already standing 10 feet away. Shui Yi's hand was tightly gripping his sword, as if he would unsheath it at any moment. Who was in the Prince of Qi's carriage? It turned out that when Song Qingshu was treating Huang Rong's poison, he had seen a woman in the carriage from afar. Song Qingshu frowned. "What? Do I have to report to you that I brought along a concubine because I found the journey boring?" Inside the carriage, Huang Rong was so embarrassed that she spat on the ground. This scoundrel never forgot to take advantage of me. However, when she recalled that he had brought her along to relieve boredom. How could a concubine relieve boredom? The answer was obvious. For a moment, her cheeks became even more tender and beautiful. Shui Yiren said indifferently, "Of course, there is no need to do so normally. However, recently, the Imperial City Department has been ordered to investigate the kidnapping of the Crown Princess. The Emperor has given us special permission to investigate anyone." Song Qingshu's tone instantly turned icy. "I didn't expect you to be as ungrateful as the Xianxia people. If I had known earlier, I would have just stood by and watched you die at the hands of the Xianxia people." Shui Yiren paid no attention to his sarcasm. "We are just doing our job. Prince of Qi, don't read too much into it." "Is that so?" Song Qingshu snorted coldly. "If you have the ability, then step over my body." Shui Yiren slowly unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Song Qingshu from afar. "If Prince of Qi insists on not letting me go, then don't blame me for being impolite. You overestimate yourself." Although Song Qingshu was usually a jovial person, even a clay figurine had a temper. Shui Yiren's actions today had indeed angered him. "Stop." At this moment, Shui Baochai had already run over and stood in front of Shui Yiren. "Big brother, what are you doing? Get out of my way." Shui Yiren's entire body seemed to have turned into a sharp sword that could erupt with a shocking attack at any time. "I won't let you go. Do you think I don't know that you were just looking for an excuse to compete with Prince of Qi? However, he has just saved us. What you are doing is too much." Shui Baochai was so angry that her face turned red. She spread her arms wide, but it was unclear whether she was trying to stop Shui Yiren or Song Qingshu's attack. "This is a rare opportunity." Shui Yiren finally told the truth. If Song Qingshu continued to stay in Linen, he could always find a chance to compete with him. But now he went north and returned to the Golden Snake camp. At that time, he would have no chance among the thousands of troops. Shui Baochai knew that her cousin was very stubborn and it was difficult to change his mind. However, she did not want to watch the two fight. As the saying goes, when two tigers fight, one must be injured. After all, she was clever and kind. She quickly thought of a solution. Big brother, you have just been poisoned. Now your strength has more or less been affected. You can't bring out your peak state. What's the point of such a battle? Xianxia instantly fell silent. He knew that his sister was right. Although he had been detoxified by the sorrowful softening wind, the time for detoxification was too short. Now he had only recovered 70 to 80% of his strength. Even if he had not fully recovered, he was more than enough to deal with ordinary masters. However, the person in front of him was one of the top masters in the world. Seeing that her brother was somewhat persuaded, Xue Baochai continued to strike while the iron was hot. Moreover, we have suffered such a big loss at the hands of the Xianxia people. Now that we have recovered, we have to find them. They have been gone for a while. If we don't chase after them, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up. Xianxia finally sheathed his long sword, and the incomparably sharp sword intent gradually disappeared. What you said is not unreasonable. Then he turned around and left. Only then did Xue Baochai apologetically say to Song Qingshu, Prince of Qi, I am really sorry. My big brother is obsessed with martial arts, so Song Qingshu raised his hand to stop her apology. Seeing that you have helped me just now, I will not argue with him today. If there is a next time, I will not be lenient. Although Xianxia's swordsmanship was excellent, he was least afraid of any master. Without waiting for her to respond, Song Qingshu immediately returned to the carriage. Let's go. The guards of the Prince of Qi residence also took their positions, and the procession set off once again. Watching the procession of the Prince of Qi residence leave, Xue Baochai bit her lip. Originally, she had some things she wanted to say to Song Qingshu, but now that the atmosphere was so tense, it was better not to say it. You are really cruel to that little girl. After the carriage had traveled for some distance, Huang Rong could not help but laugh. Song Qingshu said indifferently, I have already given her a lot of face by letting her brother go. Huang Rong asked curiously, that Xianxia's swordsmanship seems to be very excellent. If you two fight, who has a better chance of winning? Song Qingshu slowly closed his eyes, smiling without saying a word. Huang Rong could not help but fiercely pinch him. This is what you get for acting like a master in front of me. Don't. I will tell you. Song Qingshu's previous demeanor of a master instantly collapsed. He hurriedly explained, if he was at his peak condition, he might have a chance. But his condition just now, he did not finish, but his meaning was very clear. Huang Rong could not help but sigh. I don't know how a monster like you trained in martial arts. Jing Ji's martial arts were far inferior to yours at your age. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He muttered in a low voice, even at his age, his martial arts are still inferior to mine. Huang Rong's eyebrows immediately rose. What did you say? Nothing. Song Qingshu immediately corrected himself. I said that today's weather is very sunny. Seeing him spout nonsense with a serious face, Huang Rong could not help but snicker. You clearly gave me 2 hands and 2 feet, but I might not be able to defeat you. Yet you deliberately pretend to be afraid of me. Song Qingshu tilted his head and looked at her. His face was full of smiles. Because I am henpecked. Huang Rong's heart skipped a beat. Nonsense. Then she turned her face away and ignored him. After the carriage traveled for a while, Song Qingshu and Huang Rong got out of the carriage. He then ordered his subordinates to continue north with his letter. When they arrived at Golden Snake Camp, Audiobook naturally understood what was going on after reading the letter. He took Huang Rong to another carriage that had been waiting for a long time and turned back to the southeast. The carriage heading north attracted the attention of various forces. Song Qingshu and Huang Rong went all the way south to Peach Blossom Island. Along the way, the two of them chatted about everything under the sun. At first, they talked about the general situation of the world, the situation of various countries, the various gangs and forces in Jianhu, and some of the current power structure of the beggar clan. As they chatted, the two of them unknowingly became more and more scattered. Astronomy, geography, zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, Jimin Dunjia, anecdotes, it could be said that they talked about whatever they wanted to talk about. Song Qingshu could not help but admire Huang Rong for being the daughter of the Eastern heretic, the famous female Zhuge in Jianghu. Her knowledge was really too profound. Huang Rong was even more shocked than him. For so many years, in terms of knowledge, she only admired her father, Huang Yaoshi, but now there was another person. In particular, Song Qingshu came from the future and had more than 1,000 years of experience. It could be said that he was standing on the shoulders of giants. In many aspects, even Huang Rong could not compare with his knowledge. Some of his casual words often touched Huang Rong. The more they talked, the more congenial they became, and the more harmonious their relationship became. Although they used to have the most intimate relationship, there was always a little gap between them. But after the conversation along the way, they gradually felt that the gap had disappeared. In the bottom of her heart, Huang Rong had already regarded him as a bosom friend. Brother Jing would never talk about these things with me. At some point, Huang Rong could not help but faintly sigh. But she quickly calmed her mind and dispelled some thoughts that should not have been in her mind. We have arrived at Xianxia. Looking at the distant city gate, Song Qingshu could not help but feel a little emotional. This place could be considered as revisiting an old place. Let's rest in the tea house in front. After a long journey, Huang Rong could not help feeling a little tired. The girl in white was cute and innocent, and the girl in green was elegant and elegant. Song Qingshu's eyes were sharp, and he recognized them at first glance. The girl in white was Lu Wushuang, and the girl in green was Qingying. He didn't expect to meet them again after they parted at Xianxia Mountain. Thinking of the charming scene in bed with Lu Wushuang last time, the young girl's youthful body, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a little restless even though he had a firm heart now. Now that he was disturbed by the peach blossoms, he just wanted to send Huang Rong home safely. He didn't expect that there would be more trouble, so he wouldn't purposely look for Lu Wushuang and the others. The reason why he passed by Xianxia was that he had to pass by Xianxia to get to Peach Blossom Island. Next, he would pass by Qingyuan Prefecture, later known as Ningbo, then he would go out to sea and head east, where the island was located. Song Qingshu suddenly felt a headache when he saw the two girls. He didn't know how to get along with them. Why did you stop all of a sudden? Huang Rong came from behind and asked. Song Qingshu answered, No, nothing. Hearing the commotion, Qingying and Lu Wushuang turned their heads in confusion. Fortunately, Song Qingshu and Huang Rong had changed their clothes and wore bamboo hats to hide their faces, so the two women didn't recognize them. Cousin, those two people over there seem to be familiar, Lu Wushuang said with some doubt. Qingying pressed her hand and shook her head, they're obviously trying to hide themselves. Don't cause trouble when you're outside. Qingying was meticulous. She knew that they were trying to hide themselves. Lu Wushuang was staring at them, which could easily lead to death. But I really think they look familiar. Lu Wushuang pouted and whispered, especially that girl's voice. It sounds like Huang Rong. Because of Yang Gua, they had met Huang Rong several times, so they knew her. At the same time, because of Yang Gua, Lu Wushuang didn't have a good impression of Huang Rong. Plus, Qingying was Huang Rong's junior martial sister, so she and Huang Rong could be said to be of the same generation. So she didn't call Huang Rong or Madame Gua like the others. It does look like it. Qingying nodded slightly, but quickly shook her head. That man is obviously not Hero Gua. How could she be senior sister? At this time, Huang Rong also saw the two of them and her body couldn't help but stiffen. She thought to herself that she was a married woman and a young man walking in and out together. If others found out, it would be a bit embarrassing. Moreover, because of her relationship with Yang Gua, the relationship between the two of them was a bit delicate. She subconsciously didn't want to be recognized, but if she retreated now it would be too obvious. She could only silently pull Song Qingshu to a corner with his back to the two women and sit down. Song Qingshu was originally worried that Huang Rong and Qingying would acknowledge each other as sisters. If that happened, he really wouldn't know how to explain the complicated relationship between them. Who knew that Huang Rong had no intention of acknowledging each other at all? Song Qingshu was startled, but he quickly realized that in the original novel, Qingying was the last disciple of Huang Yaoshi in his later years. At first, Huang Rong didn't know this at all. Looking at this junior sister who suddenly appeared out of nowhere and who was about the same age as her daughter Guafu, Huang Rong always felt strange. Of the two of them, one was smart and clever, while the other was soft on the outside but strong on the inside. They had only known each other for a short time, so it was difficult for them to be as close as real senior and junior sisters. Moreover, there was also the relationship between Yanghua and Qingying, so she might not really like her senior sister. It seemed that the relationship between the two women in this world was similar to what he remembered. Song Qingshu thoughtfully poured a cup of tea for Huang Rong, a playful expression on his face. "Cousin, we have been investigating for so long, but we still haven't found any news of Bijuan. Could it be that we are going in the wrong direction?" Lu Wushuang's mind was unsettled. She quickly shifted her attention from Song Qingshu and Li Mu to another matter. Song Qingshu's expression changed. Ordinary people only knew that Miss Shen was missing, but they didn't know what her name was. How could he not know? Are they also looking for Shen Bijuan's whereabouts? Huang Rong was obviously thinking the same thing as him. She quietly pricked up her ears to listen. "I also think we are going in the wrong direction. We should take this opportunity to go back to the mountainy mansion to rest and sort out our thoughts." Qingying frowned, looking travel-worn. Song Qingshu was dazed. Why were they investigating the kidnapping of Miss Shen? Did they represent Han Xingzhou or Jia Shidao? He was confused. After all, Lu Wushuang's Lu family was close to Han Xingzhou, and Qingying's family was close to Jia Shidao. He didn't know who they were working for. In fact, Song Qingshu's thoughts were too complicated. With Han Xingzhou and Jia Shidao's power, if they really wanted to investigate Shen Bijuan's case, they wouldn't have sent these two girls. The reason why they had been investigating the case was that they lived in the mountainy mansion together, and they saw each other all the time. They were close friends with Shen Bijuan. Apparently, the two girls had rested enough in the tea house. After chatting for a while, they got up and left. Huang Rong quietly let out a sigh of relief. Song Qingshu didn't expose her. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect that all the people we met along the way were investigating the disappearance of Miss Shen." Yeah. Huang Rong thought of the Imperial City Department, the Class 1 Hall, and now Lu Wushuang and Qingying. It seemed that all the forces had started to take action. I don't know if the legendary Mandarin duck knives are as magical as they say. Song Qingshu suddenly fell into deep thought. He didn't take the Mandarin duck knives seriously. After all, the secret of invincibility in the original book was only 4 words: benevolent people are invincible. It was a trap. But he suddenly realized that this chaotic world might not really develop according to the original book. Maybe because of the butterfly effect, there really was an invincible secret in the Mandarin duck knives. It's getting dark. Let's go to the city and rest for the night. We'll continue our journey tomorrow, Huang Rong said. Okay. Song Qingshu paid the bill and helped her back into the carriage. He suddenly thought of Xianxia, the young mistress of the Lu family. Should he spend the night at her place? After thinking about it, he finally gave up on this tempting idea because he had other plans for the night. They found an inn in the city. This time, Song Qingshu was a gentleman and booked 2 superior rooms, which made Huang Rong secretly heave a sigh of relief. Because they had been on the road for the past 2 days, it could be said that the journey was dusty. After they finished dinner, they asked the innkeeper to prepare hot water for them to wash up. Song Qingshu washed up quickly and then went to the door next door. He knocked and said, "Rong-er? What's the matter?" Huang Rong's voice was a little nervous. Seeing that she was so nervous, Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing. This time, he didn't have any intention of stealing her beauty. He said, "I'm going out for a while. You take a good rest after washing up. Wait for me." "I'll go with you," Huang Rong quickly replied. Song Qingshu was startled. He asked, "You know where I'm going?" Huang Rong's laughter came from inside. "Of course you're going to the Shen Garden. Before entering the city, I saw your expression when you mentioned the Mandarin duck saber. I knew you were curious. Since you're passing by Shanin, why don't you go to the Shen Garden and check it out? Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from Rong-er. Well, I'll wait for you." Song Qingshu smiled and gently leaned against the door. Soon, the sound of clothes being put on came from inside. Song Qingshu didn't want to peep. Just imagining the scene was enough. Soon, Huang Rong opened the door. Seeing that her red face was still slightly wet, Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, "Don't you women take a long time to bathe? How come you're done so quickly?" Huang Rong rolled her eyes at him. "When I go out, everything is simple. I'm not as delicate as you think." Of course, there was another reason she didn't say. She had been worried that Song Qingshu would suddenly burst into the room, so how could she not speed up? Fortunately, in the end, Song Qingshu didn't let her down. While feeling gratified, she suddenly realized what would happen if an enemy found her while Song Qingshu was away. Normally, she wasn't afraid. With the 9 manual, the dog-beating stick technique, and her intelligence, she could deal with any master. But now, she was pregnant. After the previous twists and turns, she didn't want to take any more risks. She had to admit that during this period of time, Song Qingshu gave her an unprecedented sense of security. With him by her side, even if she encountered a terrifying enemy, she didn't seem to need to spend any effort. Therefore, she guessed that Song Qingshu was going to the Shen Garden, so she subconsciously decided to go with him. Naturally, Song Qingshu didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing that she was ready, he took her hand. "Then let's go." After this period of time, although Huang Rong still didn't care about some of Song Qingshu's improper thoughts, she acquiesced to the contact of holding hands. What's more, the difference in their qigong was so big. In order to save time, she had more reasons to convince herself. Song Qingshu used his qigong, and under the cover of the night, he arrived at the Shen Garden in a short time. Because the speed was too fast, in order to protect the pregnant Huang Rong, he went from holding hands at the beginning to almost hugging and hugging. But once they were outside the Shen Garden, he put down the beauty in his arms so that the other couldn't say anything. After this period of time, Song Qingshu gradually understood that Huang Rong had her own insistence. He couldn't rush it. Rather than being too hasty and causing her plans, it was better to let nature take its course. Therefore, other than when it was necessary, he wouldn't deliberately take advantage of the other. As a result, Huang Rong's impression of him had changed a lot. Coincidentally, they passed by the place where Lu Yu wrote the poem. Looking at the pinned phoenix on it, they couldn't help but sigh. Now that Tangwan was Princess Beijing, the water between her and Lu Yu was already spilled. "Quickly look, there's another poem here," Huang Rong exclaimed. When they were about to reach Shanin, Song Qingshu remembered Lu Yu's tragic love story. In a moment of sadness, he roughly told her about it, so she knew the cause and effect. The world is fickle, human nature is evil, the rain sends the dusk, the flowers fall easily. At dawn, the wind dries, the tear stains remain. I want to write about my worries, but my words stop. Difficult, 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 people become their own, today is not yesterday, the sick soul is often like a swing. The sound of the horn is cold, the night is waning, afraid that people will ask, I swallow my tears and pretend to be happy. Hide, hide, hide. Looking at Tangwan's response, Song Qingshu couldn't help but think of the shock he felt when he read this story from a book 1,000 years later. Now that he had personally witnessed it, he couldn't help but feel that it was a lifetime ago. Huang Rong thought of her relationship with brother Jing, and then thought of her entanglement with Song Qingshu. She couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, there was a scream in the night sky. Although the voice was very low, whether it was Song Qingshu or Huang Rong, they were both masters. They could still hear the voice clearly. Song Qingshu grabbed Huang Rong's shoulder, and the two quickly sneaked in. They didn't meet anyone along the way. They couldn't help but be secretly shocked. It should be known that the Shen family was a famous family in Shanin. There should be a lot of maids and servants in the mansion. After entering the garden for so long, it was really abnormal that they didn't meet anyone. Song Qingshu looked up and found that the whole Shen garden was dark. Only a small courtyard had light, so he quietly went over with Huang Rong. They saw a group of black-clothed masked people in a big circle. In the middle, a group of maids and servants fell together. The air was filled with the smell of blood. After Huang Rong was pregnant, she was prone to nausea. When she saw this scene, she only felt that her chest and abdomen were overturned. Song Qingshu was worried that the movement of her vomiting would alarm the people inside. He hurriedly took her hand and transferred his internal force to her. Only then did she feel better. The two hid in a big tree next to the courtyard. Looking inside through the lush branches, it seemed that there were still people alive in the Shen garden. They saw a middle-aged couple kneeling in a pool of blood, shivering, and in front of them stood a man wearing a green mask with fangs. It could be seen that the man should be young, but the mask was too tightly covered, so it was impossible to see his facial features. However, this was not what surprised Song Qingshu the most. The most surprising was the middle-aged couple kneeling in a pool of blood. If he was not mistaken, the middle-aged man should be the palace hall's imperial censor, Xianxia. He had met him once in the court in linen. Although there was no deep friendship, Song Qingshu still recognized him at a glance with his photographic memory. I heard that the Shen family's young lady disappeared some time ago. Xianxia was sad and requested to return to his hometown to recuperate. I didn't expect to encounter such a disaster. Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. Just who were these men in black? They even dared to touch the imperial censor. It must be known that although the rank of the imperial censor was not high, he held great power in his hands. He could impeach hundreds of officials and could be considered as the emperor's eyes. On the other hand, in the past, the imperial censor had always used the imperial censor to impeach the other party. Therefore, the imperial censor had always been the target of many influential officials. It seemed that the men in black wanted to destroy the Shen family. Once the situation of the Shen family was discovered after dawn, it would definitely cause an uproar in the southern Song dynasty. At that time, the emperor would be furious and order a thorough investigation. This group of men in black knew the serious consequences but still dared to do it. Obviously, they had nothing to fear. Suddenly, a few black-robed men ran into the yard from all directions and knelt in front of the masked man. "Master, we didn't find that thing." These men in black all said the same thing. Song Qingshu and Huang Rong looked at each other and were secretly shocked. They didn't know what they were looking for. The masked man with the green face and fangs looked back at Xianxia, who was kneeling in a pool of blood. He said in a low, muffled voice, "These years, I often come to Shen Garden to play. It can be said that I know every inch of the garden like the back of my hand. Unfortunately, I still can't find the whereabouts of the deer-cutting knife. Therefore, I have been guessing that you should have hidden the knife in a secret place that no one can find." Hearing the conversation in the house from afar, Song Qingshu had a strange expression. Why did the deer-cutting knife come out? Wasn't it the mandarin duck knife? Don't tell me this masked man is Xiao Ho. However, Song Qingshu quickly denied this guess. Although this man was wearing a mask, he could see that he was very young. In addition, his figure was a bit familiar. He had a feeling of déjà vu. Unfortunately, when he spoke, he deliberately changed his voice, making it difficult for him to confirm the identity of this person. Xianxia scolded, "You really have the ambition of a wolf. All these years, you have been coming to Shen Garden with evil intentions. It's a pity that I realized it too late. I originally wanted to give the knife to the crown prince, thinking that I could send that disaster away. I didn't expect to still fall into your trap." It seems that Xianxia and this masked man know each other. Huang Rong whispered. Song Qingshu nodded. He thought that Xianxia let his daughter enter the capital to choose the crown prince's wife. Now it seemed that it was to get rid of that hot potato. As the saying goes, an ordinary man is innocent, but a treasure is a crime. Listening to Xianxia's breathing, Song Qingshu knew that he was a lamp without oil. Now, he was only relying on the anger in his heart to support himself. The masked man sneered, Xianxia, that's why I said you are old and confused. You want to give the knife to the crown prince. Do you think Princey will agree?" Xianxia was startled, and his face instantly showed remorse. The deer cutter knife. The Qing dynasty lost its deer, and the whole world chased it. The mandarin duck knife is said to contain the secret of invincibility in the world. So whether it is called the deer cutter knife or the mandarin duck knife, do you think Princey will allow such a thing to fall into the hands of the crown prince? The masked man said in a very strange tone, "Your daughter's name is not good. Shen Bijuan. A treasure is a crime." Xianxia said with annoyance, "Princey and the crown prince are fighting for the throne in the future. Naturally, he will not allow such a thing to fall into the hands of the crown prince." Song Qingshu also nodded secretly. Even if the mandarin duck knife did not have the effect of invincibility, the name alone had enough symbolic meaning. falling into the hands of the crown prince was equivalent to the fate of the crown prince. Of course, Prince Yi could not tolerate this situation. So the disappearance of Bijuan was caused by Prince Yi. Xianxia suddenly came to his senses and said with gritted teeth. Huang Rong sighed faintly, it is really not a blessing for the country to fight for the throne between brothers. Gu Jing was dedicated to the country, and Huang Rong naturally hoped that the court would be more stable. The disturbance of the fight for the throne would affect every citizen of the Song dynasty. Before Song Qingshu had time to answer, the masked man had already shook his head and said, forget it. For the sake of our friendship over the years, I will let you know the truth. Prince Yi did organize experts to rob and kill your daughter's convoy, but when they arrived, your daughter had already disappeared. Really? Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. Previously, he had been distressed about his daughter being robbed and had cursed the 18 generations of the robber's ancestors. But now, he found out that the other party had indirectly saved his daughter's life. It was really a blessing in disguise. The masked man had been staring at his reaction. Upon hearing this, he sneered and said, you don't have to put on an act. There are many strange things about your daughter's disappearance. According to my conjecture, it's very likely that it's a self-directed play to hide the deer-cutting knife from the world. Tell me, where is the deer cutter? Xianxia looked at the garden that was like purgatory on earth and couldn't help but smile sadly. Now that things have come to this, even if I really know the whereabouts of the deer cutter, do you think I will tell you? His tone was so sad that it could be said that anyone who saw it would be sad and anyone who heard it would cry. The masked man sneered, if you tell me, I can still give you a quick death. If not. He paused and looked at Madame Shen. To be able to give birth to such a great beauty like Shen Bijuan, your wife must have been a peerless beauty when she was young. Even now, she is still beautiful. My men are trained every day, and each of them is a strong man. Your wife lives like a princess, and she may not be able to withstand the ravages of everyone. As soon as his voice fell, the surrounding men swallowed their saliva one after another, and their eyes began to emit a green light. Xianxia trembled with anger. This official is a dignified imperial censor. The court will not let you go. What does a small imperial censor count for? The masked man snorted disdainfully, what's more, we can push everything to the person who kidnapped Shen Bijuan. Who will be able to find us? You. Xianxia angrily pointed at him, a trace of despair flashing in his eyes. I will give you one last chance. The masked man's voice turned cold. Where is the deer cutter? I have said it countless times, the deer cutter and Bijuan were both kidnapped. Xianxia shouted hoarsely, but unfortunately, the other side did not believe him. I didn't expect that in your heart, the deer cutter is more important than your wife. Since that is the case, don't blame me for being impolite. The masked man gave a meaningful look, and the men all grinned as they surrounded Madame Shen. You are a group of beasts. Xianxia was so angry that his hair stood on end. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. How could Madame Shen block a group of burly men? Although she struggled with all her might, her hands and feet were quickly held down by one of the men. Another man reached out to her chest and belt. Huang Rong could not bear it any longer. She tore off 2 book covers and used the divine flicking finger technique to shoot them out. The group of black-clothed men were hit and fell to the ground. Who? The masked man suddenly turned around. The rest of the black-clothed men all looked toward the tree. At this point, Song Qingshu knew that there was no need to hide. Grabbing Huang Rong's shoulder, the two of them jumped down from the tree and landed in the courtyard. It's you? Seeing the appearance of the two, the masked man was somewhat frightened. Why are you here? Oh, you recognize me? Song Qingshu thought that his previous feeling was not an illusion. It seemed that he really did know this person. Xianxia, who was at the side, also saw his appearance and excitedly called out, Prince Qi. Song Qingshu's figure flashed and appeared at his side. Imperial Censor Shen, I'm late. He checked the other's pulse and found that Xianxia was like a lamp that had run out of oil and could die at any moment. No. Xianxia was barely able to hold on by relying on the anger in his heart. Now that he saw Song Qingshu appear, a large stone in his heart fell to the ground. As soon as he relaxed, he felt endless exhaustion hit him and he could not even speak clearly. Kill him for me. The masked man gave the order, taking the lead in a charge. The black-cloaked men received their master's order and one after another pulled out their long sabers and rushed over. Who knew that just as the masked man took a step forward, his figure would suddenly retreat and escape from the courtyard at a speed faster than when he came. Seeing this, Song Qingshu and Huang Rong were both stunned. The black-cloaked men rushed too quickly and did not realize that they had become their master's abandoned pawns. They still rushed toward Song Qingshu with a murderous look on their faces. Seeing the purgatory scene in the Shen garden, Song Qingshu's heart was already filled with anger. Knowing that these people were murderers, he no longer showed any mercy. With a wave of his hand, the scattered weapons of the Shen garden guards floated into the air. Then, they rapidly rotated to form a storm of sabers and swords, instantly reaping the lives of the group of black-cloaked men. Song Qingshu didn't stop. He stomped his foot and rushed toward the masked man. He wanted to make the culprit pay with blood. Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed. These steel needles were fast and dense, somewhat similar to the legendary pear blossom storm needles. Although Huang Rong's martial arts were not bad, these hidden weapons were too ruthless. He did not dare to take the slightest risk and hurriedly changed his route. Using imminent skyline, he took a step forward and appeared in front of Huang Rong. At this moment, the cluster of terrifying steel needles was about to hit him. Song Qingshu hurriedly released his inner force and set up a layer of qi wall in front of him, blocking the cluster of steel needles. Even with Song Qingshu's current cultivation, he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. The momentum of the steel needle was too great. Even with his strong qi wall, it was almost pierced through. Although he was hastily prepared, he hadn't felt this kind of feeling for a long time. No wonder there is a rumor that the pearflower storm needles are good at breaking internal energy. Many top martial artists have been killed by this insidious hidden weapon. If I hadn't learned how to use softness to overcome hardness from my Grand Master, I might have been injured by this hidden weapon. Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. Go after him, don't let him get away. Huang Rong hurriedly pointed in the direction of the masked man. She had seen the miserable state of Xin Yuan, and she hated the man to the bone. Okay. Song Qingshu had the same idea, so he didn't have time to say anything to Huang Rong. He quickly ran in the direction of the masked man. Although the masked man had delayed him twice, Song Qingshu was confident that with his lightness skill, it wouldn't be difficult to catch up with him. As expected, he soon saw the back of the masked man. Song Qingshu was about to run out of Shen Garden's gate and chase after him when a familiar voice suddenly came from the street. Cousin, isn't it inappropriate for us to come here in the middle of the night? I feel that Bijuan's disappearance is a bit strange, and Xin Yuan is a bit mysterious. It's better to come and investigate. Another elegant voice came. Oh no. Song Qingshu recognized the voices of Lu Wushuang and Qingying. They happened to be blocking the path of the masked man. Ah. Song Qingshu heard two cries of surprise. When he reached the door, he found Lu Wushuang and Qingying being strangled by the masked man. Their faces were red. In reality, with Lu Wushuang and Qingying's martial arts, especially Qingying's martial arts, they wouldn't have been captured in an instant. The main reason was that the two women hadn't expected a master to suddenly appear, and Qingying's mind was filled with thoughts about Shen Bijuan, so she wasn't prepared. As a result, the masked man captured them in one move. Let them go. Song Qingshu did not dare to act rashly. No matter how fast his qin gong was, the other party only needed a pinch of his finger to kill the two ladies. Brother. Brother Song? Seeing Song Qingshu's appearance, Lu Wushuang cried out in disbelief. The panic on her face faded a little. Qingying also saw Song Qingshu. At first, she was happy. After all, she had fallen into the hands of evil people for no reason. She didn't know what to do. Song Qingshu's appearance gave her a ray of hope. But suddenly, she couldn't help but think of what happened in her cousin Qing Yaojia's room. She blushed. She didn't know how to face this man. These two cousins both had their own secrets. At the same time, they were afraid that the other party would find out. Their expressions were a bit strange. There was a touch of shame and fear on their faces. The masked man seemed to be experienced in love affairs. He could tell that the two women had a special relationship with Song Qingshu. Don't come over, or I'll kill them. Song Qingshu snorted. You can't escape. The masked man laughed. That's not necessarily true. Really? If they are injured, you won't be able to live either. Song Qingshu sneered. From the situation in the garden just now, I can tell that you are of noble status. You let your subordinates die to buy time for you to escape. This proves that you value your life very much. So, I have reason to believe that you won't be willing to die with them. The masked man laughed. That's right. I really don't want to die with them. But are you willing to let them die with me? I just gave them the fire pill and the 99 pill. The medicine is about to take effect. The fire pill and the 99 pill? Song Qingshu was shocked. You are from the Isle of Heroes? The masked man was also stunned. How did you know? The Isle of Heroes was mysterious. There were even fewer people who knew about the fire pill and the 99 pill. How did the masked man guess his identity? However, this was not the time to think about this. He quickly said, since you have heard of these two poisons, you should know that there is no antidote for this poison. It can only be neutralized with the internal energy of yin and yang. Otherwise, you will die immediately. Do you want to chase after me or save them? Make your choice. After saying that, he no longer held the two women hostage. He directly pushed them towards Song Qingshu and took advantage of the situation to fly away. He was very sure that the masked man would not give up the lives of the two women to chase after him. However, the smile on his face soon froze. He saw a figure flash, and Song Qingshu was already in front of him. Surnamed Song, although your martial arts are high, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to deal with me in a short amount of time. I'm afraid those two girls would have died more than twice before you captured me. The masked man was somewhat angry from embarrassment. Song Qingshu knew that he was telling the truth. Although this man did not have the demeanor of a master and ran away as soon as he saw him, his martial arts were actually very good. He was even better than Zhang San and Li Si combined. Are you Zhao Da or Qian'er? Among the messengers of the island of chivalry, the good and punishing evil, the most famous of them were Zhang San and Li Si. Their martial arts were considered top-notch among the messengers of the island of chivalry. The only ones who could defeat them were the two island masters and the mysterious Zhao Da and Qian'er. This masked man's martial arts were better than Zhang San and Li Si, and he could not be the two island masters. Naturally, he could only be Zhao Da or Qian'er. The masked man was shocked. I didn't expect you to know this much about the Island of Heroes. Seeing that he did not answer, Song Qingshu frowned. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly heard Lu Wushuang and Qingying moaning in pain. The masked man could not help but laugh. They are already poisoned. Do you still want to fight me? Give me the antidote, and I will let you go. Song Qingshu spread out his hands and said coldly. The masked man held his breath. He said embarrassedly, I told you, there is no antidote. Although there is no antidote, there is an antidote. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice. The 99 pills contained 81 types of poisonous plants. The fire pill contained less poisonous plants, but it contained the crane's crown and the peacock's gallbladder. It was very strong. Although these two drugs were poisonous, they could increase one's power. The people of the Island of Heroes melted the 99 pills and the fire pill in wine. Then, they took the antidote. Together with the yin and yang internal energy cultivation on the island, the growth of their internal energy was much faster than that of ordinary people. This was why the masters of the Island of Heroes were so powerful. I didn't expect that I could not hide this from you. The masked man took out a porcelain bottle. Give each of them a fingernail's worth of medicine. It will help you detoxify them more efficiently. But I still want to give you a piece of advice. Don't think that just because you have the antidote, you can try to catch me. The poison has already taken effect. If you don't quickly neutralize the poison, even if you can save them, they will become crippled. At this time, Huang Rong had already run out. Seeing Qingying and Lu Wushuang on the ground in pain, she hurriedly helped them up. What happened to you? Although there was a grudge between her and Qingying, they were both from the island of Peach Blossom. Seeing her junior sister in danger, she did not care about hiding her identity. Senior. Sister? Qingying's whole body was red and burning hot, like a cooked prawn. Huang Rong was frightened. She quickly took out the 9-flower dew pill and fed them. The 9-flower dew pill was a special medicine made by Huang Yaoshi. It was very effective in detoxifying and consolidating one's internal energy. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The 9-9 pill and the fire pill are very special. They can only be detoxified with the internal energy of yin and yang. Taking the antidote will not only be useless, but will also trigger the effect. The masked man suddenly said. In fact, he was one of the people who didn't want anything to happen to Lu Wushuang and Qingying. If something happened to the two women, Song Qingshu would have no way to escape. Hearing his words, Huang Rong's hand froze. She hesitantly looked at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu threw the porcelain bottle to her. Give each of them a fingernail's worth of medicine. Then he stared at the masked man sharply. If this medicine is fake, you know the consequences. The masked man smiled. I will not joke with my life. Song Qingshu ignored him and stared at the two girls. However, the masked man still did not dare to run. He felt that he was locked on by the masked man's qi. If he moved, he would be furious. After taking the medicine, Lu Wushuang and Qingying's condition gradually calmed down. However, one of them was like an iceberg and the other was like a fire. They were still on the edge of danger. Don't blame me for not reminding you. This medicine can only be used as a support. To detoxify the poison, you still need to use a strong internal energy. Moreover, you need to do it quickly. Otherwise, if the cold poison and heat poison enter their internal organs, even the gods will not be able to save them. The masked man reminded. Song Qingshu walked over and felt the pulse of the two girls. He knew that the masked man was not lying. He could not help but frown. The masked man cupped his hands. See you later. Then he disappeared into the night. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment. He did not chase after him. This man's martial arts was very high. Although he was confident that he could beat him, it would take a long time to catch him. Qingying and Lu Wushuang could not wait that long. You go check on Shen Yan and his wife. I will help them suppress the poison. Song Qingshu said to Huang Rong. He then helped Lu Wushuang and Qingying into the door. He placed his hands on the two girls' backs and began to transfer his qi into their bodies. As soon as he touched their bodies, Song Qingshu frowned. At this time, Lu Wushuang's skin was cold. The air around her was constantly emitting cold air. On the other hand, Qingying's skin was the opposite. Her skin was frighteningly hot. It was as if her whole body would burn at any time. Feeling the abnormality of Lu Wushuang and Qingying's body, Song Qingshu's expression changed slightly. No wonder even the masters of the Isle of Chivalry could only drink a few drops of medicinal wine every time they practiced. Those who practiced yang internal force could only drink wine made from fire pill, and those who practiced yin internal force could only drink wine made from 9-9 pills. If they drank the wrong medicine, they would die immediately. Lu Wushuang and Qingying must have been able to hold on until now because the masked man had controlled the dosage of the pills. Otherwise, if they had swallowed both the 9-9 pill and the fire pill, one of them would have been frozen into ice, and the other would have been burned to death. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's internal force had reached a world-shaking level. Coupled with his unparalleled mastery of yin and yang qi, he was able to save the two at the same time. If it was a master who only practiced yang internal force or yin internal force, he would only be able to save one of Qingying and Lu Wushuang. Song Qingshu used his yin and yang internal force and slowly injected it into the two women's bodies. He first protected their internal organs to prevent the poison from entering their vitals. Just as he was about to try to force the poison out, he suddenly heard Huang Rong's anxious voice. Shen Yan can't make it? Song Qingshu's heart trembled. He still had a lot of questions that he wanted to ask him for answers. He glanced at Lu Wushuang and Qingying. Now that they had the antidote and their internal organs were protected by his true qi, they should be fine for the time being. So, he carried the two girls and rushed into the inner hall. Sure enough, Song Qingshu saw Shen Yan's complexion from afar and his breath was like gossamer. He gently placed the two women in his arms on the table and chair at the side and then went over to check his pulse. his heart could not help but sink. He hurriedly took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom and poured out a pill for him to swallow. After taking the pill, Xianxia's face gradually became ready. Huang Rong was very surprised. What medicine is this? Why is it so effective? Snow ginseng jade toad pill. Song Qingshu sighed in his heart. Medicine could only cure illness but not life. Xianxia's vitality was gone, and this medicine could only make him have the effect of a final radiance. Huang Rong was secretly shocked. Because of Huang Yaoshe, she had a certain understanding of the world's elixirs. The snow ginseng jade toad pill seemed to be a tribute to the Qing dynasty. Only the emperor and the empress dowager had the right to consume it. Looking at Song Qingshu's profile, Huang Rong couldn't help but ponder. Xianxian gradually opened his eyes and saw Song Qingshu's appearance. A trace of gratification flashed in his eyes. Qi Wang. Imperial Censor Shen. Song Qingshu hurriedly supported him, indicating that he should not speak anymore. If I don't speak now, I won't have the chance to. Xianxian shook her head. I originally thought that I would die here today without a sound. I didn't expect that I would be able to see Prince Qi before I die. It seems that this damned heaven is not unkind to me. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly, replying in a low voice, It is a pity that I came too late and was unable to save you. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? As long as it is within my power, I will definitely help you achieve them. Trembling, Xianxian took out a jade pendant from his bosom and handed it to him. Qi Wang, please rescue my pitiful daughter. I don't know where she is suffering right now. This is a keepsake. If you show it to her, she will naturally believe you. Song Qingshu frowned. Shin Bijuan's kidnapping was a mysterious case. No one knew where she was right now. Where would he go to save her? However, seeing the expectant gazes of Xianxian and his wife, his heart was greatly moved. He couldn't help but soften and nod his head. Fine. Seeing him agree, Xianxian's entire body let out a long sigh of relief. Song Qingshu was worried that he would die and hurriedly asked, Who was that masked man just now? From your conversation, it seems that you know each other? A strange expression appeared on Xianxian's face. In the end, he shook his head. Qi Wang, it is not that I don't want to tell you. The main reason is that I am afraid that if Bijuan learns of this, she will want to take revenge for us. That person's influence is enormous. How could a weak woman like Bijuan be a match for him? I only want her to live the rest of her life in peace. It would be best if she never returned to the great Song. Song Qingshu frowned. He pressed Xianxian several times, but Xianxian remained silent. Although he was somewhat angry, Song Qingshu could not help but admire Xianxian's love for his daughter. For the sake of his daughter's happiness, Xianxian was willing to endure all the suffering alone. To the side, Huang Rong thought to herself, Song Qingshu still wants to help you save your daughter, yet you refuse to say anything. She could not help but feel somewhat angry. However, seeing that he was about to die, she could not bear to continue forcing him. She could only open her mouth and ask, just now, that masked man mentioned the deer cutter. What is its connection to the legendary Mandarin Duckblade? There is no harm in telling you this. Xianxian sighed faintly. Now that I think about it, this deer cutter is the cause of our Shin family's current fate. When Feng La was annihilated by the imperial court, the remnants of the Ming dynasty fled to the west, and the Mandarin Duckblade also fell into the hands of Prime Minister Zhong. Song Qingshu was stunned. The Mandarin Duckblade is from the Ming dynasty? Xianxian nodded. It is unknown who the original owner of the Mandarin Duckblade was, but later it has been in the hands of the Ming dynasty. He paused and continued. Prime Minister Zhong led the remnants of Feng La to rebuild the Ming dynasty in the Dongting Lake area. However, because he practiced the heaven and earth grand shift, his whole body was paralyzed. In the end, he was captured and killed by the Ming dynasty's general Kong Yanzhou. The Mandarin Duckblade fell into the hands of the next hierarch, Yang Yao. Yang Yao was far better than Prime Minister Zhong in both ability and martial arts. Kong Yanzhou retreated in defeat and finally surrendered to the Jin dynasty. The imperial court had no choice but to send General Yu to Dongting to suppress the rebellion. Song Qingshu nodded secretly. The General Yu he mentioned was Yu Fei. At that time, Yu Fei met Xiao Longnu's mother in the Dongting area. Xianxian coughed twice and continued. Later, Yang Yao was captured. and the Mandarin duck blade fell into the hands of General Yu. Later, General Yu was framed by Qin Hui and died in the storm pavilion. Due to various opportunities and coincidences, the Mandarin duck blade fell into the hands of our Shen family. Because of the rumor in Jianghu, the Mandarin duck blade contained a secret of invincibility in the world. My father was worried that a tall tree would attract the wind, so he changed the name of the Mandarin duck blade. My father didn't want to disgrace this legendary blade by giving it a random name. He thought that since the Mandarin duck blade was invincible, it would be easy to slaughter the world in today's troubled times. So he changed the name to Deer Cutter Blade. Unexpectedly, the secret was leaked and caused a great disaster. Song Qingshu looked strange. He didn't expect that this was the origin of the Deer Cutter Blade. Huang Rong suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, since the Mandarin duck blade contained the secret of invincibility in the world, have you cracked the secret of the blade since it has been in your hands for so long? Xin Yan looked around the purgatory desolately. If we had cracked the secret, would our Shen family have ended up like this? Mandarin duck, since it is called Mandarin duck blade, it is obvious that there are two blades, one male and one female. The one in our hands is only one of them. The Ming dynasty also only had one of them. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily destroyed by the imperial court. Song Qingshu was shocked. It turned out that there were two Mandarin duck blades. No wonder there had been only rumors and no one had ever cracked the secret. Xin Yan continued, in order to crack the secret of the blade, the Shen family has spent countless efforts. Unfortunately, because of the lack of the other blade, there has been no progress. Some time ago, I noticed that the news had been leaked, so I made a prompt decision to give this hot potato to the crown prince and let Bijuan become the crown prince's wife. This would also ensure the prosperity of the Shen family for generations. I didn't expect that it was still a step too late. His tone was full of remorse, as if he was blaming himself, but also as if he was distressed for the efforts of several generations of the Shen family. Huang Rong asked, your Shen family has been investigating for so many years. Is there no news about the other blade? No. Xin Yan faintly sighed. It was only found that the other blade had appeared in Liaodong. Unfortunately, later people were sent to investigate, but they found nothing. Master, don't talk about that blade anymore. That blade has destroyed our Shen family. It is an ominous object, the source of death. Shen Foran hugged Xin Yan and cried bitterly. Xin Yan sighed, and the light in his eyes gradually dissipated. Yes, I regret not listening to you and giving up looking for the secret of the blade earlier. Before he finished speaking, he had already passed away. Master. Shen Foran suddenly burst into tears. Song Qingshu sighed and pulled Huang Rong up. He knew that at this moment, any words of comfort were so pale and powerless. Shen Foran leaned on Xin Yan and cried for a while. She slowly raised her head and said to Song Qingshu, Your Excellency Prince Qi, can I trouble you with something? Song Qingshu nodded. Foran, please tell me. I have heard of your deeds from Master, and even Bijuan often mentions you in her boudoir. They all say that you are like an immortal and have the ability to reach the heavens. So I dare to ask Prince Qi to help us save my daughter. Shen Foran did not know if it was because she was too sad, but her voice became somewhat weak. Song Qingshu nodded. As long as I receive news of Miss Shen, I will definitely help you save her. However, Miss Shen has been missing for so long without any news. I am afraid, Shen Foran smiled sadly. I also know that Bijuan is in danger, but even if you cannot save her, Prince Qi does not need to blame yourself. We are already very grateful that you agreed to help us. At this time, Song Qingshu had already noticed that there was something wrong with her body. He rushed over to check and was surprised to find that there was a dagger in her lower abdomen. It was obvious that she would not survive. Shen Foran, why are you doing this? Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. Shen Foran smiled sadly. Everyone in the Shen garden is dead. What is the point of me living alone in this world? In the future, if Bijuan is fortunate enough to be saved by Prince Qi, I hope that Prince Qi will tell her not to avenge us. After saying the last word, Shen Foran finally closed her eyes and leaned her body on her husband's body. At this time, the sound of bailiffs came from not far away. Huang Rong hurriedly pulled Song Qingshu, who was standing there in a daze. The officials are here. Let's go first. Song Qingshu nodded. Although he was Prince Qi, it was not appropriate for him to deal with the officials at this time. After all the civil and military officials thought that he had returned to Jiangbei. Now that he had come to Shanin, it was difficult for people not to be suspicious. If his political enemies hit him while he was down, it would be very troublesome. Moreover, at this time, Lu Wushuang and Qingying were gradually falling into a coma. If he did not detoxify them soon, they would most likely die. With one hand holding Lu Wushuang and the other holding Qingying, Song Qingshu called out to Huang Rong and disappeared into the night sky. Not long after they left, the constable from Mountain Yin came in and saw the miserable scene in Shen Garden. His hands and feet turned cold. He knew that this was a serious matter. Immediately inform all the city gates to be on high alert. No one is allowed to leave the city. Pass down my order. Search every house and see if there are any suspicious people. Focus on inns, brothels, and other places. Song Qingshu and Huang Rong could vaguely hear the constable's order. Huang Rong frowned and said, "I'm afraid it's not convenient for us to return to the inn." Song Qingshu nodded in agreement. It would be a headache to deal with the investigation, not to mention forcing the poison out of the two women. "Where are we going?" Huang Rong continued to ask. Song Qingshu originally wanted to take them back to the Lu residence to see Xianxia. However, when he thought about forcing the poison out of the two women's bodies, he needed a lot of water. He didn't want to alarm the Lu residence's servants. This matter concerned the women's reputation and integrity. There were also many people in the Lu residence, so it wasn't convenient for him to go. Dismissing the idea of going to the Lu residence, Song Qingshu suddenly remembered that there was a small stream not far from the outskirts of the city. He said to Huang Rong, "Let's get out of the city first." Even though it was already night and the city gate was closed, it still could not stop these Jianghu people from coming and going. Song Qingshu and Huang Rong quickly jumped over the city wall. Not long after they landed, someone on a horse galloped over to inform the guards to strengthen the city gate. Soon, the city wall was filled with people. The two of them secretly felt lucky. If they were one step late, the city wall would be filled with soldiers, and it would be troublesome to get out of the city. Song Qingshu quickly brought Huang Rong to the stream in his memory. At this time, it was late at night and there was no one in sight for miles. "Take off their clothes and put them in the water," Song Qingshu ordered without stopping. "Ah?" Huang Rong was dumbfounded. She thought to herself, "These are two virgins. Take off their clothes? It would be fine if it was just me, but you, a grown man, are here." Song Qingshu knew what she was thinking and replied in a deep voice, "Lu Wushuang has been poisoned by the 99 pill. The poison of the 99 pill is extremely keen and cold, her body is about to freeze. Qingying has been poisoned by the fierce fire pill. The poison is extremely young, her body is burning up. To detoxify Wushuang's poison, I must use internal energy of extreme yang. To detoxify Qingying's poison, I need internal energy of extreme yin and extreme yang. However, they have been poisoned so deeply that it is very difficult for me to simultaneously control two completely different types of internal energy to detoxify them. I can only borrow the poison in their bodies to guide the cold air in Wushuang's body to alleviate the heat in Qingying's body, and use the heat in Qingying's body to dissolve the cold in Wushuang's body." Huang Rong roughly understood what was going on, but she still couldn't help but ask, "Then why not let the two of them hug each other? Wouldn't it be faster to neutralize the poison?" "Absolutely not." Song Qingshu hurriedly said, "Think about it, if you take a piece of red-hot iron and put it next to a piece of ice, what kind of violent reaction would there be? At that time, whether it is Qingying or Wushuang, they would not be able to withstand such a violent reaction." In fact, this was similar to when they first cultivated the Jade Women's Heart Sutra. When cultivating the Jade Women's Heart Sutra, a large amount of heat would be produced in the body, and must be immediately released through the pores of the skin. However, they could not use the chilled jade bed, because once the coldness of the chilled jade bed was released, it would cause the pores to constrict, and the heat in the body would be unable to be released, resulting in the death or serious injury of the cultivator. Right now, Lu Wushuang and Qingying's situation was much more serious than when they were cultivating the Jade Women's Heart Sutra, so naturally they could not use a completely opposite temperature to stimulate them. The softest thing in the world is water. First, guide the cold in Wushuang's body into the water, and then use the water to dissolve the heat in Qingying's body. At the same time, we will dissolve the heat in Qingying's body into the water to warm up Lu Wushuang's body. This way, we can force the poison out of their bodies and achieve twice the result with half the effort. Song Qingshu continued to explain. Huang Rong was also a martial arts expert. How could she not tell if what he said was true or false? She could only nod and say, I hope that when they wake up, they won't blame us. I'm sorry, little apprentice sister. Huang Rong walked in front of Qingying and began to undress her. Seeing her gentle and slow movements, Song Qingshu couldn't help but roll his eyes. He quickly undid Lu Wushuang's clothes and jumped into the water with her in his arms. Hey, why are you? Huang Rong suddenly became anxious. Didn't they say that she would be the one to undress them? Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. You're taking too long, you're delaying the time needed to force the poison out of their bodies. I'll first circulate my energy to help Wushuang, hurry up. Finished speaking, he placed his palms on Lu Wushuang's body and began to guide the cold poison in her body into the water. When their skin touched, it was smooth and creamy. Looking at her breasts, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately focused on helping her detoxify the poison. Huang Rong was speechless, thinking that as a man, he was even more skilled than a woman in taking off a woman's clothes. From this, it could be seen how much of a playboy he was. However, at this critical moment, she was still able to distinguish the severity of the situation. Although she had some complaints, she didn't say anything to disturb his state of mind. Very quickly, she also took off Qingying's clothes. Suddenly, she was in a dilemma. Right now, Song Qingshu and Lu Wushuang were forcing the poison out of her body, and Qingying was unconscious. Could she just throw her over like this? After hesitating for a moment, she still carried Qingying into the water and slowly walked to Song Qingshu's side. My apprentice sister is here, you must save them. Song Qingshu slowly opened his eyes, and the scene in front of him almost caused him to have a nosebleed. Qingying's body was slender and graceful, with round shoulders, a slender waist, and slender legs. The young girl's body seemed to be faintly glowing under the moonlight. This was not all, but the problem was that they were in a relatively deep part of the water. Huang Rong had walked all the way here, and her clothes were so tightly stuck to her body that they were almost transparent. He could even faintly see the outline of her plump breasts. Huang Rong suddenly noticed his gaze, and looked down. She immediately cried out in alarm, and covered her chest with her hands. Her cheeks instantly turned red, and she was embarrassed and angry at the same time. Song Qingshu embarrassedly smiled and looked away. Rong you should quickly go ashore. You are pregnant, and your bones are weak. The water is cold, and you need to avoid catching a cold. Once you are ashore, make a fire to dry your clothes. Got it. Seeing that he was serious, Huang Rong could not get angry. She could only fiercely stare at him, and then swim towards the shore. It was very difficult to appreciate her mermaid appearance, and Song Qingshu sighed. Unfortunately, it was more important to save people, so he could only withdraw his gaze. He helped the two girls to sit cross-legged in the water, and let their palms touch each other in the water. Then, Song Qingshu's palms flew up and down, constantly patting the major acupuncture points on the two girls' bodies, drawing out the cold poison, heat poison, in their bodies. His hands were full of warm and fragrant soft jade, but at this moment, Song Qingshu did not have the time to be distracted. With a solemn expression, he helped them force out the poison. It must be known that experts like Xianxia and Li Si could only drink a few drops of medicinal wine at a time with the help of antidotes. It could be seen how fierce these two poisons were. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's martial arts were profound, and at the same time, he had reached the realm of yin and yang harmony. Otherwise, the two girls would have died today. As the saying goes, illness comes like a mountain, and illness goes like silk. This poison was the same. In an instant, the poison had invaded every part of the body, but when it came to detoxifying it, it could only be pulled out bit by bit. During the entire process, Song Qingshu was very careful, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Otherwise, even if the two girls were saved, there would be serious side effects. Huang Rong had long since climbed ashore, and found dry branches nearby to make a bonfire. Originally, she wanted to lean on the side and dry her wet clothes, but after a while, the effect was worrying. The clothes were sticking to her body, and it was very uncomfortable. Huang Rong had no choice but to take off her clothes and dry them. But she was a little worried that Song Qingshu would peek, so before she took off her clothes, she carefully looked into the stream. At this time, she saw that Song Qingshu had also sat cross-legged, one hand holding Lu Wushuang's hand, the other hand interlocked with Qingying's. His eyes were closed, and white steam was coming out of his head. It was obvious that he was concentrating on detoxifying the two girls. Seeing that Song Qingshu's face had a kind of radiant and majestic look, Huang Rong had to admit that she had gauged the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. She set up a few racks around the bonfire and dried the clothes on them. She was still not used to being naked in the wilderness. Seeing Qingying and Lu Wushuang's clothes on the ground, she couldn't help but take them and put them around her. This way, it was as if there were a few screens around her. Even if she was naked, she wouldn't have to be afraid. After finishing everything, she stood up in boredom and looked through the racks to check on Song Qingshu's progress. She saw that when the stream reached the three of them, it seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, forming a whirlpool around the three of them. Huang Rong remembered what Song Qingshu had said earlier, and knew that he was using his internal energy to guide the cold and hot poisons in Lu Wushuang and Qingying's bodies to neutralize each other. At the same time, white steam came out of the water. Some of it was the cold air from Lu Wushuang's body, and some was the heat from Qingying's body evaporating the water. Gradually, there was more and more white steam, and the three of them became blurred. Finally, they couldn't even see anyone inside. Huang Rong couldn't help but sigh that Song Qingshu's internal energy was really unfathomable. If it was someone else, she was afraid that Lu Wushuang and Qingying would have. Since she couldn't see anything, Huang Rong sat back down by the bonfire. Suddenly, a strange thought came to her mind. Song Qingshu wouldn't deliberately create a big white fog to block my sight, and then bully my junior sister inside, would he? But soon, she couldn't help but laugh, and couldn't help but sigh. Compared to Brother Jing, sometimes I'm too petty. I always think the worst of others. Thinking of her husband, she couldn't help but think of the Jin kingdom. Her beautiful eyebrows couldn't help but gradually frown, and it was obvious that she was very annoyed. After an unknown amount of time, the poison in Lu Wushuang and Qingying's body gradually decreased, and the two women who were in a coma showed signs of waking up. Because Qingying's internal energy was higher than Lu Wushuang's, she was the first to open her eyes. Hearing Qingying's question, Song Qingshu angrily replied, "You were half a step into the netherworld, but I pulled you back." Hearing a man's voice, Qingying was startled and gradually came back to her senses. She looked at Song Qingshu, then at Lu Wushuang, and then at her chest. Suddenly, she was dumbfounded. Qingying was different from other women. She had a calm temperament and didn't scream like other women. Instead, she bit her lips and whispered, "I need an explanation." Although she didn't scream, her cheeks were now red, and it was obvious that she was extremely embarrassed. Song Qingshu's willpower was already incomparably strong. Moreover, he had a clear conscience regarding this matter. When he heard the other party's question, he calmly replied, "It's very simple. You were restrained by that masked man and poisoned by him. You were poisoned by the fire pill, and your cousin was poisoned by the 9-9 pill. In order to save you, I had to use water to neutralize the heat and coldness in your bodies." At this time, Qingying gradually recalled what had just happened. Moreover, she was a teacher of Huang Yaoshi and knew a little about the art of Qi Huang. She knew that this was the best way to detoxify the poison, and the anger that had risen up before gradually dissipated. "Thank you for saving us." Qingying thanked him in a low voice, but her expression was a little strange. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Qingying had always been regarded as a gentleman. She was indeed able to distinguish between kindness and hatred. If it was another woman in this situation, it would be good enough if she didn't make a fuss, let alone thank him. Can I go ashore first?" Qingying said with a red face. After all, she was an unmarried woman. Even if she knew that he was treating her injuries and expelling the poison, it was still difficult for her to accept staying naked with a man. Song Qingshu frowned, "The poison in your body hasn't been cleared yet. Let's wait until I completely detoxify the poison of the fire pill in your body." Qingying closed her eyes and felt the condition of her body. Then she opened her eyes and bit her lips. "You have already detoxified most of the poison in my body. Now I can detoxify the remaining poison on my own." I don't need to trouble you. Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, Miss Cheng, I know what you are worried about, but since it has already happened, why don't you let me continue to detoxify you? Women of Jianghu have to act according to the urgency of the matter. Why do you refuse my help because of some worldly etiquette? Qingying sank into the water, leaving only her head above the surface. She seemed to feel more at ease this way. Thank you for your kindness, but we are a man and a woman after all. I didn't know what to do earlier, but now that I'm awake, I'd better force the poison out myself. As she spoke, she nervously looked at Lu Wushuang, as if she was afraid that she would wake up and see her like this. Although her tone was gentle, it was clear that she had already made up her mind. Song Qingshu didn't want to force her. If that's the case, then I won't force you. With your cultivation, you will be able to detoxify the remaining poison in the future. Qingying secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he agreed. She gave him an apologetic look before letting go of his hand and swimming towards the shore like a mermaid. There were not many women in this world who could swim, but Qingying and Huang Rong were both from Peach Blossom Island. Although her whole body was under the water was clear. With Song Qingshu's profound cultivation, he could clearly see her slender body under the faint moonlight. Just now, the situation was urgent and he had no time to be distracted. Now that most of the poison in the two women's bodies had been detoxified, he didn't need to concentrate on detoxifying the poison, so he naturally relaxed a little. Looking at the girl's snow-white body, Song Qingshu suddenly felt a little hot, as if he had also been poisoned by the fire pill. At this time, Qingying suddenly stopped and turned around to say to him, Mr. Song. As soon as she opened her mouth, she met his burning gaze. How could she not understand that he had been secretly looking at her just now? Her face instantly turned red. Being caught in the act, Song Qingshu also felt a little embarrassed and hurriedly looked away. Miss Cheng, what's the matter? Qingying unhappily stared at him, then slowly said, Please help Wushuang to detoxify the poison of the 99 pills. Her cultivation is not strong enough, so it is difficult for her to detoxify herself like I did. I don't have the strength to help her right now. Don't worry, I will. Song Qingshu nodded. Only then did Qingying sink her head back into the water and hurriedly swam to the shore. She felt her face and ears were red and her whole body was hot, as if the poison of the fire pill in her body was coming back. When she reached the shore, Qingying did not dare to get up immediately. Instead, she looked back at Song Qingshu and saw that he deliberately turned his back to her. She could not help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. Big brother Song is a gentleman. But she quickly remembered the scene of Song Qingshu bullying her cousin Xianxia. Her evaluation of a gentleman immediately shattered in her heart. Taking advantage of the fact that Song Qingshu was not looking in her direction, Qingying tiptoed towards the bonfire. She had just crawled under the drying clothes and was about to find her own clothes to wear when she was suddenly dumbfounded. This was because she saw an extremely beautiful woman lying on the grass, sleeping. She instantly recognized that the other person was her senior sister Huang Rong. This was not what shocked her the most. What shocked her the most was that Huang Rong was not wearing a single piece of clothing. Under the light of the bonfire, her exposed skin emitted a honey-colored light. Only then did Qingying remember that she seemed to have seen Huang Rong in the Shen garden. But she did not understand why Huang Rong was not wearing any clothes at this moment. It should be known that there was a man not far from here. Could it be that something happened between the two of them? Hearing movement beside her, Huang Rong gradually opened her eyes. It turned out that because she was pregnant, it was already late at night. She had just warmed up by the bonfire and unknowingly fell asleep. After the initial confusion, her heart suddenly shivered and she hurriedly looked back. When she saw that it was Qingying, she let out a sigh of relief. So it is Nian. You scared me. Senior sister. The two of them had never been very close to each other. At this moment, the two of them were completely naked. When their eyes met, it was even more awkward. After all, Huang Rong had been married for many years. Compared to a young girl like Qingying, she was more open. She quickly got up and quietly peeked into the stream. Song Qingshu? He is still helping cousin force out the poison. Qingying hugged her chest with one hand and tried to cover the area between her legs with the other. Her pretty face turned red. Seeing that Song Qingshu was indeed still in the stream, Huang Rong secretly let out a sigh of relief. She turned her head and saw Qingying's appearance. She could not help but laugh. Junior sister's appearance is really very attractive. If there was a man here, I'm afraid that he would not be able to resist and would have already pounced on you. Qingying could not help but reply, how can junior sister's appearance compare to senior sister's delicate and beautiful rose? If a man really wanted to pounce on you, he would have pounced on senior sister. Huang Rong secretly sighed that this little junior sister was really not an easy person to deal with. She smiled and said, senior sister is now pregnant and her figure is out of shape. How can she be compared to junior sister's pitiful appearance? Senior sister is full and charming. How can I compare? Qingying said while looking at the other's heavy chest. Her eyes flashed with amazement. Feeling her gaze, Huang Rong's face also became hot. She hurriedly said, let's put on our clothes first. Otherwise, when that surnamed Song comes back, we can't let him take advantage of us. Qingying's face also turned red. She took off the clothes beside her and put them on. Fortunately, they still had Lu Wushuang's clothes. Otherwise, wouldn't the two of them be naked in front of Song Qingshu? Senior sister, why are you naked here, sleeping? After fastening her belt, Qingying asked the question in her heart. After all, if it was her, she would not be so careless as to take off her clothes and sleep near another man. Unless that man was her husband. Thinking of the matter between Song Qingshu and her cousin, Xianxia, Qingying's eyes flashed with a trace of suspicion. Could it be, Huang Rong was very smart? Seeing her expression, she instantly guessed her thoughts. Her heart couldn't help but shiver. However, her face was very relaxed as she said, speaking of which. Isn't it because of you? Just now, time was urgent. Song Qingshu took off your cousin's clothes while I took off your clothes and sent you into the water. My whole body was wet, so I had to go ashore and take off my clothes to dry them. You also know that I am pregnant and easily get tired. In addition, I was busy for most of the night. While drying my clothes, I unknowingly fell asleep. Thank you, senior sister. Hearing that it wasn't Song Qingshu who took off her clothes, Qingying couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. However, thinking that her cousin was taken advantage of by him, she couldn't help but worry. That's right, why did you come out so quickly? Your cousin is still inside. Huang Rong knew that her junior sister was very meticulous. If she continued to ask, it would be hard to guarantee that she wouldn't reveal any flaws. Thus, she hastily tried to divert her attention. Sure enough, hearing Huang Rong's question, Qingying's breathing became a bit hurried. I felt that the poison was almost completely detoxified. The rest can be detoxified by myself, so I came up. Cousin's cultivation is a bit lacking, so I need him to completely detoxify her. Seeing her cramped appearance, Huang Rong couldn't help but laugh. Junior sister, we are all people of Jianghu. You don't have to worry too much about what happened today. What's more, only the few of us know about this matter. Song Qingshu isn't a talkative person. You can rest assured. Qingying opened her mouth. She didn't know how to describe her feelings at the moment. Rationally, she also agreed with Huang Rong's words. But emotionally, when she thought of her pure and clean body being so intimately touched by a man, she couldn't let go. When she thought of Yang, who always said that he was a gentleman, Qingying couldn't help but feel that she had done something wrong to him, even though they had nothing to do with each other. When she thought of Xiaolong Nu, whom Yang couldn't forget, and the fiancé from the Pucha family that Song Qingshu had mentioned, Qingying couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. She couldn't help but ask, if senior sister was poisoned today and was detoxified like this, would senior sister tell Hirogua? Huang Rong's heart instantly raced. Did she discover something? The reason why Huang Rong was shocked was that she often thought about this question in the dead of night. If she had confessed to Brother Jing after that chaotic night in the Jing Kingdom, would things have been better? In fact, after being together for so many years, she knew her husband's character very well. She knew that he would forgive her unintentional mistake. But forgiveness was one thing, and there would still be a knot in his heart. She had always been a perfect wife in front of Guojing. She didn't want any flaws in her husband's heart. Huang Rong could only blame herself for being too smart. Smart people always had more thoughts and concerns. If she and Guojing were in the same situation, with Guojing's character, he would definitely tell her the truth. Unfortunately, she wasn't Guojing. How could Huang Rong not be shocked when Qingying asked her the question that had been bothering her for a long time? I think so. Brother Jing is a magnanimous person. I'm sure he wouldn't mind this kind of thing. Huang Rong felt a little guilty when she answered. She knew that if something like this really happened, she probably wouldn't tell her husband. Senior sister, your relationship is really enviable. Qingying didn't know what she was thinking. She couldn't help but feel a little envious when she heard her say it so easily. With your character and appearance, I'm sure you'll find a satisfactory husband. Huang Rong comforted her with a smile. Really? Why do I feel like I'm destined to be lonely for the rest of my life? Qingying suddenly sighed. Ever since she met Yonggua, she knew that she had fallen for him. But she was a quiet person, so she didn't say it out loud. She was rational enough to know that it was impossible for her and Yonggua to be together. At the same time, she also knew that she probably wouldn't fall in love with another man in this life. That was why she let out such a sad sigh. How could that be? Huang Rong hurriedly comforted her. Meanwhile, in the stream, the poison in Lu Wushuang's body was getting lesser and lesser. Gradually, she opened her eyes and saw Song Qingshu in front of her. She then looked down at herself. Her willpower wasn't as good as Qingying's, and her first reaction was to scream. Fortunately, Song Qingshu was prepared. Before she could open her mouth, he covered it and stopped her from screaming. Don't scream, don't scream. Otherwise, Huang Rong and your cousin will think that I did something to you. Although he thought that they would understand, it would take a lot of effort to explain later. To save trouble, it was better to cut off the source. Hearing his words, Lu Wushuang then noticed the fire on the shore. The two figures were cast on their clothes by the fire. She then gradually remembered what had happened in Xinyuan. Seeing that she had calmed down, Song Qingshu said, You've been poisoned. I need to use the stream water to neutralize the poison in your body. That's why it's urgent. If you understand, blink and I'll let you go. At the same time, he secretly complained that it was easier to deal with a calm and wise person like Qingying. There was no need for him to waste his breath. He thought. He didn't need to waste. Qinging of him. Song Qingshu was speechless. It's not like we haven't been so intimate before in the Lu mansion. When he first treated Lu Wushuang's leg, he didn't know if it was inflamed or something, but she had a terrible fever. Song Qingshu was worried that she would be misunderstood by the quacks in this world, so he had to find a way to lower her body temperature. As for the method he thought of, it was to touch her acupoints all over his body, completely arousing her desire and letting her release her inner fire. Lu Wushuang's face instantly turned red. Don't mention that night. Song Qingshu raised his hand and smiled bitterly. All right, I won't mention it. Actually, you don't have to be so conflicted. You're not the only one who was poisoned. Lu Wushuang blinked her eyes and suddenly remembered that her cousin seemed to have been poisoned by the masked man. You mean cousin was also, Shu? Song Qingshu made a shushing gesture. Don't make your cousin angry. She is a gentle person who doesn't get angry easily. Once she gets angry, it will be terrible. Lu Wushuang nodded secretly. The two of them grew up together, so she naturally knew her cousin's temperament. It was just as he said. She didn't know why, but knowing that Qingying was like this, she suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Come here quickly. The poison in your body hasn't been cleared yet. Don't make it relapse. Seeing that she was slowly getting used to it, Song Qingshu said. Lu Wushuang's little face turned red. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and shook her head like a rattle drum. Song Qingshu said helplessly, What now? Lu Wushuang murmured, Why is cousin already on the shore? Song Qingshu could only explain, That's because her cultivation is higher than yours, so she woke up earlier. She declined my help to force the poison out of her body and went ashore. Lu Wushuang said in a low voice, Then I also declined your help to force the poison out of my body. I also want to go ashore. Your cousin can force the poison out by herself because her internal energy is high enough. Your cultivation is so low. How are you going to force the poison out? Song Qingshu replied impatiently. I can ask cousin for help. Lu Wushuang pouted and muttered. Your cousin can't even take care of herself. How would she have time to care about you? Song Qingshu finally couldn't take it anymore. He pulled her over. Don't be so meddlesome. Let's get rid of the poison as soon as possible. Lu Wushuang also realized that she was a bit meddlesome. But as a girl, how could she be calm in this kind of situation? Being pulled into his arms, feeling the heat of his body, she only felt a little dizzy. Because of the intimate contact before in the Lu mansion, Song Qingshu didn't have many misgivings about Lu Wushuang. He directly held her in his arms. He pressed one hand on her chest and the other on her lower abdomen. Vigorous internal energy continuously flowed into her body, continuously cleansing her meridians that were corroded by the poison. They will see. Lu Wushuang didn't know why she said this. Shouldn't she let go of him, anyway? She was hugged by him like this in the room last time. It didn't matter if he hugged her again. Moreover, he was helping her force out the poison. Lu Wushuang could only comfort herself like this. Isn't it easy to make them not see? As soon as Song Qingshu's voice fell, the white mist that was gradually dissipating around the two of them thickened again. Very quickly, it blocked the view of the shore and the stream. How did you do it? Lu Wushuang cried out in surprise. I used my masculine internal energy to evaporate the water around me. Song Qingshu replied. Lu Wushuang couldn't help but reveal a trace of admiration. You really are amazing. Looking at the young girl's innocent face, Song Qingshu smiled and didn't reply. He focused on detoxifying her. Meanwhile, on the shore, Qingying and Huang Rong heard Lu Wushuang's cry of surprise. They quietly lifted the corner of their clothes that were used to cover their eyes and looked over. They couldn't help but be startled when they saw the white mist in the stream. Wasn't the white mist about to dissipate? Why is it thickening again? Huang Rong looked at Qingying with a puzzled expression. Because she was the one who experienced it, she should know a thing or two. Qingying blushed slightly. I don't know either. Looking at the white mist that was getting thicker and thicker, the two girls felt a little uneasy. Could something have happened? Senior sister, why don't you ask? Qingying was also worried about her cousin's safety. However, because of what happened just now, she couldn't muster up the courage to talk to Song Qingshu. She could only ask Huang Rong for help. Huang Rong nodded. She was also worried that something might have happened. She stood up and shouted, Song Qingshu, what happened over there? Soon, Song Qingshu replied, the poison in Miss Lu's body is a little relapsing. Don't worry, I have it under control. However, it will take a little more time. Qingying couldn't help but mutter to herself, could something have happened to my cousin? Huang Rong comforted her, don't worry. Song Qingshu's martial arts are even better than my father's. He won't let anything happen to Miss Lu. But I'm still a little worried. Qingying frowned. Senior sister, can you go and take a look? Huang Rong spat, how could I go in that kind of situation? Qingying instantly smiled awkwardly. I didn't think it through. Miss Qing, there's still some poison in your body. You should quickly use your martial arts to neutralize it. Otherwise, the poison will invade your meridians again. Suddenly, Song Qingshu's voice came from the white mist again. Ah! Qingying cried out in alarm. Her mind was in a mess just now. Coupled with her conversation with Huang Rong, she had forgotten that the poison in her body had not been neutralized. Huang Rong also hurriedly said, Junior sister, quickly use your martial arts to force the poison out. I'll help you. Our internal energy comes from the same source, so it should be twice the result with half the effort. Although she had practiced the Nining manual, she had not forgotten about the internal energy of Peach Blossom Island. Qingying's face lit up with joy. However, she looked at Huang Rong's slightly bulging belly and hesitated. But senior sister, you're pregnant. Won't it hurt your body? Huang Rong smiled. Don't worry. The main thing is to force the poison out on your own. I'll just help. If something goes wrong, I'll stop myself. You don't have to worry. Only then did Qingying let out a sigh of relief. She didn't want to stay naked with Song Qingshu, so she was determined to go ashore. In fact, it was not impossible for her to force the poison out with her cultivation, but it was still a bit difficult. Now that she had Huang Rong's help, she was completely relieved. Qingying sat cross-legged on the ground and began to force the poison out. Huang Rong also sat down behind her and pressed one hand on her back to help her. If it was before, Huang Rong would never dare to help Qingying force the poison out. The poison of the scorching flame pill was very strong. If she was not careful, it would backfire on her. If she was not careful and the fire poison invaded the fetus in her belly, then it would be too late for her to regret. However, now that the fire poison in Qingying's body had been mostly neutralized by Song Qingshu, the remaining fire poison was not a problem for her. Feeling that the shore had quietened down, Song Qingshu smiled and said to Lu Wushuang, "They're also focused on forcing the poison out. You don't have to worry anymore, right?" Lu Wushuang's face was delicate and beautiful. Her head was almost buried in her chest. She said with a trembling voice, "Are you really helping me force the poison out?" Song Qingshu was startled. "If I'm not helping you force the poison out, then what am I doing?" But. Lu Wushuang's voice was as soft as a mosquito. "You're pestering me." Song Qingshu's face heated up, but he was someone who had experienced great storms and waves. Very quickly, he calmly replied, "There's a young and beautiful girl in my arms." This is a very natural reaction. Lu Wushuang didn't expect him to be so calm, so she didn't know what to do. She lowered her head, her heart pounding. "Has the poison in my body been purged?" After a long silence, Lu Wushuang couldn't help but ask with a trembling voice. "It has been purged." Song Qingshu nodded slowly. Lu Wushuang's heart trembled. Since it had been purged, how could they hug each other like this? But she didn't know why, but she didn't say it out loud. "By the way, is your leg better?" Song Qingshu suddenly remembered that he had broken and reconnected her leg last time. He didn't know how it was recovering. "It's healed, thank you very much." Lu Wushuang was famous for her domineering temperament in Mountain City, but now her voice was even more gentle than that of a lady from a noble family. "Let me see," Song Qingshu said as he reached down to check the meridians in her leg. Lu Wushuang's body trembled. She opened her mouth to say something, but stopped. Song Qingshu carefully examined her leg. It was smooth to the touch, and he didn't feel like she was injured at all. "Brother Song, have you touched enough?" Lu Wushuang couldn't help it anymore. She bit her lips and snorted. Song Qingshu looked depressed. "I'm really checking your injury." Lu Wushuang pursed her lips and glanced at the water. She blushed and asked, "Brother Song, do you feel uncomfortable?" Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile bitterly. "A little." "Can I help you?" Lu Wushuang suddenly raised her head and looked at him with a pair of bright eyes. Song Qingshu swallowed and asked hesitantly, "You can help, but are you sure you want to help? You've saved me so many times, and this time it was only because of me and my cousin that." Lu Wushuang paused, blushing as she glanced at him. "That's why I feel so bad. I have to do something to thank you." At this moment, Song Qingshu was so moved that he wanted to cry. If all women had the same awareness as Lu Wushuang, how beautiful would the world be? "Forget it. You're a girl. It's not good for you." Song Qingshu finally rejected the temptation in front of him with great determination. "It's okay." Lu Wushuang's eyes were watery. Suddenly, she reached out her soft little hand and pressed her whole body against his. Although her movements were shaky, it was difficult for a girl who had yet to experience the world to have any higher expectations. However, the mental satisfaction far exceeded the physical enjoyment. Song Qingshu was shocked. "How did you?" Lu Wushuang was a little embarrassed. There are some playboys in the Fu who often read some shameful picture books. I happened to see it once. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that young people in all generations had the same temperament. The two of them tacitly didn't make any sound. Just like that, they carried out a little secret that only the two of them knew. On the shore, Huang Rong was helping Qingying force out the poison, so she didn't have time to see what was going on. However, Song Qingshu quickly held Lu Wushuang's little hand. Wushuang, there's no need. Lu Wushuang asked nervously, is it making you uncomfortable? Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. After all, she didn't have much experience. Her clumsy movements would only make him feel more uncomfortable. Seeing his expression, Lu Wushuang understood everything. She pursed her lips as if she had made a great decision. She took a deep breath and buried her whole body in the water. Song Qingshu's expression instantly became strange. His eyebrows furrowed and then relaxed. Not long after, Lu Wushuang was helped out of the water. She kept coughing, obviously choking on the water. Song Qingshu wiped the water stains on her face and said with a faint smile, "Did you also learn from that booklet?" Lu Wushuang blushed and nodded shyly. After straightening out her breathing, she was about to dive into the water again. Song Qingshu grabbed her and held her face. He said softly, "That's enough. You're a little girl. There's no need to do this." Lu Wushuang also blushed. She didn't know why she was so bold today. Perhaps there was a voice in the dark telling her to repay this man's kindness. Brother Song. At this time, her body was already as soft as cotton. There was even a burst of throbbing in the depths of her body. Hearing her sweet voice and feeling the change in her body, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be startled. He thought that he had accidentally sent the Huanqi genuine qi into her body again. But after careful examination, he didn't. Brother Song, actually Lu Wushuang stammered as if she had made a great decision. Actually, I can give it to you. Ah? Song Qingshu didn't react for a moment. Lu Wushuang looked at him with a bitter face. Both of us are like this. Who else can I marry in this life? Song Qingshu hurriedly comforted her, Wushuang, you don't have to worry about this matter. It's urgent. Lu Wushuang directly interrupted him and said, what about last time? Last time in my boudoir, Song Qingshu looked embarrassed. That's because it was an emergency. Lu Wushuang's face was on the verge of tears. I know you are surrounded by beauties that can cause the downfall of cities and countries. How could you be interested in a little girl like me? As she spoke, her tears flowed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Song Qingshu hurriedly wiped her tears. Of course not. If I don't like you, why would I have such a strong reaction? Lu Wushuang blushed and spat. Maybe you had such a reaction after seeing my cousin's body just now. Song Qingshu was speechless. But in his mind, Qingying's slender body appeared. He only felt that his throat only became drier. Feeling the change in his body, Lu Wushuang's body trembled. She looked at him with a bitter face. Then she stretched out her arms and wrapped them around his neck. She looked at him affectionately. Brother Song, at this point, Song Qingshu couldn't bear it anymore. He held her perky but with one hand and pressed his whole body tightly. So she has already fallen in love with me. Feeling her gentleness, Song Qingshu felt more and more pity for her. After some time, Qingying on the shore had already finished expelling the poison. The two women found that the other two people still hadn't come up. The stream was white and misty again. They couldn't see the situation clearly at all. Brother Song, are you still not done? Qingying was a little worried that something had happened to the poison in her cousin's body. Otherwise, why would it take so long? She originally wanted to call him Prince Song, but thinking that he had saved her, it would be too distant to call him young master. So she temporarily changed the way she addressed him. Almost done. Song Qingshu's voice came from the white mist. Huang Rong frowned and said with a strange expression, you are not bullying Miss Lu, are you? No. Before Song Qingshu could answer, Lu Wushuang's voice came from the white mist. Brother Song did not bully me. Huang Rong frowned slightly. She felt that her voice sounded a little strange, as if she was deliberately restraining something. But she didn't think that way. After all, in her subconscious, the two of them shouldn't be so absurd. Maybe it's because you are shy. Huang Rong couldn't help but laugh. After all, a girl woke up naked with a man. It was normal for her voice to be a little strange. At this time, Lu Wushuang's skin was still bright red. She moved closer to Song Qingshu's ear and whispered, when we get ashore, don't tell my cousin and the others what just happened. Why? Song Qingshu was actually also having a headache about how to explain to Huang Rong and the others when they got ashore, but he was still curious about Lu Wushuang's thoughts. It's too embarrassing. Lu Wushuang still couldn't believe that she was so bold and took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. If she could turn back time, she definitely wouldn't be so bold. But thinking of all the wonderful things that happened just now, she was a little dazed. You really wouldn't be so bold? What's so embarrassing about a man and a woman's love? Hearing her words, Song Qingshu suddenly became a little dissatisfied. Without the orders of my parents, without the words of a matchmaker, and in this wilderness. Lu Wushuang bit her lips until they were a little white. In short, we can't let anyone know. Only now did Song Qingshu realize that this was different from his previous world. This era was very traditional in this aspect. Every one of the rules that Lu Wushuang mentioned was a big taboo and was seen as immoral. If a normal girl did such a thing, she would be criticized by the people around her. Even her parents might not be able to tolerate her, and in more serious cases, she might be dragged into a pig cage and drowned. Lu Wushuang might be a little better as a Jianghu woman, but the strong pressure of public opinion still made her very nervous. She didn't dare to take any risks. Understanding her concerns, Song Qingshu could only nod and say, okay then, but it's a little unfair for you. It's not unfair, it's all my own choice. Lu Wushuang forced a smile. She was a little disappointed because he didn't express any intention of marrying her. But then she thought about it again. In the beginning, she didn't have any extravagant requests. With this one night of pleasure, there was nothing to regret in this life. Then let's prepare to go up. Are you ready? Song Qingshu asked worriedly. There shouldn't be a problem. Lu Wushuang calmed herself down and showed a trace of a shy smile. I'll go up first. It's a little inappropriate to go up with you. Song Qingshu knew that what she said made sense. If he went up with her, the three women would probably not feel comfortable. Lu Wushuang washed off the traces on her body to make sure that no one would see anything. Then she slowly swam to the shore. Cousin, I'm coming. Hearing her voice, Qingying picked up her clothes and waited by the shore. I'm over here. Lu Wushuang swam over. When she climbed out of the water, Qingying quickly wrapped her body with the clothes. At the same time, she subconsciously glanced in the direction of the stream. Huang Rong smiled and said to Song Qingshu from afar, Qingshu, I'll have to trouble you to wait a little longer. Let Miss Lu dry first. Soon, Song Qingshu replied, no problem. At first, she didn't feel it in the water. But after taking a step on the shore, Lu Wushuang felt her legs go weak. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Qingying reacted quickly and held her up. Cousin, what's wrong? No, nothing, Lu Wushuang said guiltily. Thinking of the scene in the water just now, she felt her cheeks burning. Maybe I stayed in the water for too long and I'm not used to it. In order to avoid being seen through by her cousin, Lu Wushuang hurriedly changed the topic. Cousin, why did you leave me there alone? Hearing her cousin's question, Qingying blushed and felt guilty. She regretted telling Song Qingshu not to tell her that she was also poisoned. This situation was too embarrassing. Your cultivation level is too low, so I asked Brother Song to help you. Qingying said guiltily. But that situation was too shameful. Thinking of all the things that happened later, Lu Wushuang sighed sincerely. Huang Rong pursed her lips and smiled when she saw the two sisters grumbling at each other. All right. It was an emergency. Don't take it to heart. The two girls nodded slowly. Qingying pulled Lu Wushuang's hand and suddenly asked, Hey, Wushuang, why is your body so hot? Aren't you poisoned? Lu Wushuang's heart jumped and she quickly explained, maybe Brother Song transferred some pure yang energy into my body to help me get rid of the cold poison. However, he was embarrassed in his heart. The thing he injected into my body was so hot. To a certain extent, it could be said to be pure yang energy. Huang Rong looked at her strangely. She felt that there was something wrong with her expression. Are you guys ready? I'm coming up. At this time, Song Qingshu's voice came from the stream. Yes, you can come up. Qingying and Lu Wushuang, one shy and the other guilty, didn't dare to make a sound. Huang Rong smiled helplessly. She could only respond. After getting permission, Song Qingshu quickly swam over and climbed ashore, dripping wet. Come here and warm yourself. You've been soaking in the water for so long. Be careful not to let the cold enter your body. The two girls didn't say anything, so Huang Rong naturally started to take care of them. Qingying looked at Huang Rong. She didn't know why, but she always felt that this senior apprentice sister cared a lot about Song Qingshu. With my internal energy, I'm immune to heat and cold. Soaking for a while is nothing. If I soak for a while, I might like it even more. Then he secretly winked at Lu Wushuang. Lu Wushuang's face turned red. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at his eyes. The women present were all shrewd, so Song Qingshu didn't dare to be too obvious. He quickly said, I'm going to take off my clothes. Do you want to leave? Qingying blushed. Huang Rong couldn't help but spit, you're always so frivolous. Go take it off yourself. Seeing that he was dripping wet, they didn't refuse his request to take off his clothes and dry them, but the women couldn't help but turn their backs. Song Qingshu chuckled and began to take off his clothes to dry on the rack. Although he could use his inner force to dry his clothes, it was not as comfortable as being baked by a natural flame. Thinking that there was a man taking off his clothes behind them, the girls felt a little uncomfortable. In order to resolve the awkwardness, Qingying asked, Senior sister, why did you appear in Mountain Yin? Yes, Mrs. Gua, why are you with Brother Song? Lu Wushuang couldn't help but ask curiously. In fact, Qingying also wanted to ask this question, but she was much more tactful. Only Lu Wushuang's character was more impetuous. She didn't think so much and asked what was on her mind. Huang Rong was clever. How could she not know what the two women were thinking? So she slowly told them what happened in Linen. She emphasized that because she couldn't appear in public, Guijing entrusted Song Qingshu to escort her back to Peach Blossom Island. Hearing that it was Guijing who entrusted it, the two women no longer had any doubts. Instead, they angrily rebuked the emperor. How can this dog emperor be like this? Gua Daxiao works for the country and the people. Mrs. Gua has been working hard in Xianxia all these years, but in return, this is the result. Lu Wushuang was more straightforward and couldn't help but say angrily. Cousin, be careful with your words, Qingying hurriedly pulled her hand, if your words spread outside, it is likely to bring disaster to the Lu family and may also expose Shiji's whereabouts. It doesn't affect me much, Huang Rong smiled slightly, but the Lu family is a large clan in Shanin. Many of the family members are officials in the court. If other people hear, it will indeed cause trouble for the Lu family. Lu Wushuang stuck out her tongue and said with some embarrassment, I was wrong. At this time, Song Qingshu's voice sounded, Zhao Go is a damn emperor. It's okay to say it in private, as long as you don't tell outsiders. Seeing him speak up for her, Lu Wushuang's heart was as sweet as honey. Huang Rong said in exasperation, you are the Qi Wang of the court. Aren't you afraid of losing your Wang title by saying such things? They were born in this era and had a natural fear and respect for the imperial power. When she was a young girl, because of her father's influence, she didn't care much about the emperor. But after marrying Guijing, her jumpy personality gradually calmed down. The influence of etiquette was also subtly influenced by Guijing. Song Qingshu was unconcerned. My noble title was obtained through my exceptional martial arts, 1,000 miles of land, 100,000 elite soldiers under my command, and the meritorious deed of saving the princess. It was not Zhao Go's charity. From the future, he had always looked down on Zhao Go. One reason was because of Yu Fei, and the other was that he was too cowardly in front of the Jin kingdom. Qingying couldn't help but say, Brother Song, you should be careful. Back then, General Yu's reputation was greater than yours, but in the end, Song Qingshu replied coolly, General Yu is impeccable in both his fighting and his character. But I am not a gentleman like him. Also, the soldiers in my hands are not the soldiers of the southern Song dynasty. Huang Rong and Qingying's hearts froze. They could hear the others' unspoken words. It looked like there would be a great change in the future. That's right, why did you go to the Shen Gardens? Song Qingshu didn't want to talk too much about this and quickly changed the topic. Qingying explained, because Wu Shuang and Miss Shen were both in Shanin City and were considered close friends. After Miss Shen died, we went to investigate for a long time, but we didn't find anything. We decided to come back to the Shen family to see if we could find any new clues. Who knew that we would run into something like this? Lu Wushuang suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, what happened to the Shen family? They were subdued by the masked man when they reached the door and didn't see what happened inside. But they didn't need to think to know that something must have happened in the Shen gardens. Song Qingshu and Huang Rong looked at each other and could not help but sigh. The Shen family's people were all killed and Shen Foren also committed suicide to die for love. What? Lu Wushuang's body swayed and she almost fainted. She and Shen Bijuan were close friends and often went to the Shen gardens to play. Master Shen and Shen Foren were very good to her. Now that Shen Bijuan's fate was unknown, something like this had happened to the Shen family. Who did this? Qingying was calmer than the others. She held Lu Wushuang and asked. I don't know, but from the way he poisoned you, it should have something to do with the Island of Heroes. Song Qingshu slowly said. The Island of Heroes? This time even Huang Rong was moved. As the former clan leader of the beggar sect, how could she not have heard of the Isle of Chivalry's reputation? However, the Isle of Chivalry had always been secretive and elusive. Who would have thought that they would actually commit such a heinous crime this time? Song Qingshu nodded and continued, based on their conversation earlier, they should have come for the Mandarin duck saber. Thus, he gave a rough account of what he had heard in Shen Garden. The Mandarin duck saber was taken by Bijuan. Lu Wushuang wiped her tears and stomped her feet angrily. Song Qingshu was moved and suddenly stood up. Did you see it with your own eyes? Because of his clothes, the three women had already turned around. Now that he suddenly stood up, the clothes couldn't completely cover his body. The three women cried out in alarm and turned around at the same time. Huang Rong blushed and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Song Qingshu quickly sat back down and said with an embarrassed smile, "I was too excited." "I'm sorry." The three women slowly calmed down. Lu Wushuang recalled, "Before Bijuan left, I went to see her off. I saw her sitting in the palanquin with a saber in her hand. I was curious and asked her why she was carrying a saber. She smiled and said it was a gift for the crown prince. She was going to be the crown prince's wife, and the saber sounded auspicious. I teased her and secretly begged her to let me see it." "What does the saber look like?" Even Huang Rong was curious. Lu Wushuang used a branch to draw the shape of a saber on the ground. From afar, Song Qingshu saw that the shape was similar to the deer-cutting saber he saw on TV. "Is there anything special about this saber?" This time, Song Qingshu was more careful. He hid behind the clothes rack and only showed his head. Lu Wushuang thought about it and murmured, it's cold. It should be a saber that can cut through iron like mud. As for the rest, I don't see anything special." There was no useful information, so Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel disappointed. But then he thought about it. The Shen family had studied the Mandarin duck saber for so many years, but they still couldn't figure out its secret. It would be strange if Lu Wushuang could see anything with just a glance. After the torment of the night, the sky in the east began to brighten. Qingying suddenly said, "This time, such a big thing happened in the Shen garden. The whole Shaoning city must be under martial law, and there may be a chain reaction in the nearby counties. Senior sister and brother Song's identities should not be exposed, so it's better to leave as soon as possible." Lu Wushuang was shocked. She had just had sex with Song Qingshu, so she didn't want to leave him so soon. But she didn't know how to make him stay, so she looked a little sad. Huang Rong also nodded and said, "Junior sister, what you said makes sense. Moreover, Qingshu was going back to the north. Sending me back to Peach Blossom Island is already a waste of time. We can't be tied down by this matter. But our luggage is still in the inn." Although Song Qingshu knew that they had a point, he didn't want to leave right after getting her body. It felt like he had abandoned her. "When we go back, we will help you keep it so that you won't be suspected when you are arrested," Qingying said as she took out some silver from her pocket and put it in Huang Rong's hand. "You left in a hurry, so it must not be enough. Take this with you." Huang Rong didn't stand on ceremony and smiled, "Thank you, junior sister." Seeing the two holding hands and talking, Song Qingshu put on his clothes and waved to Lu Wushuang. "Wushuang, Come here and let me see how your leg is recovering. Song Qingshu pretended to take her pulse, checked her feet, and deliberately said loudly, well, it's almost recovered. At the same time, he lowered his voice and said to her, I'm really sorry that I have to leave so soon. Although Lu Wushuang was a little uncomfortable, she still resisted and said, business is more important. Anyway, I have always been here in Shanin. Song Qingshu said gently, I'll come back to see you after I send Huang Rong. Well. Lu Wushuang's little face turned red, and a warm feeling gradually rose in her cold heart. After Huang Rong and Qingying finished talking, she turned around and found the two whispering there. She couldn't help but laugh. What are you two whispering over there? Lu Wushuang was shocked, as if she had been caught doing something bad. On the contrary, Song Qingshu was much calmer. He replied calmly, I'm passing a set of leg techniques to Wushang. I hope it will help her recover. In fact, the most suitable leg technique was the whirlwind leaf sweeping kick of Peach Blossom Island. It was specially designed by Huang Yaoshe to recover from leg injuries because he regretted breaking the legs of several disciples. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu didn't know it. However, this was not difficult for him. He also knew a lot of leg techniques. Originally, wave-like subtle steps was very suitable for girls to practice, but wave-like subtle steps had high requirements for internal energy. If people with insufficient internal energy forcibly used wave-like subtle steps, it was easy to be possessed by the devil and hurt themselves. Lu Wushuang's internal energy cultivation was too low, so it was not suitable for her to practice wave-like subtle steps, so in the end, he passed her the lightness skill of interchangeability. Both Audiobook and Xianxia knew this lightness skill. Since Song Qingshu had been with them for a long time, he naturally knew it too. However, for him, the lightness skill of interchangeability was of little value. It was suitable for Lu Wushuang to pass it on. On the one hand, it would help her recover from her leg injury, and on the other hand, it would give her a life-saving skill so that she wouldn't be able to escape from danger in the future. As a person of Jianghu, Lu Wushuang had also heard of the name of the lightness skill of interchangeability. Seeing that he was passing this divine skill to her, she couldn't help but feel moved. Huang Rong and Qingying, who were standing to the side, saw that he was passing on his martial arts and tactfully stood a little further away. After all, this was the unspoken rule of Jianghu. The lightness skill of interchangeability was passed on quickly, and the rest needed to be understood by Lu Wushuang herself. Lu Wushuang and Song Qingshu needed to understand it. Lu Wushuang almost cried as she watched the two of them disappear into the distance. However, she was afraid that Qingying would notice something, so she could only hold back her tears. Qingying suddenly said, Cousin, why does Brother Song treat you so well? He treated your leg before, and now he even taught you the lightning of interchangeability. Qingying was very attentive, and when she saw Lu Wushuang's expression, she couldn't help but feel suspicious. Lu said, Lu, and said, Lu, it, he, long time, Lu, time, Qingying's demure expression instantly changed, and her face turned red. You're such a naughty girl, the two sisters started to play with each other. Their laughter washed away Lu Wushuang's sadness. Song Qingshu and Huang Rong walked for a while. Suddenly, Huang Rong's body swayed. Song Qingshu quickly helped her to sit down under a big tree. Rong what's wrong? Song Qingshu asked. Maybe I'm tired because I didn't sleep last night. Huang Rong laughed at herself. After pregnancy, my body is getting worse. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. If you were as energetic as you were when you were a teenager, you would be a superwoman. Although Huang Rong had never heard of the term superwoman, she could roughly guess what it meant. She laughed and scolded him, but then she began to worry. With our speed, we'll delay your journey. Secondly, we might be discovered by the constables of Mountain City. Then, there'll be a lot of trouble. Song Qingshu frowned. He knew she was worried. Unfortunately, the carriage was left in the inn. It was too late to go back and get it. Song Qingshu looked around and saw the farmers who were gradually coming out to work. He had an idea. Wait for me. Huang Rong didn't understand. She watched as Song Qingshu quickly ran into a farmer's house. Just as she was puzzled, she saw him walking out with a cow. Behind the cow was a handcart covered with straw. I can't buy a horse in the countryside. I can only use a cow cart. Song Qingshu said with a grin. As if to cooperate with him, the cow even mooed twice. Huang Rong couldn't help but laugh. I can't believe you thought of that. Come on, do you want to try riding on the cow? Song Qingshu patted the cow's back and said with an evil smile. Bah, I don't want to ride the cow. Huang Rong spat and stood up from the tree with a red face. What's wrong with riding the cow? There's something magical about riding the cow. Song Qingshu grumbled. I rode the cow out of Hanga Pass in the past. Don't talk nonsense. Huang Rong rolled her eyes. She walked to the cow cart and looked at the cart filled with straw. Song Qingshu walked over. Let's make do with it. At least the straw is soft. I'm not that delicate. I was a beggar in the past. Huang Rong snorted. She tried to climb up the cow cart. However, it was inconvenient because of her big belly. She tried a few times but couldn't climb up. Let me help you. Song Qingshu didn't wait for her response. He smiled and picked her up. Ah. By the time Huang Rong reacted, she was already in a pile of straw. She couldn't help but say, You. Song Qingshu sat in front. Sit tight. Let's ride the cow to Peach Blossom Island. The cow cart slowly started moving. Huang Rong touched her burning cheeks. In order to dispel the awkwardness in her heart, she changed the topic. Didn't the government forbid the private sale of cattle? How did you buy the cow? There are policies and countermeasures. As long as there's enough money, those people will find a way to deal with it. Song Qingshu smiled. What's more, in this chaotic world, the government doesn't have much control over the local areas. I see. Huang Rong nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, she said, You seem to be very good to Miss Liu. You treated her legs and gave her the peerless qinggong. Do you like her? Song Qingshu's heart trembled. He knew that she was meticulous and had probably noticed something. However, he had already cultivated to the realm of remaining calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. He said naturally, If Rong'er wants to learn, I can also teach you. Bah, who wants to learn your martial arts? Huang Rong's cheeks turned red. Sure enough, her attention was diverted. The two chatted for a while. Song Qingshu noticed that Huang Rong's eyes were half closed. He couldn't help but smile. Let's not talk anymore. You should take the time to sleep. Huang Rong didn't insist. She was too tired. After being pregnant, she was already sleepy. Moreover, she had been busy all night. She lay down on the pile of straw and slept. Song Qingshu took some straw and spread it on her body as a quilt. He drove the ox cart leisurely. The two drove the ox cart like this. When they were tired, they would rest in a nearby town. If they couldn't find a place to stay, they would snuggle up to each other in the ox cart for the night. At first, Huang Rong was still a little vigilant. However, seeing that Song Qingshu didn't touch her anymore, she gradually acquiesced in this situation. The two went all the way south. After a few days, they arrived at the seaside. Song Qingshu originally wanted to give the ox cart to a nearby farmer, but Huang Rong refused. She said that she had developed feelings for the ox cart and wanted to bring it to Peach Blossom Island. Song Qingshu was stunned. He thought, how can I bring such a big ox to Peach Blossom Island? Huang Rong didn't care. She stroked the ox's neck with a very gentle expression. It was as if she was reminiscing the carefree time along the way. In the end, Huang Rong found a small boat. When the ox came up, the whole boat sank. Song Qingshu couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Won't the boat capsize if it encounters a storm? Shoo! Huang Rong hurriedly made a shushing gesture. It's taboo to hear the word capsize on a boat. People along the coast don't capsize when they eat fish. As expected, the boatman stared at him with an unfriendly expression. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. So there is such a taboo. Don't worry. I've walked this path many times. Don't be afraid. Huang Rong couldn't help but comfort him. I'll just cross the sea on a reed. What's there to be afraid of? Although Song Qingshu's words were tough, he was actually a little scared. In his previous life, he always took a big cruise ship. Even the last time he went to the Island of Heroes, he took a big boat. Now, this was a small boat with a big water buffalo on it. He felt that even a wave would be dangerous. When they reached the sea, Huang Rong completely relaxed. It was as if she had returned home. She sat next to Song Qingshu at the bow of the boat. Her face was glistening. I haven't been back to Peach Blossom Island for a long time. She had spent all these years in Shenyang and hadn't had much time to come back. This is a good opportunity to have a good rest. Faintly smelling her fragrance, Song Qingshu gradually calmed down. Peach Blossom Island is actually not far from the mainland. However, it is foggy all year round. In addition, the terrain of the sea is a little complicated. It is difficult for outsiders to find it. Huang Rong seemed to be murmuring to herself. She also seemed to be teaching Song Qingshu the way. She began to tell him all kinds of things to pay attention to and how to distinguish directions on the sea. Song Qingshu silently memorized it. Finally, he couldn't help but laugh. Rong, you taught me the way to Peach Blossom Island. Aren't you afraid that I will sneak up to the island to find you? Huang Rong rolled her eyes at him. I know that you will be going north to the Golden Snake Camp. You have so many things to do. Do you have time to sneak up to Peach Blossom Island? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. I really don't. Huang Rong continued, no matter what, you are my and brother Jing's friend. This time, you sent me back from thousands of miles away. Maybe I will need you to pick me up next time. Song Qingshu looked at her quietly. He didn't know whether she was trying to convince herself for him. Gradually, he seemed to understand something and couldn't help but laugh. As soon as they reached the shore, the ox also jumped down. As for the boatman, he hurriedly rowed the boat away. Obviously he was extremely scared. Song Qingshu could not help laughing. He had heard that the people on the beach feared Peach Blossom Island as if it was a snake or a scorpion. They did not dare to come within 40 li of the island. If he mentioned Peach Blossom Island's name, no matter how much money he offered, no boat would dare to come. Halfway through the boat, the boatman realized something was wrong. He was about to turn the boat around, but Huang Rong with a dagger in her hand forced him to row the boat. The boatman had heard many rumors about Peach Blossom Island. He said that the master of the island killed without batting an eye and loved to dig out people's liver, lungs, and intestines. As soon as he saw the two of them come ashore, he quickly steered the boat back and wanted to escape. Huang Rong took out a silver ingot and threw it. Dang, it landed on the bow. The boatman did not expect to receive such a generous reward. He was overjoyed, but he did not dare to stop by the island. I didn't expect that after you, husband and wife, have been heroes for so long, these boatmen are still afraid of Peach Blossom Island. Song Qingshu could not help but tease them. Huang Rong blushed. In a small town on the border, the information is not smooth. This was a rumor her father deliberately spread because he did not want outsiders to get close to the island. Who would have thought that after so many years, these boatmen still had lingering fears? Song Qingshu smiled. Suddenly, he smelled the fragrance of flowers in the sea breeze. Looking into the distance, he saw that the island was lush and green. There was a mass of green, a mass of red, a mass of yellow, a mass of purple, and a mass of blooming flowers. Huang Rong smiled sweetly. Is the scenery here good? Song Qingshu sighed. I have never seen so many beautiful flowers in my life. Actually, this was not entirely true. In his previous life, the flowers in the botanical garden and some city gardens were not inferior to this place, but he could not go back. Huang Rong was very proud of herself. She laughed and said, in the 3rd month of spring, when the peach blossoms on the island are in full bloom, it will be very beautiful. Although my father's martial arts skill is not the best in the world, his skill in growing flowers is definitely the best in the world. Huang Yasher's knowledge is like a celestial being. It is indeed admirable. Speaking of growing flowers, Song Qingshu could not help but think of Li Qingluo of Mantua Villa. But her main job was to grow camellias, so her comprehensive knowledge was far inferior to Huang Yasher's. She wondered how she and Xiaolong Nu were doing in Izhou. Seeing that he was lost in thought, Huang Rong's eyes flashed a crafty glint. She suddenly ran into the forest. He saw her turn east and west among the flowers, and in a flash she disappeared without a trace. Song Qingshu furrowed his brows and slowly followed. After walking for about 100 feet, he immediately lost his sense of direction. He saw that there were small paths in all directions, but he didn't know which one to take. After walking for a while, he felt as if he had returned to the same place. Only now did he remember the description of the Peach Blossom Island in the original work. He knew that Huang Yaosher had set up the island, with the opening and closing of yin and yang, the reversal of qian and kuan. If he got lost and wandered aimlessly, it would only get worse and worse. He was not in a hurry. He sat under a peach tree and rested, waiting for Huang Rong to pick him up. But after sitting for a while, there was still no movement. It was quiet all around. Unexpectedly not a single shadow could be seen. He suddenly realized that Huang Rong must have deliberately used the maze on Peach Blossom Island to mess with him. It's just a maze, how can it trap me? Song Qingshu coldly snorted and leaped to the top of a tree. He looked around. To the south was the sea, to the west was a barren rock, to the east and north were blossoming trees of different colors, without an end in sight. Song Qingshu was startled. No matter how big Peach Blossom Island was, it was still a small island. How could there be no end to it? He did not believe it. He carefully looked around, trying to figure out the pattern of the arrangement of the peach trees. Unfortunately, he only looked dizzy and his eyes blurred. Between the blossoming trees, there were no white walls or black tiles, no smoke or dogs barking. It was so quiet that it was very strange. What was even more troublesome was that there was a faint white fog in the peach trees, which could easily affect one's vision. Huang Yaosher is an expert in the art of qi man dun jia. His reputation is not in vain. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. Huang Yaosher had made full use of the geographical environment and perfectly integrated the fog on the island into the formation. He did not know whether this skill could be used on the battlefield. If it could, it would be like the legendary 8 trigrams formation of Zhuge Liang, which could block thousands of troops and horses. When Huang Rong returned home, she first arranged for the mute servant to go to the shore and bring back the cow. Then she secretly thought, I wonder how he is in the forest. But soon she snorted coldly, this bastard treated me like that, it's good to let him suffer a little. What did I do to you? Suddenly a mocking voice came from the air. Huang Rong looked up and flew down from the air. Soon she stood in front of him. She could not help but be surprised. How did you get out of the forest? The maze-like forest was her father's life's work. Not only could it trap ordinary people, but it could also trap masters. Huang Yaosher had deliberately prevented masters from using their lightness skills to go to the top of the trees to check. But in such a short time, how could Song Qingshu break out of the formation? You also know qi man dun jia? Huang Rong hurriedly asked. In her opinion, this was the only possibility, and his attainment was not low. Of course I don't know this kind of profound thing. Song Qingshu smiled slightly, but the most terrible thing about this kind of maze is that you can see the whole picture. As long as you see the overall layout, it will be very easy to find the way out. That's impossible, Huang Rong exclaimed, my father deliberately forgot about this. Even if the people inside climb to the top of the tree, as far as the eye can see, the terrain everywhere is the same. Song Qingshu lightly replied, it's just because those people did not climb high enough. Huang Rong was startled and suddenly realized that the person in front of her was a person who could go up to the sky to pray for rain. If he rose into the air, no matter how ingenious the arrangement was, it would be useless against him. Is this the place where you grew up? It really is like a paradise on earth. Song Qingshu looked around and showed a look of admiration. Huang Rong smiled faintly, let me show you around. Back on Peach Blossom Island, Huang Rong was in a very good mood, and even her energy was slightly better. She began to show Song Qingshu around Peach Blossom Island, even pointing to certain places and telling him about her childhood. She was very happy as she talked. Looking at her carefree expression, Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. All these years, she had racked her brains in Xianxia and did not dare to relax. It was only here that she did not have to think about those complicated issues and could show her true self. As they passed by the maze-like forest, Huang Rong also began to explain in detail the essence of the formation, the various positions of the 8 diagrams, and the correct way to move without reaching a point. Song Qingshu found that there were many times when there was clearly no path in front of him, but Huang Rong could forcibly lead him through it. He could not help but secretly admire Huang Yasher's uncanny workmanship. To be able to perfectly deceive people's eyes. Your father is really a genius. I really want to talk with him for 3 days and 3 nights. Song Qingshu sincerely sighed. Huang Rong pouted and recovered some of the playfulness of a young girl. You want to see my father now, but when you really see him, maybe he will break your legs. Song Qingshu was stunned. I have no quarrel with him, why would he hit me? Huang Rong blushed. Shouldn't he hit you because of what you did to me? After saying that, her heart beat faster, and she hurried forward. Song Qingshu was secretly happy, because he knew that Huang Rong had been secretive about what happened in the Jin Kingdom previously, but now she took the initiative to mention it. It seemed to be a good sign. Seeing that she was about to disappear into the woods, Song Qingshu was worried that he would get lost again, so he hurriedly followed. Huang Rong seemed to be satisfied after teasing him once, and did not deliberately try to shake him off. Instead, she deliberately slowed down to wait for him. Soon, they arrived at the seaside. Huang Rong sat on a rock and looked at the blue sea in the distance. She could not help but murmur, I haven't looked at the sea so quietly for many years. Song Qingshu looked at her tired expression and could not help but feel pity for her. All these years, she and Guojing had guarded Xianxia together and won the respect of the Han people. Everyone called her Lady Huang or Madame Gua, but behind this respect was the fact that she had spent the most precious years of her life as a woman. Which woman in the world didn't want to spend the rest of her life in front of flowers and under the moonlight? Which woman in the world didn't want to go sightseeing and live a carefree and happy life? Take advantage of this time to stay on Peach Blossom Island for a while, and go back to the Central Plains after you give birth, Song Qingshu said with concern. Yes. After the previous few incidents, Huang Rong was indeed a little afraid, and was ready to rest on Peach Blossom Island. Seeing that she was so focused on the sea, Song Qingshu considerately stopped talking and sat beside her, quietly watching the sea with her. They sat like this for a long time, and the sea breeze gradually became stronger. Huang Rong tightened her clothes and said, let's go back. Song Qingshu nodded, okay. He was the first to stand up, and then he stretched out his hand in front of her. Huang Rong was startled, and after a moment of hesitation, she finally put her hand in his and let him pull her up. Is this how you usually lie to girls? After standing up, Huang Rong blushed and withdrew her hand without a trace. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, in my hometown, this is a kind of etiquette, a man showing his gentlemanly attitude to a woman. It seems that the men in your hometown are all good at lying to women, Huang Rong spat, and suddenly realized, how can there be such a custom in Xiangyang? Mount Wudong was in Hubei, not far from Xiangyang. Huang Rong had lived in Xiangyang for many years, and naturally knew the customs there like the back of her hand. Mount Wudong is not my home. Song Qingshu sighed softly, looking very lonely. He was thinking that he would never be able to return to that colorful world again. For a moment, he was very sad. Huang Rong misunderstood his meaning. She thought that he was still brooding over being expelled by Mount Wudong. For a moment, she did not know how to comfort him. Aren't you curious about what I was thinking about when I was watching the sea for so long? Huang Rong finally decided to say something to divert his attention. What were you thinking about? Song Qingshu was indeed a little curious. After all, she must have been sitting there for 4 to 4 hours, and he did not know how she, as lively and active as she was, could sit there for so long. I wasn't thinking about anything. Huang Rong smiled, and it was more beautiful than the flowers in the forest. Are you kidding me? Hearing her answer, Song Qingshu suddenly became a little speechless. Huang Rong shook her head, I really wasn't thinking about anything. My mind was blank, and my whole body seemed to be empty. That feeling was very comfortable, I have never been so relaxed before. You have really worked hard these years. Song Qingshu sighed. What's wrong? Song Qingshu was confused. Huang Rong hurriedly explained, I haven't lived on Peach Blossom Island for a long time, so I've forgotten to check the weather here. There were a lot of seabirds resting on the coast just now. Under normal circumstances, they should be hunting for food at this time. Why are they resting so early? Is it possible that a storm is coming? Song Qingshu was stunned. You can predict a storm just like that? What if the birds are just tired of flying? Although the sky was a bit gloomy, the sea was calm, and it didn't seem like a typhoon was coming. Seeing that he was unmoved, Huang Rong was angry and anxious. She pulled him back as she said, "Of course it's not just that. Normally, the wind blows from the island to the sea at night, and from the sea to the island during the day. But today, the wind is blowing in the opposite direction, which means that a storm is coming." Song Qingshu was shocked. As a general, he had to know the sky and the earth, and he was too far behind in this aspect. If he encountered a situation like this in a naval battle in the future, it would be terrible if he didn't notice it in advance. Just as he was about to say something, a sudden gust of wind blew so hard that he couldn't even open his eyes. Song Qingshu looked towards the sea and saw that the sea was turbulent. A boundless black cloud was rapidly approaching from the horizon, and he could faintly see lightning and thunder within it. Song Qingshu couldn't help but be stunned. This change is too fast. The sky was clear for thousands of miles just now. Huang Rong smiled bitterly. The weather on the sea is always like this. It changes in an instant. But today's change is too abnormal. I'm afraid it's a big storm that hasn't been seen in decades. Let's go. Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. In his previous life, he would hear all kinds of exaggerated typhoons ravaging the coast every year. He didn't expect to be so unlucky as to encounter one so coincidentally. Huang Rong no longer spoke. She pulled Song Qingshu and ran home through the woods. It was a pity that they had been walking and had reached the farthest end of the island. They would not be able to return for a while. Song Qingshu's lightness kung fu was not bad, but this Peach Blossom Island was full of traps, and he did not know the way. Even if he wanted to speed up, he could not. Originally, he could fly in the air, but the wind was so strong that he could not stand steadily. If he flew in the air, he would not have anything to borrow strength from. He was very worried that he would be blown into the sea by the wind. If he was alone, he might have given it a try. However, Huang Rong was with him now, and she was pregnant. If she were to fall from midair, the consequences would be unimaginable, so he didn't dare take the risk. Just like that, the two of them jogged all the way. Suddenly, Huang Rong stopped and held her stomach with a pained expression. "What's wrong?" Song Qingshu asked hurriedly. "Is it because of the pregnancy?" Huang Rong nodded, and said weakly, "Maybe." Song Qingshu did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly pushed her blood and slowly transferred his qi into her body. After a long time, she opened her eyes. "It's okay. Let's continue," Huang Rong said tiredly. Song Qingshu slightly frowned. "How about I carry you? Otherwise, the pregnancy will be affected again." Hearing his words, Huang Rong blushed and shook her head. Although her voice was a little weak, her tone was very firm. "No, I can walk by myself." Song Qingshu knew that she did not want to have too much physical contact with him. He smiled bitterly and did not force her. He walked behind her. However, after this delay, the storm had already arrived. Next, Song Qingshu could be said to have seen what was called a torrential downpour. When the rain came down, the two of them instantly became like drowned rats. Coupled with the strong wind, visibility was reduced to only a few meters. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's martial arts were profound. Suddenly, he felt a sense of foreboding and directly blocked in front of Huang Rong. He struck the air with his palm. At this time, a big tree fell down, and with the force of his palm, it flew 10 feet away. "No, it's too dangerous to walk like this. Who knows when a big tree or a falling stone will fall? I may not be able to find it every time," Song Qingshu shouted in Huang Rong's ear. At this time, the wind was raging everywhere. Even if he was close, if he did not shout, he would not be able to hear it. "I know a place. Come with me." Huang Rong obviously agreed with his judgment. She pulled him to the side of a small path. At this time, she did not care about the fact that men and women should not touch each other. The visibility was too low. In addition, there was a maze on the island. If the two of them were 3 to 5 meters apart, it was estimated that they would lose each other in the next second. Song Qingshu protected her, using his body to block most of the wind for her. From time to time, he would brush away some broken branches, sand, and stones in the air. Quickly go in. After walking for a while, Huang Rong suddenly said. Only now did Song Qingshu see that there was a stone house in front of him. It was completely different from the houses he had seen before. He could not help but feel strange. Why is there such a stone house in the middle of the forest? And why is it so strange? When he walked closer, his expression suddenly changed. It turned out that he saw it clearly. In front of him was not a stone house, but a stone grave. In front of the grave was a tombstone with the words Peach Blossom Island's Lady Fang's grave written on it. It seems that this is the resting place of Huang Yaosher's wife, Feng Heng. Song Qingshu did not expect to come here, and for a moment he was stunned. Quickly come in. Huang Rong opened a door next to the grave and hurriedly called for him to go in. Song Qingshu knew that ordinary people's tombs only had one division, but some emperors' tombs were built like palaces, with a large space inside. Although Huang Yaosher could not use as much manpower and resources as the emperor, it was obvious that he was not like ordinary people, and the space inside was still quite large. After entering the door, Huang Rong smoothly closed it, and the raging wind and rain from before were instantly isolated outside. Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. No wonder the primitive people in the early days wanted to build a house. It was indeed more secure inside. Song Qingshu looked around, and his attention was quickly attracted by the coffin in the middle of the room. He knew that the person lying inside should be Feng Heng. He saw Huang Rong walk over, kneel on the ground, and kowtow. Mother, I came back to see you. In the early years, every time she came back here, she would cry like a person in tears. Now, as she grew older, her endurance had improved, but her face was still full of sadness. Suddenly she heard two bangs, and saw that Song Qingshu was also kneeling beside her, kowtowing. She could not help but be dumbfounded. What are you kowtowing for? You have kowtowed, of course I also have to kowtow. Song Qingshu said seriously. Huang Rong's face instantly flushed red, and she was suddenly ashamed and angry. Nonsense. It should be known that in this world, only her husband, her man, would follow her and kowtow to her mother. She did not know what to do with Song Qingshu's behavior. Rong-er, you don't need to think too much. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. I have long heard of your mother's deeds, and I am full of admiration for her. As a junior, it is only right that I pay my respects to her. Huang Rong snorted, but she could not vent her anger. Seeing his respect for her mother, her eyes could not help but soften a little. After paying respects to her mother, Huang Rong walked to the door and gently opened the stone door. Looking at the scene of the storm outside, she could not help but look worried. I don't know when the storm will stop. You grew up by the sea. Don't you have a general guess? Song Qingshu also walked over. Huang Rong shook her head. It's hard to say. Sometimes it will pass in one day, and sometimes it may last for about 10 days. We can only leave it to fate. Because of the opening of the door, the wind outside blew in, and Huang Rong could not help but shiver. It turned out that it was raining heavily just now. Although the two of them ran all the way, they were still drenched. It was fine in the wind and rain just now, but now that they were free, they instantly found that their clothes were tightly stuck to their bodies. When the wind blew, it was bone-chilling. Seeing that Huang Rong was shivering, Song Qingshu planned to put his coat on her. However, looking at the wet clothes, he could not help but smile bitterly and could only give up. I don't know when the wind and rain will stop. It looks like we won't be able to get out for a while. Let's start a fire and dry our clothes first. Song Qingshu said. Start a fire here? Huang Rong was a little hesitant. After all, this was her mother's mausoleum. Song Qingshu advised, you are pregnant right now, and your body's resistance is not good. If you are not careful and catch a cold, not only you, but the child in your stomach will also be in danger. Your mother's spirit in heaven will definitely not want her daughter and grandson to be in danger. If she was alone, Huang Rong might really have forced it. However, when she thought of the child in her stomach, her maternal instincts made her finally agree. Song Qingshu began to collect the materials. The wind and rain outside were so strong that the branches and wood were already wet and could not be used. Fortunately, there were still a lot of things that could be collected in the mausoleum. Originally, Song Qingshu wanted to use the incense burner table in front of the coffin, but Huang Rong flatly refused. Fortunately, there were enough wood collected from other places, so he did not insist. The fire was quickly started, and the two of them immediately felt a little warmth. Take off your clothes and dry them. It's easy to get sick with wet clothes sticking to your body, Song Qingshu said. Ah? Huang Rong could not help but look at him in shock. Song Qingshu could not help but roll his eyes. Wasn't it the same 2 days ago outside of Xianxia City? Your own thoughts are not pure. Huang Rong almost suffocated to death. Who was the one who was not pure? She could not help but feel a little moved by his suggestion. Don't worry, I won't peek at you. I am a very righteous person. Song Qingshu knew of her worries and added. Huang Rong unhappily glanced at him. What kind of righteous person are you? However, during this period of time, he had been very polite to her. Moreover, when she thought of the matter at the outskirts of Xianxia City, she hesitated for a moment before finally nodding her head. Then go over there and don't look back. Song Qingshu spread out his hands. Don't worry. As he said this, he went around to the other side of the coffin, as if he had disappeared without a trace. Huang Rong let out a sigh of relief. She rustled and began to take off her clothes. While holding the dress in front of her body, she carefully looked to the other side. Seeing that he was not peeking, she felt relieved and began to warm herself by the fire. While you're at it, help me dry my clothes. At this time, a bundle of clothes was thrown over from the other side. Huang Rong instinctively caught it in her hands. When she looked at it, she could not help but feel ashamed and angry. You also took off your clothes? This chapter happened to be writing about a terrifying storm, but in reality, there was an earthquake. End of chapter 1453. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.